Legend has it that the world will always birth a hero, a soul, imbued with immense power. One who would sacrifice everything to slay the Demon King and save the world. But when the 66th Demon King emerged, he wielded power that surpassed even the gods. He was the mightiest Demon King in all of history, blocking the hero's attack with a single hand, and shattering the prophecy that heroes always prevail. Even when the gods themselves appeared, he showed not a flicker of fear. And with that, O Circumflex Van Care stops rambling. Let's get this started. The story's ready, and the admin has done his part. Enjoy the ride, folks. Perhaps every story in the world begins just like this. Long, long ago, on a peaceful day like any other, the Demon King suddenly marches his army to the gates. The entire space seems to freeze solid for several heartbeats. And then a nameless hero appears out of nowhere, his body radiating a blinding, divine aura. His eyes ignite like a raging inferno, as if he had been standing here, waiting all along. Fast as lightning, he surges forward, seizing the opening, ready to strike his enemy down. And in the final, cataclysmic clash between Demon King and hero, the hero sacrifices his own body to defeat the Demon King and save the world. The Demon King falls utterly, plunging into an eternal slumber, forever lurking, waiting for the day he might rise again. These are those hollow, recycled stories you've heard 1,000 times over. The world returns to peace, and the hero becomes legend. No one knows who wrote these tales, yet stories like these repeat themselves for eternity. And after an immeasurable span of time, reaching the present day, a colossal gate groans open, brilliant light spills forth, as if joyously heralding a radiant new beginning. A subordinate dashes in, frantic, as though he'd just seen a ghost. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Meanwhile, the Demon King interrogates him with calm indifference. "What is it?" His voice grows increasingly shaky. Jemmy goes. He's so panicked he can't even control his own volume. Jemmy Gozer, 666th Demon King, has just awakened and left the demon realm. His emotions are pushed beyond their breaking point. The subordinate screams out of control. He says he doesn't want to be Demon King anymore. The Demon King bristles with irritation and snaps. "What the hell are you babbling about?" The subordinate stammers, struggling to contain his terror, thinking back to how the Demon King had furiously screamed right in his face. Pressed to his absolute limit, the subordinate blurts out at full volume, he's run away. The contents of his letter were made public immediately. "I'm sick of being Demon King. Don't bother looking for me. Those brainless bastards." The Demon King is hit with something so absurd it feels like a double cannon strike. What the hell is this? Scene change. Early morning sunlight spills diagonally across cobblestones, echoing in rhythm with the tapping of shoes marking the morning march. Deus strolls along, humming a tune, his joy ringing through every note. His steps halt abruptly as the magnificent sight before him steals his breath. This is the Akoma Palace of the Vode Kingdom. He can barely contain his excitement, marveling to himself. The human realm is everything I ever dreamed of. Happiness radiates from him as Deus gleefully spins in a full circle. So cozy. In a heartbeat, that gentle gaze turns razor-sharp, chilling, killing intent, surging to the surface. He can't help but sneer in disgust. All except this wretched cross. Right at that moment, a booming voice rips through the tranquil air. "Hey, you country bumpkin, where the hell do you think you're going?" The gatekeeper strides forward, arrogance dripping from every step, ready to teach this nobody a lesson he'd never forget. "Who do you think you are, wandering around here like you own the place?" Deus blinks, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Country bumpkin, is he talking about me?" He hurriedly checks his outfit. "Is it my clothes?" His face is handsome, obviously. Meanwhile, the guard keeps barking accusations. "How dare you loiter in front of Akoma Palace? Tired of living, are we?" Realizing his words are being completely ignored, the guard shoves his spear tip right in Deus's face. "What are you staring at?" "I'm talking to you. State your name." "No." Deus puts on the most bewildered expression he can muster. "Me." Fortunately, he still has enough reason left. Can't let them find out he's Jemmy Gozer, the 666th Demon King. A brilliant idea sparks in his mind. Right, just drop a few characters. Easy. Deus forces himself into the friendliest smile he can manage. "Hello, humans." He introduces himself gently. "My name is Deus." Right then, a dignified, commanding voice cuts in and demands, "How dare you take the name of an ancient deity? Do you have any idea this is the capital of the Vode Kingdom?" The attendants immediately drop into a reverent bow. Earl Brew approaches, his tone icy with threat. "If you didn't know, fine, I'll let it slide. But now get lost." Despite the suffocating tension, Deus keeps his innocent smile and asks, "Is the Vode Kingdom strong?" The Earl's eyes bulge in sheer disbelief. Deus lets out a soft chuckle and murmurs something almost tender. Is it strong enough for me to become king? Is it strong enough for me to become king? Realizing he's being openly mocked, Earl Brew erupts in a volcanic rage. How dare you insult the royal bloodline? You will pay for this with your life. He can't stand another second of this nagging. Deus activates his abolite pure killing intent, channeled through a single glance. Kaboom! A cataclysmic explosion tears through the air, blasting his body into 100 pieces. The subordinate standing beside him is so stunned his jaw hangs wide open. Lord Brew! Suddenly, the subordinate's face twists grotesquely, as though an invisible force is violently invading his body. In mere seconds, Deus sends him a one-way ticket to the underworld no-return trip. The surrounding crowd instantly descends into absolute panic. What? They explode without warning as if their heads had simply reached their expiration date. Deus casually waves his hand, sweeping up whatever stragglers remain. The entire garrison is decapitated in a single blink. Without warning, soldiers appear atop the fortress wall, rushing in to intercept him. Utterly unfazed by the chaos, Deus calmly watches the sharp weapons draw closer to his body. His blazing eyes sweep across the field, locking onto every fool who doesn't understand what's happening. With one gentle motion, every last one of them is granted a free ticket to meet their ancestors. He slowly issues his decree, rise. Every headless corpse flies into the air in unison. Welcome your new king. Deus declares before the horrifying spectacle with absolute clarity. Pave each step I take with your blood. Bless this body with your tears. Thundering footsteps pound in succession, sending tremors rippling through the ground. All hands to arms, the enemy approaches. What? War has broken out. Everyone outside is already dead. The moment that announcement rings out, every face in the room drains of color. A flickering light suddenly materializes behind the colossal gate. Deus's figure slowly appears in midair, descending to the ground with an air of absolute calm. Usually, he declares with barely contained excitement, your scream shall serve as my war horn, as though they've just witnessed something truly horrifying. The face of every soldier in the entire army turns deathly pale. True to his brutal nature, Deus unleashes hundreds of spectral skulls, each radiating a crushing aura of pressure to smother his prey. A scene of utter chaos erupts, instant lick-lashing steel, and shrill screams echo across the battlefield in rapid succession. Someone save me. Oh God, just kill me already. Amidst all the chaos, Deus's silhouette quietly watches the spectacle unfold. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. Deus beams with such excitement that a faint blush creeps across his cheeks. Suddenly, a deep, solemn voice begins to resonate, chanting without pause. The Almighty, the Creator, the Virtuous One, our Heavenly Father. The holy blood warrior collapses to his knees in the midst of the devastated battlefield. Your name shines radiantly. In the name of the Almighty, you who begin and end all things. He prays ceaselessly for a miracle, to pierce the darkness, to guide us with the light of truth, to bless us with total victory, so that death may retreat and truth shall overcome the flames of chaos. As if the divine had heard that desperate plea, the sword in his hand begins to glow with the last flicker of hope. Please strike down the demon before me, and grant me your strength. At last, it unleashes its full radiance, declaring war upon the foe ready to bring it down. Deus tilts his head, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Is that light supposed to be holy or something? So you're the legendary blood warrior, huh? In stark contrast to his cheerful demeanor, the blood warrior delivers a cold warning. I don't know who you are, but you wield dark magic. How you managed to break into Akoma Palace is beyond belief. Prepare yourself, he declares with absolute conviction. You cannot defeat me. I am one blessed by the divine. The moment those words leave his mouth, his feet swift as if fitted with rockets launch him forward in a flash. The blood warrior shouts with full conviction, I may not carry pureblood lineage, but I can still crush Udok as cheap. The space that had seemingly calmed down is thrown into upheaval once more. The atmosphere falls dead silent. After the tremor only the sound of his long-suppressed, ragged breathing remains. Suddenly, the blood warrior's pupils dilate upon hearing the taunt. What the hell is this? Is that supposed to impress me? Deus flashes a faint smile and announces, my turn now, right? He slowly mimics the prayer his opponent just used. Our Father, who art in heaven, the Holy Spirit. But the words carry zero sincerity to anyone listening. Please put this idiot to sleep, would you? He flashes a cunning, excited grin. See, I can pray too. So let's see whose prayers the gods actually answer, yours or mine. In mere seconds, Deus ruthlessly tears out the still-beating heart, piercing through the enemy's organs without an ounce of restraint. A murderous aura billows from his entire body. Never, ever, bring up those so-called gods in front of me. The blood warrior goes white as a sheet, Utterly horrified, there isn't a single shred of thought left about being spared. Deus crushes the heart in his hand like a cheap, disposable toy, just like that. Inside the great hall, a formidable formation of royal guards stands arrayed in battle order, shielding their master. The grand spectacle delights him so much that he casually asks, "You guys been waiting long for me?" They begin to panic as their territory is breached. He got through. How is it just one guy? We're the last line of defense. Stake your lives, hold the line now. The king demands with a stern voice, "Who are you?" Deus doesn't hesitate in the slightest to make his intentions clear. "Looks like you're the king, right? Let's have a little chat." Unfortunately, one soldier in the ranks lacks the sense to read the room and charges headlong into his death. "How dare you disrespect the king?" A light snap echoes through the air. All it takes is a single finger flick from Deus to teach the fools blocking his path a lesson. The unlucky wretch hit by his attack crumples to the floor instantly, screaming in agony and utter futility. Deus delivers a lethally casual threat. Anyone else got something to say? The entire space falls into an eerie, unnatural silence, save for a few muffled whispers of dread. "Damn it!" Deus nods in satisfaction, pleased with himself. "Good." With that, he launches himself into the Ira surge of raw power, so immense it stuns everyone around him. He charges straight toward the throne that lies right before his eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, he dares to halt his steps, right upon the royal seat itself. "Let's have ourselves a conversation." The king can only stare in horror and beg. "What do you want? Wealth, fame? I'll give you everything." Having touched upon the very desire Deus has harbored night after night, his eyes gradually curve into a smile. He calmly lays down his negotiation demand. "Old man, I want this kingdom." The king's aged face grows increasingly ghastly with fear. "That's impossible." Deus lets out an exasperated sigh and shakes his head. "Seriously, then what do you think I want?" "Not happening." "Then die, I guess. Once you're dead, I'll just take the royal family's place and this kingdom becomes mine." A sudden realization strikes, and the king's eyes widen in suspicion. "My family?" he roars as if someone just stole his most precious treasure. "I knew it. You bastard, you want my daughter, don't you?" Ignoring the old man's dramatic overreaction entirely, Deus lets out a lazy yawn. "What daughter? I didn't even know you had kids." The king mutters furiously under his breath. "Not my daughter. Apal is the pride of the entire continent, the jewel of our royal house." Deus flatly emphasizes one last time, utterly fed up. "I don't want her. What I need is the throne. I can't put up with this any longer." The king erupts in fury, bellowing his challenge. "Why do you keep coveting what doesn't belong to you?" That gazance relaxed, and Lesserella suddenly turns bone-chillingly cold, struck at the nerve of a deep-seated hatred. "What was that? You think all of this belongs to you." Only now does the king realize he has crossed a line, but he still stands firm, defending his territory. "Of course the kingdom belongs to the royal family." Deus's voice suddenly turns utterly devoid of emotion, worn down by the relentless pushback. "Says who?" He fires back in one unbroken stream. "When this world was first created, was it yours? You took what wasn't yours too. The royal family, right? You've been lounging on that throne for decades already. Now hand it over so I can take your place." The king, paralyzed by fear, stammered out repeated denials. The old man summoned every ounce of courage he had accumulated over a lifetime to retort. "You think the holy land of Maximus will ever acknowledge you?" He burst into maniacal laughter the moment he heard that. The holy land of Maximus then decisively unleashed a terrifying wave of energy that engulfed the entire grand hall. "Who the hell cares, you fool?" The terrifying force tore the castle apart in a single breath. The guards' bodies were now uniformly charred black, the horrific heat turning the entire space into a ghastly spectacle. Deus fell silent for a long while as he took in the brutal spectacle, then caught sight of a familiar figure from before and moved closer. Curiosity piqued. "Looks like you didn't have any blood warriors, huh?" He expressed heavy disappointment before the corpse that had already burned to a crisp. "If you had them, you could have at least lasted a few more seconds." "How boring." He then slowly turned away, seeking new entertainment. He didn't forget to direct his voice straight toward the heavens to convey a message. "Hey, gods, I'm bored. These ones haven't prepared a single thing." Amidst the chaotic whirlwind, that majestic figure still stood alone, proud and unyielding. Blinding rays of sunlight from beyond the windows gradually crept through the gaps, falling into the silent heart of the castle. Deus suddenly fell into deep thought. "I should probably wander around for a bit before the pureblood awakens, I suppose." "Be careful," he confirmed the lines of memory once more. 20 more years, huh? Usually the day I start to decline is around that time." Deus was drifting deep in thought when he was suddenly pulled back to reality by faint sobbing. Aper had barely stepped out of the sea of flames before she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into choked sobs. "How ho are you?" Suddenly confronted by his question, she was left equally bewildered. The image of a lone giant hand reaching into the vast sky, like a silent testament to a brutal war. Back then, the demons who had lost the first war were cast down to the demon realm, along with the demon king's damaged soul. They placed it into a new body, pouring every form of magic and curse into it over the course of 100 years, and then resurrected him once more. The new demon king and then the second war erupted. They believed there would be no hero this time, so naturally they would rule the land. But it was all just a dream. Yet another hero appeared. Those iron-hearted humans always fought to the bitter end, so it came as no surprise that the demons lost once again. And once more, the demon race spent 100 years resurrecting a new demon king. Just like every time before, another hero appeared. They spent another 100 years resurrecting a demon king, and history repeated itself when yet another hero emerged. This cycle repeated 665 times, spanning approximately 66,580 years. The tale of a hero saving the world thus became something entirely self-evident, and so everyone believed the hero would appear again when the time came. Deep down, every last one of them believed this would be the final demon king. Our new king, come unto this world and guide us. They poured every last ounce of their power into resurrecting the 666th demon king. His name was Jemmy Gozer, the 666th demon king, the one destined to bring despair to all of humanity. And then he opened his eyes. On that fateful day, he slipped away, leaving behind nothing but the echoes of desperate screams. He returned to reality. Ada was still screaming without end. "What did you do to my father, you vile sorcerer?" All the while, Deus had done nothing but stand there in a single state bewilderment. What the hell is wrong with her? Then the memories from before suddenly surged back like a relentless tide. He recalled the old memory. "Don't you dare touch my daughter. Is the pride of the continent and the flower of the royal family." Only then did he gradually grasp the situation. "So you must be the princess." Deus's gaze gradually turned ice cold, sharp enough to cut. "The king is dead, so now's the time to take his daughter and claim the throne." She couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. Adu burst into choked, anguished sobs. "What did you just say?" Ignoring her panic entirely, he casually snapped his fingers, deploying a familiar technique. Her glistening eyes instantly turned dull and lifeless, as if she had just caught sight of Death himself with scythe in hand, waiting. Without a single second's hesitation, her small frame crumbled to her knees on the barren ground in total submission. Apo bowed in reverence. "This lowly body is entirely yours, my lord. Please take me with you." Master, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, Deus swiftly moved through the desolate landscape. He slowly approached the small creature, who was weakly begging to be accepted. After a long pause of contemplation, he gently lifted that beautiful face, finally offering a faint smile and his affirmation. "Good. From now on, you are my first human." Immediately responded like a machine. "Thank you, master." Something seemed to be urging Deus to explore the person before him, closing the gap between them until there was not a sliver of space left. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy and threatening. "Stop spying and come out before I gouge your eyes out." Alex couldn't help but laugh in admiration. "As I expected, my lord, you knew." From the silent veil of nothingness, a silhouette gradually emerged, ethereal as a phantom. He walked in silence, his composure chilling enough to freeze the air, trailing a wave of killing intent that spread across the entire space. But only seconds later, a smile broke across his face upon spotting that familiar figure. Alex bowed respectfully. "Your loyal servant." "Alex is most honored." "My lord." Deus's voice gradually softened as well. "Have you been watching over me all this time?" He sighed softly upon hearing that. "You're hurting my feelings, my lord." "My lord, wherever you go, I am always by your side." My lord, not letting the other party play any more games, he directly exposed their true face. "Nonsense, you serve me, not the other way around." He maintained his convincing bow. "Your body is inherited from your very ancestors. Now you are my lord." He waved his hand in exasperation. "Whatever, go play somewhere else. I'm not going back to the demon realm." Deus suddenly received the exact answer he had wanted. "Very well, my lord." Alex flashed a mischievous grin. "I will take orders only from you." "My lord, don't mind me, please continue with whatever you were doing." His mind was briefly thrown into disarray by the unexpected situation. "What was I doing again?" He showed not a shred of hesitation, and frankly shared. "Weren't you about to bestow your great seed upon that woman?" He started rambling. "I, Alex, who has never left your side for 80 years of demon soul time, Alex instantly switched to Oscar-worthy acting mode. Would you listen to the sacrifices I have made for you? The kind that could fill a wine glass with tears, shared childhood memories without the slightest hesitation. Throughout your entire childhood, I nursed you after transforming my own body. On the other hand, Deus broke out in goosebumps from head to toe. Disgusting, yet a creeping sense of pride was gradually taking over his entire mind. I have become a perfect educator through my devoted nurturing. In response, Deus shot back without hesitation. I still remember you beat me nearly to death, and it seemed Alex had turned a deaf ear to all the scolding. Alex continued his comedic charade regardless. I am the only demon who saw you off with compassion as you entered the awakening egg. Deus furiously screamed in accusation. You tied me up and chucked me in there. The bastard's body unconsciously writhed in an unusual way. It feels like just yesterday you were still squirming those tiny little hands and feet. I can't believe you've grown up so much and started noticing women. I'm very easily moved, you know. Does Sir Hong even know? Deus let out a silent, tearless scream. Shut up, he said, cutting indecisively. He had to stop this multi-character farce the other party had orchestrated. Enough nonsense. Let me make myself crystal clear. I'm not doing any of that Demon King garbage. And from today onward, I've been reborn as an ordinary human. Alex once again revealed a knowing smile. Very well, my lord, as you wish. Realizing the other person's thoughts had veered even further off the rails, Deus angrily issued a warning. What was that? Alex stubbornly pretended not to understand what had just happened. What do you mean? Deus erupted in rage, screaming. What are you plotting? Tell me why you won't leave me alone, spill it. Only now did Alex realize his own joke had crossed the line. I apologize, my lord, I'll explain. Finally, he gently laid out his personal viewpoint. My lord, is there a particular reason you chose to attack this country? Hearing this, Deus probed with a hint of suspicion. Alex nodded slightly in confirmation. Indeed. As in, some arrogant fool encroached on your territory or coveted the wealth of the demon realm. Or at the very least you were in a foul mood. A reason like that? Alex earnestly addressed his master's question. Well, he didn't really have one. I just figured I should live like a king if I've chosen to be human. Alex excitedly clapped his hands in rapid succession, cutting off the train of thought that had been surging intensely. His demeanor now looked no different from an ardent fanboy, utterly unfitting for the title of Demon King. Alex slowly listed off each of his master's exploits. The moment he arrived on Earth, he defeated the largest kingdom. Very small detail, recounted vividly slaughtered the king and abducted the princess. He quickly switched into prey-hunting mode. How brutal, what could possibly be more fitting for a demon king? Alex used every ounce of his vocabulary to sing praises, something that even a normal human or even a high-ranking demon like myself could never dare to imagine. A truly great demon king, born for greatness. Deus, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but click his tongue in exasperation. So that's how it is, huh? Alex's mood suddenly plummeted as he recalled the real reason. Because a great lord like you announced, he would abandon us and stop being the demon king. A unique idea suddenly popped into his head. I will take your son down to the demon realm and raise him as another demon king. Alex's eyes burned with blazing determination. And on that day, 20 years from now, he declared resolutely, your son shall become Jemmy Gozer the 667th, and I shall send him down to this world. Amid the hazy void, a sudden scream rang out, tearing apart the silent atmosphere. Deus's face instantly fell into bewilderment as he tried to distinguish the hallucination from reality. He unconsciously turned to check on the person beside him. 2 lines of tears suddenly rolled down Alex's elegant face. His entire body froze instantly, stunned to the point of disbelief in his own eyes. Deus stood amid the ravaged battlefield, his gaze silently scanning the lingering wisps of smoke. He suddenly chuckled to himself, almost got himself tangled up there. Just a little more, and he would have become a father at the age of 80. The erratic mental shift left Alex utterly gobsmacked. My lord, in stark contrast to his frivolous demeanor moments ago, Alex's gaze instantly turned cold as a bullet. A torrent of overwhelming aura was suddenly unleashed, catching him completely off guard. Deus was so furious that he attacked the person in front of him head-on. Shut your mouth. The entire space seemed to quake under that terrifying power, before a cataclysmic kaboom came crashing down, sweeping everything away. Alex's figure instantly shrank into a cowering, terrified mess. The already ravaged battlefield was now salt rubbed into its unhealed wounds. Each earth-shattering explosion echoed, like a long-harbored declaration of war. Deus still couldn't quell the raging inferno of his fury. So you lot have been deceiving me. Those bastards, Alex thought in pure horror. He's far too different. He swallowed hard before the terrifying power. His Demon King aura isn't even fully developed, yet he's already this powerful. The 666th Demon King is truly unlike any of his predecessors. A glimmer of hope slowly flickered to life in the depths of his heart. Maybe this time we'll truly win. Maybe we can finally do it. Only when Deus's deep, calm voice pulled him back to reality. He's right, King is too gaudy, so let's go with that instead. The unexpected revelation left Alex bewildered. That Alex bluntly defended the hero's justice, but unable to process what he had just heard, his perspective did a complete 180. A hero, he excitedly corrected his understanding. A hero's companion, the excitement in Deus shone through clearly. I'll conspire with the hero, and from there I'll get noticed, but I'll still stay one step behind the hero, so I won't be too conspicuous. A vague position no one would ever suspect Demon King as the hero's companion. With that dim-witted hero right in front of me, I'll enjoy the sweet journey from behind his back. He was thoroughly delighted with his own genius plan. You do the hard work, and I enjoy the glory. Easy game. Meanwhile, Alex helplessly clung to the person above him, pleading. Without a Demon King, there can be no hero. So how can you possibly become his companion? Please reconsider, my lord, he earnestly implored. Then let's go find that hero. Let's go, Alex. The sudden turn of events left him stammering in shock. My lord. He then hurries to regain his composure and shouts out to ask, and what about the princess? Deus nonchalantly walks away, leaving only his subordinate behind. That's not my problem. Handle it yourself. He frantically scrambles to cling to his last shred of hope. Isn't she the female lead? He retorts without the slightest hesitation. Bullshit. Alex's inner world is now drowning in sobs. My lord! Suddenly, a clear, bright voice rings out amidst the chaotic scene. It seems the 66th Demon King was a failed production. Not only is his origin bottom tier, but his intellect is too. Good for me after all. All I need is his power. The true golden dragon smiles with quiet satisfaction, grateful for the perfectly timed arrival. She doesn't forget to leave a gentle parting message. Sorry, but I'll have to borrow your power for a while. Surely he'll forgive me. In the end, everything exists only for the scene ahead. A horse trots steadily across the ground, and at the same time, a singing voice rises. Our hero, our gullible hero, wherever could you be? If you don't want to die, then show yourself. Our foolish hero push him to the front. Let him do the heavy lifting. Let Patridge bask in the glory. Our gullible hero, you really shouldn't have fought the Demon King. Deus, mid-song, suddenly startles and exclaims, the Demon King is gone. At the same time, a voice calls out, Sir. Deus seems not to hear the call, still lost in deep slumber. Alex calls out once more, then asks with confusion, Sir, why do we have to ride a carriage when we can fly? Too much hassle. He hears this and immediately gets annoyed. Alex speaks up loudly. What? Deus then frowns and asks with irritation, Hey, you idiot. Are you trying to broadcast to the whole world that you're a demon? He finds the point rather reasonable and falls silent, saying nothing more. Alex then points at the castle behind them and shouts, You're this cautious, yet you went and turned the entire castle into that. Deus doesn't care in the slightest. He carries on, speaking casually. Whatever, the thing's already on fire. He suddenly glances back and asks seriously, By the way, are you planning to become a hero? A hero's companion? Deus declares enthusiastically. Yes, they say you don't need bloodline to become a companion. I just want to live the life of the top 2%. The life of the rich be going to the front lines and slaughtering monsters. Alex sweats and says in a low voice, Even if you become a hero's companion, making it into the top 2% would still be extremely difficult. That's, Deus speaks with absolute confidence. A former Demon King and one of the 7 strongest demons in the demon realm are right here. What's there to worry about? A hero who can slay a dragon like a chicken if we help him out a little. He hears this and asks in bewilderment, I thought you wanted to become a human. Are you planning to use magic? He immediately shouts in irritation. Why wouldn't I use what I have, you moron? That's exactly why you lost 665 times. Seeing him this furious, Alex doesn't dare say another word. Suddenly, Deus lowers his voice and merely asks, That gullible Hierodo, they have a ranking system. Alex answers honestly, Yes, they do. They have a ranking system. He continues to probe. Ranking like A rank, B rank kind of thing. He responds with a slight squint. More or less, yes. And so Alex begins to explain. First is rank D, the Dragon Slayer. Deus hears this and questions, Rank D. He continues, meaning those are people who can slay dragons. Deus frowns. Like a title you get after killing a dragon. Alex's expression turns cold as he replies in a low voice, No. Currently, dragons remain neutral between humans and demons. Dragons only raid villages in fairy tale sit, means they possess enough power to kill one. Next is rank G, Giant Slayer. Those are people who can fight against a giant. Deus once again cuts in. Rank G, then what comes after? He continues listing. Rank L, the Lick Slayer. They're people who can kill a lick. Deus, upon hearing this, presses further. Why are there so many? Is there more? Alex turns his head back to answer. After that, it just follows the alphabet, sir. Deus, hearing this, asks with clear disappointment. They just name them however they want. Why are the rest so bland? Alex answers honestly. I don't know either, sir. The Hero Management Bureau is the one that decides these things. Finally, there's rank F. They're considered failed productions. If they were food, they'd be the spoiled goods that never sell. They'd just lie on the ground and rot away. Deus squints and sighs at their tragic fate. Failed productions, huh? That's pretty sad, isn't it? Alex then speaks in a soft voice. You can receive additional support from higher-ranking nobles, or gain status within the kingdom. The failures not only receive no funding, the ones everyone hopes will just disappear. The human world is quite cruel, isn't it? However, there's something even more important than hero rank, and that's bloodline. Deus frowns and affirms, the closer to pureblood, the stronger you are. Alex then explains seriously, yes, the first ones to save the world 66,580 years ago were the two saviors, Hero and the Saintess. Their children and their children's children, and so on, their descendants continued to preserve the bloodline. Holy blood, the measure how much of that original blood still flows in the noble clans. The purer the blood, the more powerful the aura they can wield. The one with the purest blood becomes the hero who fights the demon generals and has won 665 times. Deus, upon hearing this, asks with suspicion, so they use blood purity as the measuring stick or something. So whoever has purer blood gets a higher rank? Alex answers with slight hesitation. There are a few exceptions, but generally the purer the blood, the stronger you are. Deus rests his chin on his hand, a faint smirk forming on his lips. What does pure blood or impure blood have to do with anything? Sounds like paint swatches, doesn't it? I was stuck inside an egg for 80 years because of that war, you know. Alex, seated at the front, speaks up in a serious tone. Everyone takes it very seriously, placing their lives and their pride above all else. Deus doesn't seem particularly interested in the topic, clicking his tongue in boredom. Whatever. He simply glances backward. Then he closes his eyes and opens his mouth with a faint smile. In the end, the hero and the demon king will fight each other. People have been fighting for 60,000 years, Saul, because of that one line. Alex hears this and continues, because it's a promise. Deus puts on a look of agreement, hums softly, and then speaks gently. Can't they just live a normal life? Like this carriage, slow and comfortable. Suddenly, Deus's eyes dart up to the sky, as if he's spotted something fascinating. He springs up, points at a butterfly, and exclaims with excitement, Alex, what is that? There's something fuzzy fluttering around out there. Alex glances back, curious about the insect his master is pointing at. He answers, that is a butterfly, sir. Deus stares at the beautiful creature fluttering before his eyes and gasps in wonder. A butterfly. At that very moment, a breeze drifts across the flower field, and the gust tips him off balance, sending him leaning to one side. The butterfly soars higher into the air. Deus tilts his head back and reaches out, calling after it. Once he steadies himself, he asks with curiosity, what was that thing? The thing that just blew past and messed up my hair. Alex answers calmly, that would be the wind, sir. Deus murmurs softly, the wind. He cranes his neck upward and continues his string of questions. Then what's that thing up there? That thing floating above our heads since earlier. His hand reaches up as if trying to grasp the sunlight ahead. Deus stares straight into the sun, and yet another question follows. That round thing that hurts my eyes when I look right at it. Alex glances up as well and replies, that is the sun, sir. Deus then leans forward, smiling as he marvels. And this sweet scent, what is it? It makes my heart flutter. Alex hears this and responds calmly. That is the scent of spring, sir. Deus pauses, hesitating for a moment. The scent of spring. He gazes at the scenery before him and remarks, you've lived a long time, haven't you, Alex? Alex's expression remains cold and composed as he answers, yes. I was born after the First War. All 7 of us dukes were born in the demon realm. Deus keeps his eyes on the beautiful scenery ahead and speaks up. So ever since the First War, you've come to the surface once every 100 years. It must be wonderful, this place they call the surface. He looks up at the sky with an expression of pure enjoyment. Alex suddenly stiffens and whips around. Deus smiles gently and muses. The old demon kings probably never got to experience anything like this. If everything had gone according to plan, I would have been stuck down there for over 2 centuries before ever setting foot on the surface. My destiny was to die at the hands of a hero I'd never even met. Lucky for me, I ran away. He rests his head on his hand and turns to flash a grin. The Demon King gets a job that ought to be abolished. Don't you agree? Alex hears these words but says nothing, remaining silent. Deus then leans back and clicks his tongue. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we get there. I'm just saying this as a precaution. But if you take me back to the demon realm, we're both dead. Alex remains silent, his gaze fixed directly on Deus. He answers softly, "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord." And their journey continues. After a long stretch on the road, they finally arrive at their destination. The wooden wheels come to a halt. Alex turns around and announces, "My lord, we have arrived." Deus is still half asleep, sitting up groggily and murmuring, "We're here already." Alex looks ahead at the scenery and speaks. "This is the place you described, sir. A small merchant village outside any military jurisdiction, a quaint, rural hamlet called Jixer." Deus yawns, drool still trailing from the corner of his mouth, and remarks, "Jixer, huh, not bad." They continue on, the sound of horses' hooves clopping against the earthen road. Deus poses a question, "So, what about the heroes?" Alex answers honestly, "There are only two families, sir. One is a near-rank G rank family, and the other is a failed production." Deus glances around and mutters to himself, "Looks like there's not a single rank D clan in sight. If there were a rank D stationed at every castle, our demon armies would never dare set foot on the surface." Deus looks at Alex with curiosity and presses further. "Are rank Ds really that powerful?" Alex responds flatly, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a voice dripping with contempt rings out, "Cowards!" At the same time, someone else speaks up nearby. "Did you hear? The challenge castle was attacked by a dragon." The man frowns upon hearing this. He warns in a serious tone, "How could something like that happen? Word is they still haven't caught the dragon, so don't go anywhere near that place." The young man beside him scratches his head and furrows his brow. "I heard about that too. They say half the castle was burned to the ground." A woman standing nearby asks in confusion, "Didn't dragons go extinct ages ago? How is this possible?" Another person laments in fear, "Has the era of dragons returned? If that's true, things are going to get bad, really bad." Deus points at the townsfolk and asks, "Hey, I thought dragons were supposed to be neutral." Alex glances over and responds, "I thought so too, sir. The last time I was on the surface was 80 years ago, so something must have happened during that time. We should notify the Holy Land of Maximus at once and request they send us a rank D hero." Scene change. Alex's voice rings out, "Sir, this is the finest inn in the area. Let's stay here." Deus looks at the building ahead and clicks his tongue. "This is an inn. Well, I suppose we don't have much choice. Also, from now on, stop calling me my lord." Alex looks visibly confused and lets out a sound of surprise. Yes, by now Deus is quite impatient. He immediately gives an order. "How long do you intend to keep calling me your lord? Go book us a room first." Alex obeys without hesitation. Yes. Inside the inn, an old man at the front desk spots the incoming customers and greets them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests, too." But when he sees the two of them walk in, he visibly flinches. Alex promptly removes his hat and requests politely with a smile, "Give us the attic suite. Our young master is very particular." The old man looks them over, then screams internally, "What kind of clothes are those? Are they a bunch of country bumpkins?" But outwardly he sweats nervously and explains with hesitation, "You must be from far away. The attic suite is quite expensive, you see." Alex says nothing. He simply opens the trunk before the old man's eyes. Inside it is stuffed to the brim with treasure plundered from Acoma Palace. The moment he lays eyes on the treasure, the old man whips around and barks, "Holy bait! Get over here and escort our guests to their room now." A young man comes hurrying out. "That's Holy Bait the dunce." The poor guy promptly trips and crashes face first to the floor. Sorry, the old man doesn't care. He bellows, "Shut your mouth and escort our VIP guests upstairs now." The one who fell scrambles to his feet, bowing over and over in embarrassment. "Hello." Then with a brightly forced smile he says, "My name is Jack Pan Holy Bait. Please just call me Jack. I'll carry your luggage up. Please go on ahead." It's a bit chaotic right now because of the news about the trial castle. Who would have thought a legendary dragon would actually appear? But don't worry. There's an A-rank clan just a step below S-rank renowned in the village. Jack trails off, drenched in sweat as he hoists the trunk onto his back. Alex, hearing all this, smiles lightly. Alex smiles. Well then, that's good. Jack leads the two of them upstairs. He reaches for the doorknob and slowly pulls it open. Then Jack cheerfully says, "Please, come in. This is the crown jewel of the Golden Pavillioner attic suite. To be honest, this is my first time serving guests of such distinguished standing. I don't know if it suits your tastes, but I'll do my absolute best. Please don't hesitate to call for me. He also carries the trunk inside. Suddenly, Deus speaks up. Hey, Jack hears it and hurriedly responds. Yes, Deus narrows his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his lips as he asks. You have blood in you, don't you? Jack breaks into a nervous sweat and answers cautiously. Why, yes, sir. Deus continues. No wonder you seemed off. A faint smirk curls at his lips as Deus calmly delivers his deduction. For someone with blood in their veins, your physique is pathetically weak. And since you're working in a place like this, you must be from the declining house among the two hero clans of Jitsio, correct? Your clan probably has nothing left but impure descendants. Hearing this, Jack's heart sinks. Then Deus begins to interrogate. What is the purity of your blood? Jack clutches the trunk, hesitating. It's me. Unfortunately, I'm rank F, a failed production. Suddenly, an enormous explosion rocks the air from somewhere. All three look up instantly. Before them, a colossal fire dragon roars without end, torrents of flame pouring endlessly from its gaping maw. Everyone at the sight panics and scrambles to flee. A dragon is attacking. Oh my God! Jack spins around and shouts, Sir, run! At the same time, Deus glances over and points, questioning. You said the dragons were peaceful. Alex yells back irritably. I said I wasn't sure. Jack breaks into a cold sweat, frozen before the spectacle. Sir, Deus suddenly speaks, his voice calm and reassuring. It's fine, Jack Pan holy bait. Then with blazing red pupils, he grins and declares, I will become your patron, so become a hero. After all, I've been looking for a hero. I suppose this is fate. Accept my offer, and I will grant you the wealth and fame you so desperately desire. I will erase the title of trash from your name. Jack stares at him, jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Deus's voice drops low. Waste away the rest of your miserable life, or accept my offer and change your fate. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the same time, a thought flashes through Jack's mind. A blood warrior? How can a rank F loser ever become a blood warrior? What's the point of even trying? In the end, you're just a failure, trash. Be grateful you're not starving to death. The pitiful voices of two children from his memory echo in his head. Big brother, where did mom and dad go? We're so hungry. At the same time, a whisper echoes in his mind an opportunity. Suddenly, both his knees slam hard against the floor. Jack drops to his knees before the two of them and declares firmly, Please take me under your care. Sir, I am nothing more than a common nobody, but I will give everything I have. I swear I will not let you down. If you wish it, I will offer you my very soul. Deus hears this and lets out a quiet, amused smirk. I was about to ask you that. He raises his voice and commands, Then today shall be the day you enter the fray. Go hunt that dragon. Jack panics. Shouldn't we start with goblins first? Deus extends his hand forward and makes a demand. Then let's form a contract. Jack stares at the power materializing before him, utterly astonished. On his command, dense lines of text materialize in the air. Contract Party A Deus Party B Jack 1. Party B designates Party A as their hero's patron. 2. Party B shall absolutely obey all commands from Party A. 3. This bond shall last indefinitely at Party A's sole discretion. Only Party A holds the right to dissolve the contract. 4. Fame and fortune gained through the journey shall be shared with Party B at whatever ratio Party A decides. 5. Whenever Party A demands, Party B shall have no objections whatsoever to any of the above terms. Jack reads the terms and thinks to himself, this feels like an absurdly unfair contract. Deus still gazes down with narrowed eyes and says with a grin, Sign it. Sign your name. If you accept the contract, it will be finalized. Jack grits his teeth, his expression full of agonizing hesitation. But staring at the contract, his thoughts race fame and fortune. Jack steels his resolve and shouts at the top of his lungs, Jack Pan holy bait, the signal that he has accepted every term of the contract. Deus smirks, revealing 2 razor-sharp fangs. Then he points at the colossal dragon and commands with a grin, Well then, it's time for your debut. Go kill that dragon. Deke's jaw drops in shock. What? At the same time, Alex chimes in to remind him, Master, humans typically cannot slay a dragon. Both of them stare at each other, utterly baffled. Deus speaks with a cheerful, carefree expression. I know that. He just has to pretend he's killing it. I'll be the one doing the real work. Both of them stand there, completely dumbfounded, unable to make sense of any of it. Next, Deus lays out his plan. First, Alex would go pay the dragon a little visit, then drop it right in front of the failed production. At that moment, the failed production would swing his sword at the falling dragon. At that moment, the failed production would swing his sword at the falling dragon. The bystanders would see it and think, he saved us. That's a hero. So badass, that failed production showed up and slew the attacking dragon just like that. Deus speaks as calmly as ever. while Jack stands there with his mouth hanging open after hearing all this. Alex still seems skeptical about the plan and voices his doubts. But won't people be suspicious? If a rank F nobody like Jack kills a dragon, and on top of that, a rank D hero associate, would make you far too conspicuous to live peacefully, wouldn't it? Deus turns to look at Alex with a face brimming with excitement. Jack breaks into a nervous sweat the moment he sees that look. Why is he suddenly staring at me like that? Without warning, Deus lunges forward and rips Jack's shirt clean off, leaving Jack completely stunned. Then he decisively reaches over and grabs a pot lying nearby. At the same time, Deus activates his signature Gotai technique, shooting a beam straight at the pot in his hand. He then forcefully jams the pot with 2 round holes cut into Itonto Jack's head, making Jack yelp in shock. Deus announces with great fanfare the masked hero has arrived. All Jack can see on his own body is a pile of junk-dented pot, a cloak cobbled together from a waiter's uniform. Seeing his own humiliating getup, Jack's face turns beet red as he screams internally. What the hell is this? Deus narrows his eyes slightly, then breaks into a grin. A hero has to wear a face-concealing cloak, right? Now no one will pay attention to the appearance of some mysterious heroism. That's just perfect. At the same time, the image of Alex Surface's own hand, hoisting an iron rod still glowing red-hot from flames. He calmly suggests, "Then I'll go bring the dragon." Deus immediately throws up a hand signal. "Okay." Then he turns toward Jack and offers a light smile. "Let's go." Deke responds with a cautious nod. His face burning red with embarrassment, he stammers, "We're really going outside? Like this? To fight a dragon?" Deus assumes Jack is worried about weapons, and casually glances around. Right then, his eyes land on something nearby. He kicks it over to Jack with a smirk and declares, "Here, a holy sword." Deke catches it, and it turns out the weapon Deus called a holy sword is nothing more than a worn-out broom. Jack's hands tremble nonstop. Deus, his pupils now glowing a faint red, flashes a grin and orders, "Just stand there and hold that broom even when the dragon is right in front of you, and I will grant you fame and riches beyond anything you could ever spend." Deke's sweat pours down like a waterfall. Jack has a creeping feeling that he can't comprehend what on earth is happening. Suddenly, he clenches his fist tight as if he could obliterate anything standing in his way. Boundless desire, Jack's entire body feels like it's about to ignite. Perhaps it comes from something buried deep in his blood, a hero's instinct that has always slumbered inside his red blood cells. The hero blood yearns to tear the demon king standing before him to shreds. But unaware of the truth, Jack just thinks. He sees Deus standing there, a wicked, gleeful grin spreading across his face. And as if hypnotized, Jack murmurs to himself, looking into Master Deus's eyes, "Courage wells up inside me's if I can really do this." Fame and money. Pumped with excitement, he shouts, "Yes, Master." Deus thrusts a finger straight ahead and commands, "Go, my attendant." Jack bolts off like a well-trained hound. Yes, high above, a fire dragon soars across the sky. Wherever it passes, flames rage in its wake, and the people below scream in terror. "Someone save us." The fire dragon bears its enormous, flame-filled maw wide open. It unleashes a deafening roar, as if asserting its dominance over all. Sparks and embers scatter in every direction. The sky burns a deep crimson from smoke and fire, while the fire dragon continues its flight, leaving a trail of raging inferno in its wake. The debris it leaves behind keeps raining down. At that moment, a spatial gate tears open in midair. Alex descends gracefully from it, landing atop the steeple cross of a nearby church. His razor-sharp eyes slide toward the fire dragon streaking across the sky. The fire dragon, flames blazing from its jaws, lets out another thunderous roar. Alex casually reaches to one side and grips the cloak draped over his shoulder. In an instant, countless thorn-covered arms sprout from his back. Alex stands amidst the inferno, a magnificent, terrifying sight. He raises one hand and slowly pulls the hood down over his head. Alex leaps skyward in a flash, dodging the fire dragon's sweeping wing strike. Then he slams down onto the dragon's back, catching it completely off guard. Alex and his remaining arms swing back in unison then. He drives his hand straight through the dragon's armored hide. Those arms tear and claw relentlessly until the dragon's back splits open, revealing a pulsating golden heart. Alex's arms immediately coil tight around the giant, beating heart. A smug look on his face, he begins his interrogation in a low, menacing voice. "I have your heart in my grasp. You will not resist me, nor defy my orders. Let me ask you something first. Why did you appear in this place? Don't dragons and humans have a pact?" Alex's pupils suddenly contract, senses something out of the ordinary. He watches the fire dragon's body begin to shift and transform, and gasps in disbelief. What is this? At the same time, the dragon growls in a strange, alien language, leaving Alex utterly bewildered. Alex's eyes blaze with fury as he snarls. How does a wretched dragon like you know that foul tongue? What are you? Something is wrong. The fire dragon's entire body erupts in flames as it rockets straight forward. Below the ground is nothing but scorched devastation. At that moment, a thunderous footstep shakes the earth. Jack, still in his embarrassing getup, forces himself to stay calm and turns his gaze toward the fire dragon. Then a voice rings out from behind him. What the? Jack hears this and immediately shifts his gaze over. Inside a house, children are huddled together, hiding. They see him and stare in bewildered confusion. Who is that? Why isn't he hiding? Is he going to fight the dragon all by himself? Is he a hero? But doesn't his getup look kind of perverted? Or is he just some creep? Jack hears every word. His face flushes beet red as he claps his hands over his ears, gritting his teeth. This is so humiliating. Fear and shame swirl together into a nauseating cocktail. Meanwhile, Deus sits nearby, propping his chin on one hand and cheers him on. Go, masked hero, save our rich so. Hearing this, Jack turns around. He hesitates. Lord Deus. The others gasp in astonishment. The masked hero, a real hero, has come. Really? He's actually a hero? My lord hero. Jack forces an awkward smile and speaks up cautiously. Thank you, everyone. Mortified, he grips the broom tight and steels himself with a silent pep talk. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I can't let it slip away. Jack, fame and fortune. His eyes grow visibly more resolute. The infernal dragon is still spiraling out of control, spewing fire in every direction. It tears its jaws wide open and lets out a thunderous roar. Then the infernal dragon rockets forward once more, its entire body wreathed in blazing fire. Alex, astride the dragon's back, breaks into a cold sweat and mutters to himself. Guess controlling it is off the table now. It's in this statino other choice. He channels every ounce of his power, summoning countless more arms into existence. 100 demon hands prison cage. The arms spread and coil, wrapping tightly around the infernal dragon's entire body. Its face twisted in agony. The dragon can only screech out an ear-splitting wail. Then Alex, his arm engulfed in dark power, declares in a low voice, "Final strike, heart piercer." Instantly, the countless arms thrust deep into the infernal dragon's body. The dragon screams in agony under the relentless assault. At the same moment, Alex flinches. Something feels wrong and he immediately looks down. All of his arms are being ensnared by mysterious creatures, emerging from within the infernal dragon. The infernal dragon's stammering voice echoes out, almost sentient. Surely, you have seen the one you thought dead. Returned here today. It cuts itself off mid-sentence, but the flames in its maw continue to burn furiously. Without warning, the purple creature lunges straight at Alex's face. He furrows his brow and mutters, "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Deus, sitting below, looks up and shouts, "What the hell are you doing up there? Get your ass down here already. The audience is waiting." He picks his nose and questions in bewilderment. "Are you sculpting a dragon up there? Why does killing one dragon take you so damn long?" The infernal dragon's body, charred to the color of coal, lets out pained moans as the light slowly fades from its ice end. Then the sound stops entirely. The infernal dragon's entire body is now bound tight by Alex's countless arms. Then both he and the dragon plummet straight toward the ground. Deus sits there, chin resting on his hand, and sighs in disappointment. Trash. Jack whips around in surprise. He points to the sky and announces, "Get ready, it's coming down." He quickly looks up as well. Deus reminds him, "Time your swing carefully." The infernal dragon above is now diving straight toward Jack's position, its gaping maw hurtling down as if to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Jack speaks up, "My lord." "Deus." Deus blinks, caught off guard by the name. Jack breaks into a cold sweat, furrowing his brow to convey his intent. "I don't want to die." Hearing this, Deus can't help but burst out laughing. Then Deus narrows his eyes slightly and flashes a grin as he declares, "Jack, I give you my word of honor. No matter what happens, I will not let you die." Upon hearing these words, Jack feels courage surge through him like newfound strength. A strange light flickers within his veins as he clenches the broom tight and rallies himself in his mind. "That's right, I can do this." He swings the broom forward and shouts his technique at the top of his lungs. Moonlight. Act 1. The infernal dragon continues its headlong dive toward the ground, while Alex, still pinned on its back, struggles against the purple creatures. They cling to him stubbornly, refusing to let go. He grits his teeth with a frustrated hiss. Alex can't hold back any longer. He erupts in a furious roar. His countless arms shoot straight up toward the sky, and in each palm an eye snaps open, glaring dead ahead. The creature seize control of those arms trying to grapple Alex. But Alex doesn't go down easy. He raises his arms to block. Before him unfolds the spectacle of a man fighting alone against these copycat creatures. Alex stares them down and mutters gravely, "This is getting troublesome." Then he shifts his gaze straight down below. Right now, Alex and the infernal dragon's carcass are about to slam straight into the ground. Next, he unleashes his technique, 100 Demon Hands Radiant Purge. Instantly, Alex's hands obliterate nearly all of the strange purple creatures. They shred apart after taking the full brunt of the attack. He reaches up and grabs the remnants still clinging to half his face. Then Alex grits his teeth, rips them off with a violent tug, and lets out a guttural snarl. Meanwhile, Deus gazes up from below and speaks calmly. "It's getting closer. You might want to slow down or you'll crush our little hero." On the dragon's back, Alex is still tearing the purple creatures off his body with all his might. One of Alex's eyes blazes with light as he continues to howl. The infernal dragon keeps plunging toward the ground at breakneck speed. The people inside the house see the spectacle and scream in panic. The dragon is attacking. "Everyone get to the corridor, hurry, Mom." Jack's hands tremble with fear, the old broom shaking in his grip. Their panicked cries echo nonstop. "It's coming." At the same time, Deus leaps down from the top of the carriage and calls out, "Hey, Alex, what the hell are you doing? Take it slow." He suddenly seems to notice something and jolts his head upward in shock. Before Deus's eyes is the scene of Alex fighting alone against those strange creatures. The dragon has now closed in dangerously on Jack's position. Though terrified, he forces himself to stay calm. "No matter what, I'll hold my ground and take it down in one strike." At that moment, a voice echoes inside his head. "Jack, watch closely." The image of a sword swinging down appears in his mind. Moonlight in the past, a young Jack turns to look. A man with a child on his back speaks cheerfully, "This swordsmanship is our clan's secret art. Learn it well, in case the Demon King's army invades our world." The village children sneer, "You can't go slay demons, your clan can't either." "Right, let them say whatever they want. The Haliatia clan carries the holy blood of the hero. You will surely become a demon-slaying hero, so keep training hard." The boy, "Yes, father," he replies with a bright, obedient smile. Back to the present, Jack stands there, sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Then he swings the broom behind him and screams, "Moonlight." Act 1, Alex has finally ripped the creature off his face. Deus immediately narrows his eyes and launches an attack straight at the infernal dragon. A massive explosion erupts as Jack powerfully slams his broom downward, roaring with fierce determination. Demon King slash. The fire dragon before him detonates the instant Jack roars out the technique's name. Thick, viscous green liquid sprays in every direction, accompanied by the thunderous crash of its corpse smashing into rubble. The nearby houses stand no chance as dragon's body plows straight through them, shattering everything to pieces. The green liquid has splattered all over the pot perched on Jack's head, while he just stands there with his eyes squeezed shut. He slowly opens his eyes to survey the scene before him. Jack's entire body is drenched in the fire dragon's fluids. Feeling even more humiliated, Jack furrows his brow and lets out a scream. He immediately whips his head around to check his surroundings, only to see the green liquid splattered absolutely everywhere. Deus stares at the spectacle, unable to hide his astonishment. At the same time, a voice rings in his ear, "That hero." And then everyone erupts into cheers. The dragon has been slain. Our savior, a hero for the ages. Surely the gods themselves sent him. Long live the hero, long live the hero. Being hailed for the first time in his life, Jack lets out an embarrassed yelp. Suddenly, Deus calls out from a distance, catching Jack's attention. He turns in surprise. Deus squints and reminds him, "You haven't even changed yet. Aren't you going to hide?" "Huh." The masked hero. Hearing this, Jack startles and hastily calls out Deus. Embarrassed, Jack bolts from his position and sprints away. At that very moment, the image of Alex appears standing atop a cathedral, gazing straight down. His face is covered in countless strange, arcane characters. Alex's remaining eye flashes with an eerie light. His gaze is fixed on the exact spot where the fire dragon's corpse crashed down. At the same time, a deep, low voice speaks. The one thought dead has returned. Deus stretches and yawns, then sighs contentedly, "What a good sleep." Alex sets down a teacup on the table beside him and gently speaks, "You're awake, my lord. Please have some coffee. They say humans start their mornings with a cup of coffee." Deus hears this and exclaims in surprise when suddenly Jack bursts in, flustered, and announces, "Lord Baisha, something's happened." Deus turns at the commotion and glances toward Lord Baisha. Jack, his face brimming with excitement, bursts out laughing and speaks up. "The whole village is hunting for that masked hero. They say they want to crown that person as the village's hero. He notices the stains on Deus's clothes and asks in confusion, "What happened to your clothes?" Jack scratches the back of his head and replies with an awkward grin. "The village got wrecked in yesterday's disaster, so I was helping the folks clean up. Manual labor pays decent enough." Deus raises the coffee cup to his lips, takes a sip, and mutters no matter. Everything is still going according to plan. He casually glances sideways, watching the rays of sunlight streaming in. Deus contentedly murmurs to himself, waking up under the sun, sipping fragrant coffee. Mornings in the human realm aren't so bad, are they? Alex speaks up. "This coffee is brewed from the tongue and left eyeball of that dragon. Good thing it suits your palate, my lord." At the same time, the voices of the villagers below drift, uplayered with countless emotions. "Hurry up, somebody get over here and help." "No, my house, my house. Mom, where are you? Why is this so heavy? Stop complaining and move faster. If you don't want to work through the night, push a little harder. Eat first, then get back to it." "Thanks." Out of the way, someone hoists a massive boulder onto Jack's back. The man barks, "Jack, hurry up. There's still a mountain of this stuff." Exhausted but cheerful, Jack responds, "Yes, sir." Deus watches the labor scene and speaks. "They're trying to rebuild this wretched little village." He sits there, chin resting on his hand, observing. "The trash is putting in work too." Alex nods in agreement beside him. "Indeed." Alex then recounts everything. "I spoke with him yesterday. Jack has been doing all sorts of jobs since childhood. Poor family, raising a hero, digging dirt, scavenging, cleaning, plumbing, grave digging, you name it. He's done it. He even worked at a tavern before." Deus listens in silence, expression contemplative, then declares, "Then it's decided." Alex looks puzzled. Deus sees Alex still doesn't understand and explains, "We've found our hero. Going back and forth is troublesome, so let's start from this village. It's small and boring, but I've taken a liking to it." He squints and grins. "This is the beginning of Deus. Now then, shall we get going? Leave the rest to Jack." Alex looks confused. "Go where?" Deus, barely containing his excitement, replies, "To sell dragon hide, obviously. Isn't dragon skin expensive because it's used to craft equipment? Our goal is the top 2%. Alex smiles faintly and reports, "Last night the Hero Bureau took everything." Deus immediately erupts. "What?" Alex calmly explains, "The dragon corpses were too heavy. Normal people couldn't carry them." Deus ignores those words and keeps yelling, "Then what the hell did I kill it for?" Deus jabs his finger forward and stutters out an order. Alex, drenched in sweat, asks in bewilderment, "Es sir, go where now?" Deus, eyes glowing red, trembles with rage and snarls, "To the Hero Bureau, tear those bastards apart." Alex panics and mutters under his breath, "No, no, no." He breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, "W8, my lord." Alex thinks to himself, the Hero Bureau is the headquarters of all heroes. No matter how powerful the Demon King is, charging in alone would be suicidal, and if they discover the Demon King isn't in the demon realm, it's all over. He forces a cautious smile and speaks carefully, "My lord, you said yourself that you would stand alongside the heroes." Deus, blinded by rage, snaps back bluntly, "So what?" Alex strains to produce a stiff smile and gently explains, "In the human realm, you must register with the Hero Bureau to officially become a hero. If the Hero Bureau is gone, who's going to certify Jack as a hero?" It's unclear whether those words have any effect. Deus's face goes blank. He brings a hand to his chin and furrows his brow in thought. Really? He silently wonders, did I just prevent a genocide of the demon race? After a moment of deliberation, Deus reaches a decision. "Then let's head there." Alex's eyes widen in disbelief. "Not again." Deus glances back, sticks out his tongue with a sinister grin, and declares, "I'll recoup my losses from the neighbors' coffers." Alex gasps, "What? I thought you were going to make Jack." Deus raises his voice to cut him off. "We depart tomorrow." But then he lowers his tone and adds, "Can't we just go back underground instead?" Scene transition. The two of them sit in a wooden carriage rolling across open grassland. Alex suddenly speaks up, "Lord Deus." But only silence answers. He calls out again, still no response. Alex can't hold back any longer. He whips around and shouts. Deus jolts awake with a loud yelp. Alex then frowns and demands, "You've had your fill of sightseeing in the human realm. Why won't we go back to the demon realm? The entire demon realm awaits your return. Your destiny arrives in 20 years. There's no time to waste. You must master the Demon King arts and conquer the world." Deus frowns. He clears his throat casually. "None of your business. You lot keep forcing my hand. If I go through with it, the Demon King will appear and attack the human realm." Alex speaks up in a grave tone. "It is inevitable, my lord. The 665 Demon Kings before Yaoboth, the demon realm and humanity have accepted it as the natural order. Deus lies there, resting his head on his hand, and speaks up. If everything always went your way, what would be the point of gods? I'm only going through the motions. Except there won't be another demon king. He turns around once more and bellows. Then at least get married, my lord. You need to produce the 666th demon king. Anyone will do. He scowls visibly and shouts back. Anyone will do. How dare you say that to me? You really are a demon. He sighs. Get lost. Alex suddenly speaks up with a serious reminder. Oh, and unless you hand us a successor, I'm not going anywhere. Deus maintains a calm expression, the corner of his lips curling into a faint smile. At the same time, he breaks into a nervous sweat and laughs awkwardly, suggesting, how about I find you a wife, my lord? What about a woman who suits you? Deus hears this and threatens him with visible irritation. Mention marriage one more time, and I'll destroy the demon realm myself. After that declaration from Deus, bright daylight and dead silence fill the space between them. He suddenly wonders aloud, wait, is that even possible? Alex looks confused. What are you talking about, my lord? Deus blushes in embarrassment, stammering. That princess from last time. Alex still doesn't get it and asks, which princess? Deus wears an embarrassed expression, smiling hesitantly. You know, her. Alex still looks bewildered, raising an eyebrow slightly. That one's you know. Deus suddenly flushes red with excitement and shouts. What I'm asking is, can humans and demons have children? Alex answers immediately. Of course they can. Deus seems delighted by the answer, his face lighting up with obvious pleasure. Alex turns around and explains lightly. The way humans and demons reproduce is identical. Normally, a man's testicles secrete seminal fluid. When sperm meets a woman's egg, it forms an embryo, and after 37 to 42 weeks, the child is born. Deus squints, practically drooling as he listens intently, then suddenly raises a hand to signal, skip the sex ed lecture. Alex forces an awkward smile. All right. At the same time, he narrows his eyes and speaks in a low voice. Moreover, if you so wish, you can transmit demon lineage directly into another person's body. So intercourse will result in pregnancy. Even, a deep kiss has a 50% pregnancy rate, and a light kiss has 25%. Deus can barely hide his shock. He breaks into a startled sweat and demands loudly, what? A light kiss can get someone pregnant? Alex raises his thumb with a cheerful grin. Even a handshake can knock someone up, let alone that. Deus realizes he's been trolled and falls silent in defeat. He flops backward, bewildered, muttering, what the hell is wrong with this body? Deus gazes upward and confides, demon lineage almost got me in serious trouble. This body feels like it was built for one purpose, perpetuating the species. Damn it, the purpose of this body is way too obvious. Killing and producing offspring. The more I learn about it, the more I hate it. Alex glances back and says, this body is a blessing, my lord. You are our fate hand, the savior of the demon realm. This perfect vessel was bestowed upon you by the gods themselves. Deus visibly bristles. Blessing my ass, I'm just one of the demons born every 1,000 years. I don't like being saddled with this kind of expectation. What about my opinion? Suddenly, a loud scream echoes in the distance. Both of them startle and turn toward the source of the sound. Before their eyes unfolds a chaotic scene accompanied by thunderous noise. A girl is sprinting in a panic, with a pack of armed bandits closing in behind her, weapons drawn. One of them hollers, hurry, grab her. The girl, tears streaming down her face, gasps for air and begs pitifully, help me, I'm being chased by bandits. Alex sees the scene and turns to suggest, there's a beautiful lady in danger out there. We have to help. Deus stares at him blankly, bewildered. Why should we? Alex continues without elaborating. You never know, my lord. What if it turns out to be a good thing? Deus glances sideways and challenges him. Don't you find this suspicious? Alex looks confused. What do you mean? Deus pauses, hesitant. She just happened to run straight toward us for help. Alex responds coolly. The damsel in distress seeking rescue trope is the most classic setup in fantasy. What's wrong with that? And Deus remains suspicious and analyzes the situation. No, there's nowhere to stay around here. So where did they come from? Even if they're from the forest, that's miles away. Alex begins to look suspicious as well. Deus presses on. More importantly, don't you think they would have noticed us while chasing that girl? Deus speaks in a low, suspicious tone. Neither of us saw them coming. You set this whole thing up, didn't you? Alex stares at him in confusion. What are you saying, my lord? Deus furrows his brow and delivers his theory. You're using that girl to force me into producing an heir. Alex smirks immediately and defends himself. What kind of person do you take me for? I am Alex's greatest strategist the demon realm has ever known. I would never stoop to something so despicable. At that very moment, Kim Long reaches their carriage and clutches onto it with both hands. Tears pour down her face as she sobs and pleads. "Brave warrior, the bandits are after me, please, save me." Deus explains flatly, "I'm not a brave warrior, I'm the hero's assistant." Kim Long startles, then looks up and corrects herself before crying out again. "Mr. Hero's assistant, please save me. The bandits are trying to capture me." He continues lying there, squinting calmly, and says, "But we're an elite dragon-hunting squad. We don't handle trivial jobs like this." Kim Long watches him rattling off excuse after excuse, and a smirk creeps across her lips as she mutters under her breath, "Damn it, why are you so picky?" Deus hears those words, points straight at her face, and shouts furiously, "Hey, did you just swear?" She immediately puts on a pitiful look, glances up and says, "What the hell? No, I'm just begging for your help." Right at that moment, a massive battle axe flies straight into the horse carriage from out of nowhere. Deus sees this and freezes on the spot, utterly speechless. At the same time, a voice dripping with arrogance rings out, capturing his attention. "Hey, kid." They stare at Deus and burst into gleeful laughter, mocking him. "Look at his pale-ass face. If you don't want to die, grab your trash luggage and get lost. What the hell is that outfit? You from the future or something?" Deus couldn't care less about their words. He raises an eyebrow and snarls, "My precious luggage is damaged now. You'll burn for eternity." Suddenly, a purple flame erupts from nowhere among the bandits, startling Kim Long. The big brute from earlier is engulfed by the flames, rolling across the ground and screaming in agony. "It burns, put out the fire." Deus affirms in a low voice, "Can't put it out." The remaining bandits freeze in place at those words, while he flicks the lingering embers from his fingertip, his expression cold and solemn. "No matter who you are, no matter what divine power you use, this fire will never stop burning. And you can't die either. You'll just keep burning like this, forever, until the end of days. Who else wants to be burned alive alongside him?" The other bandits can't hide their terror. They scramble onto their horses and bolt, but not before screaming their lungs out. "I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's a demonrun." Kim Long watches the scene unfold, breaks into a sweat, and cracks a helpless smile. Deus finishes dealing with them, glances down, and suggests, "All right, that's that. You can go now." But she doesn't comply so easily, fidgeting awkwardly. "Wait, sir, the bandits also raided our temple." Kim Long breaks into a sweat again, smiling with a hint of desperation. "All the nuns were taken as slaves, and the sacred relic has vanished. Please eliminate the bandits and save the holy temple." He picks his nose and flatly declares, "Not doing manual labor." Kim Long can't contain her fury, gripping the carriage rail so hard it splinters apart. Then Deus waves a hand. "Time to go." Alex at the front of the carriage responds immediately, "Yes, master." Suddenly, Kim Long shouts at the top of her lungs. "Wait." He looks over, bewildered, only to see her drenched in sweat as she blurts out a condition. "Did you just mention a dragon? Could you possibly be the companion of that armored hero?" The temple the bandits seized is the temple of the divine dragon, the supreme true golden dragon. If you drive them out, we'll reward you with the divine golden dragon's helm. Deus, hearing this, involuntarily freezes. He immediately snaps out of it and demands, "What are we waiting for? Why are you still standing there?" Scene change, only Alex's heavy footsteps and labored breathing can be heard. He drags himself up the next step, wheezing, "Master." Deus asks with a calm tone, "What?" Alex looks utterly spent, genuinely baffled. "Can't we just fly there?" He responds matter-of-factly, "Come on, how would I fly? I'm not the Demon King." Alex explodes, "Then at least let me carry you normally. My legs are about to give out." Deus declares it as common sense. "Hey, I have the dignity of the demon realm to uphold here." Alex hesitates, then questions him, "I thought you said you weren't the Demon King." Kim Long suddenly breaks into a sweat, squints suspiciously, and mutters, "That's really suspicious. She's been running non-stop for 30 minutes now. On a mountain this steep, with the stamina of an ordinary person." Deus stands on Alex's back, smirks, and says, "You. Who I am doesn't matter." Alex hears this and immediately glances back, confused. Then he furrows his brow slightly, smirks, and declares, "I don't know what she's after, but if she dares lie even once, I'll skin her alive." Deus suddenly looks up and asks, "Wait, does the true golden dragon worship a god too?" Kim Long cheerfully runs along, whistling a tune. Alex climbs and explains, "No, but it's similar, like the one worshipped in the demon realm. The true golden dragon is the divine dragon that stands above all dragons. We of the demon race, the dragon race, and the human race, every living being in this world, has only one God, the creator God who birthed this world." He hears this and gazes up contemplatively. Then Deus voices his opinion. "Then God sure plays favorites with humans. Demons and dragons are just side characters." Alex squints slightly and warns in a serious tone, "Don't doubt the divine. God is the one and only truth, the perfect love. If we obtain the lotus seat, bathed in the divine light, we too shall receive his grace. Deus's gaze lingers on the blue sky overhead as he remarks, "What a weird way to show love." Alex's legs are trembling from the non-stop climb. They finally reach the mountaintop. He collapses immediately but still manages to announce, "We're here." Deus casually steps on his head and criticizes with disappointment. "You're so weak." His face betrays no emotion as he coldly stares ahead. Then Deus strolls forward nonchalantly and gives an order. "When we go back down, you're carrying me again." Alex hears this and says nothing, utterly defeated. The two approach the mouth of a cave. Deus calls out loudly to the priestess. Then he excitedly barks an order. "Where's the bandits and the true golden dragon's helm? Hand them over to me now." Alex, sensing something wrong behind him, rushes to warn him. "Master, be careful, something's off." Suddenly, the cave entrance shifts for no apparent reason. A thunderous roar erupts, and a colossal dragon eye materializes from the darkness. Kim Long sits up front, smirks, and remarks, "Long journey, huh? Seems your subordinate is sharper than you." Deus ignores her completely and asks coolly, "You look like the bandit who seized this temple. Where's the helm?" She hears this and commands in a deep, resonant voice, "How dare you open your mouth? Do you not grasp the situation you're in? Kneel, before you stands the divine dragon, sovereign of all dragonkind, and the mother of every dragon. The one and only true golden dragon." Deus, upon learning Kim Long's true identity, displays an expression of utter shock. Alex behind them hears this and shouts in a panic, "The divine dragon, the true golden dragon. Lord, we're in deep trouble." He furrows his brow, lost in heavy thought. Kim Long sees Deus's expression and says smugly, "Surprised, are you? This was beyond the expectations of a lowly wretch like you, wasn't it? You foolish mortal, know your fear and beg me. I'm not petty enough to hold grudges." At the same time, he brings a hand to his mouth and murmurs, "The divine dragon, huh? Interesting." She speaks with glowing, arrogant pupils, "So you finally understood, have you? To atone for your insolence, I command you." Deus picks his nose with a contemptuous expression and smirks. "What's with all the yapping? Dragon law, dragon mother, whatever the hell that is. What I mean is I also want some titles that cool." Jin Long, seeing this attitude from Dai couldn't contain her fury. She whipped her head toward Alex, smirking, as if seeking his opinion. "Every time I introduce myself, I picture it young Master Shao, Lord of the Shadows, top 2% of extraordinary men. What do you think, Alex?" Alex, standing beside him, clapped with delight. "As expected of my master." The two of them chatted away completely at ease, utterly ignoring Jin Long, whose head was practically smoking with rage. Only her furious voice cut through. They all turned their heads in unison to look at her. Jin Long's face twisted into something hideous, sweat beading on her brow as she ground out through clenched teeth, "Stop talking nonsense. Get on your knees and beg for your life. Don't you want to apologize?" Dai tilted his head in genuine confusion. "What did I ever do to you?" Then she jabbed a finger at him and frowned, listing his crimes. "Yesterday you killed a dragon. I am the mother of all dragons. You killed my child." He stared at Jin Long with a perfectly calm expression, then blinked in mild surprise and smirked. "You're making all this fuss over just that." In an instant, her foot drove back to build momentum. Then she launched herself straight forward. In the blink of an eye, Jin Long's entire body shot to within inches of Dai-Er's face. She narrowed her eyes, curled her lip, and snarled over just that, "Huh? So you've chosen death. This is the Golden Jade realm. Even if you were Jemmy Gozer, you wouldn't stand a chance against me here." Alex jolted at her words. He hastily raised a hand, yanked his hat down over his head, and issued a warning. "The Golden Jade realm. Good events this place is the true Golden Dragon's territory. We're standing in her domain. Fighting her here is insanely dangerous." Jin Long burst into gleeful laughter once more, smirking as she issued her command. "Your attendant knows quite a bit. Now get on your knees." Number 66. Dai looked at her as well, his voice stern as he questioned her. "You know exactly who I am, and you still dare to act like this." His eyes flickered with a sinister red gleam as he spoke with arrogant menace. "If you're a true golden dragon, then peeling your face off for use wouldn't be a bad idea, would it? Brace yourself, I'm about to start peeling." Hearing those provocative words, she couldn't help but glare in rage and snarl. "How dare you?" Jin Long's furious shriek was about to reach its crescendo when Dai cut her off flatly. "But first, aren't you going to apologize for disappointing me?" Her face practically screamed 10,000 whys. "What the hell are you even talking about?" But on the contrary, his expression remained utterly serious. "No, I genuinely didn't come to the surface to cause trouble. I only wanted to quietly visit a village and make friends with the heroes. But your little brat suddenly showed up, spewing fire and razing the entire village to the ground. So what was I supposed to do? It was nothing more than self-defense. And while your little one was causing chaos, you didn't even bother showing up, didn't even acknowledge it. And now you lure us here and demand vengeance. What kind of logic is that? You deceived us by disguising yourself as witches and bandits, then suddenly declared, "I am the divine dragon. Kneel before me and atone for your sins." Did you really think I'd kneel down and say, "O divine one, O great divine dragon, please forgive us this once"? You think just because you're the divine dragon, you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons like this? A counterattack from Dai that needed no follow-up left Jin Long questioning her very existence. At this moment, Alex, the one with the lowest presence among Themelso, chimed in. He's right. It's truly arrogant of you to assume you're always correct simply because you hold power. When people naturally fight back against you, you label them wrong. What kind of twisted logic is that? Furthermore, it was the dragons who abandoned the peace treaty with the human race and violated it first. Now's the time for you to get on your knees and beg. His subordinate's words only cranked his confidence up by another 200%. All right then, as the divine dragon, do you intend to go apologize to the people of Rojisho village for the sins your children committed? Jin Long jumped as if a cat had its tail stepped on, and Dai seized the momentum to press his advantage. Look at that, a rotten apple doesn't fall far from the tree. In the end, she attempted to resist, but it was hardly worth mentioning. I am not their birth mother. Alex continued his sermon on moral responsibility. Is this what you call shirking responsibility? You refuse to take responsibility and keep blaming us instead. The two pressed their attack in turns, leaving Jin Long no room to defend herself. You still have the nerve to say just because a child is rotten doesn't mean their parents are at fault. You know nothing about your own children. You don't care about them. But the moment they cause trouble, you say, they're well-behaved at home, and other parents get the blame. This isn't something that can be overlooked. You represent the entire dragon race. You need to apologize for violating the peace treaty over one rotten dragon. You should take responsibility and resign, shouldn't you? Never had she imagined that their endless, scripture-chanting sermonizing could actually make her ears bleed. After being sermonized half to death, Jin Long was being led by the nose easier than a cow to market. It's not that serious, is it? Why do I feel like I'm the one who did something wrong? Dai didn't hesitate to pile on. Exactly, you did do something wrong, didn't you? So can you let us out of here now? She hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Wait, you've already come all this way. Can you hear out just one request of mine? But he stood firm, unwavering. Apologize first. If you don't want to, fine. What do you even lose by saying sorry? Jin Long wrestled with herself for a long moment before steeling her resolve. Wait, I'm sorry. Immediately after, a large, broad hand patted her on the head like a reward. However, the words spilling from Dai-er's lips were insufferably smug. I don't really like it either, but since you've apologized, I'll graciously accept it. Jin Long had to summon every ounce of her willpower to suppress the volcanic fury rising within. A bit odd, but I'll let it slide because I'm a magnanimous person after all. After having his fill of gloating, he finally got to the main point. So what do you want? The divine dragon immediately straightened up, her expression turning serious. To put it simply, dragon hunting. He paused for a brief moment, as if gathering his reasoning. So the true golden dragon is a divine dragon. The rule is dragon mother is asking me, a demon king, to go hunt her own children. She could only respond with a cautious, soft murmur. Yes. Little did Jin Long expect that all her patience and forbearance would only earn her a relentless verbal barrage from Dai-er. You think I'm an idiot? This is obviously a trap. You expect me to believe that nonsense? You've lost your mind. You stupid dragon. Racked by the verbal onslaught, she could only keep denying everything. That's not it. It wouldn't be until much later that Alex helped clear her name. Is it because of those purple parasites? They cling to the dragon's bow to something like a parasitic organism. Perhaps they're what drove those dragons berserk. Kim Long immediately regained her confidence, using it to bolster her argument. Indeed, something deeply wrong was going on. The very clans that rejected peace were signing contracts with humans. The true loyalties in the current landscape remained completely unclear. Third, she explains patiently, indeed the dragon from yesterday was also one of Hinner's victims. She froze, unable to believe he could be this dense. But in the end, she swallowed her pride and laid it all out for him. Hinner is a group of dragons who have been wounded by humanithos who lost their mates or their children to humans. Though perhaps inevitable, they are blinded by their own fury. They attack villages by infecting children, innocent lives, once living in peace with a strange, powerful magic, unlike anything we've ever seen before. She understood their true intentions all too well. to ignite the war between humans and dragons. Once more Kim Long's resolve only hardened further. So you must capture them before those innocent children are used as nothing more than tools of war and die in misery. Deus suddenly broke into a cryptic, almost predatory grin. I understand what you're saying now. Call it a hunt then, but the issue is that Hinner is manipulating peace-loving dragons, driving them mad, and sending them on suicide runs against humans. And you want me to capture them before humans slaughter them, correct? Kim Long slowly confirmed. Yes, however, you don't play by the usual rules. So what exactly are you offering me in return? There has to be a fee for my services, no. She immediately raised her guard tenfold. What do you want? Deus wasted no time, presenting a demand he had prepared long in advance. 5 dragon scales. Since ancient times, weapons have been forged from dragonkind. Every time I catch one of them, I'll take 5 dragon scales from it. Fair enough. On top of that, a few weapons and sets of armor worth over 1,000 gold, refined with dragon breath. Well, Kim Long broke into a cold sweat, scrambling to turn the situation around. What? You're a swindler, aren't you? But he quickly concluded, there was no point beating around the bush, think what you will. A detailed contract materialized with a snap of his fingers, its contents laid bare. The penalty for breach of contract, she would become Deus's slave. All you need to do is speak your name, and the contract takes effect. This is a deal with the devil. You'd be wise not to take it lightly, because you're staking your very soul on it. Kim Long was already sick of his condescending attitude. I know that. Damn it, a divine dragon, a golden dragon. Deus broke into an unashamed, triumphant grin. The contract is signed. Open the gates, I'll have it all sorted within a few days. Just then she called out to him. Devil! He turned around, puzzled, only to find her hesitating as if wanting to say something. Please capture them alive, no more killing. This time her tone was softer than before. Yes, ma'am. After successfully leaving Kim Long's territory, Deus remained as composed as ever, even calmly assessing like an outsider that things hadn't gone exactly as planned. Alex agreed without a second thought. Indeed, then something suddenly crossed his mind. That's right. He immediately rushed back toward the dark, gloomy cavern. Deus poured every ounce of his energy into a scream. Divine dragon. But all that remained before him was a ruin choked with seaweed and debris. Alex couldn't help but be confused. What are you doing, my lord? His lord could not contain the belated fury that came crashing over him. Damage still hasn't given me the true golden dragon's crown. He added one more detail. We're not dragons, so we can never return to the golden jade realm. He was gutted and filed it under debt. That dragon fooled me again. One day I swear I'll peel that mask right off her face. Deus's utterly insane idea left Alex completely floored. A weapons merchant. He saw nothing wrong with it and was absolutely confident about the idea. That's right. His composure was like walking on thin ice about to shatter. Why are you selling weapons again? You abandoned all of us and came to the human realm just to sell us a few weapons. Jack desperately tried to rein in his composure. Alex, immediately after, Deus's own resistance flared up just as fiercely. Hey, when humans hunt baby dragons and forge weapons from them, how does that make you feel? This is business. You brainless fool having exclusive access to dragon scales is exactly the weapon the true golden dragon handed us. Oh my, just how many fortunes can I rake in like this? I knew it. Actually, we've already hit the top 2%. She said all I need to do is catch dragons, and she'll hand over a pile of weapons that basically free. Every 100 years, war breaks out. The war reignites, so weapons trading is the most profitable venture. Rate can never fail, right? Alex desperately tried to pull him out of the temptation. No, he thought a demon king. How can there be war? Please think this through and make use of me, my lord. Jack could never wrap his head around their worldview to them. Catching dragons was free. Suddenly, Deus switched topics as quick as flipping a card. Besides, you fool, do you still not know who I am? Weapons trading is just seed money for the real plan. I never intended to be a merchant for life. Have you forgotten? One lurks in the shadows. The other wields every weapon in existence. But Alex was completely out of sync with him, just as I suspected, so that's how it is. Your Excellency did not forget about hell. However, Deus exploited this weakness to the fullest, using it to order the other around at will. Then take that trash and find us a useful shop. Get moving. He springs into action with overwhelming enthusiasm. Yes, sir, in just a few seconds. The space empties, leaving him alone in his own world. Why do I have to keep running a business? The ultimate goal is to build a buildingto on the grandest estate in this fantasy world. I'm glad you're an idiot, Alex. And so Deus sits back and relaxes without a care in the world. He lounges on the vast bed with the aura of an overbearing CEO. soaking up vitamin D straight from the great outdoors. Just one glance is enough to tell Thighs is the true high life. However, his mind drifts back to the scene of the giant cross exploding. Then the reunion with Jack. I'm sorry my rank is only F, I'm nothing but trash. Followed by the breathtaking, heart-stopping battle. And finally, the most recent instruction from True Golden Dragon. But you must capture them alive to avoid further bloodshed. Deus's eyes suddenly grow deepful of hidden meaning. Right now, he is completely satisfied with this life. I've built a stable income stream and saved that idiot hero. That's it, I just sit still, and the wealth rolls in. But what is this hollow feeling? Blood and slaughter. If I killed everyone in this town, would I feel better? A voice dripping with death seems to whisper in his ear, kill them all. Destroy the world. Make humanity your slaves. Turn the human realm into hell and you shall break the cycle of rebirth and death. Beneath the earth, where sunlight has not reached in 100 years. Deus hears every last demonic whisper, yet shows no reaction. He simply closes his eyes, seeking inner peace. Go to sleep and shut your mouth. A poetic, mystical twilight descends across the sky. They finally arrive at the destination. There it is, a brand new weapon shop. Its previous owner perished during the dragon invasion, and the shop was acquired for a bargain price. Deus gives a lazy, half-hearted nod of approval. Not bad, you found it fast and even give me time to finish my nap. Alex has been brimming with energy from the very start. The moment I heard the real plan, I got so excited I couldn't sit still. Deus forces an awkward smile, hiding his true intentions. Right, let's keep working hard for the real plan. He had barely looked around before an idea struck him. If we get Jack to fix this place up, it could turn into a pretty decent shop. Deus is somewhat surprised by this. Jack can do renovations. Alex slowly confirms. Yes, sir, he said he used to be a carpenter. Deus can't help but be mildly impressed. Really? So young, yet quite remarkable. But isn't bloodline rank something passed down from generation to generation? I mean, even if a pureblood has a child, the kid could still end up as rank F. Alex patiently explains. That's correct. And conversely, there are cases where the child of a rank F hero and a saint became the final victor. Deus sums it up, so it's all random. Alex agrees. Yes, sir. Then he skillfully steers the conversation. So is there any hope for the trash? Just because the whole family is rank F, should the child be branded rank F2? But even a wise one like Alex can't set the record straight. It's quite ambiguous. While skills aren't inherited, wealth is. A family that frequently produces high-ranking warriors or saints accumulates riches rivaling kings. With that money, they can boost their child's hero rank or bloodline level through various means. Deus easily distills the gist from Alex's tangled explanation. So in other words, if the child is rank F, they can still become successful. Is that right? Alex continues to confirm. Yes, sir, but since Jack himself says he's rank F, he must have already been officially ranked as a hero. He suddenly shifts the topic without warning. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Alex answers honestly. No, sir. Deus has been waiting for exactly this moment to unleash his frustration. These pathetic humans use money to determine their own hero ranks. Why does the demon race keep losing to people like them? Why, you bastards? All his bottled-up frustration condenses into 3 words. I'm sorry. After tormenting him to his heart's content, Deus finally shows mercy. Enough, the demon realm doesn't matter anymore anyway. Hey, where's our hero gone off to? Alex thinks of the bustling scene and hesitates slightly. Well, as soon as Deus arrived, Jack greeted him warmly. Master, you're awake, sir. Deus asks with mild curiosity. What's this? Why are you suddenly selling noodles? Jack answers honestly, with a perfectly mundane reason. I had some free time at night, so I wanted to give it a try. The income isn't bad either, actually. Before Jack can say another word, Deus plops down, and just like that, seamlessly blends into the rhythm of a casual passerby. Then give me a bowl. Jack, the young master of the stall, executes every step with practiced precision, not a single wasted movement. Within minutes, a beautifully presented dish is ready. Here you are, sir. Deus has been drooling in anticipation for a while now. This is noodles. He carefully picks up the silky, soft noodles and slurps them down in one hearty gulp. The instant the food slides down his esophagus and settles into his stomach, he blurts out a genuine, unfiltered compliment. Delicious, absolutely incredible. Alex, meanwhile, is buried so deep in his bowl he's completely lost to the world. Really? Then let me have a taste too. The instant the first morsel touches his tongue, every expression on his face freezes solid, then erupts into pure bliss, as if he's just discovered a new continent. This is way too good. Jack, Dyer offers his sincere advice with an utterly straight face. Hey, give up on being a hero already. Switch to this line of work instead. Jack scratches his head awkwardly. I'll take that as a compliment from you too. The clear sound of a ladle scooping broth only makes his smile brighter. Jack suddenly changes the topic, catching him off guard. Master, thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was able to buy uniforms for my younger siblings at the Warrior Academy. They were the only two who didn't have uniforms. That's always weighed heavily on me. They acted indifferent about it, but when you gave us the money, they were overjoyed. Dai doesn't particularly care about such matters. At the Warrior Academy, Jack passionately shares his plans. Yes, it might sound arrogant, but I'm sending both of them to a private elementary academy for warriors. I'm not strong myself, but I'm confident those two can become true warriors, so I'll pour everything I have into their future. Right at that moment, a shocked voice tears through the air. What the hell is this? A fly in the noodles. Damn it, I didn't want to eat at this rundown dump. But I was starving, so I settled for it. And this is what I get. The woman beside the man also makes her displeasure abundantly clear. I told you I didn't want to eat in such a filthy place. Jack forces himself to stay calm and handle the situation. My apologies, sir, but there are no flies anywhere near here. He never expects the vicious, over-the-top reaction that follows. Even Dai pauses his delicious meal to listen to the commotion. Does this guy think he can look down on everyone and act all high and mighty? So you're calling me a liar? You bastard, do you even know who my father is? One word from me, and this entire restaurant is done for. Just like that, the tirade suddenly falls silent. Then the man deliberately escalates the situation even further. Wait, isn't this guy from the Holy Bait family? The couple plays off each other in a masterful display. One takes the lead. The other follows in perfect sync. You mean that powerful family? I see. There are still people from the Holy Bait family around. The surrounding customers immediately perk up their ears. Good heavens, the Holy Bait family? What in the world? Since when does a hero end up slinging noodles? Jack stands firm and refutes what he can. It's not bait, it's Bai Chi. But the conniving couple merely latches onto the name as a convenient pretext to stir up trouble. Oh, I know the wretched Holy Bait family. Their father came crawling to my home begging for work. And this wretch here is hawking this garbage on the streets. Pathetic, like father, like son, and they dare call that a hero. A noodle selling. Hero Evan, he couldn't stomach watching them swagger around any longer. He immediately switches tactics and fires back at the lot of them. Is that a fly buzzing around here somewhere? Jack hurries forward, trying to diffuse the hostility before it boils over. Lord Dyer, sure enough, the man's attitude grows even more volatile. Did you just call me that? You want me to rip your head clean off, don't you? He doesn't bother wasting breath or time arguing with creatures of this caliber. A hand rises into the air before their bewildered eyes. Well, then might as well swat a few flies. The instant Dyer clenches his fist, the Zia Zai execution activates. The man's body immediately twists into a grotesque, malformed Huskin abomination, offensive to the very eye. The remaining woman's face drains to the color of raw pig liver as terror hits its absolute peak. She snatches up her skirts and bolts from the scene. Help Somyeon, help me. But her speed is nothing compared to the black hole slowly yawning open in his palm. One tries to flee from him, and the fate awaiting her is even more twisted than the man's. He does not hesitate. He crushes that struggling, insignificant life without a shred of mercy. Her flesh and blood body disintegrates into fragments, scattering into the wind. Those who disrespect the heroes who sacrificed their very lives fighting for them do not deserve to exist in this mortal realm. Alex watches Dai from a corner, silently appraising his master. After dropping a world-view-shattering bomb on the entire populace, he calmly slips right back into the rhythm of everyday life. Let's eat. Jack freezes, then instinctively snaps to attention. Why, yes, sir. Right at that moment, a slip of paper drifts through the air and lands silently in his bowl. The message scrawled on it reads clear as day: a dragon has appeared at Lee Castle. Depart immediately. Dai sets down his chopsticks at once, halting his indulgent feast mid-bite. He swiftly pivots to mapping out their next move. Hey, trash, shut down the shop. Our first VIP mission just landed in our laps. Time to go make some money. Jack is remarkably quick on the uptake. Yes, sir. Above, the moon hangs high below. Horses and carriages race forth at breakneck speed. The three members of Dai party sit atop the carriage, pressing forward in urgent haste. Alex glances over and notices Jack trembling. He asks gently, "Are you nervous, Jack?" The boy scratches his head sheepishly. "Yes, I suppose I am." But an excited, almost giddy grin spreads across his face alongside those words. "I never imagined someone like me would ever get to fight ogres or goblins, let alone dragons. Before meeting you and Lord Dyer, I wouldn't have dared dream of a day I'd be fighting ogres, goblins, and dragons all at once." Then Jack falls silent for a brief moment and turns to look at the figure behind him. He catches sight of that drooling, nose-picking silhouette and falters. You probably won't believe me if I say this, but now, every time I look at Lord Deus's smile only makes Jack's expression more awkward. I always feel like he radiates this calm confidence as if it's just a dragon. No big deal. Nothing to worry about. But if it were me running into that thing, I'd be too terrified to even move. Alex smiles with satisfaction, knowing that's a good start. His voice softens. Jack, I don't know what you're thinking, but Lord Deus has already chosen you as the hero, even if you don't always feel like one. But the more Alex speaks, the redder Jack's cheeks become. You're the leader of this expedition, so show some backbone. Jack stammers. Why, yes, the encouragement actually works. You call that leading? Don't be so spineless. Man up. Jack answers meekly. Yes, sir. Then Alex whips the carriage into a full sprint. All right, we're almost at the castle now. Hold on tight. His voice trails off into the wind. Yes, the carriage wheels never stop spinning. Jack clings on for dear life, screaming all the while. Suddenly, his eyes widen in sheer horror at what lies before him. It's massively a colossal dragon, its tentacles wrapped tight around the entire castle. Something slimy and viscous, clinging to its maw as the beast roars in blind fury. Jack can't help but panic. That castle, did the dragon destroy it already? What about the people inside? But below them lies a treacherous, rocky road. Suddenly, Deus behind him points toward the side. Calm down, they've all gathered over there, see. Alex, ever perceptive, reasons that a castle that size must have had several rank G heroes stationed there. Chances are they already helped evacuate everyone inside. His heart suddenly feels 100 pounds lighter. Then we can relax. From behind, Deus shouts loud enough for the world to hear. The stage is set and the audience has arrived in full force. Time to perform, get ready. Trash. Jack sweats bullets, nerves completely shot. Why, yes, the people on this side stare at the castle being swallowed whole by the dragon. It's a nightmare. They scream endlessly in terror. Where did that red dragon come from? Is this the end? Get warm blankets to the injured now. It's so cold. I feel like I'm going to freeze to death. Oh Lord, please help us. Damn it, can you stop praying already? A fat man, tears and snot smeared all over his face, clasps his hands together in desperate prayer. Please make this blizzard stop. Oh Lord, have you forsaken us? Others look up at the glowing orb atop the mountain. If even the king has abandoned us to fend for ourselves, what makes you think the gods won't do the same? But the fat man continues praying with fervent devotion. Please, Lord. A priest's hand rests upon the orb. Inside the orb, the obese king drenched in sweat wails without end. It's so hot, it's like being trapped in a sauna. He keeps grumbling. Where the hell are those heroes who went to find the savior for help? We need to get back to the castle. A timid servant speaks up. Most likely they've already been killed by that dragon, your majesty. I can't get in contact with any of them. The obese king immediately screams at the top of his lungs. What? Then we'll have to handle this ourselves. If this goes on any longer, I'll die of heat stroke. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos and catches his attention. Out of the way. Jack swings his broom high and makes his entrance looking impossibly cool. The king freezes in shock and screams. A hero? Amid his scream, Jack's eyes gleam with an otherworldly mystique. Here they cometh carriage soars right over the fat king's head. He abandons all dignity, craning his ugly face upward to gawk at the hero. The fat king's jaw drops in utter disbelief. Is this for real? What the hell? He's just some pervert in his underwear carrying a broom. They're getting away, seize them. Meanwhile, Jack is dying inside over his ridiculous outfit. Thighs is beyond humiliating. Then the king bellows his order. It's freezing. Cast the damn spell again now. The servant immediately drops to his knees. Yes, your majesty. The fat king curses without end. Daring to leap over my head, I hope that dragon devours you whole. Meanwhile, the people outside huddle together for warmth, the cold gnawing at their bones. A little boy points up at the sky. Mom, look, she's watching too. What is it, dear? The boy stares at the speeding carriage, eyes wide with wonder. Is that guy really fighting a dragon in his underwear, Mom? Everyone stands there, too stunned to speak. The sight of Jack prompts someone to voice their doubts. You've got to be kidding me. Don't tell me he's supposed to be the hero who's going to slay that dragon and save us all. His cool entrance barely lasts a moment before he cowers, curling into a ball. So cold, so embarrassing, it was already humiliating enough. And now I'm freezing too. Alex, right beside him, offers encouragement. You did great. Along the way, Jack sees countless civilians frozen solid. The carriage races past so many who couldn't escape in time, all of them dead from the cold. He looks up toward the light ahead, and the dragon looming in the distance grows larger with every passing second. Jack's breath catches in his throat. We're almost there. Only now does Deus speak. Alex Trash, get ready. He lounges there as calmly as ever, dishing out orders without a care in the world. The plan stays the same. Trash, you stand where everyone can see you. Alex, you grab that lizard and drop it right in front of Trash. Deus glances at Jack's snotty, tear-streaked face. Then Trash, you finish it off with one swing of the broom. Understood. Jack's face flushes bright red as he lets out a long, defeated sigh. I knew it. This was the plan all along. But I still need to give you a warning, especially you, Alex. Don't goof around like last time and force me to step in again. He chuckled dismissively. Rest easy, my lord. Then Alex pointed forward as a dark streak slowly materialized in the air. He planted 1 foot ahead. Alex stood atop the carriage, eyes gleaming sharp as blades. Last time, those lowly creatures gave me a bit of trouble because I didn't check their status. I won't make that same mistake again. Suddenly, Deus called out, catching his attention. Alex, your ice-theer glowing red. Don't kill it. Capture it alive for me. A thrilled grin split across his face. Understood, then I'll just beat it half to death instead. Alex then turned to the person huddled beside him. He kindly reminded Jack that a dragon that massive would cause quite a bit of chaos. So make sure you stay on your feet and don't move from your spot. He couldn't even open his mouth to reply. All he could think was, I know. With that, Alex leaped into the dark streak. Well, Thency, yeah. He left Jack standing there, dazed, calling out after him in a confused daze. Hold your ground. Lord Alex, sir, deuce please stop the carriage. Trash. Deus waved his hand dismissively and flopped down lazily. I'll lie here and take a nap. Go deal with that dragon, make it quick. All he could do was obey. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Jack remembered something. But Sir Deus, he shielded the tea set with trembling hands. Could you please come with me? I feel like I'm about to piss myself any second now. Because deep down, Jack was still consumed by anxiety. I knew it. I just knew I'd be scared out of my mind facing that thing. The dragon's grotesque eyes kept shifting until a voice commanded every last one of them to snap toward it. Hey, Alex emerged from the dark streak above the dragon's head, then plummeted straight down. The eye spotted him and instantly spawned countless jagged spikes, stretching out into writhing tentacles lunging toward Alex. But he only needed to tilt his body to slip past them effortlessly. Then Alex counterattacked wherever he flew. A blinding streak of light trailed in his wake. He brought down one final blow, so devastating that the dragon buckled and crashed to the ground. Every second of it was burned into Jack's vision. He wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. That was incredible. Moments later, the scene blurred before Jack's eyes couldn't see a thing through all the smoke and dust. Has it started yet? He scrambled around, searching frantically in every direction. I need to find a spot where Lord Alex can spot me easily. Meanwhile, Deus cursed at the trash. While Jack struggled to lift the shield, Deus reminded him, don't you always carry that thing around. Didn't you say something about how a hero should at least have a shield? Isn't that your father's legacy? He shot a beam of magical energy into the shield. There, take it. Jack stared at it, stunned, unable to look away as Deus barked his instructions. This is a protective magic barrier. It can withstand dragon fire. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you. But by the time he spoke, Deus had already fallen fast asleep. And so, Jack leaped off the carriage and set out alone. Sleep well. With each step, Jack carried enormous hope on his shoulders. I'll definitely do well this time. I need to hurry to the right spot so Lord Alex doesn't have to wait. Jack looked left and right, somewhere visible, somewhere high and central. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a towering slab of ice near the dragon. That's the spot. Jack hurried toward it at once. Get there fast. Don't disappoint the audience. 3 steps in, he tripped and face-planted right into the dirt. At the same moment, Alex was still locked in fierce combat with the dragon. The wounded eyes snarled and spat gushing streams of purple ichor suddenly. His foot slammed down right onto the wound. Then Alex stomped hard, and the ichor sprayed outward like rain. His face was carved from ice-utterly cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Without warning, the largest eye snapped wide open and flared with blinding light. The dragon's maw gaped open and clamped down on Alex's arm, tearing it clean off. Then it raised both wing claws high. The dragon shot into the sky, leaving behind a massive cloud of dust and debris. In an instant, a clawed arm burst out from the dust cloud. It stretched impossibly long and punched the dragon square in its snout. Arcane runes now covered Alex's face, glowing with dark power. He lunged at the dragon with a single driving kick. His foot connected BOOM. The dragon took the full impact. He raised his razor-sharp claws and slashed downward with devastating force. A relentless barrage of blows followed, each one hammering the dragon into the ground. For the finale, he touched down on the earth beside the dragon's dying snarl. Alex walked toward it, cold and unhurried. You recover fast, don't you? All thanks to that oversized body of yours. The dragon seemed to sense its fate, let out one desperate, unending wail. Alex raised his hand. This ends here. Down below, Jack watched and could only gasp in awe. That's absolutely insane. His legs shook as he struggled, step by step, up the slab of ice. Staying put here is pretty terrifying. Lord Alex is handling it all on his own. The dragon Jack's snot was already streaming down his face, without him even realizing it. And that's supposed to be a D-rank hunter. The villagers behind him were starting to stir. They erupted into ecstatic cheers. It's the hero. The hero has saved us. Wait, what? Is he actually winning? What the hell kind of gear is that? We're saved. We're actually saved. Move, I can't see. Go, hero. God has answered our prayers. The villagers kept cheering. Mr. Hero. Meanwhile, the king sat biting his nails in fear. Is that really a hero? Jack turned to look stunned. Everyone was cheering for him. The crowd's cheers gave him even more resolve. He could do this, just keep pushing forward. Jack trembled as he watched the battle unfold. Unlike himself, shaking where he stood, that was a true hero. I'm so jealous. Then he straightened up, making a silent vow. He wanted to become a hero just like that man, saving people and giving them hope. A true hero. Suddenly a faint voice caught Jack's attention. Please, save me. He immediately turned toward the ice. Looking closely, there was still a person alive, crying and pleading, please save me. Up above, the hero continued to clash with the dragon as it lashed out with its tentacles. It swung hard, sending Alex flying. Hearing the loud crash, Jack turned back in worry, but Alex continued to shatter the ice with his bare hands. Unfortunately, the filthy purple substance clung to Alex's hand. The dragon stomped down on the ice with all its might, its roar echoing through the space. Suddenly, the dragon let out some kind of strange sound. Hearing it, Alex began to understand the situation. So you can regenerate infinitely, as long as the host doesn't die. Parasitism. He fell silent for a moment. You look like a dragon-shaped undead now. The dragon stepped onto the stone platform. It had spotted Jack's group. The dragon seemed to lose control, letting out a deafening roar. It opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Alex stared without blinking. So they can replicate endlessly unless removed from the host. An undead dragon, all right? Controlled and thrashing wildly, flames blazing in its eyes. If killing it is impossible, there's only one option left: just hack off all 4 limbs. The dragon stomped onto the stone slab, then lunged at Alex at blinding speed. He was already in a combat stance, ready to meet the charge. Alex's eyes flashed. Behind him, the 100 demon hands erupted with countless tentacles. They launched outward like a volley of arrows, then fused together into one colossal arm. It clenched into a massive fist and rocketed straight toward the dragon. It slammed directly into the filthy purple mass on its face. Then the arm retracted, and a wave of countless more arms surged forward to attack. Skill 100 demon hands, hammer of hell. Another massive arm seized the dragon's maw. It thrashed and struggled, trying to break free. The dragon's mouth began to glow with blinding light, but its intent did not escape Alex's gaze. The dragon unleashed a blast of freezing breath, aimed straight at him. The shockwave was so intense it knocked Jack flat. He tumbled several times across the ground, then staggered to his feet, gasping for air. Alex had already shielded himself with his arms. He looked furious, the flames in his eyes burned even brighter. Let's end this. Alex's arm squeezed the dragon's throat, forcing it to shriek in bizarre alien tongues. He glared at it. Skill 100 demon hands unify. 3 colossal arms sprouted from Alex's back. One gripped the dragon's right wing, another seized its left. Both spread wide, pinning the beast down. The third still clenched its neck. Alex's eyes flashed. Skill reverse flow single strike, he slammed the dragon into the ground. One arm pulled back and struck again, followed by a barrage of fists. Skill grand demon stance, skill 10,000 fists. The surrounding rocks shattered to pieces. The villagers watched in awe. Jack stood frozen, staring at the battle. Then he snapped back to reality, remembered someone had called for help. No, I can't just stand here and watch. Jack dashed toward them. I have to save that person, fast. They kept screaming for help. He rushed over. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there right away. Jack hacked at the ice. It was freezing cold. After a while, he was exhausted, panting heavily. He glanced at the man beside him, eyes wide open, frozen. He was already dead. While trying to rescue the woman, he suddenly heard the cry of a baby. The woman wept, pleading, the child, please save the child. Jack swung the broomstick handle hard against the ice. Keep going. Just hold on a little longer, I'll get you out. But deep inside, Jack felt a wave of helplessness. Damn it, I have to leave the father behind to save the mother and the child. He didn't stop for a second. Lord Alex will be here soon. I need to hurry save them and get back. Suddenly, a sharp spike on the dragon's back began to glow. The villagers seemed all too familiar with it. That light, the one-eyed man screamed. Run, Mr. Hero. That light destroyed our castle. In an instant, the glow spread wider and wider. It radiated from the dragon's back, surging toward where Jack stood. Luckily, he raised his shield in time, but the force was too great it shattered instantly. The light crept toward the villagers. They screamed in agony. The obese king couldn't take it either, howling in pain. It's so cold. The spikes on the dragon's back had grown much larger than before. But to everyone's shock, Alex was completely unharmed. Just like last time, he no longer looked remotely human. Hard to maintain the skin. I've been preserving this for the battle 20 years from now. What a pain. Jack gradually regained consciousness. His fingers twitched and his eyes slowly fluttered open. I'm still alive, because of Lord Deus's magic shield. So cold. Suddenly, a baby's cry snapped Jack back to his senses. He lifted his head toward the sound. His gaze locked onto the Sorseth mother was dead, but she still clutched her child tightly. The child is still alive. He struggled to drag himself forward. Damn it, hold on, mother, I'm coming. But Jack collapsed onto the snow. He looked down at himself, a brutal truth. One arm and both legs were frozen solid, cracked and shattered. As for the dragon, the spikes on its back lit up once more. A villager stammered in panic. It's coming again. Others turned toward Jack. Mr. Hero, run, get out of there. He slams his frost-swollen fist into the frozen ground. I have to save the child. Then he forces his broken legs to stand. I'm a hero, I may be trash. Seeing this, the crowd erupts in panic screams. Mr. Hero, watch out, Mr. Hero. He drags himself forward, one agonizing step at a time, toward the child. And maybe I can't save everyone like the other heroes, but I will save you. Elsewhere, Alex seems completely unscathed. Haven't you realized it's useless against me? Then he taunts further. That's exactly why your kind always gets played by humans. You stupid lizard. Enraged beyond reason, the dragon launches a second attack. By some miracle, he manages to clutch the child to his chest. The sheer force of the blast sends them soaring into the sky before they crash down, buried beneath the snow. Surprisingly, a fur cloak is draped over him. Deus stands before him. I truly don't understand. He sits down, propping his chin on one hand, genuinely curious. How did they ever think they could beat me when they're this weak? The flames flicker in Deus's ice-like candles before the wind. One breath and they're snuffed out. Yet they still throw their lives away to save others. Did we really lose to these creatures 66,500 years ago? Humans, I can't make sense of them. But Jack still doesn't forget to soothe him. Lord Deus, I'm sorry for not arriving in time. I'll do better next time. He can only bow his head low and drift into unconsciousness. The next moment, the blinding gleam of a blade forces his eyes open. But exhaustion weighs heavy. Jack is about to close his eyes again when something critical resurfaces in his mind, jolting him upright. The dragon. What happened to the dragon? Lord Deus has returned to that familiar place. Jack stares blankly at the roofless room. Is this Lord Deus's room? Only then does he scratch his head, trying to piece things together. Wait, how did I end up here? Did I pass out? He raises his hands and another shock hits him. They've been completely healed. He kicks his legs out, noticing the same traces of mending on them. My legs, I was a total wreck, so how? Just then, Deus's voice drifts in from somewhere, catching his attention. The divine dragon's loot is solid. These aren't half as bad as I thought, huh? Another voice responds. Yes, it certainly seems so. Jack moves to a hole in the wall and peers down. Lord Deus stands beside a pile of loot, looking up with a satisfied grin. You're up. He fumbles, pointing left and right in confusion. Why, yes, but how is my body? Before we get to that dragon, the child, what happened to them? Jack can't help but be exasperated with himself. I have so many questions I want to ask. Deus keeps his smile intact as he gives an order. Both the dragon and the child have been taken care of. You don't need to worry. Now, if you've had enough rest, get down here and clean this mess up. We still have a shop to grand open, don't we? Trash. For a moment, Jack freezes, but seeing that face, a wave of relief washes over him. Every worry in his heart just melts away. Jack beams and replies, yes, my lord. From then on, they take on quests from the divine dragon. He dons the hero's garb once more. This time, the three of them charge headlong at yet another dragon. Civilians scatter in panic. Run. Someone help me. Deus points at Jack and sneers, trash. Then he barks the order to attack. Jack shouts back at full volume, Lord Alex, I'm ready. And just like that, Alex leaps out from a teleportation rift above the dragon and sends it to its grave with a single strike. Every time they slay a dragon, Someone shows up to haul it away, though no one knows exactly how they do it. And then Jack calls out loudly from inside the wrecked room. Deus appears, picking his nose, still half asleep, completely oblivious to a blade flying right past his face. Suddenly, this haul of loot comes crashing down from the sky and piles up before him. Deus yawns, watching them fall with zero reaction. And so, the very next morning, right in front of their home, an entire mountain of weapons appears. He gives a thumbs up in encouragement. Just like that, they slay one monster after another, fighting without rest. Jack, Alex, and he all spring into the Ira surge of power rocketing skyward. Alex delivers a spectacular finishing blow, sending the monster to its end. Once again, they collect their rewards and set off aboard the familiar horse-drawn carriage. Deus and Alex don sunglasses and use flash bombs to deal with yet another pitch-black dragon. And they continue to rake in the loot. The carriage rolls on without stopping. The trio's next stop is where a flying dragon lies pinned down. In the blink of an eye, the three of them finish the job and claim a massive haul. Later, as the weary sun dips below the horizon to end a long day, the three find themselves at a roadside noodle stall, surrounded by townsfolk happily filling their bellies. Alex and Deus are no different from the rest. Their cheeks bulge with noodles, puffing up like two steamed buns. Meanwhile, Jack quietly savors this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, a strand of magic carries a slip of paper and drops it before Deus. The note reads, "A divine dragon has just appeared at Castle Nur." And just like that, he thrusts his hand skyward, myth still stuffed to the brim. The horse-drawn carriage, carrying all three, sets off once more. They arrive at the site of a dragon-othing, but bone soaring through the air. Jack raises his sword, ready to fight. Deus, on the other hand, sleeps on without a care. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, a crimson glow burning within his pupils. Deus immediately orders the attack. Without hesitation, Jack obediently leaps in. Yes, the dragon below roars, its maw gaping wide. Same stance, another dragon, something wretched jammed down its throat, rendered helpless. Jack charges in with weapon drawn, and yet another dragon swoops down with fire. He glides gracefully across the sky. Jack brings his sword crashing down with all his might. Demon King slash. Result: one green dragon bites the dust. The blue dragon follows suit, and even the gray dragon can't escape the boy's blade. Jack hugs the pile of loot, grinning like it's harvest festival. Moving on to the next quest. By now his feet are completely drenched. Jack has slain the red dragon. Not exactly a hard outcome to predict. A roar of voices draws his Gazi, very last villager in town, is cheering wildly. A dragon slayer. Surely God sent him to us. The dragon slayer who saved Castle Daya has come to save our village. So cool. Hey, Mr. Hunter in the fancy pants. Look over here. Deus appears before Jack. He raises a hand in praise. Well done, Trash. He can barely contain his joy and slaps a high five back. Yes, word travels fast. Jack's party has become the most famous team in the entire region. Deus glances up. Is it finally done? Alex chimes in from beside him. Yes, this is the moment he's been waiting for. The shop is open for business, the very first branch of the demon weapon shop. And just like that, the shop is open for business. Inside, countless swords are displayed in perfect, immaculate order. Jack is absolutely floored by the sight before him. Oh, Mythai's place is absurdly luxurious, Lord Deus. He glances over. I didn't expect the interior to turn out like this. You must have put in quite the effort. Alex grins proudly. You bet. There's not a single weapon shop in the area that can hold a candle to this place. Not even the big guild shops can compare. A cunning glint flashes in Deus's eyes. Is that so? Doesn't matter either way, you two will be the ones running this shop. His eyes go wide with shock. Jack manages to squeeze in a word. And what about you, my lord? Master, he raises a hand casually. Hey, have you ever seen a boss who actually does the work himself? Alex breaks into a cold sweat. Did you just hear the nonsense that came out of your master's mouth? He can only go along with it. Yes, I did. A demonic hand suddenly snatches Alex on one side, pins Jack on the other, and Deus squeezes them both tight like he's wringing out wet rags. Listen up, I'd rather sit here counting money than manage some little shop like this. If you've still got a problem with it, let me be clear, you are the ones who were fired up about running this shop, not me. Am I wronged? He answers, face twisted in defeat. Understood. Jack grins mischievously. That's absolutely right. Deus happily lets go. Good, that settles it then. Now get to work and grow this shop. Alex bows his head reluctantly. Yes, sir. Jack rubs his aching neck. Yes, boss. Suddenly, Jack opens his mouth as if to say something, making Deus turn around. Lord Deus, He scratches his head sheepishly. Can I keep working the counter at my part-time job after I'm done here? I still need to earn tuition for my twin siblings. Deus crosses his arms with an amused look. Whatever, do what you want. Jack's voice brims with delight. Thank you, my lord. And then Deus speaks up again. One more thing, Alex. He answers instantly. Yes, sir. His expression turns stern. Go fetch what I asked for. A moment later, three heads huddle together, gazing at something intently. Jack gasps in awe at the mysterious shield. It looks amazing. Deus steps forward, picks it up, and examines it. Read it. Alex obeys and follows through. Yes, he introduces the origin of the Dom Lagun, shield forged from dragon scales, collected as dragon hunting rewards, combined with emeralds and rubies into a magnificent masterpiece. This is an S-rank shield, worthy only of heroes, specially crafted by Hemjaros, #1 blacksmith of the underworld. Not only Thatit can withstand 3 or 4 strikes from a demon king, no less. Jack flails his arms in disbelief. It can block a demon king's attack. So dwarves really are master craftsmen, just as the legends say. In truth, the underworld Alex mentioned refers to the demon realm, but Jack mistakenly assumes it means the dwarves. With the introduction done, Deus tosses the shield toward Jack. Here, trash, hold it tight. The moment his fingers touch the shield, a blinding light erupts. Jack is pulled into another dimension. Where am I? He looks around in a panic and screams. Lord Deus, suddenly a strange voice echoes out. A human, so it is you who has called me. Before Jack's eyes looms a massive, blazing red eye. It introduces itself. My name is Dom Lagun. I shall accept you as my master until the day the flame of my life turns to ash. Jack's jaw drops in sheer disbelief. Master. Bolts of lightning suddenly erupt from a beam of light. Jack tilts his head curiously. Where did Lord Dom Lagun go? Suddenly he caught Deus's voice. It's coming, get ready to block. And then a terrifying blast of power shot straight toward Jack. At the same time, the eyes on the Lagun gun flared with light. He burst through the wall on pure instinct, flying right out of the shop. Alex stared at the massive hole and groaned. Has any boss in history ever demolished his own freshly built shop like that? But Deus didn't seem to care one bit. Come on, just a little test run. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar bandaged arm raised high. Jack sat atop a pile of rubble, beaming. Lord Deus, this shield is absolutely incredible. It's so incredible that even an A-rank hero, no even an S-rank, would kill for it. Deus raised an eyebrow. Impressive. Even at 100th its size, I suppose it could still easily block my spear of annihilation. Then he cast his gaze downward and called out to the trash. The boy responded cheerfully, as always. Yes, but a single sentence from Deus left Jack's face frozen in shock. From now on, it's yours. He grinned, baring his razor-sharp fangs. We need you using better gear. You are far too weak. I'll add them one piece at a time. So we'll start with this one first. His voice came out in a tiny whisper. Really? And so tears began to roll down Jack's cheeks, dripping onto the shield. He choked up with emotion. Giving me a shield this incredible, even though I'm just a useless piece of rank F trash. Is this really okay? Deus's face remained completely expressionless. Yeah. Jack turned the shield over in his hands, gazing at it through tear-blurred eyes, then clutched it to his chest with reverence. He cried until his face was a mess of tears and snot. Even if I lived another 1,000,000 years, I'd never dare dream of holding a shield this magnificent in my lifetime. This is the greatest shield in the world. At this point, even Deus had to step in and calm him down. You idiot, I'm not hitting Yaoi, are you crying? Somewhere in a ruined palace, the sound of laughter and revelry echoed through the halls. This was none other than the Vode Kingdom's Ohm Castle. Soldiers and nobles alike were feasting with reckless abandon. Drink up. A hand laden with jewelry rose. Sheer weight of it all was staggering. Greedy eyes never left the pile of treasures. You've managed to hoard quite the collection, haven't you? Chip Teeth couldn't hide his smug satisfaction. Who would have thought you'd kept this much? It's not like you can take it with you when you're dead. That old man didn't have a shred of conscience. He turned to look at the girl with her glazed-over eyes. Am I right? Princess Oral. Chip Teeth burst into gleeful laughter. Suddenly, a stranger's footsteps drew everyone's attention. Covered head to toe, he slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The stranger kept his face lower, at not a single inch of skin showing. Unfazed by the suspicious stares, he tiptoed in. The stranger inspected every nook and cranny. Then he climbed the staircase to the upper floor. The stranger examined each pillar, appraising it carefully. Not here. His steps slowed. Everyone stopped eating to watch. The stranger strolled past the banquet tables with measured calm. He stopped at a specific spot, crouching down, running his hand across the surface to examine it. From the city gates all the way here, there wasn't a single trace of battle. Chip Teeth puffed out his chest and barked. What? "Who the hell are you?" When he lifted his head with a bright smile, it became clear it was Cardinia. "Please don't mind me. Don't worry about a thing. Carry on as you were." With that, he stomped his foot and stood. Cardinia launched himself straight up. Like this, then he landed right in front of Chip Teeth. After landing, Cardinia pressed his hand against the ground and examined it. His eyes glowed an eerie green. Here just a single explosion. Cardinia suddenly shot to his feet, making everyone look up at the mountain valley bathed in moonlight. Those mountain ranges carved like that with just a single strike. Cardinia stood stunned for a moment, blue glow in his eyes. Intensifying, could a human really have done this? Watching those bizarre actions, Chip Teeth's eye twitched. He gritted his teeth and screamed, "Get this bastard out of here." Instantly, a sword-wielding soldier charged forward wildly. Cardinia turned around, raising his hand to stop them. "Don't move, it's extremely dangerous. Sure, you lot are just cattle milling about in here, but your lives are still precious, aren't they?" Those words only drove them into a greater frenzy. "This guy's got a death wish, kill him." He raised his hand with an exasperated sigh. "As creations of God, you really shouldn't be doing this." Every soldier tripped over invisible threads and crashed to the ground. Cardinia pointed at the remaining nobles. "You lot stay put unless you want to end up like them." Chip Teeth stared at his outstretched finger and screamed, "Magic, what the hell is happening? Who are you?" Cardinia flashed the friendliest of smiles. "The higher-ups are very concerned about the situation, Heresy. Something rather unsavory occurring. So they've sent me to investigate. I'd appreciate your cooperation." His face twisted in utter disbelief. "The higher-ups," he burst out laughing, eyes squeezed shut. "Cardinia boldly declares on behalf of God. The Savior." The man roars in fury, his voice raw with rage. "The most holy Savior." Cardinia's eyes blaze as he challenges the other party. "If you already know, then I don't need to waste words. Why don't you just confess? What happened here that day?" He demands in a harsh voice. "Who, what and how?" Cardinia lets out a soft laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Destroying Acoma Palaison of the greatest holy sanctuaris in an instant, and vanishing without a trace. How incredibly impressive." The man shakes his head, his tone resolute. "I don't know anything." Then he quietly reveals, "I only overheard the merchants in town saying he had white hair." Cardinia fixes him with a cold glare and asks, "White hair?" The man nods without a moment's hesitation. "That's right. That morning, they said they spotted a suspicious white-haired kid entering and leaving through the city gate. Right after that, they heard screams and then the palace suddenly exploded." After hearing this, a mysterious thought stirs in Cardinia's mind. The man trembles and insists, "That's all I know. Only God knows what happened next because everyone in the palace was dead." He falls silent, not uttering a single word. Cardinia turns to leave, politely bidding farewell. "Thank you for the answer." "Farewell," the man suddenly shouts out. "Let me add, he is the savior of this place. You wouldn't understand. The tyrannical rule of King V has been far too arrogant. Acoma was the greatest fortress in the world. Ridiculous, it was built on the blood and flesh of the common folk within its walls. That white-haired boy is the savior God sent down to slay that tyrant and reclaim what was rightfully ours." He leaps to his feet in fury, insisting that boy is the true savior far superior to that wretch who exploits the divine for a life of luxury. Cardinia turns his head, killing intent flashing in his cold eyes. "Very well, however. We shall determine whether he was truly sent by Goder if he belongs to some dark force." He raises his hand to warn the man, "And one more thing." Cardinia hesitates for a moment, then says, "One. Boy, how dare you insult him?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone is repeatedly stomping down on a monster. "There you are, you damn germ." It's a parasite, not a germ. The two mysterious men stand there watching the monster draw its last breaths. All the same, really. Either way, report the location, and let the true golden dragon handle the rest. Fine. Once it's done, the two of them leave together. That's Deus walking alongside Alex. Well, at first I did enjoy working like this, but with this much work piling up, wouldn't it become a pretty serious problem for the dragons? Things have reached this point. The true golden dragon should have taken a firm stance and put an end to all this by now. She calls herself a divine dragon, after all. Hearing this, he calmly explains the reason she can't take care of herself is likely because she exists in the body of a mortal. Deus furrows his brow, falling deep into thought, his confusion evident. "So, what does that mean?" Alex sighs and shakes his head. "I'm not entirely sure, but I think she must be connected to the records in the time-space library." A flicker of curiosity stirs within him upon hearing this. "The time-space library?" Alex nods firmly. "Yes, it's the repository that preserves the world's history. officially sanctioned by the gods since ancient times. If memories and ordinary documents can easily be manipulated by spiritual magic, then once something is recorded in the time-space library, it can never be altered and irrefutable, ironclad proof. After hearing this, a question stirs within Deus. So the reason the true golden dragon acts this way is because she fears being recorded in the time-space library. Then in another plane of existence, her presence here is a secret that should never be made public. Alex nods gently, his demeanor relaxed. Something like that, he unconsciously asks why. Alex gazes out across the grassy plains stretching before him. I have no idea how a guy as ordinary as me could possibly understand the personal affairs of divine dragons. Deus asks casually, almost offhandedly. Is that an adults-only thing? Alex, you don't get it either. Deus glances over at Jack lying nearby. This trash overslept again. Hearing this, Alex calmly figures the kid is probably just tired. He gazes thoughtfully at Jack, deep in slumber. He pretends nothing happened, but he faced a dragon that even an E-rank hero would struggle against. Maybe only he could pull it off as learned how to defend against and confront that dragon. Even after hearing this, a lingering sense of confusion rises within Deus. He still can't make sense of it. Alex examines Jack carefully. What about it? Why does he carry a shield wrapped in cloth like that? He said he always treasured that shield because it's something incredibly important to him. He plans to pass it on to his younger brother once he becomes a hero. Deus bursts out laughing upon hearing that. I told that idiot to just use it already and buy his brother a new one. Alex can't help but laugh along. Indeed, Deus yawns wearily. Let's keep moving. Just toss him on the cart and let him sleep. Alex nods promptly, and just like that, Alex pushes Deus's cart as they depart. While walking along normally, Deus suddenly asks offhandedly, "It still hasn't burst open, has it?" Alex freezes, his face full of bewilderment. He points directly at the wound on Jack's body. On the leg of his. Alex nods and answers nonchalantly, "Oh, right." Deus walks over to Jack and observes him carefully. I figured those doctors would half-ass the job, but they actually seem pretty dedicated. If you're bold enough to hack it off, you'd better know how to put it back on. I bet they've done this plenty of times. Still, do you think if he had a better starting point, he could have become a great hero? His sense of responsibility is pretty high, so maybe he could actually pull it off, right? While Deus is lost in thought, Alex bursts out laughing. Please don't say such ominous things, my lord. He lounges on the horse carriage with an utterly relaxed demeanor. If that were really the case, the two of you would become mortal enemies within 20 years. Deus asks in confusion. That idiot. Alex raises his voice and explains earnestly. Because you must walk the path of the Demon King. Hearing this, he flashes an eager expression and whines. Really? What are you even saying? Can't you tell at a single glance that I look more like a hero's soulmate companion than a Demon King's? That devastating 1-2 punch of an answer leaves Alex utterly helpless. I can't argue with you. Deus sits on the carriage, muttering to himself non-stop. But if it really turns out that way, would Jack become humanity's hero? Alex turns to look at him and answers with absolute certainty. That's impossible. He's not from Generation O. Deus widens his eyes, his face full of doubt. Generation O. He nods in confirmation and patiently explains in thorough detail. Yes, that is the natural law of this world. The final hero must be born in the 5th generation. Alex recalls a unique detail. An ordinary person has a child at age 20, and that child has a grandchild at age 20. And so it continues, until the child of that generation turns exactly 20 years old. That makes precisely 1 full century. And in that very year, the Demon King descends to the human realm, and that child declares war on us. After that, the cycle of Generation O repeats all over again. After a lengthy explanation, Alex finally sums it up in a few words. A Generation O child, only one person can become the hero. Moreover, a 4th generation kid like Jack can never become the hero. Only his child might have a chance. Hearing this, Deus suddenly lets out a few curious sounds, piquing the interest of the one sitting beside him. He gazes up at the sky, his heart heavy with contemplation. Every century, when the Demon King seeks to invade the human world, a hero is born. That is the law of this world. After a long moment of reflection, Deus bursts out laughing and sighs. How utterly ridiculous this whole game. Alex sits beside him, still staring with eyes full of bewilderment. The silence is broken by Alex's grave voice. My lord, can you tell me, did you abandon the Demon King's throne? Deus sits with the air of a pint-sized sage and asks sheepishly. I haven't told you. He lets out a faint, enigmatic laugh. No, you haven't. Deus raises a hand to his chin, thinking in genuine confusion. Really? I'm also wondering why I haven't told you. Alex's irritation boils over, patience completely gone. How would I know? Deus looks at Alex with a hesitant expression. Well, it's nothing special, really. The reason I don't want to become the Demon King is because... Before he can finish, Deus spots a flying ship engulfed in raging flames right before his eyes. After a careful observation, he murmurs in awe. Isn't that a flying ship? Judging by its appearance, it must belong to the royal nobility, right? It's being attacked by a dragon. A dragon again. Are dragons really that easy to find in this world? How is that possible? Alex leaps to his feet, utterly stunned. That's because he spotted a familiar crest on the flying ship. That crest is the sacred fir tree emblem of the pureblood lineage. Deus hears this, and his face barely conceals his surprised excitement. Pureblood, you say? Alex nods solemnly. Indeed. He stares intently at the flying ship and recounts. That is a clan that has birthed hundreds of heroes, bearing the noblest pureblood lineage. I can't fathom why two species that have been allies for thousands of years would suddenly turn on each other. Everything happening lately is truly baffling. Deus suddenly speaks up. Hey, Alex. Alex startles with a jolt. What is it? Deus grins like an innocent kid and invites him. Let's go check out the drama. The flames on the flying ship blaze fiercer by the second. Soldiers scramble together, hauling a massive white object. Watch it, careful of the fire. Move it, move it. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? 1-2, 1-2. The object is loaded onto a horse carriage. The soldiers strain together to pull it along. However, the object is far too large and neither the soldiers nor the carriage can bear it. Patridge sees this and explodes in rage, his tone dripping with the sharp divide between master and servant. Hey, you idiots. I told you to be careful, don't you dare scratch it. The soldiers cower in fear, only able to nod. Why, yes, sir. He grits his teeth in fury, his voice venomous. You imbeciles. Patridge watches from above, a hint of worry in his eyes. Do these morons have any idea how much this thing costs? The soldiers keep straining to carry the white object back, lifting it up. 1-2, 1-2. If there's even a single scratch on it, I'll chop off every last one of your heads. Patridge suddenly hears an odd noise. He senses something approaching. Patridge looks up and freezes, trembling. We've been spotted. A ferocious fire dragon is hurtling toward them from the sky. The soldiers scream in terror, shouting a warning. It's coming. The dragon swoops in, its maw brimming with fire. It glares with blazing eyes, charging straight ahead. Patridge grits his teeth, bellowing in frustrated rage. That creature is chasing after the cargo at all costs. It must be stopped. Archers and mages, ready your shots. The soldiers bark out in unison. Yes, sir. Soldiers and mages grip their bows, stepping into their ready positions. The fire dragon keeps closing in at breakneck speed. Seeing the golden opportunity, Patridge bellows the order. The soldiers draw their bows and aim straight at the fire dragon. A tremendous surge of power erupts. The mages summon their utmost strength to unleash a fatal blow on the fire dragon. 3 strikes combine into an overwhelmingly devastating force, rocketing straight toward the dragon. The collision shakes the earth. Patridge still fights tooth and nail to protect the white object. He panics and tries to flee, but the shockwave sends him flying backward, sprawled flat on the ground. Patridge sees the dragon still circling the sky and curses in fury. Damn it. He shouts at his soldiers, is that thing still safe? They inspect it thoroughly and confirm with certainty. Yes, no problem, sir. Thank God. Hearing the answer, Patridge breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Thank heavens. He glares skyward with burning fury, watching for any sign of the dragon circling back. The fire dragon stubbornly banks around for another pass. Patridge barks a warning it's coming back. He screams at his soldiers that thing hasn't even reached maturity yet. Make sure you bring it down this time. Everyone take aim. They steady their weapons in hand, ready at the draw. Yes, the fire dragon accelerates, drawing ever closer, fury blazing within its body. Patridge watches every second with razor-sharp focus. This is the last stand. In the heat of the desperate battle, someone appears from behind Patridge and barks a steel-cold order move. Before Patridge can even process the words, the newcomer uses his head as a launching pad. He clutches his head in agony, glaring up to see who it is. Patridge spots a familiar, figurates none other than Vagidayas. Immediately after, Vagidayas channels every ounce of power into a single devastating strike, wielding the twin camellia blades. Patridge watches in stunned disbelief. Lord Vagidayas just one strike, and the fire dragon drops dead on the spot. Vagidayas glares down and snarls at Patridge, are you trying to get yourself killed? You would have died if you hadn't dodged that. Patridge trembles in terror, voice frantic. Lord Vagi, we had it under control, no problem at all. Even though that dragon hadn't reached maturity, You cleaved it in two just like that. You're absolutely incredible, sir. Vagidayas tosses something at Patridge and says a dragon is still a dragon. Why bother qualifying it with hasn't reached maturity? Forget it, hurry up and return my sword. He nods eagerly with a grin. Yes, sir. Vagidayas adds one more instruction: clean up this mess and call for reinforcements. Yes, sir. He stares daggers, voice forged in steel, a cold warning. If that thing gets exposed for any reason whatsoever, your head won't remain on your shoulders. Patridge shudders and nods obediently. Yes, sir. He laughs with absolute confidence. You can rest 100 hearts easy, my lord. Vagidayas steps forward, his voice grave and raspy. Is this the thing you spoke of? Meanwhile, Deus and Alex arrive, both standing at a vantage point, observing the soldiers carefully transporting the white object. Patridge quickly spots their presence and barks with hostility. Who are you? Deus casually raises his foot and stomps the rope to shreds. The object hidden inside the white cloth is revealed. Inside is another dragon. Deus blinks in surprise. What's this? You said it was cargo, but it turns out to be another dragon. The realization leaves him momentarily stunned, eyes wide with shock. Seeing the dragon's eyes still and motionless, Deus grows suspicious. Its eyes look normal, so there are still dragons that haven't been infected by the parasite. After piecing it all together, Deus realizes with astonishment. So that's why the little dragon was chasing Themet, was trying to rescue its mother. Alex nods in agreement. I believe that's the case. A sly, scheming glint flashes across Deus's face. His voice drips with sarcasm, cutting straight to the heart of Vagidayas' schemes. Aren't you supposed to be on a truce with the dragons? Aren't you part of a hero clan? I smell a conspiracy here. Vagidayas gnashes his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. Looks like I'll have to add a few more corpses to the pile. Alex senses the bad omen and whispers into Deus's ear as a warning. My lord, why are you provoking him? Deus couldn't care less, flashes a provocative smirk. Aren't you curious about the skills of a direct descendant? Vagidayas can't hold back any longer and orders them eliminated. Patridge doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, sir. He grips his sword tight, his face twisted with a demonic grin. I don't know who you are, but you've seen something you shouldn't have. Take them down. The soldiers charge without hesitation, swords drawn, surrounding Deus and Alex. Yes, sir. Deus notices Vagidayas turning his back and walking away, and can't help but wonder. He just leaves like that. He flushes red with frustration and indignation. I had such high hopes for a direct descendant of the hero bloodline. How disappointing. Alex, kill them all. Alex, standing beside him, does not refuse the order but gently speaks up to advise him. But my lord, Deus. Alex gently nudges him. Aren't we supposed to be playing the role of the hero's allies? Deus dismisses it flatly. What does that have to do with anything? Alex patiently explains further. Wouldn't it be terrible to pick a fight with a direct descendant while posing as the hero's companions? Deus's eyes go wide, mouth agape in realization. Now that you mention it, come to think of it, he's a holojust like Jack, isn't he? Alex nods and continues explaining. Yes, the hero clans always carry holy in their names, like the sacred tree, signifying a blessed bloodline. A question still lingers in Deus's mind. Was the first hero a tree or something? Why do they keep naming themselves after trees? Alex calmly explains that they use the name of the most commonly planted tree in the territory. Deus asks, genuinely curious, what kind of game is this? It's not even Arbor Day or anything. Seriously? Patridge stands below, watching the two carry on their conversation. This whole time his blood is boiling. Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you lot doing? Kill them now. The mages launch their opening attack. Next, the bow soldiers take aim directly at Deus and Alex. Immediately, both sources of power converge and blast straight ahead. But Deus, who knows when, already stands right behind the enemy, his voice dripping with smug arrogance. They're attacking us, aren't they? Let's finish them quick. They might wake him up. Patridge watches both of them vanish in an instant and freezes in shock. What? When did they get there? Alex moves to strike, but still firmly asks Deus one more time, just to be sure. Killing them isn't hard, but are you really sure about this? Deus snaps back in frustration. Why do you keep asking? He turns into satisfaction and scolds Deus. Didn't I already tell you? Aren't you supposed to be the hero's companion? He's so furious his head is practically steaming. So what do you want me to beg them for mercy and ask them to let us go? Alex points upward, his tone utterly calm. It's probably too late to beg for mercy now. We've already seen a secret this big after all. Deus's face flushes red as he keeps shouting. Then what the hell do you want me to do? What a pain. Alex sighs in exasperation and asks, can't we just run? Deus hears this and bluntly mocks him. Scared of them, he immediately denies it. I'm Alex. Deus twists the knife further. Yeah, sure. Alex the coward. Patrick stands below. Listening to the two of them, Chathai's fury is about to erupt. You bastards, how long do you plan on screwing around? Patrick shouts his order without a shred of hesitation. Kill them. Immediately, the soldiers roar in unison. Yes, sir. Alex sizes up the situation and glares, his voice low and tense. I don't want to get tangled up with the hero clan. He glares, puffs his lip, then concedes. But I guess there's no avoiding it now. With that, Alex summons a tremendous source of power. It blazes to life violently, swallowing everything in blinding light. Harrowing screams fill the air. While the battle rages on the other side of the hill, Deus's carriage sits peacefully on the verdant meadow. He remains peacefully deep in slumber, a gentle breeze drifting lazily past. Deus and Alex march forward boldly, step by step. Just then, a mage charges in a steely voice ringing out. Fire Fist. Alex's eyes flash with a savage, bloodthirsty glare. Then he summons a blindingly radiant source of power. The beast lets out a deafening roar as Deus rushes in to back up Alex, sending several soldiers screaming in agony. Alex's cold, sharp eyes don't stop there. Power erupts as he accelerates through the soldiers, catching them completely off guard. The soldiers immediately regroup and charge at Alex once more. With a single strike, Alex sweeps away nearly all of them. The soldiers are left battered and broken. The brutal battle reeks of blood and carnage. Alex's figure glides past effortlessly, yet leaves a trail of brutal devastation in its wake. One downward swing and a soldier crashes to the ground, defeated. Suddenly, a soldier rushes forward and fires an arrow straight at him. Alex catches the arrow with decisive precision, not a single wasted movement. Fierce tiger shot. He casually raises his hand, then hurls the arrow straight back at the soldier. Seeing the situation grow dire, the mage moves in to provide cover. The mage waves his hands frantically and shouts, summoning a lightning strike. Facing the new spell, Alex remains utterly unfazed and calmly speaks. The two forces collide, creating a blinding explosion that seems to tear space itself apart. But the mage's power increasingly overwhelms Alex's attack. Thousands of lightning bolts rain down without end. At that moment, thick black blood spills from the corner of Alex's mouth. Deus, watching from behind, can't help but worry about Alex's condition. Alex glares, his voice cold and steely. Killing you really is the most fun thing in the world. Patrick watches in sheer terror, drenched in cold sweat. Who are these people? His legs tremble with fear until he can no longer stand, and he collapses to the ground. At the critical moment, Vagidias charges in heroically with sword drawn, summoning his power. Without hesitation, he takes aim straight at Alex and shouts, "Shadowless split strike." The moment the words leave his lips, a devastating earthquake erupts. The ground splits open, rocks flying in every direction. Vagidias' feet touch down lightly on the ground. He grips his sword, staring straight at Alex. Vagidias turns with a mocking glint in his eye. Just a little dust, no big deal, but he's dead wrong. Alex and Deus stand completely unscathed, perched proudly atop a boulder, gazing down at him. Seeing this, Vagidias can't hide his surprise. Who are you people? You slaughter my clan's soldiers with ease, and even dodge my blade. Are you a blood warrior of the Dark Slay clan? Deus clicks his tongue and shakes his head. Wrong, just because someone's strong, they're automatically a blood warrior. Use your brain for once. Vagidias' eyes turn sharp and cold. So, it's a dragon, then. He grips his sword tight, and declares with absolute certainty, well, whatever, all I need to do is eliminate the witness. Hearing those steel-hard words, Deus can't suppress the smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He widens his eyes, sneers, and lets the mockery fly. You killing me? That's completely out of the question. Seeing that attitude from Deus, Vagidias rounds his eyes in shock. The moment he sees the smile on Deus's face, a burst of light suddenly flares within hemodormant power, silently activating, ready to erupt. Something awakens deep within Vagidias' body. Strange new transformations ripple through his frame. Vagidias can't hold back a deafening scream. His body convulses, as if undergoing a painful metamorphosis. Vagidias' agonized shriek echoes without end. Alex furrows his brow and mutters to himself. Has he awakened? The power within Vagidias' body surges forth without restraint. Patrick stirs awake from the pile of rubble, calling out, Lord Vat, over and over. Vagidias' transformation is complete. New power is being absorbed under his control. Vagidias reappears with an entirely new appearance and power that surpasses all limits. After beholding Vagidias' new form, Deus's eyes widen in surprise. So what else are you going to show off now? Without missing a beat, he launches himself straight at Vagidias. Now Deus and Alex join forces, charging in for a real showdown with Vagidias. His two eyes flare wide open, blazing with light. Deus sees this and lets out a mocking snicker. Looks like you've changed a tiny bit, huh? Hearing that, Vagidias seethes with rage, channels every ounce of strength into his clenched fist, and swings it straight at Deus. The battle erupts in full fury. The ground shakes. Rocks and debris scatter through a blanket of white smoke. Deus touches down on a gentle, lush green meadow. He stands tall with hands on his hips and calls out with a mocking tone, "Hey, you idiot, you're still way too slow. Speed it up. Our witness is about to pass out." Alex suddenly speaks up, Lord Deus." He flashes an unnervingly fake grin. "Shouldn't we get going?" Deus retorts, visibly annoyed. "We were just starting to have fun. Why won't you let me play? Are you scared of those heroes or something?" Before he can even finish, Alex cuts in with a firm declaration. Yes, he flashes that toothy grin again and admits it outright. "I am a little afraid of him." Deus narrows his eyes, utterly confused. "What? Disgusting." Vagidias summons the power of a raging gale and hurtles straight toward Deus. The instant their eyes lock, he speaks in a soft yet decisive tone. "Shatter." Deus frowns and firmly reminds him, "You can't fool my eyes, Alex. You could easily kill this bastard, so why are you hesitating?" No sooner do the words leave his mouth than a devastating technique crashes down Phantom's split strike. Vagidias grips his sword and charges straight at Deus. Deus lounges casually and taunts, "I told you already." Arrogance paints his face, his voice dripping with mockery. "It's simply impossible." His gaze is laced with indifference and a hint of contempt. "You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Hearing those taunts, Vagidias flies into a rage and lunges at him again. Another clash erupts. Vagidias presses forward and growls, "Yao, you're a blood warrior." Deus vaults into the air, spins once, and lands gracefully. He dodges Vagidias' attack with fluid agility. "Do I look like a blood warrior to you?" VRRMM. The instant those words are spoken, a tremendous explosion rocks the battlefield rocks, and debris fly everywhere as crimson flames erupt violently. Deus lets out a long, bored sigh. He tucks both hands into his pockets with leisurely ease and fluidly dodges Vagidias' attack. "How boring. I actually had high expectations because you carry the blood of the previous hero, but you're nothing more than a slightly faster fly. I'm too lazy to even kill you. Those who fell to someone like you before Ethy were just a bunch of useless trash." After a brief pause, Deus lands with a thunderous impact, scattering rocks and dirt in all directions. He summons forth his aura, his voice rumbling with authority. Deus's eyes flare wide open, his gaze cutting like a blade. He lets out a roar of pure destructive fury. Alex moves in to back Deus up, murderous intent radiating from every step. He surges forward with rising power, conjuring a storm of blinding light to clash against Vagidias. Alex raises his hand high and chants the invocation for piercing strike. He positions himself between Vagidias and Deus, eyes locked on the latter, and bellows, "Phantom split strike." Seeing this, Deus blurts out in shock, "Alex." Alex's eyes tight as he glances toward Vagidias. Deus sees this and demands directly, "What the hell are you doing?" Alex says nothing, simply channels everything into a single devastating, lethal blow against Vagidias. The hollow, vacant look in Vagidias' eyes fades away, replaced by the clear gaze of his original consciousness. He collapses, utterly spent, at Alex's feet. Deus watches from behind, thoroughly bewildered. "You knocked him out instead of killing him." When Alex doesn't answer, a flicker of worry crosses his face. "What's wrong?" Still getting no answer, Deus presses further. "You kept avoiding him, kept babbling about how you were afraid of him, and now you stand in my way to save him." He stares Alex down with unwavering intensity. "Explain, give me a reason, now." Alex hangs his head low, his voice heavy with guilt. "Forgive me, my lord. My concern does not lie with this young hero." A thin line of blood trickles from the corner of Alex's mouth. His voice hardens with utmost gravity. "It's the will of this world itself." Hearing this, Deus furrows his brow, suspicion churning within. "Isn't will supposed to bring about chaos, destruction, and slaughter? Isn't that your specialty in this world?" Alex stares hard at him and explains, "That only works on a small scale. There's a rumor spreading that, if the Lord merely sets foot on this land, the entire world will tremble. They will swarm in like an endless flock of sheep. Even a child in its crib will crawl toward you with a knife. That is what humans are." Deus recoils and immediately fires back. "Let that horde come, as many as they wantile, burn every last one of them at once. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. He glances at Vagidias's fallen body and declares with full confidence, "How could a bunch of weaklings ever defeat me? It's completely absurd." Alex says nothing and smiles bitterly. Dai finds himself utterly bewildered by this attitude. Just then Alex turns to look back at him. Dai freezes for a moment, a sliver of doubt rising in his heart, and he asks in a serious tone, "So there's something else I don't know about?" In response, Alex maintains his calm expression and bitter smile, standing with his usual composure. He speaks softly, "And I'll only find out about it 20 years from now." Only then does Alex nod with a smile. Yes. Seeing that smile, a wave of indescribable emotion wells up in Dai-Er's chest. "You won't tell me even if I ask, will you? At best, it'll be some nonsense about the will of the world or something, right?" Alex smiles and nods in agreement. "You guessed it. Then let's head back. It's starting to transform now," Dai-Er asks. "What if I—" His eyes turn sharp as blades, his voice cold and steely. "Kill this bastard right here, what would happen? That will you're so afraid of. It's making me rather curious to crush it. Will some god descend from the heavens, or what?" Alex shakes his head and gently reminds him, "I don't know either, but there is one thing I know for certain." He hesitates for a moment, then speaks with utmost seriousness. "Dream of becoming a member of a hero party, of living a life among the world's top 2%. All of it would become meaningless, because you would have to slaughter every hero in existence and raise the world to end it all. Forget about being a demon king, you would become the most exemplary demon king in all of history. Attack humanity before the hero even rises. Now that might actually be a pretty good idea." Alex walks over and raises his foot, ready to stomp on Vadias a few more times. "Right, I'll handle him myself. My lord can rest easy now." Seeing Alex's attitude, Dai can't suppress the pleased grin spreading across his face. "Alex, don't you know how to take a joke? I was just messing around. The whole Demon King and war thing has nothing to do with me anymore. So why would I need to dirty my own hands? I'll just leave him like this then. I just need to deal with him, and everything will be settled, my lord." "Right, hurry up and open the gate." The moment the words leave his lips, a spatial gate tears open before them. Dai strides forward and steps through. Noticing Alex isn't following, he glances back in confusion. "You're not coming. I'll follow shortly after I clean up all traces of our presence here. Please go ahead and rest, my lord." A strange, inexplicable feeling stirs within Dai-Er's chest. "Is your hand all right?" Alex shakes his head and uses it as an excuse to gently push him through the spatial gate. "Injuries like these will heal instantly once I return to the underworld. Please don't worry, go on ahead." Dai-Er trusts him without a second thought. "Really? Be quick about it." Alex lowers his head in deep reverence. "Safe travels, my lord." The moment Dai-Er vanishes, Alex turns and walks, step by deliberate step, toward Vadias. As he draws near, he summons his power, conjuring a violent gale that tears through the air. Alex's eyes blaze as he leans right into Vadias's face, his voice dripping with menace. "You wretched little brat, you dare cut me, one of the 7 counts of the demon realm, with that filthy light. With my own 2 hands, 20 years from now, I will slaughter every last one of your descendants and extinguish the bloodline of House Haliatia." Meanwhile, Jack remains deep in slumber, blissfully oblivious to everything happening around him. Suddenly, a figure approaches and stands there, staring down at Jack's sleeping form. It is Dai has just returned. Seeing the boy sleeping so peacefully, a smile unconsciously surfaces on his face. He must have been completely exhausted, passing out cold in weather like this. The verdant hillside, swept by a gentle breeze, drifts by in silent tranquility. A faint flicker of idle curiosity stirs in Dai-Er's eyes. What could possibly happen in 20 years anyway? These rules and regulations are such a pain in the ass. Just you wait, that day 20 years from now will never come. But why are those dragons such a mess? That stupid dragon does she even know what's happening to her children? Suddenly, someone descends from the sky and lands right in front of him. The dragon you're referring to surely isn't me, right? Just as Dai-Er turns his head to look, he sees Jin Long standing there. Dai-Er's expression freezes, completely devoid of emotion. Well, it's precisely you." Dai-Er glances at her and asks quietly, "Have you been tailing me this whole time?" She explains calmly, "I attached one of my scales to your body." He stares, bewildered, and asks warily, "You mean a piece of yourself?" Dai-Er seizes the opening and probes. "About that thing, if you want to report them, I can serve as your witness." Jin Long freezes, utterly stunned by what she hears. You crack me up. A demon king serving as a witness. Oh, hello, I'm the demon king. I stopped a hero who was violating the peace treaty by attacking dragons, as if anyone would believe you." Dai-Er slumps onto the carriage and lets out a dejected sigh. Why does everyone always think the worst of demons? Jin Long fires back immediately. If they're not that bad, then why do you raise the world to the ground once every 100,000 years? He hears this, rests his chin on his hand, and falls deep into thought. You've got a point. Why do we keep wrecking the world? Why can't they just stay put in the demon realm? Jin Long bristles with anger and snaps back. Huh? What kind of brain-dead question is that? And coming from a demon king, no less. Dai picks his nose and drops a barb. You really shouldn't run your mouth so much. Short-sighted fool, you're just standing here idly chatting with me, while your descendants are being butchered as we speak. They even label those children as merchandise. This definitely isn't the first time they've done it. Why do you think? They hunt dragons to forge equipment? What else would it be for? Your bodies are worth a fortune. They even slaughter innocent dragon hatchlings without a shred of mercy. After a brief hesitation, Dai lets out a soft laugh. Isn't that a blatant violation of the treaty? Jin Long, upon hearing this, speaks her mind without beating around the bush. Then, could you help me with something? He blinks, dumbfounded, and answers immediately. Help with what? She answers without a moment's hesitation, straight to the point. Revenge. Can you help me take revenge on those filthy creatures slaughtering my descendants? Dai falls silent, his gaze drifting as he mulls it over for a long moment. After a moment he asks bluntly and without hesitation, why should I do that for you? You can do it yourself. The golden dragon states plainly, I can't. If a dragon leaves its territory and enters the human world, the humans have every right to kill it, much like that century-long battle of yours. That is the law of this world. The golden dragon's gaze turns deadly serious, not a shred of humor in her conclusion. No matter how many of my descendants die, as long as humanity still exists in this world, I cannot do a thing. Hearing this, Deus immediately raises his voice in fierce rebuttal. What kind of bullshit law is that? Which idiot came up with it? The moment the words leave his mouth, the golden dragon's eyes flash with brilliant light, and Deus suddenly feels something strange wash over his body. Deus had been sitting calmly on the carriage, yet by some unseen force he is hurled to the ground. He reaches up to check and freezes in shock. Am I bleeding? What kind of terrifying pressure is this? The golden dragon approaches slowly and explains in a soft tone. That is the rule of this world, the binding constraint of the plane you and I exist in. Deus slowly rises to his feet and responds with composure. First, you lay down absurd rules. Then when I speak against them, you punish me. Hearing his sharp, unwavering words, the golden dragon is stunned silent for a full 5 seconds. A moment later, Deus can't hold back and unleashes a furious roar. Enough of this, you bastards. If you think you're righteous and superior, then set your own laws and live in your own world. Why impose your rules on our turf and expect us to obey without question? The golden dragon suddenly bursts into laughter and praises him. Impressivito, endure a divine punishment with a mortal body. You may look a bit dim, but you are a demon king after all. Deus smirks and warns her. Watch your mouth, brain-dead lizard. The golden dragon waves off the petty insults and cuts straight to the heart of the matter. So why don't you want to become the demon king? You know, I'm quite thrilled, actually. You are the first to refuse the role of demon king in the last 666 centuries. I'd wager the heavenly Tao is going to have quite the headache dealing with your little rebellion against the rules. Seeing her sly, fox-like grin, Deus narrows his eyes. Why do you look so happy? Deep down, you've wanted to tear these rules apart for a long time too, haven't you? The golden dragon flinches, as if struck at her core. She stammers in panic, scrambling to deny it. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? I'm simply curious, because you're the first person who's ever dared to do something like this. Right on guard against the heavenly Tao. You may be safe for now, but within 20 years that day will come. They will want to eliminate you. Deus speaks without a shred of hesitation. They want to eliminate me. You think I'm afraid of their petty tricks? If they want to fight, I'll welcome them any time. Deus catches the golden dragon's voice, dropping to a lower, graver tone. Well, then where's my answer? Why don't you want to become the demon king? What reason could possibly drive you to break a cycle that has held for 665 centuries? I'm curious what's the motivation behind it. Deus hears the question and answers openly, without pretense. Why, it's really nothing that grand. A flicker of hesitation and caution rises within him. I don't want to become the demon king because... Before Deus can finish his sentence, the golden dragon notices Alex stepping out of a spatial gate. He strides out and casually urges Deus along. Let's go, master. I've cleaned up the mess back there. Only now does Alex notice the golden dragon's presence. Have you been with the true golden dragon this whole time, sir? Seeing that Alex has just ruined her interrogation, the golden dragon seethes. Why didn't you come sooner? Why not later? Of all the moments, you show up at the critical one. Alex steps forward and speaks in a gentle tone. Lady Dragon, are you well? Oh, noble divine dragon, you haven't? But before Alex can finish, Deus cuts him off. Stop talking. Open the gate, get me home, now. Alex obeys without question. Yes, understood. Seeing Deus about to leave without finishing his answer, the golden dragon protests. Hey, at least finish what you were saying before you go. Give me a reason. Deus wastes no time climbing onto the carriage, settling beside Jack. I'll get stoned by the audience if I keep dragging out this conversation with you. Let's save it for next time. The golden dragon, incensed, shouts at him. What the hell are you even talking about? He waves his hand dismissively a few times. Go Holmes, hurry up. The golden dragon's voice drops to a solemn, almost pleading tone. Demon King. She stands there with a sorrowful expression. If you can't avenge them for me, then at least expose them. Let the world know how many so-called heroes were involved. How many innocent children were slaughtered in cold blood. Even in the human world, if they keep this up, they'll violate the Covenant, and other beastkin organizations that despise humanity will step in to deal with them. Deus raises his hand and answers matter-of-factly. Triple the fee. Given how complicated your case is, I'll need to charge 3 times my usual rate. The golden dragon's jaw drops as she screams. What? Seeing his utterly indifferent expression, the golden dragon is fuming, practically blowing smoke from her nostrils. You are a shameless, conniving bastard. Deus yawns and replies nonchalantly. Yep, because I'm a demon. You're free to decline and just let those children live in constant fear of being snatched away or whatever. Seeing that his decision is set in stone, the golden dragon has no choice but to swallow her pride. Fine, I'll pay triple. Hearing that, Deus perks up like he just got jolted awake. We good. Thanks, my precious, beloved customer. With that, Kim Long weaves a spell to summon it forth. Here, take this. Deus catches it, blinking in bewilderment. What kind of aura is this? Kim Long explains straight away. It's a spell that conceals your demonic energy. Heroes and blood warriors, they all react to the demonic energy you give off. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Deus nods eagerly. Got it. Now get lost. Alex, let's go. He nods without a moment's hesitation. Yes, my lord. Kim Long stands there, seething with rage. That bastard. In the next instant, Deus and Alex warp out with their belongings, leaving Kim Long standing alone in the middle of a desolate grass field. Kim Long sits in silence beneath the moonlight, questioning himself. Am I doing the right thing? Time will tell. Meanwhile, on another front, Deus and his group set foot on new ground, surrounded by magnificent, opulent ancient architecture as far as the eye can see. Every structure here carries a sense of novelty, a real eye-opener worth the trip alone. Deus's eyes go wide with amazement. How loaded are these people to build a city like this? Alex, walking beside him, answers with a courteous explanation. They're a hero clan with a history stretching back 60,000 years. The Holiadia clan. Deus spots someone who looks off, and immediately clings to Alex in mock terror. He's a hero, yet he looks like that. The young man nods sheepishly. I apologize for the way I look. Alex immediately shoos him away with a blunt wave. Don't say things like that right in front of people. Why would Jack get so worked up over something like that? Why? Alex forces an awkward smile and tries to explain. Never mind. I already explained this before. Once a hero clan rises to fame, countless cities and nobles line up to become their sponsors. After all, sponsoring a hero is practically the same as indirectly fighting for world peace. On top of that, dragon hunts like last night's are a massive economic windfall. Honestly, everyone knows this. They just don't dare say it out loud. It's the kind of thing that's hard to admit, but they all consider it justified. Deus presses, why's that? Alex launches into a detailed explanation. Because humanity is at war with the demon nobility, and the Dragon Clan has no choice but to support them. If mankind falls, the Dragon Clan is next in line. After getting stuffed full of information, Deus observes, then draws his conclusion. True enough, dragon bodies are quite the popular commodity in the demon realm. Alex nods in agreement. Very popular, actually. Having grasped the situation, Deus grows even more curious. So this is something the Dragon Clan is obligated to supporting humanity. Alex nods. That's correct. Indeed. So are you saying the Holiadia clan and others might be hunting dragons illegally, even though it directly violates the Human-Dragon Treaty? Deus turns and asks the young man from before. Your clan doesn't poach dragons, does it? The young man freezes, caught off guard. You'd need to reach at least G rank just to get anywhere near a dragon's nest. Deus mulls it over, then agrees. Fair point. If someone like you could hunt dragons, then any stray mutt or alley cat off the street could too. Alex steps forward to help the young man to his feet, What's our next move here, master? Deus crosses his arms with an arrogant air. Jack, keep yourself in check. I have business to attend to here. After a moment of deliberation, Deus pieces it Toj is like a covert operation, an investigation into illegal dragon poaching. His face lights up with barely contained excitement. Let's move, wait. Master, Alex quickly turns back. Jack is fine and all, but wasn't our cover blown after yesterday's fight with that noble's entourage? Shouldn't we at least disguise ourselves a little? Deus deflates, staring at him with a deadpan look. Before long, all three change their outward appearance. They simply swap clothes, that's it. Deus confidently takes the lead. Now then, good to go. Alex stares at their new getup, eyes going completely vacant. Should I just go home? Deus strolls ahead with an excited, carefree swagger. All right, let's move. Jack awkwardly clears his throat and calls out. Lord Deus. He's sweating bullets but forces a smile. Just a friendly reminder it would be better to act a bit more, well, normal. It's not that you're unworthy of being a hero, or anything like that. Deus takes the advice, without a moment's hesitation. Fine, not exactly hard. Deus's face practically glows with radiance. Really? Deus now stands before a grand, splendid mansion towering overhead. The hero of Heroes, top candidate for the final hero you, shall be number 1. Jackpan Holy Bait has arrived. Open up, you bastards. He intended to force the door open. But in the end, he resolves it with words instead. I handled that well, didn't I? Deus's group finally makes it inside the mansion. Jack's eyes wander over the gold-plated furnishings, adorning every corner, unable to suppress his inner awe. His cheeks flush red, brimming with unmistakable excitement. Awesome! He suddenly shifts his gaze toward another direction, as if he just noticed something. Seeing the portrait of Hashin displayed at the center of the room, Jai-Ki can't help but gape in astonishment. That's the man from the textbooks, final hero of the 52nd generation, who fought the Demon King for 13 straight days and emerged victorious. Hashin Pan Holiyat the 7th Somyeon, on an entirely different level from himself. It's shameful to even call himself a hero in the same breath. Deus kicks his legs up on the table with utterly natural, carefree ease. Don't worry too much. Aren't all heroes supposed to be equal? Don't be afraid. Jai-Ki forces an awkward smile in reply. In theory, yes. But just then, Sualusi glides in from behind and speaks up. You're right, all heroes are equal. However, not all heroes possess the same caliber of skills. The gods only bestow the sacred first-generation bloodline upon those who can bear the weight of it. The gods know who is truly worthy of becoming a hero. Welcome, hero of the Holy Bait clan and your companions. I am Sualusi Pan Haliatia. I am the hero of the 3rd generation in this century. I have since retired and currently manage this estate. Deus glances at him with a bewildered expression. I thought the one from back then would come out instead. Must be his father, the final hero born from the 5th generation of the century, serves as the living embodiment of the world's laws. The title bestowed upon them is a generational honor for their entire bloodline. One of the children of the 4th generation heroes, born of one of the saints, shall become the final hero of this transitional era. Jai-Ki rises to his feet and bows respectfully. Oh, greetings, I am Jeekpan Holibate. It's an honor to meet you, sir. These are my 2 friends, Lord Deus and Lord Alex. Sualusi replies without the slightest hint of surprise. I know. Jai-Ki freezes, utterly stunned. Sualusi continues. I know about you and your group. I arrived a bit late, because I had to verify things with the Hero Management Department. It seems you've somehow managed to assemble your companions already. Before that, I heard you had given up the race to become a true hero. Jai-Ki scratches his head awkwardly, smiling with embarrassment. Not surprising that you'd think so, but I haven't given up yet. Sualusi narrows his eyes, carefully studying Deus's group with an extremely grave expression. He observes Deus's utterly nonchalant demeanor, and thinks to himself, a wealthy merchant paying his way into becoming a companion of a hero from a declining hero clan, a shallow, all-too-common tale for fame-seekers in this day and age. Sualusi speaks up. So what brought you to the Haliatia clan? Deus answers bluntly, his face full of nonchalance. Nothing much, there's just a strange rumor floating around, so we wanted to verify it. Jai-Ki, sitting beside him, quickly whispers a reminder. Lord Deus, please mind your manners. Sualusi glares, his voice rising with anger. Your tone doesn't quite match your standing, young man. Deus's voice rings out, defiant and stubborn. I thought we were going to talk as fellow heroes. Or do you wish to be treated as some exalted nobleman, even though you no longer hold any official title? Jai-Ki's face turns ashen with fear. Lord Deus, please stop. Sualusi suddenly bursts out laughing, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. He then shares a piece of his own story, his tone turning serious as he warns Deus, "You're blunt, I'll give you that. I used to be just like you, unaware of my own position, acting on impulse, respecting no one, as if I could single-handedly take down the Demon King. But heed my words, no matter the era, there's always a higher mountain." Jaiki scrambles to ease the tension. "Of course, sir. Nobody doesn't know the reputation of Lord Sualusi, a D-rank hero." Sualusi settles into the chair opposite and gets down to business. "So, companions of this young hero, what exactly is this rumor you spoke of?" Deus cuts straight to the chase. "The rumor I heard is that you have top-grade materials here. Some of them are exactly what we're looking for." Sualusi lets out a soft chuckle, then delivers a veiled threat. "You may have money, but I'm not sure you have enough for what you're seeking. The Haliadia clan deals exclusively in top-tier material obsidian ore, red salamander hide, mana cores from zombie kings unearthed in the Great War, or even the hearts of white-headed giants from the Hugan mountain range." He secretly gloats inside after putting on his most intimidating front. "Well, scared yet, little one," but Deus's answer is completely beyond Sualusi's expectations. "I don't need any of those trivial things." Sualusi's eyes freeze, his expression going blank. "Huh?" Deus's eyes suddenly flash with light. He grins with unmistakable delight. "I hear you've got something even more premium than a giant's heart." Sualusi answers, his voice hesitant and uneasy. "There's only one thing more premium than a giant's heart, dragon." Deus drops a leather pouch onto the table with a decisive thud. "That's right, our hero is still a newcomer, so we need something to bolster his strength. We're looking to craft a full suit of armor from dragon parts." Sualusi can't help but Gapeth pouch is stuffed to bursting with glowing red magma stones. Blood magma stones from the demon realm. How in the world did he get his hands on something so rare? Blood magma stones are a common ore found in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. Sualusi speaks up, his voice stern. "Don't you know? Dragons and humans currently have a peace treaty in effect. Hunting dragon parts violates both the law and that treaty. We, the Haliadia clan, do not engage in such illegal activities. However, I do carry other items of comparable rarity." "Well, why not forge armor from those instead?" Deus immediately turns to Alex. "Let's go, Alex. Looks like this place doesn't have what we need after all. But I wonder whose soldiers were the ones transporting dragons by airship. I'm certain I saw the Haliadia clan's crest on that airship." Sualusi's voice suddenly turns extremely tense. "You saw something, didn't you?" Deus doesn't hesitate to spill it out, his face wreathed in pure glee. "It's just that we're latecomers rushing to join the hero race, that's all. We stumbled upon some unexpected things. We were scrambling everywhere, trying to find materials to catch up with the others. And in the end, we ended up seeing things we shouldn't have seen out there." Sualusi immediately glares, his voice dropping to a deeply grave tone. "Is that so? What a pity. You should have been more careful, shouldn't you?" Deus flashes a broad, toothy grin, launching into a lengthy explanation that brims with hidden implications. "Building a tower may take ages, but a single moment of misjudgment is all it takes for it to come crashing down. We're newcomers, so we don't know how everything in this kingdom operates. Isn't making a few mistakes only natural? Who knows in a bad mood? I might just go around spreading word that the old hero clans are monopolizing every good thing in this kingdom. Laws be damned. At the very least, you should have something to shut this mouth of mine up." Their gazes clash like a bolt of lightning. Jaiki's face drains of color as he hastily cuts in. "My apologies." Sualusi unexpectedly bursts out laughing. "Then let me be the one asking questions this time. Have you heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and defeated a countless number of dragons?" Deus answers with utter nonchalance, while Jaiki breaks into a cold sweat of dread. "What about it?" Sualusi smirks as if he's just caught his opponent red-handed. He casts his eyes down at the Lagan shield resting below and speaks in a tone dripping with provocation. "I don't know if it's mere coincidence, but the Lagan shield you're carrying is made from materials sourced from the blue dragon and black dragon that masked hero defeated." Deus narrows his eyes at him and demands, "How did you recognize the Lagan shield?" Sualusi's face darkens, his voice resolute and certain. "I can identify any item above rare rank by its color and shape alone. That is undoubtedly a special S-rank Lagan, forged from blue dragon and black dragon scales. I've never seen a Lagan like that in the Continental Treasure Registry, which means it was only recently created in secret." Deus thinks to himself, genuinely surprised. "Oh ho, not bad observation skills," he muses internally. Sualusi quickly addresses him with utmost seriousness. "Your name is Deus, correct? It seems you're the real leader of this group, not that young hero over there. So I'll tell you this, I don't know what your relationship with the masked hero is. But if you happen to cross paths with him, please pass along a message, because he's slain so many dragons. The primary material income of certain powerful figures who profit from that business is being affected. Yet Deus's expression remains utterly serene, listening to every word without a flicker of reaction. Sualusi warns of the consequences that may follow. As such, certain high-ranking members of the major guilds deeply involved in this business will soon move against the masked hero and everyone connected to him. As well, Jai-Ki sits shrinking into his chair, his expression no better than before. Scared stiff, Sualusi speaks frankly, laying out his position without reservation. A treasure like Lagan shouldn't fall into the hands of a declining E-rank clan in its twilight. The number of legendary items must be tightly regulated. Whether it's a hero clan or common humans, it's all the same rarity is what gives an item its name and worth. Besides, I don't know where you heard those ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious clan like ours would never stoop to illegal trades like dragon parts. If you need low-rank materials for small gear suitable for your hero, you're welcome back here anytime. Rookie, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. He then turns and walks away, his face grave and solemn, a stark contrast to the anxious look on Deus's face. Deus's expression remains perfectly calm, without the slightest reaction. After leaving the mansion, Deus speaks up with visible frustration. Are all heroes like this? I know it's strange hearing this from me. Beauty's that guy an idiot. Jai-Ki hesitates and stammers a reply. Deus glances at the luxurious mansion before him and immediately draws a conclusion. So in the end, the ruling clans collude with each other, so they can hunt dragons and monopolize all the dragon materials, crushing every non-allied merchant to corner the entire market. Alex chimes in to confirm. That's exactly it. The most important thing for a hero is their equipment. It seems they've seized control of the crafting material supply, which means they can control the other heroes as well. That must be the reason. Jai-Ki's expression suddenly turns dejected and sorrowful. Lord Sualusi, I truly believed he was an upright and fair man. Surely not all the heroes I admired are like this. Right. Deus turns to glance at Alex, then grins with amusement. Humans are truly rotten. Looking back, it seems we're actually more decent than them. Wouldn't you say? Alex merely closes his eyes and smiles without a word. Deus continues, brimming with delight. No wonder we won 665 times against them, eh? Alex's smile gradually stiffens into something forced and tense. Deus immediately steps forward, drapes an arm over Jai-Ki's shoulder, and says cheerfully, Anyway, congratulations, you've achieved your goal. Didn't you hear? The higher-ups of that organization are hot on the trail of the masked hero. Jai-Ki lets out a shriek, his face deathly pale and drenched in tears. Right, they're probably all from D-rank families. What do I do now? Lord Deus, if I get caught, it's all over. Deus brings a hand to his chin, mulling it over, then offers encouragement. Even if they come swarming in, it's nothing to me, but it's still annoying. Just focus on the business for now. Our shop will be brimming with weapons. We'll have the masked hero lie low for a while, so they can't find him. Jai-Ki cries out in panic. What? Deus holds up a finger. Tonight, we finish the last piece of business. Jai-Ki responds with a bewildered look. Tonight? Deus's eyes suddenly flash a brilliant crimson. He raises his fingers and speaks in a low, spine-chilling tone. There are a few things we must put to an end. Wipe out the corrupt noble family Hollet and the dragon-poaching gang. We'll tear them to shreds. In the blink of an eye, night descends, and the ethereal glow of the moon bathes the sky. Deus suddenly widens his eyes, staring ahead with sheer astonishment. He says in a syrupy tone, The Holliadia clan has a lake inside their castle. I'm so jealous. Jai-Ki unexpectedly raises his hand and speaks up. Lord Deus, I have a small question. Deus quickly turns around. What is it? Jai-Ki's face is etched with worry and confusion. What exactly are we doing here? Are you planning to secretly sneak in and extract a dragon corpse hidden somewhere in the castle as evidence of their poaching? It's practically stealing. Deus points at Jai-Ki and answers bluntly. Exactly. Very clever. What else? Jai-Ki asks curiously. Well, considering we're supposed to be sneaking into the castle, we just waltzing straight into the heart of it right now. At that moment, the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of a patrol squad suddenly march straight toward Deus. Jai-Ki startles stiff, panic crashing over him until his vision spins. Lord Deus, it's the patrol. We need to hide now. Sir, we've been caught. 2 patrol guards halt right in front of them. They stare with stern, unyielding eyes. Jai-Ki hides behind Deus, yet he still trembles with fear, drenched in cold sweat. What do we do now, Lord Deus? But the patrol guards say nothing. They silently resume their march and walk forward. They glide right past Deus and Jai-Ki, calm and unhurried, as if the two don't even exist. Jaiki breaks into a relieved grin. So, you already had an invisibility spell active. Deus continues walking and raises a hand. Exactly. Jaiki smiles softly, his cheeks flushing with admiration. Deus urges him on. Move it. Jaiki hurries to follow. Wait for me. Before long, a lavish, glittering mansion looms into view ahead. Jaiki steps inside, bewildered and disoriented. Towering spires stretch upward beneath a dim, ethereal glow. Intricately carved chairs line both sides of the path. Jaiki pants heavily, scrambling to keep up with Deus's stride. He speaks up, voice tinged with worry. Master Deus, it seems they really don't have any dragons imprisoned here. What do we do now? Deus replies with a skeptical look. Really? Jaiki suddenly asks. Now that I think about it, Lord Alex. Where did he go? I haven't seen him since earlier. Deus answers in a cold, detached tone. He went ahead to handle business. Jaiki replies softly, I see. Deus suddenly speaks up. You waste has your clan ever lived this well? Jaiki scratches his head awkwardly and answers with embarrassment. That's ancient history, almost a legend at this point. Probably never, honestly. As far as my grandfather can remember, we've always been dirt poor. Deus states bluntly. Sounds like your clan just never worked hard enough. Jaiki scratches his head and smiles awkwardly. Probably. Both my grandfather and father were low-rank heroes. Deus asks curiously. You guys take exams for your rank or something? Jaiki answers with a bright, beaming smile. It's an exam, yes, but the first step is graduating from the Hero Academy. Deus asks, visibly surprised. You guys have a whole academy and everything. Jaiki shares his wish. Yes, I'm definitely going to send my siblings there to study. Deus curiously asks, must be pretty expensive, huh? Jaiki answers hesitantly. Yes, Deus says bluntly, the folks at the Hero Management Department are shrewd businessmen. They sell people a future that keeps them hooked and dependent. Mid-stride, Deus suddenly stops and calls out. Waste. Jaiki answers awkwardly. Yes. Deus's voice turns dead serious. You've noticed it too, haven't you? What we're doing right now, it's nothing like what a hero should be. Sneaking into a hero clan's estate, stealing intel, then reporting them. Are you really okay with that? Even though you're a hero, just like them though a bit different. Jaiki shares his thoughts without a moment's hesitation. I know what we're doing is a crime. But after meeting Lord Sualusi, I realized something. And that is Lord Deus is truly a just and righteous person. We may be thieves right now. But in reality, we're hunting down criminals who are trying to monopolize critical resources meant for heroes. Isn't that right? At first I was stunned by your actions. But now I understand. Lord Deus already saw through Lord Sualusi's true nature. So you deliberately provoked him to make him reveal his real feelings, didn't you? Those words of praise make Deus's face flush with embarrassment. I didn't think that deeply into it, but believe what you want. Do you remember what you said to me when we first met? This is an opportunity. Honestly, if I couldn't say it out loud, I had almost given up on becoming a hero. How could someone like me ever become a hero? This isn't exactly the situation I dreamed of. But I even got to meet a high-rank hero. I never imagined it, and I owe my new shield entirely to you. Lord Deus, I know full well I haven't done anything to deserve all of this. Stealing, all I need is for my siblings to grow up well. I want to make sure those kids, at the very least, won't be called failures. I swear no one will have to inherit this wretched poverty. I'll raise them to become heroes. Sure, they won't be on the front lines of the 66th Demon King War in 20 years, but at least they'll be able to participate in the support campaign from the rear. Then I'll be able to hang up a portrait of my siblings, fighting heroically just like the painting we saw in Lord Sualusi's room. And it'll be passed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. The Holobate clan participated in the 666th Demon King War in a support role. And so the Holobate clan helped defeat the Demon King in the 666th war and lived happily ever after. Forever. Deus asks with a curious look. What about you? Ever since you were born, what did you want to do? What did you want to become? How did you want to live? You don't have thoughts like that. If you're willing to sacrifice your one and only life for family and clan heir, you really content with just that? Jaiki suddenly clenches his fists, trembling not from fear, but as if steeling his resolve. He smiles faintly, then speaks with firm conviction. That's all I want. I'll end the Holobate clan's poverty with my own 2 hands. To do that, I'd even make a deal with a demon. The corner of Deus's mouth curls into a deeply satisfied smirk. He grins with excitement and stares straight at Jaiki. It seems I chose the right person. Very well. Just wait and see. Let's find out how this journey to the depths of hell ends. Alex appears in an instant, landing atop a street lamp before bowing his head. Yes, my lord. Jaiki jumps in shock, calling out in alarm. Lord Alex. Alex reports the situation. "I found it, let's go. To these bastards' secret chamber." Deus smirks with visible delight. "You found it." Alex smiles faintly. "I did. I also found a list of their affiliated clan members. Polonia Hattis, Haliachite lists 76 clans in total. All of them ancient and prestigious bloodlines." Jaiki's expression sinks into gloom. "The majority of them are clans that appeared in our textbooks. How is this even possible?" Deus immediately speaks up to ask, "And where are the dragons being held?" Alex answers crisply, "You guessed correctly, Master, they're underwater." Jaiki flinches, startled. "Underwater?" Deus doesn't hesitate for even a second before issuing his orders. "Good, let's get to work." Alex raises his hand and channels his mana. "Yes, Master." In an instant, translucent water bubbles materialize and wrap around the heads of Deus and Jaiki, allowing them to breathe underwater. Both Deus and Alex dash forward and leap straight into the lake, leaving Jaiki frozen in bewilderment. He calls out to Deus in a flustered voice. His face twists with worry and hesitation. Then Jaiki hurls himself into the lake with a shout that echoes across the surface. "Wait for me!" In the blink of an eye, his body plunges completely beneath the vast, shimmering waters. At first, he's too flustered to even open his mouth, but then a radiant smile breaks across his face when he realizes he can breathe effortlessly. "I can breathe down here. It's the air bubble, isn't it?" His eyes suddenly go wide with sheer disbelief. Jaiki freezes on the spot, as if witnessing something utterly horrifying. Rows upon rows of dragons are bound in chains and sealed beneath the lake. Shock overtakes Jaiki's face as he notices the faint glimmers of light flickering in their eyes. Meanwhile, Deus and Alex stand before the captive dragons, poring over documents. Alex speaks up. According to the records, after each scale harvest, they send healers to tend to the dragons, and the cycle just repeats a perpetual loop, no different from a factory harvesting fresh dragon scales. The oldest one has endured this for 230 years. The dragon's body is covered head to tail in scars and wounds, a pitiful, wretched sight. Jaiki's voice suddenly turns somber. "This is beyond anything I could have imagined." Deus voices a question. Alex responds with utmost seriousness. "Do you think the supporters of Haliadia's products are aware of this? If they are, it wouldn't be surprising. Their motive likely stems from the conviction that they must take action because the saint they revere has done nothing in the face of escalating unrest." Deus picks up the thread. "That explains why they've been grafting those strange parasites onto themselves, to fight humanity rather than focusing their hatred on the demon race. Not hard to understand, is it? Put me in their shoes, and I'd try to slaughter every last dragon too." Alex can only fall silent before Deus's contemplative expression. He wastes no time approaching the dragon's body. He swiftly harvests a single scale to finish the job. Deus speaks plainly, "Do it." Alex pulls his arm back with full force, then slashes his claws deep into the dragon's body in one decisive motion. He yanks hard, tearing a single dragon scale free and clutching it in his grip. He turns his back without delay, having got what he came for. "Let's go." But then Deus suddenly speaks. "Wait, something's not right." Alex whirls around, caught completely off guard. A puzzled look crosses his face. "So we're not leaving," Deus mutters under his breath. Indeed, Alex still doesn't understand what's really happening here. "Yes, Master." Deus's eyes flash with sudden light, his face contorting with barely contained fury, practically steaming with rage. "This truly defies my will." He launches a devastating kick that shatters every chain binding the dragon in the blink of an eye. Both Alex and Jaiki are left stunned and speechless. The chains break, a violent shockwave of pressure slams outward, forcing Alex to cross his arms in front of his face to brace against it. Brilliant red light suddenly erupts and spreads throughout the entire space. A thunderous roar erupts from the dragons, as if they are rising from their slumber. Deus and his group stand tall, watching every movement of the dragons with unwavering composure. The dragons roar in unison, a deafening cry of defiance after eons in chains. They thrash violently, and the chains shatter apart like glass. The other dragons begin struggling, just as fiercely, to break free of their own shackles. Their roars tear through the very air, pure, unrestrained fury erupting in full force. Alex watches from a distance, a calm smile forming on his lips. The surface of the water suddenly begins to churn, boiling violently as something surges up from below. A colossal dragon erupts from the lake in a geyser of towering waves. The patrol guards stare with eyes wide open, faces frozen in absolute terror. Dragons by the dozen soar into the sky, their wings unfurling to blot out the heavens. The guards scream with mouths agape, their voices shrill with panic and dread. The dragons have escaped. One dragon bears its fang sparks, and firelight ignite within its gaping maw. It unleashes a torrent of flame straight down, and the entire estate is swallowed by an inferno in mere seconds. Another dragon channels a massive blast of mana downward. The estate caught in the blast crumbles into rubble instantaneously. It doesn't stop there. The remaining dragons tear through every corner of the sprawling estate with savage fury. Explosions chain one after another, razing the entire compound with brutal efficiency. Yet another dragon sweeps overhead, trailing enormous chunks of ice that crash down amid a bitter, killing frost. Meanwhile, Jaiki scrambles up the bank right behind Deus, completely drenched. Deus and Alex land on solid ground, with an air of effortless composure. Alex's expression shifts to alarm. "Master, why did you suddenly release them all?" Deus answers nonchalantly. "Well, Sualusi's stupid face popped into my head and I got annoyed." Alex bristles with frustration. "Didn't you say we would do nothing beyond harvesting one scale?" Deus replies with complete indifference. "Who knows? I didn't lay a finger on those humans, so what's the big deal?" Alex immediately fires back. "It's a very big deal. Take responsibility for this, master." Jaiki silently gazes at the devastation stretching before him, thinking to himself, "If I remember correctly, he said we'd do this covertly." At the same time, Alex is still furiously arguing with Deus. "What do you plan to do next, master? Word is going to spread like wildfire." Deus casually replies, "Then we just kill everyone who talks. Problem solved." Jaiki quickly speaks up, as the situation grows increasingly tense. "Lord Deus," but Alex is already shouting over him, his brow furrowed with rage. "Then why did we even bother disguising ourselves in the first place?" Vagidias grits his teeth so hard they nearly crack, eyes blazing with seething fury. "These wretched beasts." He stares hard at Deus, utterly bewildered. White-haired, the fury surging inside him seems to reach its absolute peak. "He's here too." Sualusi also appears unexpectedly, his face twisted in absolute rage. He clenches his teeth and screams in fury. "My castle, how dare you do this to the Holiadia clan?" His eyes suddenly flash with a cold, sharp glint as he catches sight of something below. What slams into Sualusi's vision is the face of Jaiki, chatting away obliviously. The masked hero, Vagidias, roars furiously. "You bastard!" Deus's group lifts their heads, looking toward the source of that thunderous sound. Then Deus flashes a supremely smug smile. He glances at Vagidias and cheerfully warns, "Hello there. Don't touch me, I'll kill you for real this time." Vagidias's eyes flare wide, his mouth splitting open in a furious scream. The wretched Sualusi can't contain his rage either, bellowing, "Masked hero, I've been waiting for you." Jaiki immediately covers his face, pleading desperately with sheer terror in his eyes. "Spare me." Vagidias and Sualusi spring up instantly, launching forward without a moment's hesitation. Both leap skyward in unison, swords drawn. Their blades gleam under the pale moonlight as Vagidias and Sualusi charge in a terrifying speed. The dragon roars in blind fury, tearing free of its chains with a savage Bytethan rockets toward the two with its fangs bared. In the blink of an eye, it slams into them like a bolt of destruction, tearing and crushing the bodies of both Vagidias and Sualusi. Immediately after, its wings unfurl, whipping up a violent gale that howls like a raging tempest. Deus raises both hands. "I didn't lay a finger on them, you know." Alex chimes in, "Indeed." Jaiki can only stare in stunned disbelief at the carnage. Once he leaves, Alex immediately proposes an idea. "Then let's use this chaos and get out of here." Deus and Jaiki both shoot their hands up in agreement. "Sounds good." Meanwhile, at the crumbling, ruined mansion, the desperate wails and cries of the people still echo without end. "Run, someone save me." In the end, the only two witnesses who had seen Deus's group are also dead. After that, the history books would only record simply that the Holiadia clan's collapse remained unexplained. The sun peeks over the horizon, its first rays slipping softly through the window frame. Jaiki wakes up, drool still clinging to the corner of his mouth. "It's morning already. I said I'd focus on the shop starting today. I need to get it open before Lord Deus arrives." He hurries over and grabs the door handle. He freezes in shock outside. A bustling crowd lines up, their excited chatter ringing deafeningly loud. "Is this the weapon shop? The one that sells weapons forged with dragon's breath? I told you the best shops always pop up in the countryside. Someone go wake the shopkeeper. When are they going to open? Hey, stop pushing. No cutting in line. What's your hero rank?" "It's opening." "What took so long?" "It's open, let's go. I've been standing here since dawn." Jaiki's face lights up with an excited grin. "Hello, welcome to the Devil Weapon Shop." Customers flood into the shop, swarming the weapon displays. "How much for these two swords?" Jaiki eagerly replies, "That'll be 7 gold and 87 silver." Weapons fly off the shelves, selling out one after another. "I'll take this umbrella." Jaiki responds gently, "Look, the color's a bit different, isn't it? I've never seen a dagger with this kind of design before. Where are the shields? Hey kid, how much is this one?" Jaiki serves customers non-stop without a moment's rest. "Thank you, sir. We're running a promotion, buy 2, get 1 free. Would you like me to wrap those up for you?" The girls are instantly charmed by Alex's radiant smile and immediately place their orders. "Yes, please." Deus sits upstairs, watching the shop's bustling business below. His expression is blank, almost dazed. Business seems good. Then he lets out a long sigh, full of boredom and weariness. Deus watches the lively crowd flowing in and out of the shop, thinking to himself, "I thought I'd feel excited about humans and their obsession with making money, but it turns out to be even more boring than I expected." Suddenly he calls out, "I'm heading upstairs to sleep." Jaiki responds, "Sure thing." Then Deus shuffles into his room with zero enthusiasm. Deus's room on the 2nd floor of the shop is absolutely luxurious. Deus strolls in lazily, then immediately flops onto the bed with a satisfied grin. So soft, getting rich isn't anything special either. Sleeping is still the best. A soft golden glow spreads through the room, accompanied by the gentle voice of Jinlong. Deus thinks to himself, bewildered the mother of dragons. Deus asks, "You're here?" Jinlong answers gently, "You're always sleeping, aren't you? It must be nice being so carefree." Deus smiles and says, "You saw everything that happened with the Holyadia clan yesterday, didn't you? The list of clans involved is on the table. Take it." Jinlong's eyes suddenly gleam with a sinister edge. "I saw everything from start to finish. That was a blatant violation of the peace accord between our 2 races." Red flashes of light suddenly flicker in Deus's eyes. "So do we declare war on humanity now?" Jinlong speaks calmly. "For whose benefit?" Deus closes his eyes, rolls to the side, and replies with utter indifference, "I don't care, as long as I get paid." Jinlong quickly offers, "I'll pay you." Deus suddenly opens his eyes and stares at her. "This isn't something that can be settled in a year or 2, you know that." Jinlong falls silent, unable to say a word. Deus then muses, "Maintaining the peace accord is hard. You know that, don't you? Under the bright chandelier. So when you uncovered the truth within the Huya clan, you must have been furious, right? For the sake of the dragon god, yet you never intervened yourself. That's why you came to us to solve this, isn't it?" Jinlong responded with an utterly resolute tone. "Not exactly. The hero clans have been spreading the hell fungus to poison the dragons, driving them to attack humans. That's their pretext for the assault. That's why the dragons are attacking humans and being hunted to extinction for it." Deus spoke with a skeptical look. "And what about the dragon's way of fighting back?" Jinlong's voice grew deadly serious. "We have our pride, rather than stoop to their level. We would fight them until the very last one of us falls. To avenge the loss of a friend, a lover, or family would we sacrifice other friends, lovers, or family members for that revenge. Come to think of it, their actions don't quite add up." My Waila Yumum Dus suddenly widened his eyes, his expression growing intensely tense. Jinlong's face likewise became filled with fury. "Just as I suspected, hell fungus is far too strange. There's no way humans could have created something like a curse this terrifying and bizarre. Who placed that filthy weapon into the hands of the hero clans? Someone is exploiting the rage of our children and the hero clans alike, profiting from the chaos." Deus grabbed Jinlong's face and spoke in a stern, loud voice. "Hey, everyone knows the little hatchlings in your clan love going out and causing havoc. Besides their parents, who's going to believe they're innocent? All you lot are good for is stirring up trouble on this continent. You know what? Just call them all back and give each one a good beating. Problem solved. No need to bother anyone else." She blurted out unconsciously, but immediately he fled in exhaustion. "Oh, forget a time crawling back into my egg. Rules and commandments. Why do you people keep overcomplicating everything? Do you have some kind of complexity addiction? Don't you get headaches living under all these systems all the time? Just tear down the rules and live in peace. Simple as that. Look at me living free and easy. Nobody can touch me." Jinlong suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Deus utterly confused. "A demon king telling me to live in peace? Really? You're hopeless." Deus unconsciously turned to look at her. "Leave me alone. Why won't any of you use your heads for once? Just gather in a swarm and attack the humans then. What, you think we'd actually win?" Jinlong flatly refused. "Impossible. It's all because of humanity's bloodline. We can never defeat them." Deus sat up smirking. "Why is that? Why do you and Alex both make such a fuss whenever bloodlines come up?" Jinlong sighed and repeated, You've never witnessed that day. Right now, they're nothing but low-rank cannon fodder. But when that day comes, day you're destined to descend upon the human realm, you'll see their true strength. With the halo of the cross at their backs, they will rise and resist. No matter how hard you suppress them, thigh fall with smiles on their faces at first, only to rise again and again. The moment you think you've won, a new bloodline awakens and the counterattack begins anew. On, like moths hurling themselves into a flame called the Demon King. The real problem is those moths are endless. Jinlong raised her head high and gazed into the void. You will even come to fear them, fear their courage, the human's faith in the last hero. That will be the great enemy you must face 20 years from now. Her voice suddenly dropped. At that point, you won't be fighting humans. You'll be fighting the boundless courage that has carried them to victory for over 66,580 years. After hearing this, Deus turned around and giggled, startling Jinlong. Just imagining myself fighting Jai Ki. That's hilarious. But wait, we don't. We just wipe out the third and fourth generations while we're at it. The last hero is supposed to be born in the 100th year, right? If we attack now and slaughter the third generation, the last hero can never be born and we win. Deus's expression grew urgent. Or we could just wait 30 more years, wait until the last hero dies of old age. Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? You idiot, Jinlong snarled in frustration. Why are you asking me? You're the Demon King. Shouldn't you be the one making those decisions? He shrugged, playing innocent. How would he know anything? We've done things this way since the day I was born, so I assumed there was some special reason for it. Every time I ask, everyone just says they don't know. It's always been that way, for as long as anyone can remember. She crossed her arms and reasoned alongside Deus. Looks like there must be some special reason after all. He unconsciously asked a question. Why? Do we have to fight? What is a demon? What is a hero? Jinlong furrowed her brow as if staring at a strange creature. What kind of nonsense questions are those? Don't you find this world utterly absurd? The demons have been living in the demon realm for nearly 70 years now, and they're perfectly fine. They could just keep living there. Why bother wasting energy invading the human realm? Because the human realm is blessed, and the demon realm is cursed. Deus immediately countered. If God only blessed the human realm, then why create the demon realm at all? If he hadn't done that, I wouldn't need to be at war with all of you in the first place. Jinlong froze for a few seconds. Now that you mention it, but he must have his own reasons. He shrugged again. What reasons, and what even is a god? Her eyes lit up with excitement. What do you mean? God is an omnipotent entity that created everything. Deus pressed on loudly, curiosity pouring out. Then why does he let us slaughter each other? Jinlong immediately lunged closer, her voice irritated. I wouldn't know the reason. Maybe he's going through a midlife crisis at age 80, or he's just insane. He flopped back onto the bed, mouth agape. This is giving me a headache. Am I the only one who's noticed how strange all this is? Jinlong gently spoke once more. Because you're a clueless demon king. Deus turned away dismissively. I don't know. If you don't want to get smacked by an idiot, then get out. I want to sleep. She giggled again, making him look up. I've been feeling pretty down lately, but hearing your nonsense actually cheers me up a bit. Every time I look at you, I can't help wondering what's the meaning of all this. Dieu, bid farewell coldly. Visiting hours are over, please leave. Jinlong quietly lowered her head to look at him. I have one last request before I leave. Please, find out who supplied those drugs to the humans. Those drugs used to poison our children. Deus let out a huge, sleepy yawn. Hey, that's top-secret intel from the highest echelons of humanity. If even you, divine dragon, can't figure it out, how am I supposed to? She gently suggested, perhaps the demon duke traveling with you might know. In the 540th Great Battle over 10 years ago, one of the demon dukes captured hundreds of dragons, triggering a genocide that nearly drove the entire dragon race in this world to extinction. A legendary strategist, Duke Alex. Upon hearing that name, Deus whipped around in surprise. He quickly recalled everything. What do you take me for? I am the greatest strategist in the demon realm. Deus was skeptical, so he was telling the truth. The golden dragon speaks a few final words. Savage, he can easily penetrate others' minds. I'm leaving. Just as she steps forward, she halts. The golden dragon hastily speaks up. Perhaps you're right. This world truly is strange. After the golden dragon plunges into the abyss and vanishes, Alex bursts in without warning. Master, we're in deep trouble. Dus roars in fury. Damn it, I was about to go to sleep. He thrusts a strange object forward. Look at this, your grace. They call it the infernal scarecrow mushroom. After studying the mycelium found inside the dragon's bodies, I discovered this. Its mind control effect has been amplified 1,000-fold. Dus grits his teeth as if ready to put his subordinate in the ground. And so what? Alex reminds him innocently. It's a type of fungus that grows only in our demon realm, and there is only one person who can freely manipulate it. This substance belongs to one of the 7 dukes, the incarnation of plague and poison. Plague King Dadot Alex's eyes suddenly blaze with intensity as he asks in a deep voice, "Should I cover it up?" Dus lunges forward impatiently, closing the distance, his face flushed crimson with rage. "Think you can actually pull that off? That's a 1,000-year-old dragon that stirred up all that chaos." Alex calmly corrects him. More precisely, it's a dragon over 66.58 years old. Dus can't help but let out a dejected sigh. Damn it, so in the end, the culprit is still us. There's no evidence proving we're Lin. Alex explains nervously, "You must understand the mycelium that drove the dragons mad belongs to Dadot. He never dispersed it." He nods along absently. "Of course it's the demons. Who else profits from war besides us? Another civil war between humans and dragons, no less." Hearing this, Alex's eyes suddenly widen in shock. "Civil war?" Dus grows irritated with his bewildered expression. He jabs a finger at him and screams, "Do you even realize you are the one who triggered this civil war? I heard you were the expert at stirring up internal conflicts." Alex lets out a confused huh. "That's absurd." He forces a smile and continues, "I have an elegant, refined approach. I use psychology. I don't resort to slimy, damp mushrooms or this mycelium nonsense. Besides, if it were me, wouldn't I have already told you about it?" Hearing this, Dus suddenly goes calm. "Fair point." He tilts his head again and continues his interrogation. "But then why would anyone do that?" Alex's face immediately twists with bewilderment. He stammers, letting out a confused huh. Dus patiently repeats, "Using the mycelium to make humans attack, that's what I'm asking about." "Why?" Alex breaks into a cold sweat from sheer nervousness. He glances sideways and throws the question back. "Didn't you already say it yourself? To make humans and dragons fight each other." At this, Dus tilts his head, raises an eyebrow, and rebuts in a low voice, "Listen. If you wanted them to tear each other apart, you'd use poison or curse, something humans commonly employ. A single investigation would be enough to know this was definitely the work of demons. You recognized it right away, Golden Divine Dragon. You knew from the very first time we met, didn't you?" Alex's gaze sharpens to a razor's edge. He nods in agreement. "Of course, across 665 centuries, how many times have we faced the humans head-on the front lines?" falls silent, his eyes clouded with complexity. He props his chin on his hand and mutters, "Right. Something isn't right. There's definitely still a cadence at play here." Finally, clenches his fingers in fury, grinding his teeth as he reaches a decision. "Might as well call Dadot. It's time to put those Demon King torture techniques we learned as children to good use." Right at that moment, Alex speaks up again. "I went to Dadot's workshop. I searched every corner of the demon realm. Not a single trace of him. He's vanished." Hearing this, spirals further into madness. He roars at the top of his lungs. "What the hell is going on? All I wanted was to live peacefully and keep things under control. But all of this is making me lose it." Afterward, he deflates like a desiccated corpse. "This is insane. How did you even manage to find that useless thing? Because of you, I've been ruined." Alex stammers in confusion. "My lord, I only wish to help you, but to have caused your ruin." His face suddenly darkens, shrouded in mystery. Alex questions himself silently. Then what about the Grand Duke? The only person who could sway Datatone of the 7 Dukeses, he? His pupils contract as if he can't believe his own thoughts. Alex thinks in bewilderment. Could it be that the Sovereign is the mastermind behind all this? Beside him, remains lost in a daze. "Lola, I've been ruined." Alex clenches his jaw, calculating. "Come to think of it, yesterday you dismantled the dragon-hunting gangs and sent shockwaves through the veteran Rank 1 heroes. You even handed the guild roster to the Golden Divine Dragon to shatter the peace accord, with evidence of humanity's dragon poaching laid bare before her. Even if the peace accord holds, the Golden Dragon won't just sit idle. In the end, the relationship between demons, humans, and dragons will collapse entirely. For the first time in history, a 3-way war between demons, humans, and dragons will erupt." Alex suddenly collapses onto the ground, his heart thundering with disbelief. A truly grand scheme. His face drains of all color, unable to fathom his own deduction. A plan so magnificent it's staggering, come to think of it. Even if we caught him now, we couldn't pin any of this on the Sovereign. On the contrary, the Sovereign and I would be enshrined in the divine records for averting the war between humans and dragons. At this thought, Alex's eyes suddenly widen with realization. Dus, sensing his strange gaze, grows visibly perplexed. Alex continues, He calculated all of this from the very beginning. Yes, otherwise, why would he have abandoned the throne back then? He recalls the scene from that day with De. Looking back, he had raised his hand and asked, "What are those floating petals over there?" The previous Demon King would never have paid attention to something like that, would he? It's wonderful, being up on the surface. The moment those words leave his lips, his face turns ashen, his bloodshot eyes burning crimson as he repeats the question. Deep down, Alex always knew De yearned for the surface more desperately than any king before him. Back then he asked, "Why did you abandon us?" But De simply tilted his head and replied, "Didn't I already tell you?" Then he broke into an enigmatic laugh for no reason at all. Alex murmurs in awe. He was always evasive about his reason for abandoning the Demon King's throne. He sinks to one knee, whispering in his mind, "My true sovereign. I, Alex, am a fool. I've been played." Alex's expression turns grave as he calls out, "My sovereign." De, caught off guard by this display, is utterly baffled. "What?" Alex speaks slowly, enunciating each word. "I, Alex, truly have eyes but fail to see MT. Tai. Only now can I see the magnificent tapestry my sovereign has woven. To have such a foolish vassal under your command, no wonder you kept that secret from me." The more Deus listens, the less he understands what Alex is getting at. His face goes blank as he wonders, did this guy take the wrong pills? Why is he suddenly talking nonsense? Alex continues speaking with absolute conviction. "Though belated, if you still trust me, my lord, I will do everything in my power to cover this up." By now, Deus is so bewildered that cold sweat beads across his forehead. He thinks to himself, I have no idea what this guy is rambling about, but let's just play along. If it works out, even better. He puts on his angriest face. "You damn fool, thank goodness you've finally come to your senses." I nearly coughed up blood from sheer rage. Deus points toward the entrance. "To atone for your blunder, go cover it up. Now." Alex takes the bait instantly and bolts out the door. "Yes, my lord, rest assured." Finally, Deus mutters to himself, "I'm going to just go to sleep." But at that very moment, Deus suddenly calls out to Alex. He hesitates, his expression unreadable. By the way, do gods actually exist? Alex pauses cautiously for a long moment before answering. "Of course. Why do you ask all of a sudden, my lord?" Deus looks away, his words catching in his throat. They always go on about rules and laws, but none of them care whether a demon king actually wants to be a demon king. Alex lets out a bright, cheerful laugh. "I'm certain they are watching over everything, my lord. The gods truly exist." Right then, he drops a line that sends a chill down Deus's spine. "I've seen them before." The moment he finishes speaking, the air plunges into absolute silence. Deus lets out a soft, stunned "oh." What did they look like? The question makes Alex freeze for a beat. He rests his chin on his hand, glancing aside as he recalls. "I'm not sure. I only caught a brief glimpse from afar." Upon hearing this, Deus clenches his fist and yells right in Alex's face. "You idiot, making me worry over nothing like that. Go to sleep, go to sleep." Alex flinches back in fright. "Yes, my lord." He hastily dashes through the spatial gate. Then, "Good night, my lord." A few minutes after Alex leaves, Deus wearily drops his head onto the pillow. His expression is deeply troubled, weighed down by a storm of wandering thoughts. His eyes hold layers upon layers of unreadable complexity. He muses silently to himself. Suffers the most plausible hypothesis. Hinner has colluded with Daos to incite war against humanity. The Golden Dragon tried to prevent that, and as a result, we ended up standing on Zangum's side. But in that case, the Golden Dragon's faction would be in the right, and Hinner is manipulating things to turn us into the target. Somion is weaponizing the dragon's fury. Or second conversely, humanity must have hidden Dao's mycelium to manufacture a reason to hunt dragons. A question rings out, how are they thriving so well? Back then, Siolusi answered that it's because they are extremely valuable. Deus wonders hide Dao's mycelium and deliberately drive the dragons to attack humans. If so, the dragons are 100% the victims, and the peace treaty will be shattered by Hinner's wrath. The deeper he thinks, the more tangled his mind becomes. Finalized third possibility. All of this is merely the Golden Dragon's hypothesis. She said she's been hiding her identity as a human to evade the gods' oversight, and she's extremely wary of foreign magic. He recalls Alet's words, "Golden Dragon exists in this world as a human, not the true Golden Dragon." Deus reasons, in other words, Jinlong is not truly present here. And when the Golden Dragon declared, with unwavering eyes, that she would hunt dragons, he wondered to himself, what if we rule out the Golden Dragon? What if it's as though a demon king and a demon duke suddenly surfaced and attacked both, humans and dragons alike? At a time when only 20 years remain before the return, the alliance between dragons and humans is crumbling by the day. Back then, the Demon King and his demon legions devastated everything in their path. So what will become of this great war between humans and demons this time? To keep the civil war between dragons and humans burning, many noble aligned factions have done everything in their power to drive them apart. If we exploit that, we seize control of the war that's about to unfold. A final question surfaces in Deus's thoughts. Then what? His face darkens. Mysterious black streaks trail down his cheeks, and his eyes blaze crimson like a burning torch. Deus grins darkly. If we want to make a move, then we just go kill them. Simple as that. Scene transition early morning at the shop. Blue skies, white clouds, and warm sunlight streaming down in utter peace. Alexia strolls in and casually asks, "How are you?" Jaiki's face lights up the moment he spots her, and he rushes over. "Senior Alexia." Then he gestures enthusiastically in introduction. "Lord Deus, this is Alexiath Pride of Jik, and my elementary school classmate from the Anti-Hero Academy. Hiro Hanazai from an A-rank clan. Senior Alexia." Alexia immediately cuts him off with a booming voice. "My lord," Jaiki flusters, sheepishly explaining at her volume. "Alexia is always like that." Deus recalls what Alex once told him. There are only two clans here. One A-rank clan teetering on the edge of falling to G-rank, and one F-rank clan already in decline. He thinks to himself, everyone knows that. Meanwhile, Alexia raises her head and surveys the surroundings, from the packed crowd to the rows of badges adorning every wall. Finally, she closes her eyes and speaks with casual indifference. "I hear you found yourself some backing. Not bad." Jaiki's cheeks flush red at the compliment. He scratches his head. "Thank you, senior." Then Alexia's gaze shifts toward Deus. The two lock eyes, neither speaks. She clears her throat and teases, "Why are you staring at me like that?" First time seeing an A-rank hero. But Deus's next words instantly drive her up the wall. "If you're really an A-rank hero, how come you were nowhere to be seen when the dragons attacked?" Alexia bristles and fires back with a sharp jab. "How utterly rude. My clan fought in the 665th Great War as G-rank heroes. I'll have you know. It seems you're still unfamiliar with how this world works. Dragons are reserved for D-rank heroes only. Everyone has their own role." Jaiki senses the tension and quickly steps in to defuse the situation. Of course, if anyone could capture a dragon, everyone would be a D-rank hero already. "So why did you come here?" At that moment, Alexia crosses her arms with a powerful motion. The metallic clang of her armor striking together rings out with a sharp, resonant boom. She raises her eyes, staring straight at Deus, and answers with unmistakable arrogance. "I heard a tremendous sacred artifact could be found in these magnificent castle sterns. Out, it's just you, kid. I was curious what kind of patron would choose an F-rank nobody over an A-rank hero like me. But there's no need to even bother looking. You're just a privileged brat who doesn't respect heroes and wouldn't know refinement if it hit him in the face. No wonder you couldn't even recognize the Holiatia clan." Jaiki forces a sheepish laugh. "I just got lucky, that's all. If Master had met Alexia Senpai first, he definitely would have chosen you instead." Deus lounges with his legs propped up on the chair, answering with utter calm and not a shred of restraint. Before getting chosen, one should learn basic courtesy first. Who would bother protecting a hero clan that didn't even show up when the dragons attacked? Jaiki speaks up in alarm. "How dare you?" Without another word, Deus dismissively turns his head away, not deeming her worth a second glance. He flicks his hand in a lazy gesture. Truth be told, whether it's a hero or the Demon King, people like them are nothing but flies. And yet, something seems to crackle between those two. "Enough, stop bothering me. Get lost." Alexia grinds out each word through clenched teeth. "Fine, then let me show you exactly where A-rank and F-rank differ." Jaiki, standing beside them, is already drenched in cold sweat. He grabs hold of her, trying to calm her down. "Alexia, please calm down." Alexia, fuming so hard she looks ready to blow steam, whirls around and storms off. "Thank God I didn't end up with such a bizarre patron. I'm leaving." Jaiki rushes after her. "I'm sorry, Senpai." Meanwhile, Deus calls out from inside the shop, voice lazy and loud. "Goodbye. If you're not coming to buy anything, don't bother showing up next time." But at that very moment, Alexia suddenly calls out to Jaiki. She glances back over her shoulder, speaking with hidden meaning. "Now that you have a patron, you should at least take the bloodline rank test. You still don't have a rank yet." Hearing this, Deus abruptly sits bolt upright with a startled "huh." He stares at the other party, eyes wide with confusion. "Didn't you say you were F-rank? You haven't even taken that test yet." Jaiki looks completely bewildered. He scratches his head sheepishly. "It was too expensive, but I'm definitely F-rank, that much I'm sure of." Alexia reminds him gently. "Just give it a try anyway. Who knows, you might get lucky." Deus deflates at this, visibly deflated. Even a test costs money. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Jaiki explains. The basic hero courses are free. Alexia adds nonchalantly. But that alone isn't enough to keep up. So everyone enrolls in hero academies and takes private tutoring sessions on top of that. Jaiki nods in agreement. That's true. Then she glances toward Deus, but that's just an excuse. True geniuses pass every course and succeed without needing any extra lessons at all. Those are the ones who become first-rate heroes at A rank and above. Deus smiles faintly. You mean natural selection. Alexia explains calmly. Equal opportunity only buries talent. Only the top 5% of heroes protect this world. The rest low-rank hero eshave to give everything up. Deus rests his chin on his hand, nodding thoughtfully. From what you're saying, it seems that's how hero ranking works. Even the bloodline test costs money. Alexia bursts out laughing at this remark. My dear sir, outstanding heroes never struggle for money. Heroes are needed everywhere. He asks back calmly, what about those who can't earn money? She immediately shoots up a finger to rebut. That never happens. The hero management department supports them. Deus glances toward the young man beside him. Alexia crosses her arms, tilts her chin up, and retorts stubbornly. He doesn't want to try, and even if he did, he could just have his brothers take the test and verify for himself. If all three of them are like that, then just graduate at B rank and be done with it. Deus presses the point bluntly. Keep dodging failure like that and you'll still end up spending money. And if you're stuck at F rank, does poverty just get passed down through the generations? Alexia smiles. Exactly. Right then, Deus suddenly widens his eyes and shouts, that doesn't solve a damn thing. Alexia smirks and reminds him. I already told you true talent will shine on its own. You can't hide your gift. His entire body feels like it just plunged off a cliff into the abyss. Deus speaks in a subdued voice. How old are you two? Jaiki answers confused. 17. Alexia follows up. 18. He hears this and mutters under his breath. You two must have been through a lot, huh? Finally, Deus waves his hand hastily. Enough, let's go home. Post the shop closure notice. Key, let's go. Jaiki asks in confusion. Where are we going? Deus suddenly grows excited and shouts. Where else? To get the bloodline test, obviously. Let's go, Alex. Alex leaps down from the spatial gate the instant he hears the command. Yes, my lord. The moment Alexia catches sight of his figure, her face goes sheet-whitish jolts in shock. Scene transition hero management office. A mild afternoon sun hangs overhead. Leaves rustle softly in the breeze. A staff member sits at her desk working when Deus's group strolls in. He stuffs both hands in his pockets and speaks with formal gravity. We're here to register for the hero bloodline rank test. The staff member keeps her head down, continuing to stamp documents. Take a number and wait, please. But Deus urges impatiently. Just do it now. At this, the woman says nothing more, merely points to the side, catching everyone off guard. On the desk sits a placard with neatly written text. There are always people waiting ahead of you. Don't be rude. Please follow the staff's instructions. Please continue with the registration process. The staff member sees this and cheerfully calls out, Welcome, we'll begin right away. While Jaiki lets out a surprised, Oh! Beside him, Deus merely tilts his head, baffled at why the other guy got to cut in line. Jaiki explains that the southern border urgently needs the strongest warriors. That man isn't just a hero, his power is nearly at S rank. He's renowned for his talent. Deus asks, but you said she was A rank. Jaiki explains slowly. In theory, since Alexia's father is an A rank hero, she'll receive that title after graduation. Deus lets out a derisive laugh upon hearing this. So she's not even A rank either. Jaiki jumps in to smooth things over, but everyone expects Alexia to surpass her father. She could reach above A rank. She may not be the most diplomatic, but her skills are truly outstanding. Just then the staff member called out, Number 45, please. Jaiki hurriedly stood up. Here, a few minutes later, the three of them were led to another room. The examiner read out the name in a deep voice, Jaiki Panhaliatia. He nodded respectfully. Yes. The man raised an eyebrow, studied the file, and fell silent for a long moment before the examiner continued his questions. 17 years old, elementary school graduate. Jaiki scratched his head shyly. The examiner was simply reading off the basic information no ability assessment had ever been conducted, and it was unclear whether his bloodline was even pure. And from the Haliatia clan. Jaiki was so nervous that his cheeks flushed red. He forced a smile. That's correct. In the end, the examiner said nothing more and simply concluded. So it's E rank then. Stamp it. Jaiki obediently nodded. Yes, but at that exact moment, Deus shouted from behind. Hold on. He looked at the examiner with a baffled expression. Don't you determine ranks using blood samples and ability assessments? This ranking decides the kid's entire life. What's the rush? Before Deus's fierce attitude, the examiner only replied flatly. His family has always been E-rank, and they seem to be in financial difficulty. I was just trying to save you two some money. But if you have the coin, by all means, continue the assessment. Deus lunged forward and screamed right in his face. How much? The man spoke slowly. 5 gold coins. The instant the words left his mouth, Deus slammed exactly 5 gold coins onto the desk. Then he demanded with an icy face, Fine, do the test. The examiner remained silent, his face betraying no expression. Finally, he rose from his chair. Then I'll go fetch the equipment. Jai-Ki looked at him sheepishly. You don't have to do this, my lord. This submissive attitude vexed Deus. You'd throw away your only chance at a better life over 5 gold coins. The more I learn about this world, the more it pisses me off. At that moment, the examiner brought out an enormous, bizarre-looking contraption, leaving them visibly stunned. What is that? He placed it on the table with a mysterious expression. This is a bloodline purity testing device. It may not look like much, but it's the pinnacle of arcane science. Before their astonished eyes, the examiner began his instructions. Simple enough, you just place your hand on the orb and that's it. He bowed his head slightly, his voice low and laden with mystery. Are you ready? Go ahead, Jai-Ki. Place your hand on it. Jai-Ki held his breath, cold sweat soaking his entire face. He clenched his lips, swallowing the lump of tension in his throat. Then, slowly, he reached his hand toward the blazing red crystal orb before him. The instant his fingertip grazed its peak, light erupted from the orb and flooded the entire room like a blinding bolt of lightning. Then the machine's internal mechanism rattled with a strange, grinding sound. Just a few minutes later, the machine spat out its result. It read bloodline purity 10.825%. The moment the examiner saw the result, his face froze in shock. Deus leaned in to look and couldn't help but comment. What's this? 10.825%. That's pretty low. He then turned to the examiner and asked bluntly, Only 10%. So what rank does he get? F rank. Tell me the result, now. But the examiner suddenly hesitated. Well, he furrowed his brow and lowered his voice. It seems there's been a bit of a malfunction. This device appears to have a glitch somewhere. If you'd like to retest, it'll be another 5 gold coins. Jai-Ki immediately looked flustered. Maybe we should stop here. I don't think spending 10 gold coins on this is worth it. The examiner's behavior was growing increasingly strange. A sweat poured down his forehead like a torrent. I think he's E-rank. Deus had completely lost patience by now. He urged impatiently, Old man, I already paid you need to do a proper job. Why do you keep dodging this? The result says 10.825%, doesn't it? Give me a rank. 5 gold coins isn't cheap, and we paid exactly what you asked. So do the evaluation properly. If it's already E-rank, what room for error is there? His words forced the examiner into a long silence of contemplation. Finally, the man spoke again, his tone deep and measured. It's simple enough. Jai-Ki here is a 4th-generation hero, correct? Deus calmly confirmed. So what? The examiner began to explain. Even a 5th-generation hero barely reaches 9% purity. In all of recorded history, 10% purity has never been documented. It's a number that only exists in dreams. The highest among D-rank heroes often likened to dragon sits at around 6%. This device must be broken. It happens from time to time. So either you pay another 5 gold coins, or we finalize the result as E-rank. At that exact moment, Deus cut him off with a thunderous voice. B-rank, his face was set with ironclad resolve as he stared the man down. Give him B-rank at the very least. The examiner stammered in response. B-rank is already extremely high. You don't just get that because you want it. This device is definitely broken. A 10% figure is simply impossible. Then Deus slammed another handful of gold coins onto the table. His voice was absolute. Oh, is that so? Then test him again, but if the result still comes back at 10%, you owe us 5 gold coins. How about it? Jai-Ki smiled awkwardly. My lord Deus. But the examiner suddenly cleared his throat. Listen here, young man. I can see the relationship between you two quite clearly. You must be the type who likes to hunt for heroes in backwater village skids who don't even know their own rank and treat them like lottery tickets. And when you don't get the result you hoped for, you toss them aside and find someone new. If the next one is the same, you throw them away too. Sure, you're helping out poor heroes, I'll give you that. But imposing your wishes and pressuring me into handing out an undeserved rank is fraud. After all, the rank determines what quests they can take on. Old man, the moment I finish speaking, the entire room plunges into an indescribable silence. After a beat, Deus finally opens his mouth, voice dripping with mockery. You done talking. Let's be honest, you're just scared. Why the hell do you run your mouth so much? So how about you try again, and put 5 gold coins on the line with me? Or do you accept giving the kid a B rank? To be frank, I really don't want to give him a D rank either. So think it over carefully. The examiner is so tense that sweat pours down his face. His eyes are glued to the machine, but his mind is spinning in a frenzy of panic. The fact that those testing machines glitch out all the time already reeks of a scam. What if that kid hits 10% again? Impossible. A 10% reading is astronomically rare. But what if it's 1%? 5 gold coins mean nothing to a brat like you, but to me, that's 3 months' salary. That kid is nothing but a useless waste without his rich mommy and daddy holding his hand. In the end, the examiner makes up his mind. Just get these people out of here and be done with it. With that thought, he forces himself to clench his jaw and shout, C rank, let's lock it in at C rank. I know you want something higher, but this isn't something to joke about. I'm doing this because I genuinely worry about that hero's safety. An E-rank hero forced to fight B-rank monsters is far too dangerous. He could die on the spot. The moment he finishes, Deus raises a finger, his eyes blazing crimson as he declares, lock it in. C-rank, stamp it before he changes his mind. The instant the agreement is reached, the examiner snatches up the stamp and slams it onto the paper faster than you can blink. He holds the document up before them. Jaiki stares at it, utterly dazed. He has officially been recognized as a C-rank hero by the Hero Management Department. By the time everything wraps up, it's already late afternoon. The sun sinks low, bathing the sky in a blazing orange glow. Deus and Alex head home together. He bursts out laughing. That old geezer actually had the gall to squeeze 10 gold coins out of me. But the moment he was asked to cough up the 5 he owed, the old fox showed his tail and flat-out refused. Truly a gutless little coward. Alex laughs along cheerfully. How dare he try to swindle Lord Deus? Behind them, Jaiki is still clutching the certificate tightly in his hands. On it, rows of elegant handwritten text are inscribed. You have been officially recognized as a C-rank hero. His eyes glisten as memories of past insults resurface. So your blood is E-rank, huh? Why waste your time? Just drop out already. I'm only saying this because I care about you. Aren't you ashamed? If it were me, I'd keep my mouth shut and pretend it never happened. Blood like that is pure garbage, and the Holly family are just outsiders, right? No different from commoner blood. Back then, he had to scramble just to beg for work. Forgive Memmy little sibling is starving. Do you have any work for me, sir? Thinking back on all of it, he can't help but break into a wide, blissful smile. Then Jaiki opens his eyes and looks at Deus walking up ahead. He murmurs in his heart, Lord Deus, do you know? You are the first person to ever reach out a hand to help me. This is the first time I've ever felt this kind of warmth. Jaiki presses his lips together, eyes shimmering with overwhelming emotion and gratitude. Deep in his heart, Jaiki whispers, I've made my decision. I will dedicate this life to you. Now I understand our meeting wasn't some coincidence. Lord Deus, you are surely the angel that heaven has destined for me. The more he thinks, the tighter he grips the certificate. Before he realizes it, his footsteps quicken. Jaiki hurries to catch up, calling out, Let's go together, Lord Deus. Deus urges him coolly, hurry up. Foolish Jaiki vows to himself that from now on, his goal is to protect Lord Deus. 1 month later, the sky churns with ominous black clouds, with flashes of light flickering behind them. The crackle of lightning grows louder and louder. Then, a blinding bolt of golden lightning slams into the earth with apocalyptic force. Deus stands atop a mountain peak, observing it all. He can't help but let out an intrigued oh, his eyes blazing with excitement as he mutters under his breath. Is that little Jaiki? Deus launches into the air, scanning his surroundings. Now then, what should I do about this? A blazing inferno unfolds before hemissive curved bones snake across the landscape, engulfing an entire region. Deus lets out a silent sigh. My attacks didn't deal a single point of damage. One of the 4 divine guardians who destroyed the old world. Red Phoenixu came to burn this world to ashes, not the Demon King. The scene cuts back to the present. The 3 of them, Deus included, stand with their heads tilted up, reading intently. Before them stretches a massive quest board plastered with notices. Jaiki asks, puzzled, why are we looking at the quest board? Deus turns his head and, in a rare moment of gentleness, answers, because you're officially a hero now. That means you need to take on official quests. Jaiki's eyes light up with understanding. He nods eagerly. Yes, sir. Beside them, a man shouts loudly, proclaiming he'll handle the Lick and his cultists, the ones trying to resurrect him at JN Cemetery in the southeast. Now that's what an A-rank quest should look like. Aladdin will take this quest. Jaiki watches in quiet admiration. Deus rolls his eyes with a weary sigh. Seriously, what's there to brag about? We should just pick a C-rank quest. Jaiki nods in timid agreement. I suppose so. Then he looks up at the quest board again. The quest notices come in all manner of ranks and categories. Bring back 3 bags of wild wolf spider eggs. Extinguish the eternal flame on the western snow mountain. Exorcise the 7 children's spirits that appear every night behind the mountain. At that moment, Deus suddenly spots a quest on the board. Quest, defeat the merfolk that has been terrorizing and preying on the villagers. He murmurs in surprise, merfolk. Deus asks aloud, what exactly are merfolk? Alex tilts his head and explains. A fierce tribe half-human, half-fish, standing 2 meters tall. They usually appear along the coasts on days when the sun isn't too strong, hunting down small fishing villages. Without a moment's hesitation, Deus strides forward and rips the quest notice off the board. Before everyone's bewildered eyes, he holds it up high and shouts, all right, grab your goggles, we're going for a swim. In the blink of an eye, it's late afternoon. The 3 of them have already set foot in the village. Deus throws on a hilariously flashy swimsuit, laughing out loud. Come out, you fishes, let's play. But in that very moment, Deus suddenly widens his eyes in sheer astonishment. Before them stretches a scene drenched in blazing crimson, the village swallowed whole by a furious inferno. Every rooftop transformed into a towering torch. Deus can't help but stammer out in disbelief. I thought it was supposed to be an ocean of fire. If there are fish, shouldn't there be water? Alex stands beside him, casting a loaded glance, the corner of his lips curling into an unreadable smirk. Fair point. Deep within the village, the houses have burned to the ground, collapsed into mounds of charred rubble. Amidst the devastation, a villager appears clutching a half-burnt wooden staff. The firelight casts its glow upon his face, twisted in abject terror. The scene erupts into horrifying chaos. Children's screams for their mothers mingle with the crackling roar of flames, weaving a sound that tears through the soul. Amid the panic, a man snatches up a blazing wooden staff from the wreckage. He stands frozen, silently watching the flames swell and spread. The heat is so intense it scorches skin to the bone. The man, drenched in sweat as if submerged, opens his mouth and bellows. The merfolk are terrified of fire. They won't dare come close, burn everything, set more fires. A girl obeys his command, dashing frantically from one spot to the next. Hurry, more fire, move faster. But in that very instant, her sweat-soaked face freeze-locked in paralyzing, bone-deep horror. Slamming straight into her vision, a grotesque creature, with slimy, glistening skin, clings to the upper wall of a house. The sight rips a terrified scream from her throat. Bloodshot veins thread her eyes, her fingers curling into uncontrollable tremors. But mere seconds later, the grotesque creature leaps to another perch. Then, without warning, it springs backward and, in a blur, lunges straight at the girl. The man reacts just in time, diving forward and yanking her clear of the creature's strike. Both crash painfully to the ground. Merfolk stomp the earth with brutal forced impact echoes like thunder. They gather in a pack row upon row of slick, glistening bodies, water dripping from their skin in nauseating streams. The merfolk's eyes blaze like those of apex predators. They advance, gnashing their fangs and growling, driving the 2 into absolute terror. Within the searing, flame-wreathed scene, a helpless scream tears through the air. When will a hero come? Meanwhile, Alex continues his explanation. Contrary to popular belief, the merfolk don't weaken against fire. That's precisely why those who fight them in flames usually die in flames. Deus raises an eyebrow and asks point-blank, how strong are they exactly? Alex shakes his head. I'm not certain, it's hard to quantify, do you ask? Alex says flatly, I don't have enough data to calculate. Deus turns back to survey the village and clicks his tongue. So this is a C-rank quest. Not bad. He then turns to Alex, probing. Jaiki probably can't handle this alone, right? Alex falls silent for a moment, his eyes heavy with calculation. Should we go down and take a look? But Deus suddenly turns around, facing the opposite direction. You go. Jaiki. The words immediately throw Jaiki into shock. He can't believe his ears and rushes over to confirm. Me, sir. Fight those things, alone. Unlike Jaiki's bewilderment, Deus speaks with utter calm. Of course, you're the only hero here. He reminds him gently, you've probably forgotten. But I'm just a merchant, and Alex is merely a butler. Though he knows this, Jaiki is thrown into turmoil. But can I actually handle them on my own? Deus raises his brow and continues. Jaiki and I apologize on the first day we met. I said I was sorry you were just an E-rank. He nods dazed. Yes, he calmly recalls every word from that day. Didn't you yourself say you were an E rank? It wasn't someone else, was it? You are the hero leader of this party. You're the one who fights. And even though Alex took all the credit back then, you haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you? Finally, Deus points straight at him and declares, as of today, you are officially a nation-recognized C-rank hero. And right before you stand ordinary, helpless civilians on the verge of death. They're waiting for a hero to appear, Deus reminds him gravely. This is your quest. They're counting on you. Go save them. Hero Jaiki grits his teeth. After the barrage of encouragement, Jaiki finally opens his mouth to respond. Yes, he clenches his fists with unwavering resolve. You're right. I used to be a Fula-Failuria defective product. I used to be a coward, but you reminded Meth old me died yesterday, and I was reborn as a C-rank hero. I swear on my family's honor I will defeat them and save everyone. The moment he finishes, Jaiki takes off running. A blazing fervor ignites deep within his core. Deus urges him on with a satisfied grin. That's it, go, hero. He points at the boy's receding figure, chanting his approval. Before you were a brainless fool, but not anymore. Go fight. Only then does Alex notice that the Demon King's smile is utterly bizarre. Deus bites his lip in excitement, grinning to himself. I was really hoping to see a bunch of little fishies splashing around in the water. An ocean of fire is a real hassle. Wonder if this little trick of mine will work. Good thing Jaiki is a total idiot. Alex thinks with a weary sigh, truly befitting of a Demon King. His habits never change. How wonderful. Scene change the burning village. Frantic feet pound through the chaos. A boy runs, gasping for air, sweat rolling down his cheeks. Eyes darting left and right in terror, without a single second of pause. Right at that moment, the boy's toe snags on a rock. Instantly, he loses momentum. His whole body stumbles, legs buckling. Beside him, another boy lies sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, the girl rushes over. Are you okay? The man urges desperately, get up, hurry, move. But just as they struggle, a trident hurtles in from the distance and plunges straight into the man's chest. He collapses to the ground in agony, one side of his shirt already soaked through in crimson. The man forces himself upright to look. His eyes widen, brimming with sheer primal terror. The girl's mouth gapes open, her throat constricting tight, unable to produce a single sound. Right before their eyes, a colossal merfolk closes in. It slowly unhinges its grotesque maw, revealing rows of jagged fangs like daggers ready to crush its prey into pulp. The merman's eyes blaze like twin red-hot coals, its slick mottled skin glistening with a repulsive sheen. In that very instant, a gleaming shield hurtles into view, cutting off the creature's line of sight. The shield erupts with energy, unleashing crackling arcs of brilliant pink lightning that slash through the air like blades. Both the girl and the boy beside her stare in utter disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. Deki's slender frame stands alone before the towering horde of mermen, shield raised, eyes blazing. The survivors stare at him, overjoyed, and shout, "Hero!" Deki clenches his teeth, letting out a sharp, piercing hiss. Deki announces himself with forced confidence. I am Jek Pan Holy Bait. I've been dispatched from the Hero Management Office to rescue you. You're safe now. The civilians huddled nearby hear his words and instantly perk up, spirits soaring. They break into cheers. A hero has arrived. Thank the heavens. But then an old woman in the back speaks up, bewildered, but you still look so young. Where are the rest of your companions? Isn't there a greater hero or a mage, perhaps? An old man chimes in, his voice tinged with bitter disappointment. Look at you. Lady, you don't even have a sword or armor. We've been waiting for a hero to come save us, and all we get is this. The hero who came to rescue us is nothing but a brat. In that exact moment, the old man suddenly frees. Every teardrop streaking down his face halts mid-descent. A pitch-black shadow has closed in right behind him. Deki flashes an awkward grin and scratches the back of his head. Sorry about that. I only just got here. The old man screams in frantic warning. Kid behind you? But Deki only blinks, slowly turning his head. Huh. The moment the word leaves his lips, the merman roars and lunges. Swinging a massive claw that slams into the shield with catastrophic force, Deki staggers, his entire body tilting backward. Gashes tear open across his body, blood bursting from the wounds. Deki clenches his teeth, eyes wide with panic. The devastating blow finally sends him hurtling through the air. His body rockets skyward like a ragdoll, every pair of eyes locked on him in horror. Deki crashes back first into the ground, agony exploding through every nerve. The mermen have already leapt in, raking the air with razor-sharp claws as they close in for the kill. The man sitting on the ground scrambles to his feet, screaming, "Run! Get out of here!" In the depths of absolute despair, he summons every last ounce of strength, his voice tearing itself raw. "Everyone run!" The crowd surges into a panic stampede, shoving and trampling one another as they flee in the opposite direction. Adult screams and children's wails intertwine behind him, painting the scene with raw, desperate carnage. "Mama!" At that very moment, Deki plants his hand on the ground and bolts upright. Defying the tide of fleeing bodies, Deki hurls himself straight into the fray. The man panics, shrieking, "What the hell are you doing?" Deki grips his shield without an ounce of hesitation and charges toward the merman horde. "I'm buying you time, just run." The man's jaw drops, his eyes bulging in utter disbelief. Deki's shield carves one brilliant arc after another through the air, each swing cutting a luminous trail. He weaves through the merman with fluid, desperate agility. His eyes burn with unwavering resolve. A colossal merman erupts from nowhere, launching itself into the air. Vile droplets of brine splatter in every direction as it soars overhead. Deki doesn't flinch. He thrusts his shield forward without a heartbeat of hesitation, bracing against the colossal mass barreling down at him. The next instant, Deki is hurled backward by the sheer, overwhelming weight. Pain lances through him, blood erupts from his mouth, and his eyes flush crimson with desperation. Yet in the very next second, the sight before him jolts him wide awake. High above, a merman clutches a wicked trident, its serrated tip aimed directly at where he lies. It plunges downward. The strike is savage, tearing the air apart with a deafening shriek. But Deki rolls clear just in time. Only a shower of shattered earth, and debris erupts where he lay an instant before. Deki's gaunt body burns rigid and hot. He bolts upright in an instant, knees buckling, while gripping the shield tight in both hands. The giant merman refuses to yield. It wildly hefts its trident and charges straight toward Deki at breakneck speed. The instant the trident is hurled, Deki plants his hand and flips aside, dodging by a hair's breadth. Gritting his teeth, Deki seizes the opening and lunges forward with his shield in a desperate charge. Bolts of blazing pink lightning crackle without ceasing through the air. The merfolk surrounding him form an airtight perimeter, sealing every possible escape. At that moment, a brilliant arc of lightning flashes from Deki's eyes. He clenches his jaw and lets out a series of guttural, strained snarls. At that very instant, a merman rockets high into the air. It extends its slimy hand and clamps down on Deki's ankle. The move sends a jolt of sheer terror through Deki's entire body. He gapes his mouth wide and screams without pause. The merman constricts his body and slams him into the ground with bone-shattering force, sending shards of rock exploding through the air. His face quickly becomes a lattice of gushing wounds, blood bursting from every gash. Deki is then dragged upward once more, his body yanked into the air. He lets out a piercing, desperate scream, leaving behind a deep, shattered crater in the ground below. The merman continues swinging its arm, smashing Deki toward the other side. At that very moment, Deki clutches his shield and rakes it across the merman's massive body. Its arm cracks open on impact. Streams of liquid begin pouring out from the fissure. Pain racks the merman, and its every step devolves into a drunken stagger. In that instant, Deki lunges forward. Deep within the village lies a heap of rubble, still wreathed in fire and choking smoke. Deki clenches his fists and unleashes a primal scream from deep in his throat, then swings his shield with devastating force. His eyes blaze with a madness never before seen in Deki. He charges once more, hurtling straight at the merman. Beneath the raised shield, Deki's eyes burn with the flames of unyielding resolve. A bolt of lightning arcs from the shield toward a nearby rooftop, detonating it in a piercing explosion. At that very instant, another merman materializes from behind Deki. It clenches its fist and swings with terrifying speed toward him. A devastating blow descends like a falling mountain. Deki lets out a wretched, agonized scream. Blood erupts from his mouth, staining the air crimson. The merman then presses its massive, powerful hand down on Deki's skull. It mercilessly hurls his body straight into the blazing wreckage behind. The villagers stare in stunned silence at the house, with a gaping hole torn clean through it. White smoke billows into the sky. The air seems to freeze solid. Everything falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The scene shifts to the mountainside nearby, where Alex and Dust sit enjoying the breeze. Alex lets out a few hesitant hums as if wanting to say something. Finally, he opens his mouth. "About Deki, don't you think he's not as hopeless as all that? I mean, he has matured a bit, hasn't he?" The merman brings its strike crashing down with tremendous force. The lance braces as Deki's frontline defense. He clenches his jaw, straining to hold the blow, and growls through gritted teeth, "I am a warrior." The words barely leave his lips before Deki shoves the merman hurtling far behind. But before he can celebrate, the remaining merfolk swarm in together, attacking as one. Deki refuses to yield. He leaps forward in a flash, cutting through them with ruthless, surgical precision. He springs up, dodges the blow, and lashes out with a lightning-fast kick that catches them completely off guard. He spins midair and lands with cat-like agility. Every strike the merfolk unleash, Deki dodges them all. He clenches his teeth and gasps, his energy nearly spent. Deki then sets down the lance and straps it onto his arm. He summons every last ounce of strength and hurls his shield toward the merman. Yet another one leaps high from behind, hurtling straight toward Deki. He grasps the situation instantly and throws himself backward. Jai-Ki stares at the merfolk in confusion. Panting hard, but one of them lunges and seizes him on the spot. The merfolk's bloodshot eyes lock onto Jai-Ki, its body trembling faintly. It squeezes tighter, trying to crush both him and Lagun together. Jai-Ki struggles to breathe, but Endurus refusing to go down without a fight. He activates Lagun. The shield shatters the arm coiled around them in one powerful, decisive burst. Jai-Ki lands on his feet and eyes the remaining merfolk warily. One shrieks down from above, but he leaps clean over its head. Jai-Ki lands behind it and digs his heels in to steady himself. He seizes the opening and strikes from behind. Without warning, the merfolk tears apart into 1,000 pieces under Lagun and Ji. He drops to one knee, exhausted, and lets out a ragged breath. Jai-Ki braces his hands on the ground, but his grin only grows wider. The villagers stand slack-jawed, having witnessed the entire battle unfold before their eyes. Jai-Ki is still grinning like a madman, chest heaving. He lifts his fierce face, fixing everyone with a razor-sharp gaze. The merfolk before him still trembles, unable to regain its composure. It staggers to its feet like a clumsy child. The villagers see it move and scream in terror. The other merfolk rise swiftly, howling even louder than before. Jai-Ki glares at the enemies, teeth gritted in frustration. If I could land one soul strike, I could end this fight for good. But damn it, I don't have enough strength left. The afternoon sunset descends in breathtaking beauty. Deus lounges on a folding chair atop a cliff alongside Alex. Alex grows worried, his red eyes shifting over to ask, "Should the two of us step in and help quietly?" Deus sighs, then responds in a tone too lazy to care. "Just leave it. He's not dead yet, is he?" Anyway, the kid was so focused on fighting the dragon that he forgot someone was actually trying to kill him. Hearing this, Alex falls silent for a moment, then gazes at him with deep admiration. He lowers his head and scoffs. He's got a point, though. Where did that arrow even come from? Jai-Ki crashes to the ground with Lagun still in hand, but he bites down hard and springs back to his feet. The merfolk are completely unfazed. If anything, they grow even more savage and relentless. Jai-Ki raises his shield high and slams it down before the creature can strike again. He lashes out in a flash-high strike, slicing across the merfolk's face. Another merfolk closes in from behind Jai-Ki. He refuses to yield and unleashes everything he's got. Jai-Ki thrusts Lagun behind him and roars, "Drop dead already." The instant the words leave his mouth, he slams his shield down right in front of the merfolk. But man proposes and God disposes. Another one attacks from behind, wringing a pained scream from his throat. Jai-Ki immediately crashes face first into the dirt. He clutches his back, slick with blood, and lets out a pained cry. Suddenly, Jai-Ki pushes through the pain. The merfolk lunge at him all at once, swarming like a pack of bullies. Jai-Ki reacts fast, raising his shield to block the barrage or he's dead for sure. Lagun has never been more useful than right now. He screams into the chaos of battle, "Someone please save me." Jai-Ki's desperate cry echoes across the field, catching the attention of every watching villager. Everyone wants to help, but they're paralyzed with fear, hesitating before the merfolk horde. Noah's mother clutches her child tight, frozen in horror at the brutal scene. Suddenly, the boy bolts forward, startling her. "Noah, where are you going? It's too dangerous." "Stop." He halts mid-step, turns around, tears streaming, voice cracking as he screams. "The hero is in danger too. He saved us when we needed him most. No, it's our turn to help him." With that, Noah charges toward the hero, Jai-Ki. The villagers stand petrified with fear, unsure what to do. Then they rush after Noah, shouting their defiance. "Every Ontojder, help the hero. We're coming, hero. Just hold on a little longer." Meanwhile, Deus narrows his eyes toward the battlefield and watches in silence. The villagers each grab hold of a merfolk limb and cling on for dear life. They pull with all their might, screaming toward the hero. "Get up, get away from the hero. Hold it tight, don't you dare let go." One man, trembling with fear, bellows even louder to hammer the point home. "Hero, we've got them pinned. Finish them off, no." Jai-Ki freezes, stunned for several seconds at the scene before him. He squeezes his eyes shut, pushes past the agony, and lets out a war cry, drawing strength from every single one of them. Jai-Ki plants his feet on the ground, and Rice is standing tall and imposing before the merfolk. With the villagers' support, he swings Lagun in a swift, decisive strike that tears through the creature. The merfolk crashes backward from the blow. Jai-Ki sets his jaw and surges forward, pressing the momentum to cut down the remaining merfolk. A sudden, eerie cry rings out from behind him, seizing everyone's attention. It's a merfolk lunging straight at the villagers. It seizes a man by the throat and squeezes hard. Jai-Ki reaches out, anguish and regret twisting his face. No, it's too far. Suddenly, Lagun in his hand erupts with brilliant light. Jai-Ki thrusts his shield arm out to the side end. A beam of power rockets straight toward the merfolk holding the villager. The streak of light rockets skyward instead. Jai-Ki stares in bewilderment, not understanding what just happened, and then bursts out laughing with delight. Now Jai-Ki faces the merfolk head-on. He strikes repeatedly while shouting orders. Everyone get back to meter radius. But another merfolk ambushes him from behind. Jai-Ki throws his arm up in desperation, and Lagun, from far away, flies back to its master, intercepting the merfolk's attack in the nick of time. The merfolk grows furious and attacks even harder, but Lagun blocks every single blow. Finally, the shield surges upward, sending the creature crashing far away. It soars high into the air, then loops back swiftly to its original position. Instantly, Lagun snaps back onto Jai-Ki's arm with perfect precision. He slowly opens his eyes and looks around. He stammers, stunned by the incredible sight. It worked. Lagun glows again on his arm, its emblem flickering as if communicating with its master. Jai-Ki hugs Lagun tight, showering it with praise. Damn, Lagun, you're so cool. I knew it from the very first time we met. Lagun truly is the #1 shield in the world. The villagers rush over, brimming with excitement. The hero did it. The hero really is the best in the world. I thought I was a goner for sure, thank you, truly. The hero hadn't been celebrating long when a scream from the back streets drew their attention. A villager shouts out a warning. There are still merfolk behind the village. The people there are in danger. Before the man could finish, Jai-Ki was already on the move. The hero takes a few steps before footsteps rush up behind him. It's the villagers there, fighting spirit blazing. We're coming with you, we'll hold them off. We fight just like the tactics from before. Don't go alone, we'll go together. Jai-Ki is so moved he could cry on the spot. Yes, then I'll count on everyone's help. Deus springs up from his reclining chair and remarks, look at that, the atmosphere's completely different now. The same people who were scared witless now want to go merfolk hunting. Before anyone realizes it, the villagers have gathered around Jai-Ki. A single being gave them hope that, as long as they fight, victory is possible. He glances sideways at Jai-Ki and concludes, so that's what a hero is, huh? Alex forces a smile and chimes in. His face really did twist and distort, a sight he'd rather not see. Deus agrees nonchalantly. Indeed not a pleasant sight, but something feels different. That kid Jai-Ki fought better than I expected. I wonder when he grew up so much. Compared to when I saw him getting wrecked, this doesn't feel half bad. Something warm burns in his chest. He wants that kid to get stronger, then stronger still. Wants him to keep growing cooler and cooler. So Deus's voice softens. I want Jai-Ki to smile more. Hearing this, Alex silently stares at his master. Meanwhile, Jai-Ki and Lagun charge into the fray, cutting down the merfolk in swift, clean strikes. It opens its grotesque maw full of fangs. Wherever it goes, merfolk fall. He confidently extends his hand, catching Lagun as it flies back with practiced ease. The villagers erupt in cheers. We did it, hero. We won. Everyone hugs each other in celebration. The merfolk have been defeated. Hero, you did it. Jai-Ki immerses himself in the villagers' joyous celebration. From now on, those merfolk won't be able to set foot here again. Thank you so much. You're the hero who saved us. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rings out. I'm sorry. The man who was rescued earlier speaks up awkwardly. I'm sorry for not believing in you. We never imagined you'd risk your life to fight and save us like that. The hero is truly the benefactor of our village. Immediately, the remaining villagers rush over and embrace Jai-Ki. I'm sorry too for not believing in you at first. Actually, I am sorry, hero. I'm sorry, hero. I'm truly sorry about that. Hero, please forgive us. Jai-Ki can't help but break into a wide smile, tears refusing to stop. It's okay. The sky of the twilight is beautiful and serene. Jai-Ki walks over to where Deus and his subordinates are resting. He crosses his arms, leans back into the reclining chair, and greets them. All's well that ends well. He clutches his shield tightly and reports, I have returned. Deus smiles, looking over the young warrior's entire frame. You're back. Good. How does it feel to fight using your own strength from start to finish? Jai-Ki falls silent for a long moment, then speaks honestly. Well, at first I really did think I had to save the villagers. But when those guys pulled out their shields, I just wanted to fight with everything I had. You might not believe this, but I really did send those guys flying. You probably think I'm weaker than you imagined, but they just got right back up. They weren't hurt at all. Meanwhile, I was completely drained. Jaiki's eyes grow more resolute. In the end, the merfolk beat me down. And when I thought, is this really where it ends? Suddenly, the villagers charged straight into the merfolk. His hands clench into fists. They threw themselves at those monsters to save me. They even shouted, "Hero, destroy them." You really should have seen that part. At that moment, strength just surged through me out of nowhere. And right then, Lagun arrived like a god and I gained even more power automatically. From that point on, it was like watching a painting come to life. Lagun flew around me, blocking every single merfolk attack, intercepting anything that came my way. It was incredibly agile. Truly, Jaiki lets out a deep breath and gazes up at the sky in awe. It was insane. Hearing this, Deus breaks into a gentle smile and praises him. "All right, you happy?" Dragonflies drift lazily back and forth. Jaiki straightens up and beams with a wide grin. "Yes." Without missing a beat, Deus turns away, his demeanor cold and detached. "Good, then it all ended well. I'm hungry, go make some noodles." "Yes, sir." He quickly calls out after him. "Ah, wait. Lord Deus, please wait a moment." He immediately pulls something from his pocket. This is a certificate. Quest completion form. The hero has completed the commission task with excellence. To what degree did the hero complete the commission task? A, highly satisfied. B, satisfied. C, unsatisfied. D, highly unsatisfied. They said if you submit this to the Management Bureau, you'll receive a quest reward of 3 silver coins. G-Key speaks, beaming with a bright, cheerful smile. Dus stares blankly at the piece of paper without saying a word. "Then why did you give it to me?" G-Key raises his voice to explain. "Of course, it's because you are the master, Lord Dus." Dus turns his head forward and replies, "I didn't lift a single finger. You completed this all on your own, so naturally. The commission fee is yours to keep. Stop squirming around, you fool, and go make me some noodles already." Alex instinctively places a hand on his teammate's shoulder, pumping him up. "Do you still remember what you told our master on the way to inspect the heroes yesterday?" G stares in confusion, unable to comprehend what is happening. "What happened yesterday?" Alex shoots him an annoyed glance and explains. "Yesterday you said your younger siblings were getting ready for a school trip, but you didn't have the money for them and couldn't figure out how to break the news. 3 silver coins are nothing to Lord Dus, but he wants you to send your siblings on that trip with money you earned with your own hands." At that moment, the realization hits G like a thunderbolt. He turns to watch Dus's departing figure, eyes glistening with emotion. "My angel, my dear master." Evening descends. A full, immaculate moon hangs in the sky as everyone savors a delicious bowl of noodles. Dus slurps his noodles non-stop, without bothering to wipe his mouth. He devours the bowl in one enthusiastic go and praises aloud. "As expected, kid. You really should stick to this. Quit being a hero and switch to cooking instead." G-Key scratches his head, embarrassed. "Is that really a compliment, my lord?" Kim Long appears out of nowhere, and then makes some absurd suggestion. "Let me have a bowl." The other villagers immediately start whispering curiously amongst themselves. "What is it? Look at that person." Kim Long ignores the chatter and keeps eating. "Let's see just how good this supposedly is, with everyone making such a racket." Dus keeps eating, but shoots a sidelong glance to gauge the newcomer. "What brings you here?" She casually takes a seat beside him, always bearing the responsibility of monitoring whether side B is pulling their weight. "But where's that long-haired fellow who's always glued to your side? Haven't seen him today." Dus snaps, raising his voice in a sharp warning. "Are you insane? Side B has their own lives too, you know." Recalling the earlier conversation, Alex politely excuses himself. "Master, I'll take my leave to finish what I was working on." Dus is both surprised and deeply curious. That unfinished business. He turns his head, his red eyes gleaming. "To be frank, I need to find Dadot and look into that matter before Jen does. Who knows, it might be tied to the 66th Great War. No, I'm already buried in work. And here you are dumping more pointless hero quests on top of everything." Hearing those words, Dus erupts in anger. "What did you just say?" Alex flashes an awkward grin and quickly backs away. "Nothing, nothing. I'm swamped, pardon me, I'll be off first." Thinking this over, he glances sideways at the person beside him. Does she know something, that's why she's asking? Or does she know nothing at all? She's a 66,580-year-old dragon, and yet no one can tell what's going through her head. Suddenly, G-Key stammers from behind the kitchen counter. "About that matter. Greetings, I am Hero G-Pan Holy Bait, a member of Lord Dus's party. A pleasure to meet you." It's my first time meeting someone my master knows. Kim Long looks up cheerfully and makes the introduction. The pleasure is mine. Mr. K, I've heard all about you. I am no need to worry, mage. Following this fool around must have been rough on you. You're covered in wounds and he still makes you open a shop. He's out of his mind. Dus immediately waves G Key over. I opened the shop because I wanted to make money. Lord Dus didn't force me. He smiles gently at the two before him. Sure enough, you two really are friends. Way you act is practically identical. Kim Long quickly covers her mouth, giggling. He just called us friends, you know. And Dus here is just teasing his friend right back. Friends from beyond the grave. He pushes the bowl of noodles forward and offers. The noodles you ordered are here. Enjoy. The noodles you ordered are ready. Bon appetit. Kim Long slurps down the entire bowl of noodles in one breath, without saying a word. What is it? What do you mean? Is it really that good? G Key, stop following this guy. Go open your own shop instead. G Key scratches her head shyly. Is that really a compliment? Dus nods in agreement. I'll admit it really is delicious. She continues eating, but doesn't forget to remind him. Don't you have your hero examination today? Dus, what grade did you get? He answers nonchalantly, while the two are still savoring their noodles. I scored C rank. Bloodline purity 1082%. Kim Long's jaw drops in shock. You broke past 10%. Ji Ki immediately raises her hand to deny it on the spot. No, that's not it at all. Lord Dus is just teasing me. The machine was malfunctioning at the time. She presses further, suspicion lacing her voice. Oh, really? Hearing this, Dus remarks coolly. There's no way to know whether it was truly broken or not. Kim Long shifts her gaze away, running calculations in her head. Either way, 10% is an impossible number. But if it's true, then Ki would become the last hero capable of ending the war with the demon realm. Dus flashes a faint smile, as if scheming something behind those eyes. He turns to his companion and asks, Are you an idiot? A war that even the first-generation heroes couldn't end. How could someone with 10% blood purity possibly do it? And you clearly know the fourth generation can't produce the final hero. So why even say such nonsense? Dus eats without pause, mocking between bites cut the bull. You just want to pick the final hero of the fourth generation to forge a fifth-generation hero. There's nothing more to it than that. Even if they go berserk, they'll just end up as playthings for those sitting at the very top. Jinlong protests back, visibly annoyed. I'm just saying, it's just an impressive stat, that's all. Why do you have to take it so seriously? But wealth and reputation still count for something, don't they? Just like that, Deus and Jinlong forget all about their bowls of noodles and sit there arguing back and forth. That kind of thing has to be earned by yourself, not granted by others. That heartless envoy of hell title, I didn't exactly get it by taking it easy, you know. I suffered through 80 years of imprisonment too. All you did was sleep. What's so hard about that? You two really are alike, you know that. You think sleeping for 80 years is easy. He furrows his brows in irritation and actually starts cussing her out. I was enjoying my meal, and you come here and ruin my appetite. If you've got nothing else, get lost. Out of nowhere, Jinlong reaches into her pocket and starts rummaging for something. Oh right, your nonsense made me forget I came here to give you this. She pulls out a long, ominous-looking blade and introduces it with confidence. Consider it a commemorative gift to celebrate Jai Ki officially becoming a hero. The legendary sword, Din. If you're going to call yourself a hero on paper, you should at least have a proper sword to match. So I brought an item that's a perfect match for your shield-same legendary SS tier grade. Jai Ki stumbles back a few steps in shock, nearly falling over. You're really giving this to me? Deus suddenly snatches it right out of midair. Let me see that. Jinlong shouts back at him immediately. Hey, that's a gift for Jai Ki. But his next words make her flinch slightly and turn to look. That sour stench hitting my nose. This is the unmistakable scent of darkness, isn't it? Jinlong stops deflecting and rests her chin on her hand, explaining calmly. Because this sword was forged from demon kind. When it comes to offensive weapons, nothing beats demon realm craftsmanship. This blade was personally forged from the black horn of Dakino and the tentacle tip of Beer. A sword dripping with venom capable of piercing through any shield. Deus examines it silently from every angle. The sword is truly exquisite. Along the blade, a row of grotesque, horrifying teeth juts out. He asks involuntarily, You feel like this every time you look at weapons made from dragons? Jinlong answers with a dazed smile. No idea. Deus turns to her, suspicion written all over his face. Why would you give a demon-forged sword to my hero? I really can never figure you out, you 60,000-year-old serpent. She bulges her frog-like eyes right back at him. Oh please, it's just an SS tier legendary item. What's the big deal? You're kidding me, right? Then he tosses Lion over to Jai Ki. Fine, whatever. Here, Jai Kekach. The boy fumbles but catches it quickly. The instant it lands in his hands, a strange scent rushes into Jai-Ki's nostrils. Suddenly, he finds himself in a bizarre, otherworldly place no longer the noodle shop from moments ago. Jai-Ki covers his nose immediately. The sulfur reeks something fierce. Everything in his field of vision is ablaze with fire. This place is the demon realm. From behind him, Lion lets out a few guttural curs like a wild beast. It grins with a twisted smile and introduces itself. My name is Dom Lion. I am the embodiment of all the hatred pent up. Inside, Yao nothing more than a scream of resentment, lost in the noise of a chaotic world. Lion flashes its jagged teeth with a confident grin. If you accept me, I will protect you. I will help you cut down every last enemy that stands before you. Before he can answer, a bolt of lightning surges through him, forcing Jai-Ki to drop his head. When he opens his eyes, Lion is already in his hand, can't even recall when he grabbed it. Deus rests his chin on his hand and asks immediately, "How is it to your liking?" Jai-Ki studies Lion for a long moment, then gives his assessment. Yes, maybe because of the demonic power within, but this one feels different from Dom Langun. From the very first touch, I could feel a dark, ominous whisper. It's truly powerful. Then these two words from Deus make him freeze with dread. How about we go test out the new sword? Jai-Ki's shock borders on outright terror. What? Jinlong quickly intervenes. Hey, your hero is going to keel over. Give the kid a break. Deus points irritably at the sky. Quiet, I didn't go looking for trouble, trouble came looking for me. Later, as they depart on a horse-drawn carriage under the pouring rain, Deus blurts out, I'm asking are you following us? This is my ride. Jinlong makes herself right at home. Well, since I happened to drop by, might as well tag along. Jai-Ki asks cautiously, but where exactly are we headed? Deus casually pulls out a notice. A team of miners set out to extract ore from the foot of Mount Kahu 5 days ago. Not a single one has returned. All heroes sent to investigate have gone silent total contact blackout, requesting any available hero to uncover the secret of the mining mountain. A C-rank wilderness expedition quest. He grins sheepishly, but there's calculation behind it. When I was handling that merfolk case, I found this interesting and grabbed it on the way. One look and you can tell some stupid monsters have set up shop in there. Since we're testing the new sword anyway, might as well let it have a little bloodbath, right? Jai-Ki gulps. Yes, sir. He stares silently ahead, saying nothing. Suddenly, Jai-Ki turns and asks a question. Lord Deus, what kind of monster is the Demon King, really? What kind of creature refuses to give up for 60,000 years and still wants to destroy the world, plunging everything into a sea of suffering? I want to ask the Demon King. This one question, does he even know how cruel all the sins he's committed truly are? Deus lets out a short laugh and leans back, gazing up at the sky. Then he says, I don't understand either. If he can't even win, why is he in such a rush? But who knows? Maybe he's got his own burdens that nobody sees. For all we know, the Demon King might not even like fighting. These words make Jinlong look up at Deus in surprise, while Jai-Ki stares ahead with an innocent smile, as if the Demon King could ever dislike war. He's the mastermind behind all of it. De chuckles softly, leaving him utterly bewildered. I think so too. De red-rimmed eyes gaze up at the full moon hanging high above. There's truly nothing more to say. The carriage continues rolling down the road. After traveling for a while, the horse-drawn carriage grinds to a halt. De turns to the right and announces, over there's Mineral Mountain Peak. You understand, right? I'll sleep here. Go handle things and come back when you're done. De obeys the order without the slightest hesitation. Yes, I'll go and return. Kim Long hastily interjects. Hey, wait. Oh, heavens, you fools. De senses something strange within his body. Astonished, his power is surging, completely restored. Kim Long sighs in exasperation and explains, You fool. Even with a slave contract, deploying twice in a single day is far too much. Don't you understand? I've already given you some corn, so if you're going to be a warrior, you must preserve your body at all costs. He pays it no mind and nods respectfully. Thank you. De then strides into the deep forest with gusto, charging forward with full confidence and resolve. He suddenly stops in his tracks. Before him lies a long-abandoned mine. There it is, but where's Tiu Tin? Why is there nothing here? It's far too quiet. A suit of armor lying on the ground quickly catches De's attention. Is that armor and a sword? It looks like the gear of warriors who once came here, not a single trace of use on any of it. He notices something strange hidden within the armor. De moves closer and picks it up. A feather, he examines it with innocent confusion for a long while, when a voice suddenly sounds from behind him. A song drifts through the deep forest, a melody, leading toward a path that is deep and pitch black. Deki follows the singing and sprints toward it. The girl's voice isn't far, it's close. This singing might lure monsters here. Too dangerous, I need to hurry. He runs while mulling over something strange. But why would a woman be deep in the forest in the dead of night? After running for a while, Deki stops dead in his tracks. His eyes go wide as he stares at the source of the light, a group of people, encircling and worshipping the origin of the hauntingly beautiful sound. Deki creeps closer. Happy opens her mouth and sings, bathed in a pure white radiance. Her voice grows louder and clearer with each passing moment. Happy extends her hand and sings with such effortless grace that Deki watches in a daze. She rises higher and higher into the air. Surrounding Happy are people utterly mesmerized and brainwashed by her voice. Deki stares at her in horror. He is instantly hypnotized, his mind going completely blank. So beautiful, Kim Long immediately turns to look at Deki's companion. It's Happy, Do-er exclaims in surprise, lifting her head. Huh? She heaves a long breath and explains. What I'm saying is, you lot are birds wearing human masks, luring humans with your enchanting songs. That's your kind, isn't it? The Demon King asks coldly. Golden Dragon forces an awkward smile. Enchant them, and then what? Play with them until we're bored, then eat them. What else? Can't we help him out? Looking at the situation, it seems like there's nothing to be done. De-er rests his chin on his hand, mulling things over as he observes for a moment. Let's leave it for now and see how things play out. You've all been enchanted. Turn around and look. You come here too. Come, stay here with us forever. That's right. Come here. It's so warm here, warm and blissful. Deki instantly drops his weapon. He throws his arms wide open and dashes toward the source of that ethereal voice. Master De-er, don't worry. Hurry, both of you, come look at this. Hearing the voice, Happy gradually glides down from the tree branch, beak agape. You foolish Deki, there's something truly wonderful here. Everyone come see. His shouts grow louder and louder. Master De, hurry over here. A piercing scream erupts from Lewin. The Hap creature's idiotic head is severed clean in front of Ki, spraying black blood everywhere. Deki snaps back to his senses instantly. He stares wide-eyed in sheer terror, utterly bewildered. Lewin had just streaked past, slicing through that spell-dazed Hap creature in one strike. It gazes at the creature and recognizes Lewin. Hearing the commotion, it swiftly flies back to its master's side. Lewin lands cleanly and disarms in one fluid motion. It curses loudly, bristling with irritation. A mere wielder who dares to rank himself above me. Don't let those lowly demon scum enchant you. Slash, kill them all, cut their throats. The remaining Hap creatures are agitated, throwing their mouths wide open and shrieking out monstrous cries. Their songs grow ever louder before they lunge straight at Ki. Lewin widens its maw even further and unleashes a torrent of ghastly sound. Deki grits his teeth with every ounce of strength, gripping it tight in his hand. The Hap creatures flinch at the sound, scattering in fear to the sides. Lewin speaks with open disdain. You think a blade forged from Yahino and Beher would fall to such petty tricks? Let me show you the difference between a high-ranking demon and the lowly trash beneath it. The moment the words leave its edge, eerie and bone-chilling sounds radiate from every direction. Waves of sonic force pierce straight through the Hap creatures' skulls, accompanied by a blinding streak of light that surges forward. They are obliterated on the spot in a flash, while Lagan begins to glow, poised to charge into battle. Deki raises it to block Lu Inan's incoming strike. And so Lu Inan's power surges ever more violently, its roar echoing across the heavens. After a moment, it gradually retracts its devastating technique, and the sky returns to its original stillness. Deki's eyes widen in surprise as he slowly peels them open. A section of the forest has been leveled by Lion's power. He stares at it in his hands, dumbfounded. Horrifying. The mesmerized people are bowing their heads in confusion. They quickly snap out of it and look at each other in bewilderment. What just happened? We're back, our bodies can move again. The villagers spot Jai Ki with Lion in his hands and shout, "That's the hero." Before the words even fade, they rush over and embrace him. Deo smiles and says, "Thank you." Jinlong watches from a distance, bewildered. "I thought I was going to die right there." He congratulates them happily. "Thank goodness, truly, thank you so much." She rests her arm on the carriage railing and remarks, "Hey, demon-forged swords aren't half bad, are they? While we're at it, why don't we switch all our clan's weapons to demon-forged gear too?" Jinlong unconsciously glances at Deus and cracks a faint smile toward her teammate. Jinlong raises her voice gently in warning, "Be careful. I'm telling you, Jai Ki, what about your bloodline?" Deus lets out a breath and turns his head. "I'm telling you, you underestimate the Demon King far too much. Someone at Jai Ki's level, how could he possibly fall for that?" Jinlong falls silent for a moment, then carefully says, "Just don't show that expression in front of Jai Ki. It'll only exhaust you both even more. Jinlong adds softly, don't make that face in front of Jai Ki. Deus turns around, confused. She goes quiet for a long time, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Was that affection? Suddenly, Deus repeats the word with a peculiar expression. Affection. Jinlong wearily changes the subject. Forget it, what's the point of talking to a lunatic? Drop it already. Help me handle that thing from last time. Deus innocently presses further. That thing from last time. She raises her voice in frustration. You abandoned your post as Demon King. Why? Because the little ones below wouldn't listen. And you too wanted to take a break. There had to be a reason, right? So what was the actual reason? He suddenly remembers and widens his eyes. I already told you back then. Jinlong balls her fists and puts on a threatening look. Told me what? You said you'd tell me next time? Then vanished into thin air. Deus quickly jumps in, teasing. Did I now? Hey, you keep poking fun at your teammates' pain. Forget it, too much trouble. I'll just keep it a secret. Jinlong lets out an even more exasperated sigh. Fine, suit yourself. Do whatever you want. Even if you told me, it'd probably be some ridiculous reason anyway. Deus grins like an idiot. Thanks for understanding. Jinlong falls quiet for a long while, then whispers softly. But still, thanks to you, I got to have a real conversation with the Demon King. That's not bad at all. Why does the Demon King sit in that position? I've always been curious about the reason. Her eyes shimmer as she gazes up at the starry sky. Even on opposing sides, that position is the equal of my own. There must be plenty of problems on your side too, right? I just wanted to ask, were the Demon Kings before you, 665th generation, all like you in personality? Deus listens in silence as his teammate opens up. He rests his chin on his hand and looks away. I don't know. I rarely spoke with them, and that was 80 years ago. Back then I was still just a child while he was already a fading soul. But probably not. I remember he was quite old-fashioned. Jinlong bursts into hearty, genuine laughter. True, person with a personality like yours is already more than enough. Honestly, if all the previous Demon Kings had been like you, she unconsciously looks up at the sky and smirks. Maybe the war would have ended ages ago. I'm so sick of all this. Hearing this, Deus claps his hands excitedly. Congratulations, plant your feet and stand tall right now. From now on, there are no more Demon Kings. They're relics of a bygone era, nothing but fairy tales now. From now on, say goodbye to those soul-crushingly dull wars. The era of peace everyone has longed for has finally arrived. So seize this moment, stand up, and step forward. Deus declares enthusiastically to his friend. Enjoy life, dance, sing, embrace everything this body has to offer. Neither Demon Kings nor wars will ever plague this world. Ever again. Hearing this, Jinlong lets out a snort of laughter. Is that also within the permitted scope? Deus spreads both arms wide and stares in disbelief. The permitted scope? Jinlong tilts her head up and chuckles. You really don't know. Why do you think you're able to be here? This is all scripted, or is there some hidden scheme at play? Deus presses further, irritation creeping into his voice. Scripted? A scheme? What exactly are you talking about? Jinlong stares blankly, her words coming out in a daze. I don't know, every thought I have seems to get dragged down by your bottom-of-the-barrel stupidity. I'm starting to get curious about these absurd things now. I'm leaving. Deus, irritated, raises his voice in protest. What? Answer me first before you go. She turns her head and teases with her eyes shut. Same goes for Yaoyu, never told me either. Good grief. Suddenly, Jinlong speaks up softly. Lunatic, I don't know how far your so-called permitted scope extends, but I'll be honest about this. You probably don't remember, but over the past 66,580 years, we've really fought each other to the brink of madness. All right, this is the first time we've ever talked like this. Talking with you is actually pretty fun. Hearing this, Deus freezes. You'll be gone in 20 years, while I'll probably keep living in this world until it crumbles. But right now, today, at this very moment, I think this will be a day I'll find myself looking back on from time to time. Suddenly, Deus takes a step forward, catching Jinlong's attention. He declares boldly, You fool, when did I ever say I would die? I absolutely will not die. Even if the gods plunge this world into a sea of flames, I won't be the first to vanish. Just you wait, I won't become the Demon King. And I will not die. I'll keep showing you this face until you're sick to death of it. Jinlong flashes an innocent smile. Fine, you fool. Just make sure you keep that promise, that way I'll last a little longer. Through all of eternity, this unbearably dull script. From behind them, Jai Ki shouts cheerfully, Lord Deus, the quest is complete. Jinlong laughs and turns her head. Your second tale is back, I'm off now. She tosses a scarf toward Deus. Also, wear this. He stares in surprise at the strange object before him. What is this? Jinlong explains gently. A choker, that thing on your neck looks hideous, cover it up. Deus unconsciously touches his own neck. How is this hideous? Jinlong departs, and Jai Ki quickly rushes over. He proudly shows off. Look, sir, this quest rewarded 7 silver coins equivalent to 5 months of selling noodles. Where did the golden dragon go? Deus falls silent for a long while before suddenly speaking up. Taken care of or what? I don't know. It's late, let's head back and sleep. Yes, sir. After that, the two ride off together on a horse-drawn carriage. Deus leans back, gazing up at the bright full moon. The scenery before them is a breathtaking sky full of stars, and so the carriage continues rolling forward. Upon arriving, Deus waves goodbye to Jai Ki. He quietly walks up the steps into his home, one step at a time. Weary, he opens the door to his familiar room. He promptly leaps straight onto the bed and rolls around. As expected, the bed is the true love of his life. Deus suddenly falls silent, staring up at the ceiling. He takes out the scarf and gazes at it for a long, long time. Instantly, Alex materializes in Deus's bedroom. He notices and immediately warns, I'm about to sleep. Come back tomorrow. Alex ignores him and delivers an urgent report. Lord Deus. Deus is irritated, but his eyes remain fixed on the scarf. I said come back tomorrow. Alex steps forward and declares in a loud voice. Daduo is dead. Deus's eyes immediately drop to look at him. He said he couldn't reveal the truth. He said he only felt guilty for putting pressure on the sovereign and then drank poison and took his own life right before my eyes. Now only the 6th Duke remains. Alex's tone grows more solemn than ever. Despite our quarrels, for the past 665 centuries, we have always fought together wholeheartedly for the demon realm. So please, my lord, tell me, what did you and Daduo do together without my knowledge? Something that drove Daduo to his death. If not, then what in this world could possibly drive the 7th Duke to take his own life? The only one with enough power to do that. Besides the sovereignies, the golden dragon god herself, the divine Jinlong. Deus glares at his subordinate with reddened, furious eyes. It wasn't her. She was with me until just now. Alex tilts his head back and analyzes with confidence. I've heard the golden dragon can manifest up to 10,000 clones. That's what sets her apart from the sovereign. She can live up to 66,580 years. Are you certain the one with you was her true body? He grips the scarf tightly in frustration and bolts upright. What about Daduo's funeral? Alex reports earnestly and respectfully. It's being prepared as we speak. Deus commands in a sharp, commanding tone. Prepare the black mourning garments. Yes, my lord. Darker than the night and deeper than the abyss. This is the edge of the world city of myriad Blackstone. The demon capital, Aidos. My friend from the darkness, do not be afraid. You shall return to where you were born. Death is our homeland, our friend, and ourselves. A gaunt hand holds a lantern swaying gently in the wind. It is Deus, conducting the funeral with everyone gathered behind him. Through the loss of you, we shall seize the holy land earth. Deus's face is stern with resolve. Watch us claim victory from the shadows, across a sky blazing crimson, drenched in magma like hell itself. Deus and his companions solemnly bid farewell to their fallen friend. When grief passes and we too must accept the hand of death, let us seize a sliver of lighter metal forged in loss. I will take you home. Then the coffin carrying Daduo drops and touches the magma. The magma devours the coffin without pause, slowly sinking it deeper and deeper below. Then the coffin is swallowed whole by the magma. At that moment, the darkness beneath the earth will gradually fade and all of us shall become immortal under the light of day. A streak of light whooshes across the crimson mountain ranges. Zayton places his hand on the glass pane, observing them. The Efreet inside tilts his head back and inquires, Are you heading out right away? He responds coldly, Yes. He turns his head, clicks his tongue lightly, and leaves without another word. How cold, a duke of the demon realm, huh? What exactly did Alex do to make him go out and investigate personally? Even keeping secrets from your subordinates has its limits. What am I supposed to do? Fire Demon Yafez. Hearing this, Zayton adjusts his glasses with a touch of his hand. It seems Wugan isn't too pleased with Generation 666, is he? The Efreet-born soul ghost heaves a long, weary sigh. Is that even a question? The little demon king ascends to the surface every single day, and no one knows what he's doing up there. One of the dukes is too busy chasing that blue demon to even contact us. With only 20 years left until the Great War against the humans, the situation is an utter mess. At this rate, we won't just lose face, demon realm itself will be in danger. Miss Fi and Tina burst into synchronized giggles, startling him. The twins seize the moment to taunt and provoke. Should Wugen usurp the Demon King's throne and lead the Great War himself? Sounds like that's what you want, isn't it? How insolent, the Nightmare King, a being whose colors are painted by human desire, fed on human lust. Tina's father, one of the Efreet twins, clenches his fist and slams it hard on the desk in fury. Don't think having a big mouth means you can say whatever you want. You're nothing but uselessly good for clinging to those filthy nightmares. Miss Fi and Tina love to act all high-end mighty while nitpicking. You really don't know how to read the room, huh? Truly boring. I hear there's a flame smoldering inside that soul overflowing with desire, am I wrong? How about I blow it out for you? You got so steamed you practically let all the fire leak out of your head, and now you're making threats. It's really annoying, seeing two of you crammed into one body making everything dull. Choose, I'll seize this chance to kill one of you and set the other free. The twins opened their eyes wide, staring him down with defiance. Do we look like two people to you? We are one, got it. Rit glared at her. This is your final warning. Shut your mouth. Shu En-tun turned his head anxiously to warn them. Look, YZMY sister is about to lose it. Bina stood silently with arms crossed, prodding them on. Hurry up and kill each other. Stupidity only breeds death. The Demon King of Envy, Bina Oxich, irritably stood up and slammed the food off the table, sending it scattering everywhere. Using these corpses would make a fine soup, said the Demon King of Gluttony, Ois. His pointless words sent the atmosphere into a long silence. Cut to the peaceful home of Jai Ki, who lay sound asleep in his bed. A beam of light pierced in, and a silhouette made him open his eyes. It was Deus. He smiled softly and sat up slowly. What brings you to this humble place? But Deus pushed him back down flat. Just stay down. Jai Ki obeyed groggily, still half asleep. Yes. His eyes were drawn to something strange on Deus's outfit. Jai Ki asked with concern, Is something wrong? Deus gazed into the distance, then began to speak as if overcome by memory. He always sat in a corner, playing with plants and whispering to them in a strange way. Strange. He didn't talk much. That's why we had a hard time talking to each other. But he was still reliable. Millions wanted him dead. Not a single one could do it. He wasn't someone who went down easy at today. He died far too easily. Jai Ki murmured drowsily, I'm sorry. Deus said nothing, silently turning his glare elsewhere. Filled with quiet fury, he recalled there might be someone who could kill him. But the one who drove him into a corner and made him lose hope. No matter how I look at it, I can only think of one person. Every piece of evidence points to that bastard. I should have seen it the moment she suddenly appeared and handed me all that nonsense. Jai Ki offered his honest advice. Talk things out instead of suspecting. My father always said that. Deus suddenly broke into a faint smile and turned to leave. But we've already passed that stage. No more deaths. I didn't realize it before, but it seems I do carry a bit of familial love. Deus's eyes turned sinister, swirling with arcane patterns. How dare they touch my family? He spoke to his comrade almost without thinking. Jai Ki looked at his master in surprise. Yes, Deus calmly delivered the news. I'll be gone for a few days, so you'll be watching the shop while I'm away. Jai Ki could only stammer and obey. Yes, Deus continued, his words halting. And if I don't come back, the shop is yours. Then he walked out. Jai Ki scrambled to chase after him. What do you mean by that? He cried out in desperation. Deus. But what caught Jai Ki off guard was the hand waving goodbye. Deus walked gently toward the door, his hand still raised in farewell. Jai Ki shouted at the top of his lungs. Deus. Deus shot off like an arrow, his face brimming with murderous fury. He smirked at a sly, knowing grin. The memory and words of Jinlong replayed in his mind. Innocent children, so as not to be used as tools of war and die miserably, that is the rule. The rule of the world we live in. Do you know, I was actually looking forward to it. You are the first, in all 665 centuries. You are the first to give up before the Demon King. That choker, the one on your neck, doesn't look good at all. Cover it up. Image. The scene of Daduo sinking into a sea of lava surfaced in his mind. Deus stared into the void, pondering everything. Alex spoke from behind to remind him. A clone will definitely lack full power. If my lord personally takes action, the golden dragon will be forced to reveal his true form. He bowed his head and earnestly pleaded. My lord, show them your strength before the enemy. The memory of Jinlong surfaced once more. That's right. Remember that, you fool. He clenched his teeth, seething with rage. Deus suddenly shot forward like a bolt and bellowed at the top of his voice. Jinlong, you bastard. The sheer speed of his flight made everyone nearby look up at the sky in alarm. What is that? That terrifying energy. What is it? At that moment, countless blood soldiers detected the anomaly. Among Themin, the world's only holy ground, the Chengwang Temple Somyeon felt a deep disturbance and lifted his gaze skyward. Unbelievable, even Chengwang is here. This is a corruption I have never sensed before. The one blessed by the divine emperor Chengwang. Then Deus landed before a cave strewn with rocks. He walked gently deeper inside, the wings on his back folded tight. As expected, it's here. Golden Dragon, you really went through quite the trouble scheming this, didn't you? This place, you'd never suspected at a glance. But before the words even fade, De tears the protective barrier apart with both hands. After all, it was nothing more than a petty trick of reptiles. Instantly, De lays eyes on the pristine white dragons. Found them. The little lizards glare at him in terror, as though they have spotted their mortal enemy. Who are you? How could a mere human breach the sacred barrier and reach this place? De ignores them and barks out an order. Call your mothers out here. This is a conversation between adults. One of the white dragons bristles and screams. Who do you think you are, ordering us around? Die! It unleashes a blast from its maw straight at De The smoke and dust from the attack slowly clear. The dragon gapes, its jaw dropping at the sight of De completely unscathed. He grins and sneers. As expected, this human body is utterly useless. But if it's here, perhaps I can finally reveal my true form. This is a separate dimension from the surface world, after all. I'll show you what true power looks like. A torrent of crimson energy erupts from De body, radiating immense pressure. The dragons stagger back in panic. What is that? It feels like my eyes are burning. It's too hot. What is this light? They stare in utter disbelief as De body begins to evolve and transform, his features reshaping one by one. A hand bearing razor-sharp claws materializes from the crimson glow. Kneel before the king of death itself. No creature who has gazed upon this form has ever survived. The white dragon's will shatters. It stammers, unable to form a single word. In sheer desperation, it flails wildly and screams. Die! De casually unfurls a wing, blocking the attack without even looking. He raises a hand and flicks a single finger. Pathetic! De speaks the first command. Become flesh. The dragon's body splits in two. Become bone. It is carved into segments like sashimi. Become soul. The dragon's body turns ashen gray, drained of all vitality. Become nothing. At last it dissolves into dust and vanishes. A colossal red dragon soars skyward, erupting into booming laughter. He spreads his wings wide, roaring with unrestrained glee. Other dragons converge from every direction. Stop the intruder, they bellow in frenzy. That is the invader. Stop him. He is the one who slaughtered our kin. Destroy him. We must protect this realm. Attack the invader who has trespassed into our territory. Avenge our fallen kin. De curls his lips into a contemptuous smirk. Oh, what's this now? Where have all of you been hiding? Good, crawl out all at once. It makes things easier. No matter who you are, you will not leave this place alive. I will slaughter every last one of you. De tilts his head back and draws a massive breath. Then he unleashes a blazing red beam of light, sweeping it across the horde of dragons and obliterating everything in its path. De eyes flash toward the left. The dragons on that flank are annihilated in an instant. He shifts his gaze to the other side. Their heads fly from their necks before they even realize they are dead. De extends his hand with a cheerful grin. So hurry up and bring your mother to me. A single dragon breaks away at full speed, fleeing to deliver the warning. It streaks through the sky, its voice laced with desperate urgency. No an unidentified intruder has appeared. He is tearing apart the entire boundary of the territory. Honored Dragon Elder, please crush the enemy for your glory, for the pride of our clan. Our borders ravaged by a single creature like this. Wings of the Azure Jade capital, do not turn your backs. Fight, defend our boundaries. The dragon rockets toward another sector at blistering speed. Gone in an instant, every creature in the territory witnesses its frantic flight. The dragon bellows at the top of its lungs, most exalted among the exalted. The boundaries of this territory are guarded by the Blade warriors of the Obsidian Jade capital. Our sacred land has been defiled. Show the fury of dragons upon this invader. How dare you set your filthy feet upon our soil? Hearing this, a fire dragon seethes with rage. It clenches its fist, channeling its internal energy until a blinding crimson glow erupts in its palm. Truly filthy, you shall repay this desecration with your death. The dragon sprints to the White Jade capital, falling to its knees in supplication. Sages of the White Jade capital, we beg you lend us your aid. The leader of the White Jade capital speaks with a worried tone. An intruder in our territory. Comrades, it is powerful, the messenger dragon shouts. Give the order. Unlock the Macaroon. In a flash, another dragon rockets toward the spot where De stands. It roars down at him. Such insolence! How dare you profane our sacred ground? We dragons are revered as divine guardians, and you dare bring blood and death to this place. De looks at the dragon before him and sneers with contempt. Insolent, that's literally what I am. Why did you call your big brothers here? I told you to bring your mother. The dragon, goaded beyond reason, snaps its eyes wide and snarls. Mother, you dare address our most exalted sovereign in such a manner? That filthy mouth of yours, shut it, now. It lunges at blinding speed, jaws gaping wide, and swallows De whole. It seems you are some high-ranking demon. You barely cracked our boundary and already reek of arrogance. Foul shadow, this is sacred ground that you, forsaken by the gods, have no right to defile. Yet De drives both legs into the dragon's jaws, forcing them wide open, and grins with delight. My stupid, kind-hearted neighbor. Goodbye. De eyes erupt with blinding radiance. He hurls an attack straight into the depths of the dragon's body. A torrent of red light tears through the creature from the inside, obliterating it completely. The remaining dragons gape in stunned silence, unable to believe what their eyes behold. Deus strains to pull himself free from the dragon's scales, then casually floats out of the creature's grasp. He stands before it. The dragon stares wide-eyed. Deus raises a finger. He flicks it, a single, effortless snap. The dragon is hoisted into the air and torn clean in two. Another fire dragon swiftly clamps its jaws shut and charges. It roars at Deus, "Stop defiling this sacred hall." But in the next instant, it is snatched up and used as a shield, torn apart just like its kin in the blink of an eye. The dragon, being held aloft, stares in utter disbelief. Deus waves his hand, gesturing for more. The ice dragon, lying on the ground, is dragged upward into the air in exactly the same fashion. Deus gazes at the ice dragon's head, pondering. He continues waving his hand, as if playing a game. The ice dragon is sliced into chunks like sashimi. The dragon, still hovering in the air, gawks in confusion, utterly lost. It shrieks in pure terror. Deus, the Demon King, lets out a soft, amused chuckle. He is the Demon King. Then, out of habit, he snaps his fingers. The remaining dragon corpses are summoned forth. He raises his hand into the air. Deus clenches his fist tight. The dragons slam together into a single grotesque mass of flesh and scale. The others on the outskirts watch in stunned silence, not daring to make a sound. They are paralyzed with fear, unable to move a single limb. By the time they manage to stir, the fire and ice dragons have already been fused into one horrifying abomination. Deus grins with delight and speaks up. Well, what do you all think? The strongest dragon in the world completed. I have forged the ultimate dragon. So tell me, does that make me your god? The dragons, hearing this, go completely blank, sputtering incoherently. They start whispering to each other, legs shaking, ready to bolt. Run, he's a demon. Run for your lives. Deus points ahead, irritated. Stupid lizards. I am the Demon King. The mouths of the dragons trapped within the mass begin channeling energy in unison, unleashing their ultimate techniques. The fused abomination erupts with a blinding, radiant glow. Suddenly, a golden silk ribbon appears, tears through the fused mass, shattering it into pieces. The silk barrier blocks his attack. The dragons outside watch in awe as the golden ribbon undulates through the air. Deus looks on in surprise at Jinlong's Techniquetho's beautiful golden silk ribbons, unmistakably hers. The golden dragon, magnificent and commanding, stands midair and declares, I left because you were getting on my nerves. The terrified dragons whisper to each other. It's the golden dragon lord Jinlong. Deus looks happier than ever. Mommy's here. Jinlong speaks in a stern, challenging tone. You are beyond annoying, so I will eliminate you. Stop humiliating my children. Deus hears this and smirks with relish. Fine then, I'll just have to humiliate you personally. Jinlong rolls her eyes, seething. You've been chasing after that hell fungus for so long. It must have wormed its way into your brain by now. And look at what you've done to this place. Dragons chopped into freakish chunks and stitched together like some abomination. Deus raises his hand high and clenches his fist. The dragons wail in terror, crying and bleeding. Mommy, what were you doing out there that let us end up like this? This is all your fault. I hate you, Mom. Deus bursts into laughter, thoroughly entertained by their voices. Mommy, please just hurry up and die for Lord Deus already. Mommy. Jinlong gently extends her hand, channeling her inner power. She swiftly processes the fused mass, which catches Deus completely off guard. You know how to handle death too. Jinlong bows her head to the ground in deep sorrow, mourning in silence. My children, you fought the Demon King and sacrificed yourselves bravely. May your souls find peace. Deus feigns sobbing, then asks in a mocking tone, And who exactly are you praying to? That god of yours is awfully far away. Jinlong's eyes blaze with murderous intent. You dare desecrate my children? You've crossed the line. Deus tilts his head back instinctively. What's wrong with you? You were the one who ended things first, remember. Jinlong furrows her brow, bewildered. Deus continues, well, since you know how to handle death, I'll just have to settle this the honorable way. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. The moment the words leave his lips, he unleashes his technique upon Jinlong. An explosion erupts instantly. Another clone of Jinlong looks up. She trembles, thinking, a breach in the barrier if this keeps up. Will I even hold? He's absurdly strong. Fine then come, we shall change the venue. A landscape of cosmic chasms materializes around them. Deus looks up, intrigued, and asks instinctively, where is this place? Jinlong explains coldly, inside my mind. The damage outside is already too severe. In here you can do whatever you want. No more collateral damage. Only one of us walks out alive. Deus grows even more thrilled and confident. Magnificent. Jinlong steadies herself and speaks calmly. No demon king has ever set foot in this domain until now. I admit it, I was far too careless. I thought we had grown a little closer. I believed I had lived long enough to see clearly, but perhaps I'm still too naive. Not worthy of being called a god after all. Deus smirks and exhales sharply. Nonsense. Stop playing the victim with that pathetic face. Who's next? Alex. Jinlong blinks, startled. What are you even talking about? What are you saying? Deus, paternal and domineering, bears down on her. I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with that tired old trick anymore. He strikes without hesitation, his voice thundering. Die. Vortex. Darkness. Jinlong dodges sorrowfully, murmuring unconsciously. You're right. After all, the demon race and the dragon race have been enemies since time immemorial. Then she spirals through the air and opens with a battle cry. Let us see what the power of Generation 666 is truly made of. Jinlong rockets straight toward Deus. He extends his hand, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Deus leaps backward, dodging the blow in a flash. He retreats step by step, but the golden dragon closes in, matching every inch. She wraps Deus tightly in her magnificent golden silk. The golden dragon extends a finger and softly chants golden. Golden shattered, jady, a surge of golden light erupts as he is bound tight within the wrap. But not for long. Deus channels his inner power and counterattacks instantly. He shatters the binding and roars, damn it, this is pissing me off. The golden dragon raises her guard even higher and murmurs to herself. A madman actually broke free from that technique. Deus speaks casually, almost bored. What a pain, I'll end this in a single strike. Soul-suppressing ultimate shadow, piercing light. Countless beams of radiance shoot toward the golden dragon. She doesn't hesitate as charges straight in to counter. The golden dragon unleashes her blazing golden eyes, and her ultimate golden tempest dance. A vortex swallows her golden silk into its spiral. The tornado grows fiercer by the second, swirling with intertwining black and gold. The golden dragon watches from afar, unconsciously on a catastrophic storm of dark energy, enough to shake the Jade Realm itself. The 666th generation is truly formidable. She lifts her gaze to face her opponent, but we are drawing closer to each other by the moment. The golden dragon surges forward with absolute confidence. Remember, this Wellite is always mightier than darkness. She gently extends a single finger forward. Deus laughs inwardly, even as he coughs violently. Try dodging every single one of the hundreds of millions of blades hidden within the darkness. Even the slightest graze will corrode your soul and claim your life. She's gotten this close. Deus is still grinning without a care in the world. The tales of the golden dragon were no lie after all. By now, you must believe in your heart that you can defeat me. But I'll show you true darkness, the kind that devours even light itself. The moment those words leave his lips, Deus unleashes his final move, soul-suppressing dark spiral vortex. The golden dragon is caught off guard, unable to block. She takes the full brunt. The sky outside glows a breathtaking violet. A thunderous explosion sends dragons scattering in terror and panic. They gape, jaws hanging open at the horrifying spectacle. Deus emerges slowly from the aftermath of the blast. The dragons stare, eyes wide, focusing every fiber of their being on the sight. He tilts his head upward, gazing down upon the mortal realm below, and there, the golden arm of the dragon. Deus seizes her arm along with the golden silk scrap, sending the dragons into a frenzy of shrieks. The golden divine dragon. The dragons let out deafening, anguished howls. The golden divine dragon. Deus's eyes blaze as a smirk curls across his lips. No one touches my family. Then he simply lets go. The golden dragon's arm plummets and one of the dragons swoops in to catch it in its jaws. The golden divine dragon Deus raises his hand high and casts his magic. With a single wave, he resolves everything. One of the dragons thunders in a deep, rumbling voice, Demon King, you are no cursed abomination. The dragon race will never forget this day. 10,000 years, a billion year 7 until the Creator reclaims this world in word. In script, in sacred incantation be all of these. We shall pass the shame of this day to every generation that follows. We will curse you for eternity upon eternity. Deus glances at them with utter contempt. Then the entire flock tears through space and vanishes. The moon now hangs directly overhead. Deus descends, cold and composed. Alex is already waiting. He bows his head slightly. You have returned, my lord. My lord doesn't even turn to look at him, simply stating, I have avenged Sora. Alex hears this. A subtle tremor flashes through his eyes. I thought you had abandoned the demon realm entirely. The next words make him jolt. I have. I've abandoned the demon realm and thrown away the destiny this world tried to force upon me. All I ever wanted was to live simply, freely, like this. Suddenly, Deus tilts his head back and draws a deep breath. Then, in a voice that carries across the sky, Deuce, that is who I am. Alex clenches his jaw in protest and raises his voice sharply. My lord, Deus immediately cuts him off with a glare. Daduo is my family and I was merely avenging my family, that's all. That's all there is to it, let's go back. By the time they reach Jitch Castle, Alex still cannot accept it. My lord, please, that is not a place you can return to. Since making an enemy of the dragon race, the war that will erupt 20 years from now will be beyond brutal. To destroy Yudo, annihilate our demon race, dragons will stop at nothing. They will use every means at their disposal. Whatever the case, Deus waves his hand dismissively. What does any of that have to do with me? I'm no longer the Demon King. Whether it's generation 666 or 66,666, handle it yourselves. Alex spins around, stammering. Family, did you not say yourself that you would never let anyone who harms your family go unpunished? Those words make Deus stop in his tracks. He whirls around, jabbing a finger straight at Alex's face. You idiot, me family was living in peace, and someone came out of nowhere to kill them. You're comparing me tracking down the cause of my family's death to throwing myself headfirst into a war I know I can't win. Do those two things look the same to you? Would any of you actually stop me from throwing my life away? Alex refuses to back down, jutting his chin forward. Isn't calling it throwing your life away a bit of an exaggeration? After all, it was a battle of the kind the demon realm has dreamed of for ages. Deus continues laying out his thoughts. It's a sickness, that's exactly what it is. Like some demonic obsession every 100 years. They surface and millions die for nothing. Alex still won't let it go. You cannot keep living on that borrowed land forever. You have achieved the greatest feat in the entire history of Demon Kings. You breached the dragon's domain and slaughtered the golden dragon with your own hands. You are the true savior of the demon realm, the long-held dream. Deus turns away, dodging the weight of those words. Who knows? Our VIP customer is dead too. Where are we supposed to make money now? Alex holds his ground. My lord, do you care about that more than the demon realm itself? Deus replies offhandedly. Of course, who in their right mind would let someone freeload off them? Those words make something strange flicker deep in Alex's eyes. He presses further. Then what about the successor to the Daduo lineage? You can't just leave the Duke's position vacant. Deus doesn't even turn his head. 6 Duke, sort it out among yourselves. Alex furrows his brow in rebuttal. It's not that simple. They're all arrogant, self-proclaimed geniuses. Deus can't take any more. He lets out a long sigh. What a pain. Fine, just leave the position to Daduo's child. We done, I'm leaving. Alex tries one last time to persuade him. My lord, Deus lazily cuts him off. What now? Are you going to keep nagging? Alex lowers his head before him and murmurs softly, thank you. Deus hears it and immediately takes off into the sky. All right, that's enough. Get lost. All that remains is the howling wind and swirling dust. The full moon night stretches on endlessly. The mountain forest sinks into silence. At the demon's weapon shop, someone folds their wings and touches down. Deus slumps onto the bed, his face dark and heavy with thoughts. His pupils glow faintly, yet he shows no reaction. A tiny streak of light flickers behind him. Can't you keep it subtle? A soft laugh echoes from within the light. Found out, huh? Slender feet step out from the doorway. Jinlong speaks with a teasing lilt. I thought it was a perfect plan. As expected, the Demon King is still the Demon King. Deus erupts into a streak of red light, coldly lunging forward to seize her hand. Jinlong shows no fear, she even smirks. Don't try anything here, or every hero and executioner in the world will know the Demon King is present. Enraged, he snaps, drop the act. Tell me clearly, why did you suddenly do this? It was clearly your real body at first, so why did you switch to a fake at the last moment? You deliberately set it up so I would kill you, didn't you? Jinlong's pupils reflect his silhouette as she replies, "Your acting was superb too. Thank you for putting on that performance in front of my children. I also thought you would figure it out." These words leave Deus confused. She continues her assessment. "It seems we've both fallen into a trap. I knew from the start that the hell fungus on those dragons was Daduo's doing, and I also believed the one pulling Daduo's strings was you. I assumed you planned to use the fungus to drive a wedge between dragons and humans." Deus furrows his brow and challenges. "Everything you just said, that's in past tense, isn't it?" Jinlong responds without flinching, "Correct. You were blinded by your vendetta. Unless you actually stormed into our mirror world and slaughtered everyone first, everything was still manageable. Then who? Who is the one who orchestrated everything? Pitting the demon king ruler of the demon realm and the golden dragon, the god of dragonkind, against each other. Who set a trap of this magnitude? Who dares make us enemies of each other all at once?" He shifts to a different question. "All right then, why exactly did you have to fake your death?" Jinlong sums up the answer in a few words: "Because of the variable. Although we don't know who orchestrated all this, they certainly didn't anticipate the demon king actually killing the golden dragon. The situation has blown up far too large. Right now, they must be scrambling in confusion, because an unexpected variable has entered the equation. Everything will inevitably come to light soon. Their vulnerability, the more she speaks, the more suspicious Deus grows. If they were indeed targeting, Jinlong's lips curl into a smile. She sweeps her piercing gaze over him. "The result won't change. If their goal all along was my death, then right now they'll start moving in earnest. Because it must be a plan that can only be executed once I disappear. Let's wait and see who benefits the most from my death." Despite everything she said, Deus still can't bring himself to trust her. "You still suspect the warmongering dragon faction. Could they have allied with the demon realm without either of us knowing?" Jinlong's pupils flare brilliant gold. "Including that, everything." She watches as he releases her hand in frustration. Deus shoves his hands into his pockets, glaring at Jinlong and cursing under his breath. "Damn it. I really want to blow my top. Honestly, I don't want to get involved. But if I pull out alone, you'll have to shoulder all the blame." "Fine." Jinlong seals the deal on their alliance. "Of course, we're in the same boat now. Among the three races that govern this world, Youth, ruler of the demon realms, Axishave, shattered the other axis by killing me. Dragon God, the two of us don't get along, yet we've been forced into the same boat. Let's catch the bastard who did this and make him pay." Deus's emotions suddenly flare. "What about the fledglings, then? What happens to the children? Has it all been completely destroyed?" Jinlong remains as calm as still water. "I don't know anymore, either. Right now, all I want is to tear you apart to avenge my children. But then again, you've already lost one of the 7 dukes. Those who walked alongside the Demon King for 665 centuries, we owe it to them to make the one responsible for all this pay." The tension in his face slowly relaxes, even if it spans 665 centuries. "I have no memories of any of it. From where I stand, they're nothing but defeated fools." She responds with a cunning smile of her own. "As for me, I remember everything. You lot created that hellscape. Regardless, starting tomorrow, I'm joining your team. As a mage," Deus nearly jumps out of his skin. "What, you're not even letting me refuse?" Jinlong immediately forces his hand. "For the time being, I'll live entirely as a human. If we want to investigate, wouldn't going together be more convenient? Convenient for keeping an eye on Yao Suspect number 1, at that." Deus fumes, cocking his fist back to throw a punch at her. "You idiot, Alex knows you. You think your fake death won't be exposed after just one day." Jinlong plays dumb in response to his outburst. "Oh my, who do you take me for? That fellow's magic is nothing compared to my power. No one will notice. No one in this world will be able to tell." Despite his fury, Deus thinks to himself, "So that's it, wants to surveil me around the clock. Cunning snake. Fine, after all, you and I are both suspect number 1. Jinlong glances at him with absolute seriousness. "All right, let's take the plunge." At this feast of hell, Deus's words ring out. "Thank you." The night stretches on under the full moon. In a room, a woman weeps in mournful sobs. Suddenly, someone calls out from inside. "Duchess, please don't be sad anymore. Please hang in there." The Duchess lady, Emily. Her eyes brim with tears. Emily stares at the 2 broken swords before her, heartache unending. "I lost both my husband and my child on the same day." The servants' voices chatter urgently. "Move faster." "Blast it," someone barks. "We need more hands here and here too. No resting, move it." She speaks through choked sobs. The castle has fallen to this state. "How am I supposed to go on living? This beautiful woman is the wife of Sualusi, Van Haliatia Lady, Emily Van Haliatia." The man places his hand gently over Emily's. My lady, now that things have come to this, I, Satrak, will do everything in my power to rebuild the Holiadia clan. Please leave all the work to me, and go somewhere with fresh air to rest. Go, during your absence. All the troublesome matters will be handled by me, Patty. Emily can't help but brighten at these words. She showers him with praise. As expected, only you, Lord Satrak, truly care about me. I truly cannot thank you enough. He answers with a cunning, sinister smile. I understand. Hey, a groan suddenly echoes before them. Satrak breaks into a cold sweat and snaps. Who's there? The figure slowly emerges. Found out, huh? I must have interrupted your pleasant little chat. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Cadinia, an investigator of the Holy Court. He gapes, his voice trembling. If she's an investigator of the Holy Court, could it be one of the 12 sacred weapons appointed by the Holy Emperor, the one who oversees D-rank blood soldiers and the Zodiac unit? What an honors! Weapon of light, why are you here? Cadinia offers a gentle smile, looking at Pat Chich. What do you mean, my lady? Patich, your rank is higher than mine. Since you already know, this conversation will be much easier, won't it? Let me explain more clearly. Surely you know that Ayama Castle, that enormous fortress, collapsed in the blink of an eye, due to a source of power of unknown origin. And as if by coincidence, ever since then, strange rumors began spreading across many villages about a perverted, masked dragon hunter. Recently, dragons have been appearing everywhere, yet only a single hunter has managed to slay them all. It's almost impossible to believe, but no matter how hard we search, we can't uncover that hunter's identity. Someone with such terrifying power, and yet the Holy Court has received no reports about them whatsoever. What's the connection between the two? We need to understand just how immense that power truly is, whether they are an ally or an enemy. While hunting for the dragon hunter and conducting my own investigation, I discovered that several high-ranking blood soldier clans were orchestrating large-scale illegal dragon hunts, and I also discovered that the Holiadia clan sits at the very center of it all. Pat Chich and Emily are utterly stunned. He continues with a calm, steady smile, his voice unwavering. And right around that time, the castle fell into this very state. He tries to explain, but the words won't come. Dismissing the matter entirely, the man walks straight toward Emily. Madam, the investigation is still ongoing, so no report has been filed with the Holy Court yet. But illegal dragon hunting is a grave crime. For a prestigious blood soldier clan like Holiadia, the offense is all the more severe. Not only would they be expelled from the blood soldier ranks, but every title would be stripped away. All assets, including this very castle, would be seized entirely. If that were to happen, a lady who has lived her entire life within these beautiful walls would surely find it rather difficult. The cold world outside isn't it only fit for beggars accustomed to violence like us. His words pierce like 1,000 thorns. Emily's tears brim on the edge of falling. Please just don't report it to the Holy Court. At that moment, Cadinia raises a finger in a subtle gesture. He smiles and speaks with hidden meaning. I hear the Holiadia clan still has a youngest child. Raise the boy to become an outstanding warrior. I will come to collect him when he turns 20. Our Holy See is always in need of trustworthy individuals, those willing to devote their very bodies to God and to this world, especially from blood soldier clans that have risen to the halls of power, like Holiadia, because people like them would never join willingly. If we didn't do it this way, recruitment would be impossible. One more thing, there must be a ledger hidden somewhere, a ledger listing every clan that participated in the illegal hunts. I'll come to collect it in 5 days. So be prepared. The children of those clans are surely talented as well. So do live comfortably and happily. I hear the happiness of parents is very important for the mental well-being of their children. As his words fade, he walks away, leaving two fools gaping with their mouths hanging wide open. Somewhere else, a voice rings out. Hello, it's great to meet everyone. I'm the newest member of the team and the new employee at the weapon shop. I am Giam, a mage. Alex tilts his head in greeting. I never expected someone so beautiful to have such a close relationship with the master. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. It is truly an honor to serve. I am Alex, servant of Lord Deus. She laughs it off, pretending not to know him. I look forward to working with you. Another fellow comes over to introduce himself. Hey there, I'm the team's warrior and I also handle cleaning, laundry, bookkeeping, inventory management, cooking, and running errands. I'm Jaiki, Von Hollet. Jinlong looks impressed. Jaiki is the team's warrior. That's awesome, he answers briefly, clearly caught off guard. Thank you. They chat away animatedly. So what's your blood soldier rank? Jaiki answers, C rank, you're flattering me way too much. You haven't even fully matured, and you're already C rank. That's God tier. This makes him blush with embarrassment. Deus watches them for a moment, then thinks to himself, she really doesn't recognize me. That dragon brain is truly something. Well, that's fine. There shouldn't be any trouble. With that thought, he strides away. Then show the newcomer the ropes around the shop. I'm going to sleep. Alex nods while the others look confused. Yes, good night, my lord. Suddenly, Jinlong yanks Deus back. Hey, could you show me around the village, so we can get to know each other a bit better? Jaiki's eyes sparkle like Starsh hears, get to know each other, and immediately thinks date. Alex is no exception. Scene 667. A secluded forest blanketed by mountain ranges and lush greenery. Deus stands gazing at something in silence. Jinlong tilts her head, looking at him. What do you think? This must be your first time seeing one, right? This is a dragon hatchling. He shoves his hands into his pockets and tosses out a flat question. And, a dragon hatchetso, why did you bring me here? She doesn't look at him as she asks. Aren't you curious? Deus gives his trademark answer, nothing special. Jinlong seems to have expected that, and shows no surprise. Is that so? What a shame. Suddenly he speaks up, calling out softly. Hey, she looks down at the dragon hatchling below, then asks back. Huh? He roars in fury, fists clenched tight. You madman, are you really that bored? Jinlong snaps back at him irritably. What now? Her words only stoke his fury further. Just use your power to rally the warriors and the extremists, wipe them all out and clean up the mess. Done. Why drag me all the way to these useless places? Jinlong's expression hardens as she raises her voice. Have you forgotten the peace treaty? If a golden dragon personally takes action, wouldn't that be a declaration of war against humanity? Fool, Deus gives as good as he gets. Even more than you. Just walk around in your current human form, and that's that. If even Alex can't recognize you, nobody will. Idiot. She glares at him in protest. No. Deus's lips twitch. Why? The answer comes to him quickly. Because I cannot become an anomaly in this world. Jinlong's words are somewhat cryptic. An anomaly. The air between them grows heavy. Yes, just as you said. Right now I'm human, no matter how powerful. A lone mage wiping out entire D-rank and G-rank blood soldier families is impossible if not. It would draw the attention of the Transcendents. Deus's pupils narrow sharply. Transcendents, you mean angels or gods? Jinlong nods, explaining. Exactly. Even a sudden downpour or a flood, that's not an anomaly. But if rain fell and suddenly flew back up into the sky and turned into clouds, again that could become an anomaly. If you act carelessly like that, even I would be discovered by the Transcendents. He shoves his hands into his pockets, elaborating. You mean we must not break this world's rules, correct? She nods firmly. Exactly. Deus asks in disbelief. More business about rules. She answers at an unhurried pace. What else could it be? Deus pauses to think, then speaks. Then I wonder, have I already been noticed? As a human, I've been rampaging through cities and slaying dragons left and right. Jinlong looks at him with a faint smile. I'm dying of curiosity too. Goodness, it's been born. Quick, hide, what do you think? The grandeur of nature. Even so, Deus stares at the hatchling before him and mutters, so fragile. One strike right now and it's over, isn't it? Jinlong's next words startle him. That's exactly why I came here. A massive wingspan sweeps over their heads. Jinlong immediately senses the worst. They're here. The extremist of Black Jade Dragon. Run. The newly arrived dragon immediately shifts into human form. A girl with an elegant, ethereal appearance rises slowly to her feet. Deus mutters under his breath. Classic villain lookaways that half-shadowed face. Jinlong shoots him an annoyed glance. Who? A moment later, the two of them watch from the dust as she approaches the hatchling. So that's it, they're not gods. So they have to target the most vulnerable momentrite at birth to infect with the toxin. I've heard that you're kind, if they belong to the militant faction. Gather immediately from birth to develop into a large formation. They chose ones like these to infect with the toxin. Honestly, you're no different from humans. Truly cruel beyond belief. It's not the underworld thigh's place. Right here is the real hell. A hell bathed in light. Beside him, Jinlong's expression is deadly serious. I used to think the Samuntal I discovered the hell fungus belongs to Daduo. No matter how harsh things get, there's no way we could turn our hands against our own kind. Deus turns to her, slightly surprised. Used to think, huh? She furrows her brows deeply, her eyes blazing. There's definitely someone acting as a go-between, someone pulling strings from behind the curtain. He glances at her, his voice low. Your children seem to have progressed. Before he finishes, Jinlong cuts him off. They're here again. Two more dragons appear against the sky, joining Run's human form. A blue dragon and a red dragon shift into human form simultaneously and descend. Both touch down lightly. Run greets them. You made it. Ojin, Julia. The red-haired girl, Julia, nods. Sorry we're late. Run. She cuts straight to the point. What about any tales? Julia's eyes gleam with interest. There are none, because the golden dragon no longer exists in this world. The moderate faction is now a snake without its head. In the end, this world belongs to us now. Run hears this and averts her gaze. We are the same. Until the Lord chooses a new soul, all that remains is chaos. If the humans realize this, it's all over. After a moment of heavy silence, she finally speaks. Why don't you try taking that position? Run, her eyes half closed, voice cold. Don't speak of that again, Ojin. Everything will proceed according to the Lord's will. We are merely creations. We have no right to question the Lord's work. Deus stands to the side, watching the three of them converse. At that moment, the hatchling lets out an ear-splitting roar. Run steps in front of it. Indeed, we must do what we can. Behind them, Ojin smirks and produces something. Even if you're driven mad beyond pity, take Solacino, more families will have to suffer. Everything is for the sake of our race. Jinlong's eyes go wide with shock. Why would they go this far? Deus flashes an eerie smile and orders, arrest them on the spot. Should I just kill all three? Jinlong quickly holds him back. Wait, we have to consider the cause and effect. Why did the children resort to this method, and what will it lead to? And if we put a stop to this right now, what will the future look like? All of it must be weighed carefully. He switches to bystander mode. What does any of that have to do with me? You're truly shameless. Stop overthinking it. Just act. No matter what he says, she refuses to accept it. We are all part of a greater order, and sometimes within that current, there are sacrifices and losses. But what is this tragedy really telling us? Deus gapes up at the sky. Too kind-hearted, can't let you suffer for it. Jinlong's proposal. Then let's go with Plan B. Plan B. A fleeting smile reappears on Deus's lips. A little violence, kidnapping, containment, torture, and an interrogation with all the time in the world to think. That should do it, right? Jinlong falls silent for several seconds, then speaks. Go easy on them. The dragon's roar echoes across the mountains. Ojin walks over and uncaps the small vial. Then let's begin. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. His arm suddenly vanishes into thin air. Ojin cries out in agony. Who are you? Deus picks up the vial and declares, I am Deus. Run clamps something between her teeth and screams. Everyone run now. Void energy surges, a small rift tears open in Deus's palm. And in an instant, it drains every last drop of her poison. It compresses even Run herself into the spatial void. Deus smirks and clenches his fist with arrogant pride. Julia and Ojin freeze in shock, both screaming in unison, Run. He watches their scattering footsteps and murmurs, just to survive, you each flee in a different direction. Now guess which one I'll catch. Deus points in one direction, then smiles like a judge handing out a prize. Congratulations to the green-haired one, you've won. The words barely leave his lips before a streak of red light shoots toward the designated direction. Jinlong watches him in silence. Ojin's dragon form takes flight in disarray. Damn it all. Deus, is he the demon who killed the golden dragon? How does he know about this place? Could there be a traitor among us? Something suddenly glints behind him. It shoots past Ojin's field of vision. Deus's winged silhouette materializes, his lips curling coldly as he speaks. Congratulations, you've won. Ojin desperately channels energy into his throat. W8 stop. But Deus's face only darkens as he lunges forward. I'm busy right now, keep quiet, we'll chat later. Then he plummets straight into the forest below. Deus transforms into a streak of light and rockets into the sky. Meanwhile, Julia is struggling. She's pushed herself too hard at breakneck speed. She mutters under her breath, I'm sorry, but at the very least, I have to survive and warn the others that the Demon King is coming for us. In terms of speed, I don't lose to anyone. But before she knows it, she jolts in shock. Deus's light is already closing in from behind. He waves his hand in greeting. Hello there. Julia's eyes widen in shock. Her gaze locks onto the green streak staining Deus's hand. Ojin's blood from that mad firebrand swirls as Deus weaves through the sea of flames. Julia is utterly horrified. He turns to face her. His lips curve as he issues the command, summon chains of the void. From the void above, a black hole tears open and unleashes massive chains. They coil around Julia's entire body all at once. Just like Ojin, she loses control and plummets. Julia's eyelids struggle open after the blackout. She groans faintly, a strange sensation surging through her brain, forcing her eyes wide open. She is bound now. What is this? From nearby, Ojin's faint voice suddenly calls out. What else could there be now? From here on out, violence and pain, and the moment when the truth is finally revealed. Julia struggles against her bonds and screams, "You demon, I'll curse you." Deus smiles faint, almost imperceptible. Curses are my area of expertise. Back in the day, I scored straight A's in every introductory curse course. Now then, let's start with the first question. Where did you get this? Seeing the vial in his hand, Julia grows agitated. How dare you steal from others like a common thief? But all that meets her is Deus's menacing question. Stolen? Weren't you the ones who stole it in the first place? You were going to use this to harm humans, weren't you? Julia is stunned when the person beside her speaks up. The extremists, that's what everyone calls you, isn't it? You'd better tell us everything. Who's pulling the strings behind this? And how did you get your hands on it? You devil, she sneers, curling her lips in contempt. Do whatever you want. You won't get a word out of me. Deus's beaming smile leaves Julia bewildered. He swiftly drives his fist into Ojin's wound. His hand reaches Ojin's heart and squeezes. Ojin can't endure it and groans. NGH. Deus bursts out laughing. How pitiful, our dear Ojin. Even wanting to scream is impossible now that your throat's been sealed. Don't want Ojin to get hurt. Julia immediately screams. Stop, torture me instead. He curses under his breath, fool. Do you even know what real torture is? I won't lay a single finger on you. Instead, until you're willing to talk, Ojin is going to suffer so much more. From Run to the very last dragon in this world, I'll make you watch every single one of them die in agony before your eyes. The words barely leave his lips when, alongside Ojin's screams, comes Julia's agonized cry. Deus squeezes Ojin's heart harder and harder. Ojin's eyes blaze as he lets out a wretched scream. Julia can't bear the anguish and confesses everything. There's no mastermind behind us. We've been acting on our own. Deus narrows his eyes, still skeptical. Given the intelligence and meticulousness of your preparations, there's no way there isn't someone pulling the strings. So who's the leader? You must have one. A ringleader, right? She cowers, head bowed and trembling. He feigns surprise with a drawn-out ah. The black sword I absorbed earlier, no. Catching the ringleader becomes much easier. Now we just need to round up the rest of the extremists and wipe them all out. Julia nods frantically. We do. Unlike ordinary members of the extremist faction, those with the deepest grievances had secretly formed their own group. The others in the extremist faction aren't truly guilty, aren't real extremists. They're just cowards. Deus hears this and stares her down with a sharp retort. Then which type are you? She answers, her demeanor strikingly cold. The Four Seasons. Deus slips his hands into his pockets and smirks. The Four Seasons. Is that the group of ringleaders among the extremists? After all, work like this isn't the style of ordinary dragons. What about the rest of them? She squeezes her eyes shut and recites each name: Jen, Burr, May, Jun. Deus and Ojin exchange amused glances. September, October, November, December, huh. Julia's pupils shrink with alarm. Similarly, that secret order, how do you know about it? It's supposed to be absolute top secret. He can't suppress the amusement in his voice. Are you an idiot? Quarters run from month 1 to month 12, don't they? So those are your code names, taken from the group name. Or did you all just band together, because your names sounded similar as if it were prearranged? His attitude makes her tremble. They're all real names. The pronunciations just happened to be similar, and we thought it was funny. So we named ourselves the Four Seasons. A flash of killing intent glints in the depths of Deus's eyes. Who was the first to suggest the name Four Seasons? It was the leader, wasn't it? She lowers her gaze and confesses honestly. If not Run, then who else could it be? We simply started calling each other that at some point. Deus shifts his demeanor entirely, laughing cheerfully. The most idealistic among the extremists gathered together and formed their own group. Every single member, coincidentally, has a name resembling months 1 through 12. Does that sound reasonable to you? It's obvious all 12 of you were handpicked from the start, according to someone's plan. Was it Run? Was she the one who started all this? Julia, provoked by his taunting, snaps back. No, our only goal was to liberate the oppressed dragons. Every member of this group joined of their own free will. Deus furrows his brows at this. Oppressed? By whom? In a frenzy of rage and anguish, Julia pours out everything. The world order, the inviolable pact. Humans are destroying this world, not just us and our allies, but even themselves. Did you see that newborn dragon just now? In truth, dragons are only born inside secret realms. That's proof this place was originally supposed to be part of a secret realm. This world was supposed to be our territory, dragon's territory. Humans stole our land, drove us beyond the borders, and oppressed us. The gods and their grand designs turn a blind eye to everything. Humans don't deserve to be the masters of this land. setting aside her fury and tears. Deus lets out a bored sigh. Now someone shows up claiming this was their land all along. Then you might as well have just destroyed the place to begin with. Fine, let's say that's true. Then how did you get this from Daduo? Julia freezes at the sound of that name. That demon, what does he have to do with any of this? Deus bursts out laughing. I already know everything, just come clean. Deus suddenly senses something and stops mid-motion. He stares at the substance inside the glass vial. What is this? Back then, Alex had shown him the final pathogen sample. Alex pulls something from his bag and says, so the pathogen found inside the dragon's bodhisthas, is it? The hell fungus drives its puppets into madness. Deus's jaw drops as the truth hits him. That one was clearly purple, but this is pink. It's not Daduo's pathogen. Deus holds the glass vial up before him. Where did you get this? Julia lowers her head and answers in a small voice. Just that one thing. Suddenly, the chains dissolve. She crashes to the ground, writhing in pain. Without warning, a chain whips around Julia's neck. Deus launches into the air, dragging her by the neck like a dog on a leash. Where is this place? She freezes for a few seconds. Below stretches a nightmarish landscape of writhing, foul things steeped in dark energy. That's when Deus finally speaks, his voice booming. Allow me to introduce Euthys as the deepest layer of the demon realm. The most wretched souls that can't even be classified in hell are sent here. And those wretches wait for one thing, and one thing only. A living soul that falls down once every few hundred years. Arms rise up from below, accompanied by echoing wails. So hungry, please, just kill me. His voice rings out once more. Even when dragons die, they reincarnate as another dragon, don't they? But if you fall in there will never be any salvation. I guarantee Euthys is a place that even the gods find unbearable and turn their backs on. Julia clutches the chains in silent terror, Deur's voice echoing in her ears. Do you still remember the promise? Not a single hair on your head will be harmed. The one who will bear the pain is this guy. The chains binding Ojin fall away as Dus releases them. I bought him. From the dwarves of the southern triband, the illusion immediately dissipated. Julia collapses face first into the ground, screaming. Ojin beside her turns pale, gasping for breath. Ojin, are you all right? Suddenly the golden dragon appears, tearing away the veil of deception. You dwarf, stop your lies. Julia is utterly stunned, her shock tenfold. Golden dragon, you're still alive. The golden dragon raises his voice, his gaze locked on the figure before him. I am certain of it, you naive children are being used by others. In the end, those who harm dragons are dragons themselves. I never imagined you would join hands with the Duke of the demon race to slaughter your own kind. No matter how great your hatred for humanity, as dragons, you have crossed the line. Tears stream down Julia's face under the weight of the golden dragon's accusations. We allied ourselves with the Duke of the demon race. Do you even know who you're standing beside right now, to dare speak such words? You, isn't it you who shakes hands with demons? The golden dragon's gaze is stern, yet beneath it lies a deep, bleeding wound. Tell the truth, this poison must belong to Dadat, doesn't it? Without warning, Dus extends a hand bearing a spatial rift. Julia is instantly swallowed within, leaving behind only a few scraps of cloth and strands of hair. The golden dragon stares in shock at Dus's ruthless decisiveness. What are you doing? Shouldn't we interrogate her further? Dus responds with an air of nonchalance, raising the vial of poison. Dadat's poison is slightly different from this one. Look closely, the color and the shape of the eye within it differ. She examines it, unable to hide her doubt. Then whose poison is this, exactly? Deur responds calmly. The dragons bought it from the dwarves in the south. The golden dragon's face flushes red, as he exclaims in disbelief. That can't be right. The dwarf clan are experts in stonecraft, not alchemy. The idea that they could brew something like this is absurd. Deur shares the same thought. What you just said, I agree. Still reeling from shock, she continues. That means another type, a poison distinct from Dadat's, also being circulated. Deur rebuts the golden dragon's claim. No one in this world besides Dadat could create such a poison. Hearing this, she nods in agreement and replies, yes, I thought the same, but Dadat is already dead. If this isn't his, then where did it come from? Could that child have been lying? Perhaps out of desperation, she simply blurted out whatever came to mind. Deur weighs the child's words himself. Deur glances at her and continues, you saw it yourself. Those are words spoken, when cornered to the absolute limit, meaning they are 100% the truth. Kim Long furrows his brow at the glass jar. Could there be a second Dadat? Impossible. What in the hell is going on here? Deur's expression flickers with barely contained emotion. I have no idea either. She suddenly calls out to him. Hey, don't you think we've been misunderstanding everything from the very first step? Are you absolutely certain you're really dead? Realization strikes De like a thunderbolt. He cuts his eyes toward her. You think he faked his death? Her next words leave him frozen for several seconds. The world's greatest poison expert chose to end it with poison. Doesn't that strike you as absurd? Don't you find that strange? She shrugs as though it's nothing serious. Hey, that's a nice novel you're reading, but don't expect it to move any readers. I personally attended his funeral. Kim Long's eyes blaze red with fury. He stabs a finger at the medicine bottle. Then what the hell is all of this about? His reply is brutally short. I don't know either. The air sinks into heavy silence. The Four Seasons Alliance and the Demon Realm, what could their shared objective possibly be? De harbors the very same question, the annihilation of the human realm. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Isn't that how it goes? Your right thigh's whole thing reeks. He mulls it over in silence. Scarcity breeds value. Then he speaks plainly, the beneficiaries and the executors. De imagines the words in his head just endure a little longer. It'll all be over soon. In the end, the ones who bear the loss are never the same. Kim Long lowers his head slightly. A flicker of sorrow gleams in the depths of his eyes. Her voice rings out once more. Not to mention, the dwarves are now involved as well. Who benefits from all of this? The extremists and anyone who wants weapons forged from dragon parts. De shoves his hands into his pockets and replies, the demon tribe too. It would serve them well if the hatred between humans and dragons runs deeper. She fixes her gaze on the distant horizon. And the executors, my children. The Four Seasons Alliance falls into a stunned silence. De utters a few cryptic words. Whether his head or his limbs are the problem. No one can tell. Doesn't it feel like you and I are the only ones who have absolutely nothing to do with any of this? She nods in agreement. Exactly. Setting everything aside, De stretches with a weary groan. Fine, at least we've caught the ringleader. Given the Four Seasons Alliance's position, 3 of their members have already gone missing. The rest won't dare make a move anytime soon. While they're paralyzed, we move. Now. Kim Long looks faintly surprised. Move where? He points excitedly straight toward the sky. You didn't hear. We need to head underground in the south to retrieve the dwarves' poison. Along towering cliff faces, gun barrels jut skyward. Ruins stretch in every direction, and looming among them stand colossal statues of men. Alex stands at the entrance and speaks up. From the very beginning, this has been the dwarves' territory. You can tell at a glance. This is what they call the prison of the dwarves belonging to the Bu Dai tribe of the southern reaches. Deki steps inside first, torch in hand, lighting the way for the entire party. Alex turns to the group with unrestrained enthusiasm, rattling off their roster: merchants, butlers, warrior sand, even a mage. Now our lineup is pretty much complete, huh? Jack turns and replies, that's right. Right. As for Deus, he stares wide-eyed and asks, is that so? Jin Long plays along without missing a beat. It's definitely because of me. His expression doesn't change one bit. All right then, Alex, that toxin you gave me back when? When exactly did you get it? Alex flashes a bright grin and pounds his chest confidently. Who do you think I am? I took it from the very first dragon we captured. Deus turns to him, pressing further. The recent dragon too. Alex shakes his head and explains. You didn't need to take it from every single one, right? Ever since JX, I've collected from 4 or 5 of them. A quick count. Deus guesses wrong. So that means you haven't taken any recently. Alex nods firmly. Yes. Why do you ask? Deus strokes his chin, his mind racing with calculations, but says nothing. He was just asking out of curiosity. Jack suddenly speaks up, cutting in. Lord Deus, up until now, I've just been silently doing whatever you told me to do. If you tell me to do it, I'll do it. These are probably things someone like me, low-rank soldier, shouldn't know about, right? But Jack keeps rambling on, convinced that Alex and Deus are top-rank hunters. Deus stares wide-eyed, his face full of confusion. What is it? If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Jack looks away, his voice dropping low. What exactly are we searching for? Contrary to expectations, Deus replies directly. I already gave you a brief rundown before we set out. Fallen dragons are trading with the demon race. We're tracking everything related to that. Jack's expression turns somber. Lord Dewson, the first day I met Yui's. This related to the dragon that attacked the village. He nods in confirmation. Yeah, that dragon was also poisoned by the demon race's toxin. Jack clenches his backpack straps. So it really is as he thought. Back then, Uncle Tony from next door, the girl downstairs, so many people got hurt. There's a peace treaty between the dragons and humans. So why did they suddenly attack us? I always thought that was strange. It was the demon race all along. Why can't they just stop drowning this world in misery? Why won't the gods punish them? They really are monstrous creatures. Deus glances to the side. the corner of his mouth twitching. Indeed they are. The more they talk, the more fired up Jack gets. This case involves both dragons and the demon race. It's on a scale beyond imagination. I've been thinking about it non-stop. What we needed was a team of 3, right? Maybe it's the 3 of you, including Lord Dujengku, needed me. To hide everyone's identities, right? To carry out this massive mission in secret, disguised as a low-rank squad. I'm sorry that was a bit presumptuous of me. Deo suddenly speaks in a low, heavy voice. Listen, just live your own life. I won't get in the way. Jack stares at him, dumbfounded. Get in the way. Deus doesn't look at him as he continues. Because someday, maybe in the near future even, if it feels like the world's on fire, just ignore it and keep living your life like you always have. Jack's face flushes red, flustered and unsure how to respond. Of course, how could I ever? Just considering everything Lord Deus has done for me up to now, I don't think I could repay that debt in a lifetime. So what I mean is... Deus falls silent for a long moment. He's about to say something, but holds back. I'm just putting it out there. You'll understand someday. Jack nods, and the group continues their march. Yes, sir. Jin Long has been silent this whole time. Above them, the canyon crack stretches across the sky. The 4 push deeper inside, yet there's still no sign of stopping. At times, they climb steep slopes until they're gasping for air. The whole group is on the verge of collapse. Deus can't take it anymore and snaps. Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? We've been at it all day, and haven't seen a single soul. Alex blushes with embarrassment. I don't know either. They've spent their days tunneling deep underground. Even the dwarves can easily get lost in their own kingdom. Oh, and some say it's 1,000 times more complex than the Minotaur's labyrinth. On top of that, he spits out a string of curses, fists clenched and ready for physical violence. And you're only telling me this now. Alex flinches and stumbles backward. If I'd told you earlier, you would have gotten pissed and wanted to burn everything down. Oh, you're real clever. I'll burn you down too. While the 2 of them are at each other's throats, Jin Long spots something off. That's strange. The dwarven tunnels are naturally complex, sure, but why aren't there any dwarves? Deus spits fire in anger. When I find those dwarves, I'm going to pluck every last hair off their bodies. Alex rushes over to steady Jack. Looks like you've been walking too long, huh? Snap out of it, Jack. A look of shock crosses his face. The dwarves up ahead lie collapsed on the ground. This is poison. Deus rushes over to inspect. What? Aren't dwarves immune to poison? Jin Long steps closer to Alex, his voice heavy with implication. If it's demon race toxin, that's a different story. Deus's brow furrows as he surveys the chaotic scene before him. What the hell is going on here? Jin Long offers a gentle reminder. First, we need to save Jack. With those words, warm streams of light flow from her hands, wrapping around Jack's body like shimmering golden silk. He jolts awake immediately, every trace of pain swept from his body. Jin Long offers a gentle, reassuring smile. You'll be fine in just a moment. Jack springs to his feet, expressing deepest gratitude. Thank you. Alex watches, visibly impressed. Magic that neutralizes toxins like Thatvan, an idiot, can tell she's no ordinary mage. Hearing the praise, Jin Long tilts her chin up with unmistakable pride. Oh my, you flatter me. Suddenly, a thunderous boom erupts from behind, startling the entire group into spinning around. A line of grim-faced dwarves emerge, gas masks sealed tight, weapons at the ready, voices dripping with barely contained fury. You're the ones. Jack drops into a defensive stance, eyeing them warily. Who are you? The dwarven leader roars. You're the demons purging toxins across the southern Budai tribe, aren't you? Deus casually folds his hands behind his head. Sure, yeah, that's us. What if I answered like that? Hearing the provocative reply, the leader's grip on his weapon tightens, rage flaring. Then we'll kill you. Deus keeps his expression completely unbothered, taunting further. And what if I said no? The leader's forehead practically bulges with veins, every word about to catch fire. Then what the hell are you even doing here? Having heard both answers to both hypotheticals, Deus finally gives an honest response. Well then, we didn't do it. Another dwarf pipes up, scolding the leader. See, I told you it wasn't them. It's the R24 thing. The leader looks flustered. Is that so? Then what are you lot doing here? Deus latches onto an unfamiliar keyword. R24, what's that? At the same time, he turns to the leader. And you, if I told you we didn't do it, would you even believe me? That one behind you keeps muttering and blaming us, insisting the poison is from R24. Meanwhile, the leader is fuming at Deus's words. What? So you are lying? Deus juggles both conversations simultaneously. What if it is a lie? So what is this R24 thing? The leader grinds his teeth. If you're lying, I'll kill you. The other dwarf tries to squeeze in a word. There's a sacred door called R24. Deus keeps spinning between the two of them like a top. What if it's the truth, then? A door? What does a door have to do with the toxin? The leader goes blank again. Then, what are you doing here? The other dwarf keeps cutting in to answer. The southern Budai tribe tampered with that door. The conversation descends into absolute chaos. Jinlong can't take it anymore and smacks all three of them. One thing at a time. You insane idiots. Only then do the dwarves sit down properly. The leader speaks on behalf of the group. We're from the western Budai tribe. When word reached us that something happened to the southern Budai, we hurried over to investigate. When we arrived, the place was saturated with poison everywhere. Everyone was already dead. While we were trying to figure out the cause, we ran into you. Deus nods thoughtfully. Makes sense. We came here for the same reason to find out who's behind the poison. But we found everyone dead too. Damn it. The mastermind was almost within reach, and he slipped away. He tosses out a directionless question into the air. So where do we go from here? Remembering what the dwarf mentioned earlier, Jack speaks up. What was that door you were talking about? Does it have anything to do with the toxin? The dwarf recounts it with a voice full of dread. In section R24 of the Southern Budai Tunnel Network, there's an ancient door discovered over 30 centuries ago. It's made from a strange, unidentified mineral, a mysterious door that cannot be opened by any known method. No one knows what's inside. Could be a god, could be a sealed demon. But recently, I've heard those fools in the south started recklessly using massive amounts of explosives to try to blast it open. The other tribes all tried to stop them, but they refused to listen. So they were cursed by the sacred door. Workers at the R24 site kept dying, but since they wouldn't stop, the sacred door finally grew wrathful. The sacred door wiped out those idiots from the southern Budai tribe, with a toxin potent enough to kill even dwarves. The leader immediately rebukes him. What nonsense is that? You actually believe that superstitious garbage? The one in the black cloak wearing jade is the one who neutralized the toxin. We need to capture that person. But the other dwarf stands firm. No mortal could create a toxin like this. This is the sacred door's curse. The words black cloak and jade make Jinlong tense up. Someone in a black cloak, wearing jade. Deus catches on instantly. It's Run. Jinlong speaks up urgently. Tell us more about that person, in detail. The leader answers honestly. Recently, rumors have been spreading about a figure in a black cloak wearing jade who appeared in section R24. That area is sacred ground, not just anyone can come and go. For a human to sneak into a place like that, they must be the one who spread the poison. Deus seizes the key to the whole puzzle, speaking with calm confidence. Let's go. Take us to section R24. Every clue leads there. But the leader shakes his head and unfurls a map. The toxin concentration there is the strongest, even our gas masks can't withstand it. Instead, I'll give you this map. And so the four of them set out together, guided by the map they received. Jinlong uses her power to survey the surrounding area. She furrows her brows slightly, her expression growing grave. The closer we get to R24, the stronger the toxin. At this level, even a poisoned dragon couldn't endure it. The detoxification here is terrifying, as if something is being deliberately hidden, something that must never see the light. Behind her, Jack suddenly stumbles, then collapses to his knees. He gasps for air, his body seemingly pushed past its absolute limit. Jinlong moves to his side and says softly, "Lean back comfortably against me." In her heart, she thinks with sorrow, as expected of those idiots' handiwork with the toxin. It seems even her magic can barely keep up, let alone a human body. After a moment of deliberation, Jinlong reaches a decision. "You've done enough. From here on out, we'll handle it ourselves. Jack, go back to where the dwarves were earlier. It's too dangerous, you can't continue any further." Jack's voice is heavy with self-blame and disappointment. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. Truthfully, even level 2 quests aren't easy even when traveling together." Deus asks with concern, "Do you know the way back?" Jack answers with confidence, "Yes." Then Jack has no choice but to stay behind and rest. Only the three of them press on. The deeper they venture, the more dwarf corpses they find scattered across the ground. Jinlong suddenly halts, her eyes locking onto something in the space ahead. There it is. Now Deus frowns slightly, as if he can't believe his own eyes. What is that thing? Before them looms a colossal door, towering high, engraved with strange, ancient patterns. Jinlong tilts her head up and speaks with a mocking tone. "So the dwarves were hiding this all along. Keeping it a secret must have been no easy feat, huh?" Deus asks curiously, "What is it?" Jinlong shakes her head. "I don't know either." Hearing that, he frowns in confusion. "Then why did you say they had difficulty with it?" She replies with biting sarcasm. "Because they didn't know about it either." Deus is momentarily stunned. A thought flashes through his mind. Waich doesn't know about that door. The door was only discovered 30 centuries ago. Yet someone who has lived over 665 centuries doesn't know about it. A faint sound from above catches his attention. Beside the door is a crevice in the earth, and a figure clad in black is swiftly retreating into it. Deus shouts, "He's running!" The black figure bolts even faster. He immediately barks an order. Alex, catch him. Alex doesn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. A brief, crisp response. In the blink of an eye, Alex launches upward, light as a feather. Deus says with excitement, "Is that the one pulling the strings behind all of this?" Finally, the clues are starting to come together. But Jin Long doesn't seem to care in the slightest. She stands entranced by the door, her hand resting gently upon it. She stares in a daze at every intricately carved detail on its surface. Deus cuts through her reverie. If even someone who's lived 665 centuries like you doesn't know, then this must be from a previous era, right? Could it be from the Silver Age? When I was young, I learned that before this world began, there existed another world. Jin Long turns her head and smiles. Even before that world, Deus's pupils dilate in shock. Don't tell Meth Golden Age. She begins to recount the tale slowly. Yes, an age when neither the dragon race nor the demon race had yet appeared. Only humans ruled this world. They harnessed colossal flames to pierce the sky and voyage through the sea of stars. In the end, it was the first world to ever challenge the gods. The Golden Age long ago in the first world, God created the heavens and the earth, then created humanity to dwell within it. He was overjoyed. The masters of the world humankind were born. The greatest prosperity they ever achieved was the Golden Age. Without magic, they could still speak to one another from the far side of the world. Towers of achievement rose endlessly, reaching the very pinnacle of the heavens. They possessed the power to abandon this world entirely and cross the ocean of stars. In the end, they destroyed themselves with the very weapons they had created. Fire scorched the earth, boiling the ground. Even the seas evaporated into nothing. The war plunged the entire world into darkness. The seas swallowed the sky, becoming rain laced with poison, falling for 1,000 days without end. Because of that, all life ceased to exist. God was overcome with grief. As she reaches this point, Jin Long's eyes seem to hold a profound, lingering sorrow. Deus is momentarily stunned by that gaze. She continues, God created humans once more, and this time he stripped away the science and technology, the very thing that had destroyed Themand in its place. He granted humanity magic. Humans wielded magic, and swiftly erected a magnificent magical civilization. That was the second world, the Silver Age with just a small staff. One could command water, fire, and earth at will, create countless substances, soar through the sky, transmute silver into gold, conjure rain and wind, and even resurrect the dead. However, that beautiful civilization did not last. For long, over the ownership of the magic Stoneth, source of all magic, a war erupted, raging for 500 years, leading them to ruin once more. God grieved once again. And finally, the current world, the chaotic age. Our kind, the demon race and the dragon race came into being. God created the world once more, but this time, he granted humanity only a single continent. Beneath the earth, the dwarves dug deep and claimed the underground for themselves. Your demon race made its nest in purgatory, on the other side of the boundary between the magical era and the dark war. Where I was born is where the dragon race claimed dominion. Deus suddenly cuts through her reminiscence. That's right, before I was sealed within my egg, I learned these things as a child. Back then, I barely paid any attention. But thinking about it, no, it's truly an unbelievable story. I heard the Golden Age lasted only 80 centuries before its destruction. The Silver Age was even shorter, just 20 centuries, before it too was annihilated. When all is said and done, the current chaotic age is the most dangerous era for humanity. Yet humans have endured the longest. They can no longer cross the ocean of stars in the sky. They've lost the power to command all things through magic. Jin Long smirks with biting mockery. Perhaps that's actually a good thing. After all, humans are fools. Suddenly, she utters a strange phrase, porcelain of the stars, leaving Deus completely bewildered. Jin Long calmly points at the colossal door before them. This is it. They call this the porcelain of the stars. The refined metal surrounding it has a hardness 3 times that of diamond. A coating just a few millimeters thick can block all physical and chemical damage. With this colossal vessel, humanity left the world behind and crossed the ocean of stars to conquer other planets. This is a relict, pinnacle, and zenith of technology that humanity created during the most glorious era of the Golden Age. Now, only God and the angels can handle something like this. As for creatures like us, we can't even touch it. It's forbidden ground. The instant Jin Long finishes speaking, Deus channels every ounce of strength into his fist. He hurls a devastating punch at the door. The impact is so violent it generates a shockwave that sends Jin Long flying. She's blasted backward, tumbling several times across the ground. Jin Long scrambles to her feet, furiously scolding. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Deus stares at the point of impact on the door. Not a single scratch. He casually remarks, "It really doesn't break, huh? How annoying." Jin Long snaps, "If it actually broke, what were you planning to do? You absolute idiot." Deus flashes a warm smile, but his voice carries a sharp edge of anger. "Stop annoying me already, you just go stand in that corner. I'll get it open myself." Jin Long shoves him aside. "If you don't know anything about it, then get out of the way. I'll handle this." She fumbles across the door's surface, then lets out a delighted exclamation. "Found it, knew it had to be here." But Deus just stares blankly at the spot, seeing absolutely nothing. Jin Long gently presses her hand against a single point on the door. Instantly, a system interface activates. Her fingers move with practiced fluency across the control panel, dancing over it with expert precision. Watching this, Deus can't help but stare. Glowing images begin to materialize across the stone slab. "Is that magic? What exactly are you doing?" She answers without stopping her work. "Restoring the program." Deus stares bewildered. "Program? What program?" Jin Long explains calmly. "This is Golden Age technology. Behind this stone slab, massive lightning fiber conduits are all interconnected, producing effects that look like magic. In the current era, this technology has been completely lost." Deus lets out a breath of pure admiration. "You know everything about this stuff." Jin Long answers honestly. "I only know the broad strokes, really. I don't understand the underlying principles, but I've learned how to decode and operate them." He presses further, curiosity burning. "Learned? Who taught you? Don't tell me you've actually met the golden race." Jin Long falls silent. Her eyes carry the weight of a story too deep to put into words. After a long pause, she finally speaks, her voice barely above a whisper. "The Golden Age, the Silver Age, even though both have perished, the legacies of each era haven't completely vanished. From what I can tell, your demon race inherited the legacy of the Golden Age worshipping flame, using raw power to dominate the world. That's the core philosophy behind it." Deus finds the whole thing deeply confusing. Star pottery, programs, whatever those things are. How come I've never heard of any of this? Jin Long gives him a cryptic smile. "Who knows, maybe one day you'll be the one to create it." Deus gazes up at the massive door, mulling over Jin Long's enigmatic words. Then he asks, curiosity getting the better of him, "Then your dragon race, you inherited the Silver Age's legacy, right?" Jin Long nods. "That's right. We dragons run on magic. Without it, we probably couldn't even fly." Deus's jaw drops. "What? You don't fly with your wings?" Jin Long answers coolly. "Have you ever seen a bird that massive? Besides, there are even dragons that have no wings at all." He nods slowly, genuinely surprised. "Huh, didn't know that." At that moment, the system emits an announcement notification in a strange, ancient language neither of them recognizes. Jin Long cheers excitedly. "It's done!" The colossal door grinds open with a metallic screech, revealing the space within before their wide, curious eyes. Inside stretches a vast metallic chamber, filled with countless bizarre machines. Deus can't help but gape. "What the hell is all this? This really is one strange ship." Jin Long snaps impatiently. "If you're not coming in, then move aside." Before he can stop her, she strides straight inside. "Hey, that's a Golden Age relic. Isn't just barging in going to cause trouble." But she replies dismissively, "It's fine, probably nothing major." He barks back angrily. "How would you even know?" Jin Long smirks, pointing at the floor. "It says right, hereditary food storage. What's there to be scared of?" Hearing that, Deus scoffs. Deus stomps his foot and shouts a challenge. 1,000 centuries worth of food reserves. Then what kind of monsters could possibly be lurking in here? "Come on out. I'll destroy every last one of you." Jin Long ignores him entirely, her hand already on the central control lever. A massive three-dimensional holographic system map materializes right in front of her. At the sight of the complex symbols and intricate schematics, Jin Long's eyes light up with excitement. "Kitor, Bina, Kogma, Jepura. This is the Malkut system." Deus asks, bewildered, "What is it this time?" She explains softly, "The last starships of the Golden Age-ifiv vessels that humanity, on the brink of extinction, built to escape from this dying star. Project Zekining root vessel." Jin Long's eyes blaze with sudden recognition, as if she's just realized something critical. This module appears to be a food storage unit from one of those ships. They were probably in too much of a hurry, never managed to launch, and ended up stranded here. There's no trace of the toxin here. Likely because the dwarves considered this place sacred, so very few people ever came. They probably figured no one would ever find it, and chose this as their mycelium trading point. Seeing how Jin Long seems to know everything, Deus narrows his eyes suspiciously. "Who exactly are you?" She answers with practiced evasiveness. "Someone in my position tends to have quite a few secrets." Deus speaks in a low, almost confessional tone. "As the Demon King, I thought I was supposed to be some kind of supremely powerful entity. But honestly, there's so much I don't know. And as it turns out, this body of yours was nothing more than a war expendable. Nothing more, nothing less." Jin Long raises an eyebrow, probing. "Do you feel wronged?" Deus turns away with an irritated huff, changing the subject. "Forget it, none of that nonsense is worth anything. If even the Demon King threw it all away, what meaning do the rest of those things even have? We need to find Alex fast and catch that bastard who slipped away earlier and make him pay." Without warning, a searing red laser beam streaks down directly at Deus. By sheer reflex, he manages to dodge in time, but the beam grazes his hand, leaving a scorch mark that makes his blood run cold. Did it pierce through my hand? Hovering above Deus is a metallic robot of bizarre, alien design. He immediately drops into a combat stance, every sense on high alert. "What the hell is that thing? I can't sense a single trace of life force from it, not even a heartbeat." Jin Long's face turns deadly serious as she explains. "It's not a living creature. No magic signature either. That's a Golden Age Robota Golem war machine." Deus stands there blankly, his brain struggling to process a concept completely alien to him. "A robot?" Jin Long rushes to clarify. "It's a Golden Age golem. Looks like it's the guardian of this place." While the two are still mid-conversation, the robot fires another searing red laser straight at them. Jin Long surges forward and raises a magic shield to cover Deus. "Watch out." The laser's destructive power is absolutely terrifying. It slams directly into Jin Long's shield, unleashing a deafening boom that sends both of them flying backward. Deus erupts in fury, launching his own attack while snarling, "You're not the only one who can shoot, you piece of scrap." But the robot instantly projects a translucent energy barrier, effortlessly blocking his attack. Deus's blast collides with the shield and ricochets. The deflected energy creates a massive explosion on impact, forcing Jin Long to dive for cover. Seeing his attack completely nullified, Deus's rage only intensifies. He channels even more power into his next strike. "Blocked. Fine then, I'll just hit you with something stronger." Jin Long hastily clamps her hand over his mouth to shut him up. "Don't fire." Deus whips around, irritation flashing across his face. "Why?" Jin Long explains in a rush. "Are you deaf? This is a Golden Age ruiner. You trying to blow the whole place to kingdom come." He swats her hand away, visibly irritated. "If you're scared, hide behind me. I'll make sure you don't die." She shakes her head frantically, struggling to explain. "That's not it. This spacecraft flew through the sky using nuclear energy." The strange term leaves him utterly bewildered. What the hell is nuclear energy? Jin Long snaps, her patience gone. "Just listen to me. There's no time to explain. Do you want to destroy the whole world?" While the two are locked in a heated argument, the robot launches itself with explosive leg thrust, rocketing straight toward them. It swings a crimson glowing blade, a whirlwind of lethal steel hurtling toward them. Deus stumbles backward, eyes wide. Damn it, these things not messing around. He channels every ounce of strength into his fist, determined to smash the robot to scrap with one earth-shattering blow. Die. The moment his fist connects with the robot's body, a massive shockwave erupts, blowing Jin Long clean across the chamber. But what shocks Deus is that the robot raises a barrier, blocking the blow entirely, completely unscathed. He can't help but mutter in disbelief. "It actually tanked that, and that whole spaceship too. What the hell are these things?" He immediately shifts tactics, vaulting high above the robot's line of sight. From midair, he unleashes his ultimate technique, Void Chain. Thousands of dark chains materialize from the void, coiling tight around the robot. But the robot calmly raises its arm. A razor-sharp blade snaps out and slices through every chain like thread. Deus shouts in shock. Even that doesn't work. The instant it breaks free, the robot unleashes a barrage of laser beams at Deus. He raises a mana barrier to block, but the relentless barrage sends him into disarray. "What do I do? This is seriously pissing me off." Deus's rage hits its boiling point. He pours every last drop of power into himself, ready to unleash a wave of pure annihilation. "Screw it, I can't hold back anymore. Everyone can just die." But instantly, Jin Long's magic silk ribbons shoot up and wrap around his mouth again. Jin Long snaps furiously, "Have you lost your mind? If you misfire, this whole place blows up." But he's too far gone to care. So what if everything explodes, as long as this thing dies? That's all that matters. Hearing that, she tears into him. Are you insane? Jack and the others are still somewhere in this cave. You'd kill them all. Deus doubles down, defiant. Yeah, so what? Those weaklings are useless anyway. Jin Long fires back with a cutting remark. Just look at that attitude of yours. The robot keeps firing wildly while the two bicker. Deus shoots back, frustrated. I'm not the one who'll wreck this place. This thing is going to destroy everything. See? Jin Long dodges an attack mid-sentence. We have to make it stop. He snaps. How the hell do we do that? At that moment, the robot launches a new attack, firing a barrage of small black rods from its chest. Deus sneers, you're nothing but a joke. Seemingly offended, the robot directs the rods to fire lasers in every direction, creating absolute chaos. Jin Long clutches her head in exasperation. This is total chaos. Deus grinds his teeth, fury boiling through his veins. He's survived countless brutal battle show. Can he not handle a single machine? A memory from an old battle suddenly floods his mind. In that instant, he finds the key to the problem. Deus whips around to Jin Long. Last time you blocked all my combined demonic energy with that fabric of yours. She dodges a laser beam with difficulty, confused. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? He barks out a command without hesitation. Use your power. Wrap this entire place with that fabric. The robot charges again, both arms morphing into massive blades aimed to kill. Deus continues in a rush, or wrap this place like a wall shield everyone outside. Just seal us inside your space. Completely cut off from the rest of the area, she still doesn't fully understand but agrees immediately. Okay. Jin Long channels her power. Thousands of silk ribbons fly out, forming an enclosed space that seals all three of them inside. He channels every ounce of power into his mouth for the blast, not forgetting to taunt the enemy. Hey, Tin Can, you'd better raise that barrier. Here it comes. Demon King's breath. Robot also activates its shield, but the barrier holds for only 1 second before shattering under the devastating force. The explosion is so massive that even sealed inside, the blinding light leaks out through the airship's door. After the robot is destroyed, Jin Long dispels her power. Deus speaks triumphant. Done. Right then, Alex's voice echoes in his mind. My lord, I've captured him. Deus turns to relay the news to Jin Long. Alex has captured him. Let's go. But she refuses. You go ahead. I'll follow after I've finished interrogating him. I need to clean this place up first. There are a few things I need to confirm. Deus studies Jin Long thoughtfully, but ultimately respects her decision. Hurry up and catch up. Scene shifts to Alex's location. He has used thousands of razor-sharp dark thorns to pin the man in black against the wall. Alex's voice rings with killing intent. Whoever you are, give up. If you don't, you'll die in agony. Deus quickly arrives on the scene. Hello there. Hearing his master's voice, Alex turns to greet him. You're here, my lord. Deus squeezes through Alex's thorns with difficulty. He approaches the man in black, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Finally, I'm about to see the true face of whoever's been pulling the strings. The moment he rips off the mask, a familiar face is revealed. The man trembles. I'm sorry, your majesty. Deus's eyes blaze crimson, his voice dripping with killing intent. A shape-shifting mage Viscount Jin Hong. What are you doing here instead of staying in the demon realm? Viscount Jin Hong breaks into a cold sweat, bowing his head and confessing in a shaking voice. Your Majesty, I was only following the orders of the Chamberlain Duke. The Chamberlain Duke ordered me to keep it secret from everyone. Deus's gaze sharpens even further. Orders? What are they? Spill everything or I won't spare you. Jin Hong confesses honestly, I made the heroes fall, causing the dragons to rebel and shatter the alliance between both sides during the 66th war. This is a massive plan, so when I carried out the mission there, I disguised myself as a dwarf to trade the Duke's mycelium with some members of the extremist dragon faction. Because the dwarves discovered me, I was forced to detonate the toxin and go into hiding, waiting for the next order. Deus growls through clenched teeth. Did I ever give such an order? Could it be that the Duke planned everything on his own? Jin Hong trembles as he confesses, because the Demon King had left the demon realm, and he said everything he wanted had to be achieved by any means necessary. However, for some reason, no matter how many messages I sent, he never replied. I have been waiting here indefinitely. He casually drops a line. Of course that's the case, because the Duke had suddenly kicked the bucket. He still refuses to believe it, stubbornly denying everything. How could that be? The Duke is absolutely not that kind of person. Your Majesty must have been deceived by someone. Deus sighs in reply. That's exactly why we wanted to find the truth, which is why we came here. I thought you might have the answers, but you know even less than we do. Jin Hong trembles and adds, if that's the case, it could only be him. In truth, aside from the Duke, there was one other person involved in this plan. I've always had my suspicions about that one. The first to propose this plan was the only dragon who ever met the Duke face-to-face, leader of the extremist faction. It could only be him. He must have done something underhanded. Deus frowns and asks, if it's the leader of the extremist faction, was it run? That one has already been captured. Jin Hong immediately denies it. It wasn't him. Your Majesty, the true leader of the extremist faction always lived in hiding. Even they didn't know it was Bai Long. That one must have said something like that back then. Jin Hong then recounts the day Bai Long came to find him. Are you Viscount Jin Hong? He even scoffed at the time. A mere dragon dares come see me. What do you want? What exactly are you playing at? She merely smile-swicked, and danger-roused then leans in close to Jin Hong, whispering each sinister word into his ear. Listen carefully, I have a brilliant idea. To annihilate those despicable humans, the dragons and the demon realm must join forces in this 66th war sweep humanity from this world. Now, let me meet the Duke. The air turns leaden. Deus frowns and asks, and then what? Jin Hong lowers his head, his voice meek like a condemned sinner. I reported it to the Duke, and not long after, he went to meet Bai Long in Secretalon. I don't know what they discussed. After returning, the Duke ordered me to disguise myself as a dwarf and deliver the mycelium toxin to members of the Sigi Association. He instructed that apart from Bai Long, even they must not know the demon realm was involved in the plan. Ning, the air around Deus freezes solid, his gaze turning sharp as a blade. What about the other mycelium toxins? Recently, we captured a member of the Sigi Association, and their mycelium toxin is slightly different from the Duke's. Where did that come from? Jin Hong screams as if he can't believe his ears. That's impossible, even if they definitely haven't come to collect more mycelium toxin recently. A different toxin is impossible. Mycelium is the pinnacle of demon realm poison craft. No one can replicate it. At that moment, Jin Long's voice cuts in, so the conclusion is you don't know anything either. In the end, the one behind the Sigi Association is their anonymous leader, and even the extremists can barely track them down. What about the remaining members of the Sigi Association? How are we supposed to find them? Deus turns and replies, what I mean is, but before he can finish, Jin Hong cuts him off. Who is this? He waves it off dismissively. Don't mind them, they're with me. Hearing that, Jin Hong speaks, bewildered. A member of your Majesty's party. My apologies. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he confesses honestly. I know where their hideout is. In the early days, they had trouble controlling the mycelium toxin. I used to go to the hideout to help them. Yada Canyon, that's their base. Deus asks urgently, Yada Canyon, where is that? Jin Long frowns, his expression turning grave. The ancestral tomb of the early dragon race Thai's place is sacred to dragonkind. Not just anyone is permitted to enter. Damn it, we fell right into a trap. It's on the far side. After passing through Rick, Deus suddenly makes a puzzling decision. Then let's head home, leaving Jin Long utterly bewildered. What about Yada Canyon? He explains nonchalantly. It's on the way anyway. Let's go home, rest up, prepare properly, and then set out. When we get home, I'm having a bowl of noodles before bed. But she is far from agreeing. Rest, what rest? Let's just go now. Deus shoots her a stern look. Don't you remember? We came here not even knowing this place was toxic, and Jack nearly died. Their base will be far more dangerous. From now on, there will be no more adventures beyond Jack's level. Jack needs to rest. Jin Long freezes for a moment, then bursts out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. What's this? Has Jack become your mother now? He snaps back irritably. You want to die? Suddenly, Alex cuts in. Master, what about Viscount Jin Hong? Deus doesn't scold him, he simply speaks softly. You've done well, you may return now. Go, live the way you want. From this moment on, you are a free man. 7 hours later, they head back to Jigsaw Village together. Jin Long downs the entire large mug of beer in one go, then slams the empty glass hard onto the table. Her face is flushed crimson from the alcohol, but she's still hollering. Today's been rough. Jack, pour me another one. Jack advises her with concern. That's enough. You're already wasted. Drink any more and it'll wreck your health. But she stubbornly fires back. It's fine. Those brats have gotten on my last nerve. Jack, you wouldn't understand what it's like being a parent. He asks in bewilderment. I didn't know you had kids. That leaves her speechless. That's not it. Deus shovels a massive mouthful of noodles into his mouth while interjecting. Just go along with it, Jack. What's the harm? She's the one wrecking her own body, and hey, you get to sell more booze. Win-win, right? If she passes out drunk, just pad the bill a little. Jack can only sigh. Lord Deus, honestly. Suddenly, Alex leans over and whispers to Jack with a sly grin. Just do as his lordship says. Play your cards right and who knows? A little Deus might be born tonight. Jack's face turns as red as a ripe tomato. What? Deus smacks Alex so hard his face warps. Cut the nonsense. He yelps in panic. I'm sorry. Then Deus turns to Jack, his voice noticeably gentler. By the way, how's your siblings' field trip going? At the mention of family, Jack's face lights up instantly. Thanks to you, Lord Deus, they've set off without a hitch. Thank you, he asks curiously between bites. How old are the little ones again? Jack smiles and answers. My sister is 15 and my brother is 9. Deus is slightly taken aback. 9 years old and already living in a dorm. Jack nods, still beaming. Yes, for prestigious families, children start boarding and receiving centralized education from elementary school. For a brief moment, Deus feels a twinge of sympathy. Must be tough, huh? Next time something like this comes up, just tell me right away. Don't bottle it up and suffer alone. He answers obediently, yes. Suddenly, Jin Long cuts in with a sulky tone. Why are you only generous with Jack? But with me, you charge money even for cooking a single plate of food. Deus grumbles back. Because I feel like it, she asks irritably. Hey, don't tell me you've got a thing for Jack. He snaps immediately. Are you crazy? Stop running your mouth just because you're drunk. Jin Long keeps muttering sullenly. No way, you two better not fall for each other. The two of you can't get any closer than friends. That's final. Deus grits his teeth and decides to ignore her. Right, just keep moving forward. Right at that moment, a stranger's voice rings out from the tavern entrance. Greetings, I am an investigator of the Holy Court Cadenia. At the mention of the Holy Court, Jack freezes up and stammers. Hello, I am Cadenia. He continues with a bright smile. I know you are Jack Pan Holibate. I'm here to see you. You recently reached C rank, correct? I'm here because there are a few things I need to look into regarding that. Jack's voice begins to tremble. What about it? Is there a problem? He gently reassures. It's nothing major, just a special case. I hear the Holibate family can barely afford 5 gold coins. Yet during the rank evaluation, you quite unexpectedly achieved C rank, no small feat. I have a perfectly reasonable suspicion that some form of foul play may be involved. Jack rushes to deny it. There's no foul play, but the investigator stands firm. That's for the investigation to determine. Even if it's not outright foul play, there's definitely something unreasonable going on. Deus can't take it anymore and butts in. Hey, investigator or whatever you are. But unexpectedly, the man calmly turns and replies, Yes, Mr. Deus, leaving him utterly stunned. You know me too. Cadenia smiles brightly and nods. Indeed, a mysterious merchant who suddenly appeared, bearing the name of an ancient god. The woman passed out beside you is Miss Jin Long, and the gentleman over there is Butler Alex. Seeing the other party already knows everything, he doesn't beat around the bush. Since you know so much, then get lost. Stop getting in the way of my business. But the man doesn't flinch. Then how about I become a customer? I happen to need a dagger for a journey. A few days ago, when the dragons were released in the Holy Tua territory, I lost my weapon. Deus's expression turns wary. You were there too. He admits it without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, and I've been present at many other places as well. Then I have a question. What is Jack's bloodline purity percentage? Deus glances away and answers nonchalantly. There should be some kind of report already filed. Just look at that. Cadenia maintains his serene smile. Indeed, a report has been filed. That's precisely why I'm asking what's the percentage. But he replies indifferently, no idea, I don't remember. Seeing that he won't budge, Cadenia turns to the person in question. Jack, you don't remember either? Jack becomes utterly flustered. Cadenia's gaze suddenly sharpens. Tell me the truth. The report says 42%, and that's truly hard to believe. Jack stammers and admits. Yes, it's 42%. But the investigator has already seen right through him. Wrong, the report really is fake. The report says 362%. Deus continues to cut in and deflect. He's a 17-year-old kid from an E-rank warrior's Familino parents. No backing, no money. If the bloodline purity is too high, it actually makes life harder. I already tried to shave it down a little. If you've got a problem, take it up with whoever filed the report. Cadenia continues to probe. Is that so? He growls in frustration. Believe it or not, I don't care. You got it? Then get lost. Then, with a bright smile, there's no need to be so combative. I came here to help Jack. But Deus cuts in with a blunt, sarcastic retort. People who say things like that, I've never seen one actually help. If you really want to help, do it in secret. Send about 10 gold coins a month through anonymous letters maybe, that actually change Jack's life. Jin Long, still tipsy, jumps up to intervene. Take it easy. If you're a Holy Court investigator, then sure you hold high authority. You could strip Jack of his warrior status on the spot. But here, even the village general of Jur can't be treated so arbitrarily. Cardinia speaks calmly once more. Even so, I'm only here today to ensure Jack receives the treatment he deserves. Based on investigations through multiple channels, Jack is a G-rank warrior who could potentially be rated D-rank. Cases like this are quite rare, especially at 17, still in his growth phase. It's truly exceptional. But Deus just furrows his brow, unimpressed. What a pain. It's all thanks to the weapon I spent a fortune to have made. The kid's body doesn't have that kind of capability. He immediately points out the contradiction. That's strange. Most warrior guardians hope their warrior's rank gets elevated. But you want the opposite. Deus replies coolly. If his rank gets too high, it'll be harder for me to exploit him. That answer takes him slightly aback. Excuse me. That explains a lot. You know as well as I dose a warrior with no money and no backing. Without anyone's help, he couldn't even participate in the rank evaluation at high school graduation. They give you one free evaluation, right? But Jack couldn't finish high school, so he'd have to take an external evaluation and live his whole life as an E-rank. On the flip side, I've got plenty of money, but no identity to speak of. The fastest way to climb up is to become a warrior's partner. Just being someone with a bit of fame is enough. But if I get too famous, I'll be exposed to the spotlight. I don't want that. Cardinia narrows her eyes, voice dripping with mockery. What a selfish mindset. But Deus doesn't budge. Jack needs money. I need a legitimate identity as a warrior's partner. Both sides benefit, right? So stop getting in the way. He counters again. For Jack, that's nothing but a loss. If he were a D-rank warrior, he'd hold a position equivalent to high nobility, massive support from the royal palace, and the chance to do noble deeds for the world and the gods. You're just exploiting Jack. Deus suddenly fires back. What if Jack's rank doesn't meet expectations? What will you do then? Say you take him in for evaluation, and the result stays at C rank like it is now. Or if the result comes back even lower F rank, even what will you do? Cardinia freezes for a moment, then breaks into a cunning smile. That won't happen. Based on my investigation, Jack is the masked warrior. Those words crash down like a hammer blow, draining the color from Jack's face. Yet Deus remains strangely calm. According to your investigation, sure, but without evidence, there's nothing solid. It's just your guess, right? What if you test him and he's neither G-rank nor D-rank? Maybe last time was just a fluke. And what if the result comes back even lower E-rank? What then? Will you still treat him like a G-rank or D-rank? A cold glint flashes in Cardinia's eyes. If that unfortunate scenario happens, he'll just have to live according to that rank. But that won't happen. Deus leans on the table, tilting his head in challenge. Why not? Because you investigated. So you're just going to trust your investigation and stake Jack's entire future and life on it. You grew up rich, didn't you? Cardinia is taken aback by the question. What does that have to do with anything? Deus lets out a derisive snort. You think as long as you put in the effort, you can achieve anything, don't you? No matter how many times you fail, if you never give up and push to the end, you'll eventually succeed. You've probably always taken stories like that for granted. That's why people like you're raised in a later generation will never truly get it. Cardinia's voice tinges with anger. Are you mocking the concept of effort? Deus cuts in coldly. I'm not mocking effort. Failing over and over, that's fine. What's laughable is being able to avoid hardship through someone else's help and refusing to even try. Effort failure is the mother of success. Please. Jack has lived a life where a single failure means it's all over. But Noon the contrary, he chose to fail for the sake of his siblings. He was even terrified that even that choice to fail would fail. So he lived a life in constant fear, treading carefully one slow step at a time. Everyone shook their heads at Jack, telling him not to live that way. Each time Jack apologized and kept on living, ignoring those who understood nothing. So what you're saying is all of this is because Jack didn't try hard enough and refused to push himself, so he deserved to live like that. How can you look down on the life he's built? This failure, you see, Jack clawed his way to it. This so-called failure, did he have to sacrifice to get here? And you want him to gamble all of that just to prove your grand investigation. And if it doesn't pan out, after that tirade, Deus picks up his noodles and slurps them down in one long gulp. Then he declares flatly, I'll take care of Jack. Stop worrying about it. Just order 2 bowls of noodles and leave it. That's the only way you can help Jack. Cardinia still tries to salvage the situation. High-ranking warriors are precious assets to humanity, but before he can finish his sentence, Diut cuts him off. Then you should have managed them properly from the start, shouldn't you? Why would a warrior with the potential to reach rank D be forced into hauling and cleaning chores until they can't even attend school? Those ironclad words leave Cardinia stunned. After a moment of deliberation, he decides to retreat for now. Your resistance is stronger than I expected. I will return. Jeek, you should think this over carefully. Diat grumbles in frustration. I told you not to come. And as for Keep Vang, he immediately turns on his heel and leaves. Well then, farewell, but Diat stops him. Deal with these first before you leave. Cardinia turns back, his gaze sharp as a dagger. He never expected that Diat could see the invisible magical threads he had cast. Jeek, unable to see them, asks in confusion, "What are you talking about, sir?" "It's nothing." Alex glances over with eyes blazing red. They have been working non-stop until now. The reason he says this is because those threads are also coiled tight around the necks of the surrounding townsfolk. Even those happily eating and drinking are not spared. Everyone in the tavern is ensnared by Cardinia's invisible threads. That invisible web is controlled from Cardinia's right hand, where fingers laden with gold rings move with delicate precision. He raises his hand to dispel them, forcing an awkward smile. "Apologies, I forgot." Instantly, the thread around Diat's neck vanishes. The townsfolk around them are also freed from the threads choking their necks. All the threads disappear one by one under his direction. His fingers, adorned with gold rings, deftly reel in those gossamer threads. Once everything is settled, Cardinia bows his head in farewell. "Then I shall take my leave." Jeek replies politely, "Thank you for coming. May your journey be safe." Cardinia turns and departs. A surge of wariness rising within him. Even ordinary rank D hunters would not have been able to perceive those threads. And yet that man had detected his web. These people need to be investigated thoroughly. After Cardinia has fully departed, Jeek speaks up. "Master Diat, thank you." Seeing Jeek's beaming smile, he mutters under his breath in reproach, "You fool, I was merely using you." Before long, the night deepens. With the moon hanging high overhead, Diat returns to the DeVoe 10 Tavern. He struggles to carry Jinlong in his arms, kicking the door open while grumbling all the while. "Good heavens, I told you to drink, and you actually drank until you collapsed." He recalls how Alex casually excused himself. "I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." And even Jeek had an excuse ready. "I still need to clean up the shop." He can't help but curse in frustration. "Damn it, tomorrow I'll kill every last one of them." Diat carries Jinlong to the bedroom in a huff, tossing her onto the bed as roughly as hurling a sack of rice. Damn, she's heavy as a boulder. Jinlong remains fast asleep, completely oblivious. Diat gazes at the sleeping face on the bed, memories flashing through his mind one after another. "Do you know, actually, I was quite looking forward to it. You're the first person who dares to give up in front of the Demon Lord. To be honest, it's because I let my guard down. I thought we had grown a bit closer than this. Don't waste your strength here." Instantly, every hunter in the world and the enforcers naturally will know that the Demon Lord is here. "Fool, just go ahead and do it. That way it will hurt a little less." Diat stands frozen at the bedside, staring at Jinlong. Then, without warning, his hand transforms into razor-sharp claws and lunges toward her in the blink of an eye. The instant those claws are about to touch that beautiful face, he halts. He turns away, not forgetting to leave a parting jab. "You fool, how dare you let your guard down so completely in front of the Demon Lord." He quietly steps out into the living room and sinks onto the sofa. "Just for tonight, I'll sleep here." Diat glances up at the ceiling, his gaze lingering on the glittering blue-black chandelier. He closes his eyes and murmurs, "Damn it, what exactly are the two of you planning?" The voices of Ganuko, Phi, and Hatina ring out. "Indeed, what is your true intention, my lord? My lord, even during the funeral, you left without saying a single word. It broke our hearts. When we were children, you always came to us first. Have you truly forgotten all of it?" Diat asks, irritation lacing his voice. "Why are you even here?" She ignores the question and fires one back of her own. "How long do you intend to keep this up?" He growls through gritted teeth. "Keep what up?" The two women answer in unison, utterly unafraid. This hero, Charade, only has 20 years left. Diat snaps, his patience worn razor-thin. "Enough with the lectures. Get to the point. I'm tired." She speaks without hesitation. "Please stop meddling in Diat's affairs." Diat's eyes turn razor-sharp and cold. "Stop meddling." The two continue in unison, so Ka didn't dare say it herself. She merely asked us to deliver the message. He lets out a cold, mocking laugh. "What is this nonsense? Then persuade me." Instantly, both Ganuko, Phi, and Hatina rise to their feet. They place their hands on the brims of their hats, their voices brimming with confidence. "Persuasion is our specialty." As they finish, both remove their hats in one fluid motion, revealing stunning platinum blonde hair and smoldering figures. One wraps her arms around Diat. The other gently rests her hand on his abdomen. The two use every curve and contour to tempt Diat. "It's been so long since we had a bit of fun. Would you allow it, my master?" He growls a warning. What do you think you're doing? They tease right back. We're persuading you, of course. Diot kicks them both away in fury. I'm a fool for trying to have a serious conversation with the two of you. How is it that the 7 Grand Dukes can't produce even a single soul-forged? No wonder they always lose to those cheap blood soldiers. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me straight what happened to Dodot. Ganuko Phi's lips curl into an eerie smile. Each word she utters strikes like a bolt of lightning. You already know everything. Why pretend otherwise? Alex is the one who killed Dodot. What? At that moment Guk Phi burst out laughing. She said mockingly, you already know everything. Why pretend otherwise? About Alex killing Dodot. Upon hearing this, Deus's expression turned momentarily blank. He asked in confusion, what? Alex killed Dodot. Is that your speculation, or do you have proof? Guk Phi answered, it's mostly speculation, but all the remaining dukes think so. He furrowed his brow and demanded to know the reason. Right after, Chaina also spoke up. What we truly want to ask you, my lord, is did you stop Dodot? Deus let out a soft laugh. Stopped him, me. Why would I do that? She answered so calmly that he was left momentarily stunned and speechless. We know everything. The dragons driven mad by Da's toxin were all dealt with by you and Alex. Guk Phi couldn't hold back and asked curiously, why did you stop Dodot from using the dragons to attack the Who? Mans, why did you order Alex to kill Dodot? Was leaving the demon world not enough? And now you choose to side with the humans. In his heart, Deus heaved a silent sigh, thoughts swirling. This situation is a real mess. He snapped out of his thoughts. He turned awkwardly, addressing both of them. First, dragon thing is way too complicated to explain, so let's skip that. What basis do you have to claim I ordered Alex to kill Dodot? The moment he finished, Guk Phi shot back. Based on the facts, the last person to see Dodot was Alex. To be precise, the moment Dodot met Alex was also the moment he was killed. The claim that he committed suicide was just Alex's lie. How he actually did no one knows. Chaina chimed in. And right now, Alex is the closest attendant to you, my lord. Deus shot back, who? An attendant? He just latched onto me on his own. She asked doubtfully. So that means it wasn't an order from you, my lord. He answered confidently. Of course not. Hearing this, she cried out in alarm. This is trouble. Deus shot them a glance and asked. So you two have been watching me and Alex this whole time? Guk Phi replied, that's right. But honestly, from what I've observed all this time, it seems like you've been living without any particular agenda at all, my lord. He said, embarrassed. Yeah, you're not wrong. She continued, I came here to ask whether Alex did everything on his own. He stared at her. Huh. So Alex has betrayed the demon race, she said, revealing a vicious smile. Exactly. Deus calmly crossed his arms. The 7 dukes sure have a great relationship, don't you think? One's dead and the rest suspect and spy on each other, she interjected. Because this is a rebellion against the demon king. He continued without missing a beat. Should we just take this chance to shut down the demon world for good? Just abandon everything. The demon race adapts and lives in the human world. What do you think? She asked in a low voice. Is that what you truly want, my lord? Deus avoided her eyes and said loudly, I'm just rambling. Don't read too much into it. Seeing this, she made her plea. Please come back. Stop resisting your destiny. You are the master of our billions of demons. He glanced up at the ceiling and replied coldly. I've heard that line from Alex so many times I'm sick of it. Now get out, go investigate on your own or fight amongst your Sylvezdo, whatever you want. The moment he finished speaking, the 2 women reached for their hats resting on the table. They said nothing more, silently placing the hats on their heads, and then both of them stepped backward, retreating into the walls. Both spoke in unison, then we shall return to see you again. Just like that, their faces gradually sank into the wall bit by Tuntel. Nothing remained. In the end, only Deus remained alone in the room, illuminated faintly by the moonlight from outside. He immediately shot to his feet, hurrying forward while clenching his teeth and cursing. Damn it. Then he spread his wings and took to the sky, leaving the village at midnight. A while later, Deus flew to Alex's residence. Everywhere was shrouded in gloom, heavy with the stench of death. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing him arrive, Alex perked up and stood. He left his desk and greeted cheerfully. Milo. What brings you to my office? Deus cut in bluntly. I've thought long and hard about this. You killed Dodot, didn't you? Instantly, Alex's gaze turned razor-sharp. What are you talking about? How could I possibly have killed Dodot? Deus laid out his reasoning. No matter how you look at it, Dodot had no reason to commit suicide. You were the only one with him when he died. If it wasn't suicide, then you're the one who killed him. It's time to tell the truth. Alex, speak now. Considering our long-standing bond, I'll grant you a painless death. Unexpectedly, in the very next second, Alex dropped to his knees on the floor. He bowed low and explained, "My lord, born in the demon world, living only for the demon world. For that cause I have always been prepared to die. Though I don't care for the other dukes, I would never harm them and weaken the demon world's forces. If even you, my lord, you who have always been by my side cannot trust me, then though it pains me, there is nothing I can do. But if I too were to vanish in this 66th wareth, the dote already gone, and you having abdicated the demon world's defeat would be inevitable. I absolutely cannot die here, no matter what means I must use." Deus stared at him without saying a word, then calmly uttered a single sentence. "You fail." Alex heard it and couldn't help but blurt out in shock, "Huh." Deus crossed his arms and replied, "That's exactly the kind of answer I expected from you. You've passed the test. As expected, all you ever think about is war." Feeling betrayed, Alex burst out in frustration. "You came here in the middle of the night just to test me. If you've got that much free time, go learn how to use demon magic properly." Deus roared back, "You idiot. Guk Fi and Chaina just came to see Methy told me you were the one who killed the dote." Alex stared at him in disbelief and shouted, "What?" Deus told him, "From the other Duke's perspective, I can understand why they think that given our past actions. Anyway, as long as we catch the mastermind behind the Sigi Association incident tomorrow, everything will become clear." Alex asked him angrily, "As for the mastermind incident, you already deal with Jin Long yourself. Aren't you now hunting down the remaining ones?" Deus suddenly remembered something, thinking to himself. Right, Deus flashes a sinister grin to mask his own blunder. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Alex immediately shouts, "What?" He continues, "It was just a minor error, a simple mix-up, nothing more." Alex is frantic. "You killed a god of this world and you're going to brush it off as a mistake." Deus replies with a weary tone, "There's no other option. Besides, the other dukes are already suspicious of you. No one knows what will happen next. From now on, stay hidden, don't show yourself until I call for you." Alex's expression slowly goes blank. He answers flatly, "I understood." Deus recalls the request he had once given Alex. "Have you re-examined the mycelium toxin I gave you last time? I handed you a second sample, remember?" Alex answers quickly, "I'm still researching it. I'm certain it's different from Dot's batch." Deus hears this and immediately goes serious, voicing his suspicion. So either someone else impersonated Dot or perhaps Ra deliberately created a different version while he was still alive. Alex replies, "I choose to believe in the first possibility. Based on what I've observed across 665 centuries, he wasn't the type to pursue drastic changes." Deus nods in agreement, then says, "But if the situation demands it, anything is possible. Even the Demon King who has persisted for 665 centuries vanished this time, hasn't he?" Alex cuts in, "He hasn't vanished yet. My lord, whoever orchestrated this. The mycelium toxin belongs to the demon realm, so this is undoubtedly the scheme of one of our own. I don't want to dig any deeper. On the contrary, the further we dig, the more tangled everything becomes. So let's leave it at that. Why not just restore everything to the way it was?" Deus asks back with a mocking tone, "Restore? Go back and become the Demon King again. Follow whatever script you all prepared, study the Demon King's battle tactics. Then invade the mortal realm in 20 years and duke it out with heroes." Alex responds as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "That is the Demon King's destiny." Deus shoots him an annoyed glare. "Even if the outcome of that war is already predetermined." Alex shouts, "My lord, unlike the previous 665 times, this time the demon realm will absolutely win. So please prepare with us for the war 20 years from now." Deus asks coldly, "So in your eyes, me wandering around like this is just a colossal waste of time, is that it?" Alex immediately straightens up and answers obediently, "Yes, my lord." Deus continues, "Fine be now, there's no turning back anyway. One of you 6 dukes will ascend as the Demon King, or all demonkind will gather and elect a new one. Pick whoever you want, just leave me out of it. Sort the rest out yourselves." Alex immediately rebuts, "That's impossible. The demonic essence of all previous Demon Kings still resides within your body, my lord." Deus blurts out, "Want me to give it back?" Alex says that without it, his lord would be nothing more than an ordinary demon. Deus says indifferently, "In that case, I'll hand it over." Alex can't believe his ears. He raises his voice in fury. "My lord is the most powerful being in existence. Everything fears your authority and strength. You are an existence that can possess anything you desire. I truly cannot understand why you would throw away power that is already in your grasp. Why would you choose to plummet from such heights with all your might?" Deus listens to all of it, lets out a long yawn, and says, "Just listening to this is already boring enough to put me to sleep. The Demon King really is a tiresome existence. Alex shouts again, "My lord!" Deus snaps back irritably, "Everything you just said is nonsense. If I have no intention of taking back the demonic essence, then stop nagging already." Compared to the same old story of a demon king failing without a single change in 100 years, this investigation is at least more interesting. Alex just stares at him in silence, saying nothing more. Deus turns to leave. He doesn't forget to remind him, "Either way, once we catch the Sigi Association tomorrow, everything will become clear. I'm off until then lay low. From now on, you're suspect number one." A while later, Deus returns to his room. He props his feet on a chair, then leans back into the deep sofa, staring up at the ceiling. He begins thinking to himself, Sigi Association, demon race heroes. The true leader of the Sigi Association is the one pulling all the strings behind this. And it just ends like that. What is it? Something still doesn't add up. Suddenly his eyes snap wide open as if struck by a realization. He bolts upright, his expression a mix of shock and alarm. A suspicion takes root in Deus's mind. What if everyone is the culprit? That's right, there's no rules saying they can't all be. The culprits. Provided the mycelium toxin to drive a wedge between dragons and humans. The Sigi Association spread it to their own kind, following the exact timeline had orchestrated. When the dragons attacked first, the heroes gleefully hunted them down to accumulate wealth and weapons. Could all of this have been arranged by someone? What if everything was just the self-interest of each party clicking together like interlocking gears? Then conversely, there's no central figure, which means there's no trail to follow. What if even that mysterious mastermind is just as hazy? He stares blankly out the window of his room, saying nothing more. He clutches his head in frustration, grinding through the thoughts. Then why did die? No matter how I look at it, that part makes no sense. Why did that bastard have to go and die, leaving my head in a mess like this? Deus stomps his foot hard, cursing as he marches forward. Damn it! He barges into the bedroom and shouts, "Hey!" Jin Long, sprawled on the bed half asleep, mumbles back, "I was having a good sleep." "What's wrong?" Deus raises his hand. Something resembling a dark void opens in his palm and orders, "Let's go." A few minutes later, agonizing screams of pain echo through the air. "Someone please let me go." Those wails grow louder with every step Deus and Jin Long take forward. "It hurts." Jin Long's jaw drops wider and wider in disbelief. The sounds keep coming, relentless. "Please let me out, please, just kill me. Anything's better than this." The figures behind the iron bars scream and wail. "Release me, please, someone save me. Please." They beg without end, "Please, give us food, anything at all. Demons will always be demons." Off to the side, Ojin and Julia stand like. The soulless corpse stares straight ahead. At that moment, the voices of the imprisoned ones bleed into one another. "Hey, Nuka over here. When are you gonna let me out already? I've been stuck here way too long." Jin Long asks Deus, "Is this a prison inside your body? You probably couldn't care less about the prisoner's rights, huh?" He replies flatly, "I'm taking good care of them. They're still alive, aren't they? And even if they wanted to die, they can't without my permission." She sees him walking forward and quickly asks, "Where are we going?" He replies, "Just follow, you'll find out. Before we storm the Sigi Association's main base, there's one last thing I want to check." His footsteps carry him steadily forward. The moment he reaches the door, he pushes it open and says, "The one I've kept in a special solitary cell right in here." Jin Long grows curious. Who could it be? The door swings open and Deus greets them with a bright smile. "How are you doing? Still alive?" At that instant, surprise is written all over Jin Long's face. He calls out to run. She answers like a hollow shell of a person, "Just end it, kill me already." The moment she recognizes the person before her, her eyes widen in shock. Deus says coldly, "I'd love to kill you right now, but this isn't over yet. And more importantly, the one standing beside me is dead set against it." Run Banghong says, trembling, "You're not dead." Jin Long, she immediately erupts in fury. "So the Demon King found out about our actions and you really abandoned us. How could you make us suffer by joining hands with the demon race? Unbelievable." Jin Long can't hold back. "Even if I were on the human side, Yao Yu injected poison into the bodies of our own children out of hatred, then tossed them into a human city. That alone makes you worthy of extermination. You are no longer one of the dragon race." Du snarls in fury, "Everything I did was for the dragon race. My own hands are stained. Humans just a few centuries ago. They fought alongside us to the death against the demon race. We thought they'd become our greatest allies. And what happened? Every chance they got, they slaughtered our parents, siblings, children, then wore their parts as jewelry. You are our mother and our goddess, yet all you tell us is to endure. How much have we been rotting away all this time? Having witnessed enough of this two-act drama, Deus cuts in with a question. So you sacrificed your own people to achieve your goals, is that it? Dung shouts back in rebuttal. Not just Yuzevrion wanted this. There just wasn't an event big enough to force the decision. The first flame incidentally made that decision for them. I made it happen. Before long, countless enraged allies will ignite this war. Jin Long seems to feel a pang of empathy. She says with a heavy heart, Run, I understand the sorrow buried deep in your heart. I know you lost your beloved husband and child to the humans. Your husband's claws became their daggers. Your child's eyes became earrings for some noble. I never once stopped you from protesting the peace treaty with humans. Even when you gathered an even larger group to plead with me, I listened in silence. Run goes wild, screaming frantically. Listening alone isn't enough. O Mother of Ours, O Divine One, Golden Dragon, Holy Dragonwe, did you sign a treaty with the humans? They're too greedy. Even now, somewhere out there, they're still eyeing the bodies of our dragon race. Today they'll use my flesh to forge a shield. And tomorrow they'll use my husband's right arm bone to craft a sword. And the day after, with those very weapons, they'll hunt down our other children. Until the very last dragon tears streaming down her face, she screams in agony. They are nothing but devils. Why did you sign a treaty with them? O Divine Ones, the moment she finishes, Jin Long quickly turns away. She says to Deus, let's go back. Then both of them leave, closing the prison door that holds Run. Deus looks toward the groaning humans behind the bars. Help me, they whimper from behind the iron. As the saying goes, when you stare into the abyss of monsters, the abyss stares back. Is this what they meant? He glances at her and continues. Your children, Have, they become the embodiment of wrath. At that moment, tears begin to well up in the corners of Jin Long's eyes. Seeing her like that, he shifts to comforting her. They probably just want revenge against the humans. Nothing more than that, right? It's nothing too grand. The Sigi Association does things their way. The demon race does things theirs, and the heroes follow their own path. Maybe everyone just acts on their own desirous, not following anyone's grand design. We just keep living in our own roles, and bit by bit maybe we've all become monsters. Then Jin Long speaks up, catching his attention. Humans are despicable. What about you? Do you hate humans? He falls silent, his eyes fill with contemplation. Then he walks ahead, dropping a single line, stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. You idiot. If you want to win, we head out at dawn tomorrow. Tomorrow it all ends. She nods in agreement. 1 month later, scattered across different places, everyone goes about their own affairs. Jack sleeps peacefully in his soft bed, while Alex stares intently out the window of his study. Meanwhile, at Deus's place, Jin Long gradually drifts off to sleep, but he keeps staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Beneath the starry night sky of the village, a tangled mess of emotions churns silently. The next day, someone walks quietly forward. At the Seoul underground sanctuary, Chengwang Palais Somyeon bows respectfully and speaks. It's been a long time, Lord Cadinia. Was your journey uneventful? He laughs out loud and replies, Motion sickness is no joke, I tell you. A night flight really isn't easy. The palace attendant smiles and reminds him, the one you seek is waiting. Please come in. Cadinia kneels and says, Chengwang Palace's fragrant prosperitime, the 12 great archangels bestow their blessings upon you. The Chengwang speaks. I've heard the account already. Report the details. The Jevan Holy Bait reading is 10,825%. We've obtained confessions from those who conducted the measurements directly. Your Eminence, he says solemnly, this is truly unprecedented. Cadinia continues, we must bring that person to the Chengwang Palace. If we entrust him with leading the cavalry and preparing for the 66th Great War, I believe we can annihilate the demon realm once and for all. The Chengwang responds to him, I've long been aware of the significance of the dukes. He reports, Your Eminence, I can still fight even 20 years from now. Every D-rank and G-rank hero shares the same resolve. In the past, even with strength to spare, we only ever stopped at the gates of the demon realm. We can't let history repeat itself. The Chengwang quietly observes him. Cadinia continues, it's always the final hero who falls in the great war against the demon king. This time will be different. If we let him lead the cavalry into battle, achieving a different outcome is entirely possible. Give me 20 years, and I will teach him combat tactics and magic. He will become a talent nearly equal to the last great hero himself. 20 years from now, when we join forces with the final hero of the 5th generation, the two of us will annihilate the demon realm. After leaving the city lord's chambers, the holy court members and Cadinia fell into conversation. No matter how busy I am, I always feel small before your devotion to the world and to what is just. You flatter me. Since my mind isn't the sharpest, I have no choice but to make up for it by putting my body to work. You completed every subject with outstanding marks. We so humble. Just then, a lively chatter from a nearby group caught both their attention. The Holy Court member made the introductions. These are the future warriors and saintesses of the next generation, here for a tour. For these children, witnessing such a sacred place firsthand would be excellent for igniting their faith, pride, and loyalty. They are the fifth generation who knows what the future holds. Among the children here today, the final hero may very well emerge. Suddenly, a girl in the group spotted the two and cried out in delight. "Oh my goodness, it's Lord Cadenia of Zodiac Niter. Everyone come and pay your respects. This is Lord Cadenia of Zodiac Niter, the one who possesses the mightiest bloodline in the world, Holy Emperor's own sword." In an instant, the group of young warriors swarmed around him. They clamored excitedly. "It's an honor to meet you, my lord." "Hello, my lord. So cool." Among them, one stepped forward confidently and introduced himself. "Hello, my lord. I am Cus von Hollius, of the Hollius family. My grandfather was also a member of Zodiac Niter, so I've heard many stories about you." Seeing this, another young warrior hurriedly pushed Cus aside and introduced herself. "Hello, my lord. I am from the Holy Chipra family, which produced the very first final saintess. My name is Elvin Holy Rooser." Cadenia replied gently, "Ah, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." A child from the warrior group shouted, "My mom says our family has produced 3 final saintesses." He responded with an awkward smile. "Oh, is that so? That's truly wonderful." All the young warriors chimed in at once. The final hero is even more amazing. Without a saintess, a hero alone can't do anything. If not for our Black Holly family, the world would have been destroyed by the 320th Demon King. Our ancestor was a final hero, too. Cadenia interjected awkwardly amid the clamor. "You're all wonderful." Suddenly, one of them turned around and shouted with a mocking tone, "Hey, does your family even have anything to be proud of?" Others chimed in. "Isn't the greatest family of this era the one with Snay von Hollibit?" "Oh, right, there's a Hollibit kid here too, isn't there?" "Hey, you know they have nothing, and you still ask so cruelly." Jack's younger sister, 15-year-old Siny von Hollibit, forced a smile and said, "Yeah, our family doesn't have any either." Before she even finished, someone was already piling on. Obviously, why even bother asking? Instantly, Jack's younger brother, 9-year-old Jedin von Hollibit, yelled in defiance. "My brother is a C-rank warrior. He just passed the exam this time." Siny grabbed the boy's arm, startled. "Jedin." All the warriors present froze for a moment. Then they burst out laughing. "We're talking about the final hero, and Saintess here C-rankers think they can join this conversation. Truly amazing, huh? Well, in an F-rank family, a C-rank warrior is already considered impressive." Someone else chimed in. "I heard your brother became an unnamed retainer and bought his title with money. Is that true? How pathetic. People like that should have their warrior titles revoked. Our noble families are getting tainted by association." "Don't worry, though nobody even knows who he is anyway." Another girl suddenly ran over, throwing an arm around Siny's shoulder and flashing a thumbs up. Hey, don't tease them too hard. Whenever you're feeling down, just take one look at Siny, and Jedin here you'll perk right up. They're seriously great for mood lifting. Everything has its purpose." Siny stammered in response. Is that so? Well, I'm glad to hear that then." The girl laughed and nodded approvingly. Exactly. Suddenly, Cadenia spoke up, his tone gentle. "Are you two Jack's siblings?" Siny trembled and asked, You know my brother, my lord." He replied calmly, "Of course I do. Don't call him an acquaintance, you're close friends. Siny and Jedin, right?" The girl nodded frantically. Yes. He continued, "Jack has boasted about you two to me more times than I can count. I'm a regular at his shop, you know." She let out a soft "oh," then said, "So that's how you know him. I see. I'm really surprised that someone as great as you would say that my brother is your friend." Jedin suddenly ran up close to Cadenia, grabbing his attention. The boy declared loudly, "My brother is a genius businessman. He earns tons of money and sends it all to me and my sister. My brother can carry heavy loads better than anyone, wash dishes faster than anyone, drive horse carts better than anyone. There's nothing he can't do." Cadenia seized the moment, dropping to one knee to meet the boy at eye level. He said with a smile, "You must really look up to your brother." Jedin answered immediately, "Yes. He's the greatest person in the whole world." Cadenia offered his praise. Siny Jedin, Jack is a warrior of incredible strength, so powerful that he will become a tremendous force for all of us, for everyone in Zodiac Niter. So always be proud of your brother. Who knows, he may end up more renowned than any family name here. The Saintess hurriedly stepped forward, cutting in. "My lord, would you be willing to offer a blessing to these children today?" Cadenia rose to his feet and declared in a resonant voice, "The hero is not the protagonist. The true protagonist is the one who survives. After the age ends, warriors are nothing but supporting characters, merely a stepping stone for others to climb. Then he glances to the side, adding, "But that right there is the noblest step in all the world, remember that well." Every warrior in the group stares at him in utter bewilderment. He forces an awkward smile. "Did I make things too heavy just now? All right then, farewell, everyone." With that, he turns to leave. The holy court attendants bow respectfully. "You've worked hard, my lord, thank you so much." He merely replies, "I feel a bit embarrassed, honestly." Meanwhile, the saintess continues her sermon to the warriors, echoing Cadenia's words, "We must never forget the spirit of sacrifice for the world." They answer in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Come afternoon, Deus and Jin Long relax on a small boat steered by Jack. Deus speaks up with a grin. "You're pretty handy with the oars, huh?" Jack replies. "When I was 9, I used to catch small fish for a living." Deus lets out a low whistle. "Oh yeah, that's actually impressive." Jack scratches his head. "You're too kind, sir." Deus falls silent and gazes up at the sky. He suddenly voices a thought that's been nagging him. "Now that I think about it, dragons are stronger than humans. So why didn't they conquer the continent ages ago?" Jin Long, sitting beside him, answers, "Because the dragon race isn't like the demon race. They're not greedy. They live in harmony with nature, enjoying peaceful lives." He presses, "Then what's the boundary realm exactly?" She answers without missing a beat. "The boundary realm is the connecting zone between the dragon realm and the human continent. It's essentially a magical gateway." He presses further. "So in the end, it's a gate leading to the human world, right? Don't they ever want to claim the surface? It's not just the Dragon 7, the dwarves don't come up to the surface." "Why is that? Wouldn't conquering the surface make them richer than slaving away mining underground?" Jin Long snaps, "Hey, don't you think it's messed up that your first thought is war?" He presses on, "What about the demon race then? Why do they keep trying to reach the surface?" She grumbles, "How would I know? Ask the demons themselves." Deus says calmly, "There probably isn't a valid reason at all. Some say they crave the sunlight, but haven't they survived perfectly fine for 666 centuries without it? Dwarves underground, fairies in the forests, dragons in the realm, humans on the continent, demons in the demon world. Isn't that the natural order of things?" Jin Long fires back, "You should get some exercise. If a blockhead like you keeps overthinking while sitting around, you'll lose your mind. What's so weird about any of this?" She calls him crazy, but he doesn't hesitate, adds, 666 centuries. How is it that in over 60,000 years, every tribe's territory hasn't shifted or blurred even slightly? Even with minor changes, that's an incredibly long time. Everything should have changed by now. At that moment, Jack speaks up with his own thought. "Now that I think about it, the human continent is the same way. For 666 centuries straight, the borders between nations have stayed exactly the same. There are wars for the throne from time to time, sure, but nothing that actually changes the map." Jin Long agrees. "Now that you mention it, the mountains, rivers, and nature haven't really changed much either." Deus's eyes widen. "Seriously?" Jack says it like it's the most obvious thing. "Wasn't that always the case? Those things rarely change." Jin Long murmurs, "After 60,000 years, there should be some changes." Then again, I'm not so sure either. Maybe that's proof the balance of the world the Creator made is perfect." Jack responds thoughtfully, "Yeah. Maybe that's the most accurate answer there is." Deus hears this and ponders quietly. "A perfect balance, huh?" Suddenly, Jack turns to Deus. "But Master Deus, where did Alex go?" Jin Long's curiosity is piqued too. "Oh right, where's that butler of yours?" Deus smirks and teases them both. "I killed him. Relax, I'm joking. He left to take care of some personal business. I was meaning to tell Yao when we get back, post a flyer outside the shop. We need a new steward." Jin Long frowns. "How could that guy ever leave you, though? What kind of conspiracy are you two cooking up now?" Deus says flatly, "Stay out of other people's business." Jack, sitting across from him, looks conflicted. "I really hope he comes back, too. Maybe it's because this is the first time I've ever had a team. I just assumed we'd always be together. I guess that was just me being naive. But something is closing in on the three of them." Jin Long cuts the chatter short. "All right, that's enough small talk. Time to prepare. We've arrived. This is a safe zone of Tomb of the Ancient Dragons, Yada Canyon." She pulls something from her spatial storage. "Here, Jack, take this. I found some leftover titanium in that starship's hull last time, so I tried forging it with a bit of magic. Can't exactly waltz into a dragon's lair dressed like a regular Joe, right?" Deus, lying nearby, thinks to himself in surprise. "Titanium, huh?" Jin Long adds with a hint of pride. "That stuff is incredibly durable." She tosses the armor set to Jack. He catches it and freezes. "Universe-level tech." Instantly his eyes blaze with light. Strange visions flood before him. A flying warship, countless skyscrapers. The sky itself takes the shape of a modern metropolis. He shouts in awe, "Where the hell is this place?" At that exact moment, a beam of crimson light materializes before him. Strange binary code zone 1,000,001 scroll endlessly across the armor's surface. The light from the armor shoots, straight into himpling him back to reality. Jack murmurs in disbelief. This is pure energy from another world entirely. Deus can't wait any longer. Hurry up and put it on already. Jack nods obediently. Yes, sir. He straps the armor on and looks to the other two for their opinion. Well, how do I look? The design's a bit unusual, sure, but does it suit me? Jin Long smiles. Looks great, honestly. Deus just shrugs. It'll do. Jack grins. With this armor on, I feel like I could take on a dragon and not even flinch. But the peaceful moment on the boat doesn't last. Something flashes beneath the water, then whoosh, it rockets into the sky, sending their small boat rocking violently. Before them looms an enormous dragon. It growls a warning. This is no place for humans to set foot. If you value your lives, turn that boat around. Now. But at that very moment, Deus raises his hand and points straight at the dragon. He says wearily, utterly unimpressed, "Jek." The dragon. Jek launches into action. Jek lets out a yelp at the words. Huh? Deus says flatly, "Go on then, hero, defeat it." Jek forces a smile. "You're joking, right?" Kim Long shouts from beside him. "Hey, are you trying to get him killed?" He simply says, he's watched enough times, it's sink or swim now. She can't help but curse him out. You think dragons are the same as slimes? Even an entire hero army couldn't take one down. Deus turns away, muttering, "An entire army? What a bunch of idiots." Kim Long snaps back. "You're the idiot here." He tells her, "If you don't want Jek to do it, then go catch the dragons yourself." She fires back. "Don't you think a dragon catching dragons would be a bit weird?" He says coldly, "Then let me handle it. That dragon's too weak. If I can't calibrate my power properly, that's on you." Kim Long grits her teeth, staring at him in frustration. The dragon doesn't wait long. It starts to grow impatient. "What are you doing? Hurry up and transform already." Kim Long immediately raises her hand, channeling power into it, and shouts, "I'm not holding back." Jek takes it. In an instant, a massive surge of power floods into Jek. He gasps, overwhelmed. This terrifying power tells him all top-tier skills have been activated. In this state, he has more than enough force to level a small castle. But she doesn't forget to beg Jek, "Please, don't kill it." Jek stammers in confusion. "That's a child. I'm more likely to die first." But a hand has already quietly grabbed hold of the back of his collar. Before Jek can even process what's happening, Deus hurls him straight at the dragon. He shouts Jek's skill launch. Jek rockets through the air like an arrow. Whoosh. He screams nonstop. The dragon concentrates energy in its maw and roars, "Die, raging wind breath!" But Lagun, the blade Jek carries, suddenly blazes with light. It doesn't just pierce through the dragon's attack, it carves a clean line straight through its body. The dragon freezes, its jaw hanging open. Its eyes drift to the side. Jek seizes the opening key, immediately activates Moonlight Flash, third form. Devil Piercer. Sensing danger, the dragon whips its tail, sending him flying. It roars in fury, "You think a direct attack like that can hit me?" Lagun is flung into the nearby forest. Lewin splashes into the water below. But from out of nowhere, grappling hooks fly upward. They latch onto one of the dragon's horns, startling it. Jek, still suspended in midair, uses the hooks as anchor points to keep from being flung further. The dragon snarls in rage and immediately whips its head around. The motion sends Jek hurtling backward. He crashes into the surrounding mountainside zone after another. His hands start bleeding. He stares at his hands in agony, but with sheer ironclad resolve. He grips the hook lines tight once more. He clenches his teeth and thinks to himself, both Lord Deus and Lord Alex fought with everything they had for everyone. I absolutely cannot give up. I've already dropped Lewin. I need something, anything that can serve as a weapon. After fumbling through his inventory for a few seconds, he pulls out a frying pan. He stares at it, a frying pan. Damn it, if only this were a blade. Then suddenly, the pan begins to shift, morphing into a glowing, cross-shaped sword. Down below, Deus widens his eyes in surprise. Jek channels every ounce of strength and lets out a roar. The dragon senses something's wrong. It dives straight down. In an instant, it plunges into the water. Jek yells from above as the dragon drags him under the surface. Jek clings to the dragon, refusing to let go. But the deeper they sink, the more water floods into his mouth. He chokes, "I can't breathe." The dragon shows no sign of stopping, it dives deeper and deeper. Jek furrows his brow. His consciousness begins to fade. Just as his thoughts dissolve, the dragon reverses course and rockets back up. It spins, slamming him against the rocks on the seafloor. In one swift motion, it yanks Jack out of the water and changes direction. Now face to face with Jack, it sees him unconscious and seizes the moment, unleashing its full power. Die, you wretched humans! Dragon breath-raging storm. The blast slams directly into Jack, launching him skyward. Kim Long and Deus scream his name from below. Then Kim Long notices something. She widens her iso-protective barrier, is enveloping Jack. The armor displays lines of data, and vents a massive burst of steam. On the front of the armor, glowing stones pulse with light trailing smoke. And then stones fire. They lock onto the dragon, catching it off guard. The projectiles slam into the dragon's body, detonating in a chain of massive explosions. Even with Jack unconscious, the armor keeps fighting in his place. Two mechanical arms extend from the armor, firing laser beams downward. The lasers amplify the explosions, still raging across the dragon's body. The beams also strike the water's surface, sending the ship rocking violently. Kim Long looks up. The dragon's body has been torn to pieces. Fragment after fragment plummets into the sea. She glances aside. The dragon finally has been defeated. Kim Long looks up. The dragon's body has been torn to pieces, each one crashing down into the water. The dragon has finally been defeated. To make absolutely sure, Jack grits his teeth and screams Lewin's name. Lewin, resting beneath the water, blazes with light, then rockets upward like an arrow, piercing clean through the dragon. It howls in agony. Jack grits his teeth and seizes Lewin firmly. Once more moonlight flash, third form. The armor's crystals ignite once again, belching smoke. He roars, Super Pierce Devil Piercer. His strike cleaves through the dragon like a blade cutting a straight line. The light fades from the dragon's eyes. It collapses and crashes into the mountainside. Kim Long murmurs in awe. Those weapons and skills can't be entirely separated from a hero's abilities. I don't know why, but Jack seems to have gotten a lot stronger, hasn't he, Deus? Deus smirks. Stronger is better, what's the problem? Hurry up and heal him. We still have more dragons to catch. She thinks to herself, with this guy, nothing matters except raw power. He truly is a demon king. Sometime later, the dragon has taken human form, its eyes closed. A voice snaps, wake up. It jolts awake and shouts in confusion. What's happening? Deus recounts casually. What happened, you ask? Our hero defeated you. It immediately retorts. Lies. A dragon who can decide the fate of empires defeated by some nobody. Impossible. Without hesitation, Deus produces a vial and holds it up before the dragon's eyes. He raises his voice, a threat laced into every word. Answer my question. Otherwise, I'll shove that mycelium toxin you're so fond of straight into your eyes. The dragon screams in horror. How do you have that? Deus speaks calmly. I know everything you've done, using your own kind to attack the humans with this stuff. Why? Why did you do all this? The dragon roars in frustration. We will rebuild our kingdom on this blessed land, drive out the humans, and dragons will rule this world. Deus stares it down. You're just parroting words like a mindless bird. You barely have a foothold, and already you're dreaming of world domination. Is your brain really the size of a bird's? Nothing but delusional lunatics. The dragon grows even more furious. It was you, wasn't it? It bellows. 3 out of the 90 didn't just go silent on their own, did they? You're the one behind it. What did you do to Jun, Julia, and Ojin? It suddenly realizes something. The dragon gasps in shock. Could it be? Are you angels? You're trying to stop us from above, aren't you? But we never intended to violate your laws. Please understand we only seek the blessing and the grace of the Creator. Deus answers. Sorry, but it's the opposite. I'm the nightmare of everyone in this world. I am the demon king, just a fool with meaningless delusions. Now go be with your friends. With the dragon dealt with, Deus approaches Jin Long, who is healing Jack. You heard it all right? Same old song and dance. In conclusion, I've just resolved an unprecedented event: vicious dragons trying to crawl their way to the surface. Even if I didn't do a perfect job, I deserve 10 times the previous pay. Dear customer, he finishes speaking, then stares at her blankly. He notices a trace of sadness on her face. She remains silent, offering no reply. He thinks for a moment, then looks away awkwardly. He turns to leave, not forgetting to say, wake Jack up when he's ready. I need to catch the remaining 8 and finish this quickly. Jin Long responds with a single word. Yeah. By late afternoon at Yada Canyon, Deus gazes at the view intently. He speaks in admiration. Beautiful. I think they call this a sunset. Right at that moment, Jack walks up and bursts out laughing. Didn't expect Lord Deus to get all sentimental like that. The only person in the world who doesn't worry at all about walking into a dragon's lair has gotta be Lord Deus. Deus lies down casually on the gear Jack is carrying. Really? Is that so? Jack replies wearily. But can we take a break, please? Mage, our hero here is dead tired. Give me some corn. Jin Long, trailing behind, doesn't stop cursing him out. Hey, you lunatic, walk on your own two legs. Deus ignores her. He simply asks, wanna bet how many show up next? Jin Long retorts, based on what? She explains, dragons are always like this if one fails. They send 3. She thinks to herself, exhausted, damn it, I forgot this body is human. I burned through all my mana on the corn and healing Jack. Deus asks curiously, so there are 12 of them in total. Jin Long explains. The number 12 carries meaning number of the archangels is 12, and there are 12 months in a year. Deus cuts in calmly. All right then, the mage bets 1 gold coin on 3. What about you, Jack? How many do you bet on? Jin Long hears this and explodes. What? Since when did I agree to bet money? Jack, surprised, asks me. Then I'll bet on 2, Deus. Tells Jack to put 1 gold coin on 2. Jack asks curiously, hey, I don't have that kind of money. Deus replies, I'll front you the money, pay me back whenever. Jin Long shouts, you're a damn loan shark. But Jack just says, oh, okay, what about you, master? Deus replies, Baekhyun. Jack asks, why though? Right after, Deus points up at the sky. Aren't they right there? He says. Looks like one's missing though. I'm too tired to see clearly. One of the dragons in the sky calls out, how did you get here? Where's the boss? Wasn't he guarding the gate? Deus chuckles softly. You'll meet him soon, don't worry. He points forward and smiles. Jack, charge, Jack stammers, Lord Deus. 7 dragons is way too much for me. I'd be torn apart without leaving a single trace. Deus hops down from his back. He speaks in a low voice. You're right, it is a bit much. A pain in the ass, but I suppose I'll have to step in myself. Jack, I don't want you seeing me fight. Go wait at a distance. Jack almost instantly draws his sword and steps in front of Deus. I've always followed your orders, Lord Deus, but this time I refuse. Even if you are my master, facing 7 dragons alone is too much. I'm only C rank. I can't do much, but at least before he can finish, Deus hurls him far away once again. Deus instructs him, go guard the ship. I'll be down shortly. Meanwhile, Jin Long opens a portal. She mutters under her breath, damn it, no mana left, so even opening a single portal costs me life force. I'm going to find the last one, don't overdo it, keep it reasonable. Deus smiles. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on going all out anyway. I just want to show them the difference in ranks. I'm a little pissed someone's trying to pull off what even my squad has failed at 606 times. Jin Long clicks her tongue. Arrogant bastard. Deus replies, thanks, I'll catch up soon. He turns to face the dragons. Kept you waiting. Then let's get started. Deus leaps and rockets forward. In 5 seconds, 6 eyes burst. Chains of the void. In the next 5 seconds for dragons are bound. He flashes a sinister grin. The monsters hang inverted, suspended by ethereal chains. In the next 8 seconds, their bodies are utterly destroyed. All that's visible is Deus's triumphant smirk. The very next instant, he tears through the dragons like an arrow. One by one, they plummet, smashing into the rocks below, but only one Oscaris, the sole dragon, who reacts in time. It opens its maw, ready to attack. Oscar, the only one who catches the faintest trace of Deus's movement, fighting to steady its breath. But it doesn't matter. Deus strikes first. Deus is 5 seconds faster. His flames blast straight into Oscar's body. Even so, the fury burning within Deus hasn't faded one bit. Both stand face to face, the tension threatening to ignite another clash. Right then, a desperate cry makes Deus turn his head. Enough, a blue dragon steps in front of its kin, surrendering on the spot. Please stop. We've lost. It pleads desperately with Deus. I will withdraw quietly along with my kin. So please put an end to this slaughter. Hearing that, he had no desire to make things harder for it. Withdraw immediately. Seems like at least you know how to think. Suddenly, May, who had been lying on the ground, let out a thunderous roar. No, hurry back to the gorge and bring the extremists to kill that bastard. Our kingdom, new worldies right before our eyes. The blue dragon turned its head and confronted him with a stern voice. Enough, May, we stop here. Ever since they vanished, we were already finished, though we barely made it this far. Do you think the Lord will forgive any of this? Behind it, the other dragons lay motionless. Jun and A claimed they received orders from the Lord, but if that were true, why did we end up like this? Deus unconsciously repeated what it just said, orders from the Lord. The blue dragon continued. Among us, only Tun Bun received the prophecy. If their story isn't the truth, then what have we done? Thin Lin's eyes went wide with horror the moment it realized May had already appeared behind them. Not only that, May had driven its claws straight through the blue dragon's chest without hesitation. You dare doubt the Lord's messenger? A traitor like you deserves death. Deus roared furiously at May. You fool, you just destroyed your only chance at survival. Instantly, May's arm was blasted clean off in a flash. Both dragons crashed violently to the ground. Yet the blue dragon still clung to its last breath, gasping in broken, ragged whispers, its eyes begging for answers. I heard. Someone has been hunting dragons, and just days ago, that person stormed in alone and even brought down the golden dragon. Surely, that was all you're doing, wasn't it? The demon king, or a messenger of the Lord? Neither. Perhaps even the Lord himself has grown furious with our arrogance. Deus said nothing. He simply watched the dragon coldly as it continued its questioning. Humans, simply because they were chosen by the Lord, went ahead and destroyed the world without a second thought. They cut down forests under the excuse of cultivation and drove countless species to extinction. But I've never once heard them apologize to the squirrels that lived in those trees. Only then did Deus speak. You intend to pass judgment on behalf of the squirrels. It didn't answer that question. Instead, it asked him another. Even now, they're still hunting our dragon race somewhere out there. Tears of blood wrung from the torture of our jade dragons. I hear they use them to make perfume. At this point, whether it's weapons or anything else, it doesn't even matter anymore. Its body was pinned to the ground by May's claws. What about the peace accord? The accord is nothing but a worthless scrap of paper. Who would enforce it? Who dares say that killing dragons who attack humans is anything more than a hollow convention? All they have to do is provoke the dragon race into striking first, and that's it. And so every year, dozens of humans die. Finally, Deus understood. So that's what you're resentful about. With its final breath, the blue dragon gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. Humans must prepare for war against the demon king. Forging weapons from the bodies of the dragon race isn't a choice, it's a necessity. Fine, then borrowing is one thing, but you can't take the bones too. And when they come demanding the heart next, what then? Deep in its eyes, there was nothing but helplessness. Do you want to know who's been using the mycelium toxin? I believe it was the golden dragon's intention. Even Deus didn't know how to react. The oppression and cruelty of humanity had long since bred a hatred in this dragon that ran bone deep. That toxin was a tribute humans offered to secure victory in the war fought once every 100 years. Before it could finish, Deus cut it off. I don't think she's that kind of person. Still, the blue dragon struggled to uncover what it needed to know. She is the deity of the dragon race, co-creator of this world. She has surely witnessed far too much. So perhaps she decided this was the only path to maintain the peace. Deus frowned and shot back. So someone indirectly relayed this to you through the Dwarvisan. That person is the golden dragon. But the blue dragon immediately revealed something else useful. Surely someone among us cooperated willingly and accepted the toxin. If my guess is correct, it has to be Apo, the white dragon that the golden mage beside you said he would go looking for. Apo is the golden dragon's own daughter. He stared at it coldly. Where is Apo right now? The blue dragon lifted its head and answered, at the summit of the mountain. Hearing this, Deus immediately turned on his heel and prepared to leave. Because you talked, I'll let you live. Get out of here now. However, the blue dragon simply let out one final exhausted breath, its head lolling backward. We've failed. We lost the golden dragon. It's all our fault. But if we go back like this, those humans will only capture yous, and my tears of blood will end up as perfume for those bastards. Though it said it wouldn't cry, helpless tears streamed down its face. Could a proud dragon truly endure such a fate? Right at that moment, a flash of light suddenly erupted and the blue dragon's entire body blazed with radiance. An instant later, a massive explosion tore through the air. Jack watched anxiously from down by the river. Lord Deus suffered no damage whatsoever, only a flicker of surprise. The ground where they had stood moments ago was now nothing but a massive crater. A beat later, he arrived at the mountain's peak. There, beneath the shade of a tree, Deus found Jin Long kneeling on the ground. He could only approach in silence. In that place, Bai Long's faint, fragile voice drifted in a dying whisper. We needed a reason to deal with those nuisances. With this, at least there'll be peace for a while. What do you think? Am I not a fairly perfect villain? She lay cradled in Jin Long's arms, tears streaming down her face. Did I do well? Humans have become too rotten, too fragile. Perhaps in this war, we really will lose. We've sacrificed far too much. None of this is your fault. Jin Long answered, trembling. I never wanted any of this. Bai Long slowly reached out and touched her cheek. My goddess, my mother. Under the fading light of dusk, she gazed at her mother one final time, her heart breaking. The mother I loved most, my poor beloved mother. Miserable tears stream endlessly down Bai Long's cheeks. I understand everything, carrying that enormous cross on your shoulders, pretending to be truly strong. But the truth is, among all of us, you're the one who hurts the most. Finally, Bai Long murmurs weakly. I have one wish that the person I love most in this world may find peace, even just once. The moment she finishes speaking, her life ceases entirely. In the golden light, she lets her hands fall limp, officially sinking into endless eternity. Only now does Deus speak up. She really went that far. That's right. So, she was the one behind all of it, wasn't she? Yes. So it's all over. Yeah, it's over. He continues. The ones below thee have all made their choice too. Jin Long doesn't turn around. She simply replies, they chose pride. Thank you for telling me. But that's not enough for Deus. Words alone won't cut it. I know after a war with too many losses, both of you have finally understood what conclusion you want to reach, and how to reach it. And everyone lived happily ever after. You think just by loosening the reins and respecting every last extremist, everything will have a happy ending. Perhaps, Deus gazes into the distance, eyes unfocused. He doesn't want Ta, but he has to confront her directly, the one who just went off the deep end. Said it herself, dragon-forged weapons are indispensable to humans. You've been turning a blind eye to the dragon's deaths, haven't you? And you've been smothering that rage with something called a peace treaty. Well, doesn't that sound about right? Before Deus's razor-sharp questions, Jin Long sits silently beside her daughter's corpse. But the rage among the dragons keeps growing until even you, as the divine dragon, can no longer contain it. This child gathered the key figures of the extremist faction and founded the Noble Assembly, giving you a legitimate reason to deal with them. Right, you didn't even know about any of this. Thinking about how the dragon race has been a precedent, how everything was staged, Deus grows even more furious. And Yao, not knowing the truth, assumed I was the one who ordered the spread of the pathogen. So you asked me to help capture the dragons that went berserk. Either way, it was all just part of the process. In the silent void, only his accusations echo. With that, in preparation for the war 20 years later, humanity once again received a massive stockpile of dragon-forged weapons, and the key figures of the extremist faction were all eliminated. Right, as if everything was prearranged. For you, this was the best possible scenario. After a long silence, Jin Long finally answers. Think whatever you want. Living as a golden dragon, that's a position you simply cannot endure if you keep worrying about whether your reputation is good or bad, or about personal feelings. Finally, Deus asks the question that matters most. Are you the guardian of world order? Hearing that, Jin Long's lips curl into a faint, bitter smile. Sounds pretty grand, doesn't it? Then Deus startles as he draws closer. At some point, tears have been streaming down Jin Long's face. She's been silently sobbing all along. She sniffles through her tears. Just give me a moment. Just a little while. Is that okay? The loss of her children has carved a gaping wound into Jin Long's heart. 60,000 years. For me, that's far too short to forget the children I've lost. Once she's finished crying, Deus finally speaks. Now let's go. Jin Long lets out a soft hum. Before leaving, there's one more thing she must do. Help Bai Long rest in peace. Golden light pours from her hands, gently lifting Bai Long's body upward. A content, joyful smile still lingers on that face until, little by little, it fades into the void. The loss is too great. Jin Long watches in lingering agony. Tears spill from her eyes once more. Bai Long has now become scattered points of light, drifting freely, no longer bound to a life of endless scheming. Next time we meet, a good child, okay? After a while, Jin Long slowly rises to her feet and walks away in silence. All right, let's head down. Deus glances at her. Everything's been settled, but you don't look too happy about it. Jin Long's voice is still heavy with sadness. Things turned out like Thisho, could I be happy? Whoosh, Deus beats his wings hard, then extends his hand toward her. Jin Long stares at him, eyes wide with surprise. You're in that kind of mood, huh? Why don't you try it just this once? For a moment she hesitates, but then decides to take his hand. All right, the next instant he beats his wings with full force, and with one powerful kick, launches them both skyward. Jin Long barely has time to react before screaming in fright. The two of them soar higher and higher, gazing out at the world below. Above, the vast expanse stretches, endless, distant horizon visible in every direction. By now, Jin Long seems to have grown accustomed to having Deus by her side. Suddenly he shouts, try screaming. Deus deliberately yells into the silent void. Just scream as loud as you can until you feel lighter. No one can hear you up here. Jin Long frowns with concern. That's not true. God is everywhere and hears everything. But that doesn't make him hesitate one bit. Watch closely and follow my lead. Idiot. The very next second, Deus screams at the top of his lungs without a shred of restraint. This goddamn world, Holy Land, my ass. There's nothing holy about it. Honestly, even the demon realm is way better than this dump. This trash world, drop dead, all of you. Jin Long nearly bursts out laughing. You want to kill everyone? Words like that coming from a demon king's mouth sound pretty serious. You know. Her warning only makes Deus curse even louder. Ha, Demon King, what the hell is that? And Golden Dragon, what the hell is that? Demon King of the Demon Realm, what does that even mean? Divine Dragon of the Dragon Race, who gives a damn? This whole world is just a pre-designed machine, and we're nothing but meaningless gears turning inside it. Where the hell are the blessings supposed to be? Seeing this, Jin Long screams and curses from the depths of her soul alongside him. Those idiots, did they have to act on their own? I never asked them to do that. Before she knows it, all her pent-up anguish pours out through her tears. I didn't want this. I just wanted to wipe out the humans and live happily together with all of you. Even losing just one, I never wanted to let them die like that. Did you all want to stain your hands with blood? My heart hurts so much I can't breathe. Now it's gone completely numb. Do any of you have any idea what this cursed fate of mine feels like? Deus immediately jumped in with a string of curses. That's right, you blockheads. You've been utterly unfilial, stupid and reckless. Pick a struggle. You do what you're told. When told to die, you die. You brain-dead lizards. Hearing him go off like that, Jin Long quickly cut in with a reminder. Hey, that's a bit too much. Huh, is it? After that, the two of them resumed screaming and venting at full volume. I've blessed you wretches for thousands upon thousands of years. I've sacrificed so much for your sake. I gave everything to protect you. Too deep in the moment, Deus instinctively yelled alongside them. Don't you see your mother crying? You unfilial brats are breaking your mother's heart. Jin Long flailed irritably once more. It's not that serious. Oh, sorry, got carried away. Deus fell silent for a moment. The instant he opened his mouth again, another torrent of vicious insults poured out. Is God some kind of voyeuristic pervert? Why just watch from up there, instead of coming down yourself? Heavens, such blasphemy. You'll be cast into hell for that. My life was already hell, no correction. I was born the king of hell. If you're so angry, then quit standing there pretending to be all serious and silent. Come down here and fight me. By now, the atmosphere between the two had grown noticeably lighter. You think you're worthy of fighting me? Laugh at me, and if the Demon King hears about it, he'll be quite annoyed. Jin Long smiled smugly at him. The title of Almighty doesn't come from nowhere, you know. Even God's own angels couldn't defeat me. But Deus couldn't care less about that. Angels and gods are just fairy tale entities. The two continued flying beneath the fading afternoon sky. Those things, right, they don't exist. Have they ever even shown up? Just then, Deus suddenly realized something. He looked at Jin Long with concern and asked, Your complexion looks rough. A human body can barely handle this level of strain. Realizing she could no longer hold on, Deus dove toward the ground at full speed. You idiot, he muttered, wrapping his arms tightly around Jin Long as he shot downward. If you're feeling tired, just say so. Moments later, the two touched down. Jin Long gently slipped her hand free from his. Perhaps caught off guard, he didn't react in time. Then she suddenly spoke up. Thank you. Deus stared at her, suspicious. What did you just say? I said thank you, Demon King. But if you won't accept a thank you, then just pay me in cash. Jin Long smiled like a child and replied, But right now I don't have a single coin to my name. Deus felt his cheeks flush hot without warning. And yet, there was one thing still gnawing at him. But why did the dimwit actually die? Elsewhere, the town buzzed as usual, but moments later, every last person exchanged uneasy glances. They whispered among themselves, terrified that Deus might overhear. Good grief, he just got back and he's already sitting there spacing out. What's wrong with him? He looks terrifying. His face looks so blank and stupid right now. The troubled thoughts kept spinning in endless loops inside Deus's head. A single dragon going up against an entire party of heroes. He could probably handle 1,000 dragons as easily as eating breakfast. So why did we lose when fighting heroes? Could the final hero's power really have been that overwhelming? The image of that mansword clutched tight, standing atop a mountain of corpses burned in his mind. Jack stepped forward to calm the crowd. Everyone, don't mind him. He looks like that, but he's actually a very respectable person. I'm serious here. He's probably been brainwashed by Habai. How terrifying. Just as Deus was still lost in a daze, someone approached. Jin Long had been standing in front of him who knows for how long. He glanced at her and asked, You're leaving? She smiled softly and answered, Yes. Our joint business with the mycelium toxin is finished. I honestly feel a bit guilty for costing you the title of Golden Dragon Slayer. Deus didn't care about any of that and pressed on. I never needed it, but what about your kid show? Are you going to explain things to them? Jin Long replied slowly. No choice. I'll have to round them all up and convince each one individually. The Sigi Association broke the peace treaty and started a war, making everyone think it was the demon race's plant that's what caused the chaos. And in the process of cleaning up the mess, I had to fake my death and do everything covertly. Deus smirked. Just hearing that gives me a headache. If it were me, I'd stay here. Even on pain of death, I wouldn't go back. Hearing her hit the nail right on the head, he blurted out loudly. What? Are you sad? Well, if you insist, I suppose I could stick around a little longer. Wow, the sheer audacity. A 60,000-year-old hag bullying an 80-year-old kid. But Jin Long only grinned cunningly and said, "Oh, 60,000 years old. What proof do you have that I was born during the chaotic era? Don't tell me you were born in the Silver Age. There are some things in this world that are better left unknown, kid." After that, she summoned a small spatial rift. Before stepping through, she called back, "Do you die once every 100 years?" A faint sadness lingered in Jin Long's eyes. "Perhaps God loves you more than he loves me." With those words, she vanished swiftly. "Goodbye." Only then did Jack dare approach and ask, "Miss Cardinia has already left, huh?" He stood to the side, visibly regretful. "I didn't even get to say a proper goodbye." Lord Alex Tuivrion just up and left all of a sudden. "So Miss Cardinia won't be coming back anymore." Deus answered coldly, "Who knows, she's the capricious type." Another day passed at the weapons shop. A person carrying a scrap of paper came looking for Deus. "Sir, your Deus correct." He frowned and read the contents. "Urgent hiring position, steward. Duties include assisting the master, cleaning, laundry, cooking, management, shop operations, marketing, security, armory management, overnight shifts, and miscellaneous errands. Requirement only the exceptionally strong need apply. Salary to be negotiated upon agreement." Deus cast another glance at the person in front of him. Skatun smiles warmly and introduces himself. "I'm here to apply for the butler position." Immediately, Deus turns his head away and replies flatly. An E-rank, seriously. He furrows his brow and explains. "It's clearly stated right there, strong recruits only. And an E-rank is anything but strong." But that doesn't stop Skatun. Why would a butler need to be strong in the first place? Because you need to brew coffee while dragons are tearing across the sky. Then he suddenly turns his head, as if searching for something that he thinks about it. Where did the owner of the crown go? Could it be that the matter was already settled and they left? The owner of the crown. At that moment, his eyes light up brilliantly, looking absolutely formidable. "It seems you still don't know that person is called the Golden Dragon in this world. But don't worry, they'll return soon enough, because the gravitational pull of karma is incredibly strong. Your very presence here is the greatest proof of that. After all, you came from deep beneath the earth. And naturally, that raises Deus's suspicions. Looks like you know something, don't you? Speak, why did you come here?" Skatun quickly explains. "Didn't I just say I came to apply for a job?" But Deus cuts him off. "You think I actually believe that?" No matter what he says, Skatun's expression doesn't change. "Well, yes, but right now, that really is the truth." His cheerful optimism only deepens Deus's suspicion. "So that means you know about my identity and the Golden Dragons. But you can't explain how and you still want me to hire you." "Precisely." Then Deus asks again, dead serious. "I can't tell whether you're an ally, an enemy, a dragon, or a high-level witch. You're saying that no matter what, you want me to hire you." Skatun maintains his calm, diplomatic tone. "That's correct, and my skills are quite exceptional, I assure you. The fact that even now you can't figure out who I really am, that alone proves my abilities. I'd say that qualifies me to brew coffee while dragons tear across the sky." In the end, Deus is completely won over by this man. "Interesting. What's your name?" "Please call me Skatun." Snap, he jabs a finger straight at Skatun's face and declares, "Fine, from this moment on you are my butler. I don't care who you really are. But once you're hired, don't you dare talk back to me." Threatening a new hire straight to their face on day one. Really? Deus glances away with a warning look. "If you don't like it, get out. You had some ulterior motive for approaching me in the first place. Isn't that right? Right now, the only reason I'm keeping you around is because I find you interesting." But the other party shows not a single flicker of concern. "Allow me to be clear, as long as I serve as your butler, I will be absolutely loyal to the job. However, the day I quit is the day that oath no longer holds." Now Deus stares straight into his eyes. "Which means one day you will betray me." Skatun smiles. "I won't lie to you." Seeing how straightforward he is, Deus grins wide and declares loudly, "Good, I like that. I like you already. Pay is 3 gold coins. You start today." "Yes, boss." Then he turns to Jack and calls out, "Jack, show the new butler around. Seems like a bit of a dimwit, so teach him everything from A to Z thoroughly." "Really?" Skatun smiles. "Hello, you're Jack, right? Nice to meet you." Jack is equally warm. "Yes, hello, the pleasure is all mine." As was his daily habit, when dusk falls, Deus heads to Jack's noodle shop. Everyone there eats and laughs together. Only Deus sits alone, silently wolfing down his meal. Not until the sky goes fully dark, and the streetlights flicker on does Deus finally stand and leave. Only after watching him disappear from sight does Jack pack up his stall and head home. He walks quickly through the empty streets, illuminated only by the faint glow of scattered lights. After a while, he finally reaches Jack's small house. The moment he gets home, he immediately picks up his sword and begins training. He grips the hilt tight and takes a deep breath to steady himself. As Jack closes his eyes, images from the previous battle flood back one by one. The horrifying monsters and the trauma buried deep in his subconscious, things he can never erase. The image of a colossal dragon with its gaping maw, about to end Jack's life. All of it becomes fuel for his training. Moonlight flash! He grips the sword tight and swings again and again. The eighth form the Demon King's kill. Alone in the darkness, he trains like a man possessed without rest. In Jack's mind, Deus's words echo once more. The fact that you're an E-rank warrior, that's not anyone else's doing. It's your own choice, isn't it? And his own sense of worthlessness burns in him, unforgettable. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help. Honestly, even D-rank quests are still too difficult for me. I can't go with everyone. You know the way out, right? Yes, and in the end, Deus cut him from the battle as if afraid Jack would just get in the way. Go down and watch the boat. I'll be back soon. On the surface, Jack always wears a cheerful face, but every single one of those moments fills him with resentment toward himself. He uses training as his own salvation. He may never reach Deus's level, but the more he thinks about it, the more determined he becomes. At the very least, he can carry the luggage at his side. At the very least, he won't be a burden on missions. He has to get stronger. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind him, a surge of sword energy laced with fury. Jack spins around to find Cardinia standing there. Working all day and training deep into the night, what a lovely sight. He greets her cheerfully. Lady Cardinia, what brings you here? But Cardinia suddenly lunges at him with her weapon. Nothing major, I just want a duel. Show me your real strength. The surprise attack catches Jack completely off guard. He crashes onto his back, crying out in pain. Jack looks at Cardinia and asks, Cardinia, why did you suddenly do that? But he had no intention of having a normal conversation. Combat always comes without warning. If you're a hero, then prove it. Cardinia swept past like a gust of wind, slashing Jack's left arm. He struck again, a deep gash split across the right arm as well. Jack defeated it again and again. He grits his teeth in fury. He can't take it anymore, fights back. Stop. Jack grips his sword tight and charges like a wild beast. But halfway through, he freezes in horror without knowing when it happened. Countless threads have already wrapped around his blade. Locking it in place, Cardinia speaks up, don't overexert yourself. At the same time, Jack discovers that he himself is already caught in the web. Your limbs will all be severed. Cardinia explains with a flick of the dagger. The dagger was only a distraction. His other hand was laced with countless thick threads. The real weapon should never be seen by the enemy. Seeing Jack like that, Cardinia couldn't help but laugh. He stood high above, the massive moon behind him, looking all the more sinister. This is the difference in the abilities God has bestowed. He suddenly asks about Moonlight Flash. Is that sword technique a secret art passed down from the Holy Bai clan? Jack answers honestly, yes, I learned it from my father when I was young. But Cardinia scoffs immediately. Too many unnecessary movements. You lean too far forward. Your footwork is terrible. You still need a lot of training. You're just playing around with a sword, nothing impressive at all. The only reason you think it's something special is because you've never had any real combat experience. Then he reveals his true purpose. Jack, you are a flower of the Holy Bai clan, grown and blooming from the mud. This place isn't worthy of you. Come receive proper hero training. Cardinia casts Jack a cold glance. Jack, I formally invite you to come with me to Chengwang Palace and become a Zodiac Knight just like me. But the next words send an even deeper chill through Jack, and together, fulfill the divine mission of the God stand at the side of the final hero in the 66th battle, and slay the Demon King. Faced with that offer, Jack refuses. That's impossible. Seeing this, Cardinia brings up his family's welfare. You're worried about tuition for your siblings, aren't you? If it's about that, Chengwang Palace can cover it at any time. Jack is stunned, unable to believe his ears. Chengwang Palace covering tuition. Why? Cardinia doesn't hold back. Because of your high bloodline purity. Do you know what the bloodline purity of the final hero is? It's 9% lower than yours. So come with me. I will make you the greatest paladin your bloodline deserves. Despite everything that was said, Jack still chooses to stay in this wretched place. I appreciate your words, but I will stay here. Jack, unmoved by fame or fortune, simply smiles and continues. Chengwang Palace, Zodiac Knight. Those words sound beautiful, like something out of a dream. Just receiving an offer from you is already the greatest honor and happiness I could ask for. But that's not the right fit for me. I know exactly where I stand. Involuntarily, he recalls Deus's retreating figure Deus, who had become Jack's unwavering pillar of faith. And right now, there's someone by my side who's willing to believe in me and walk this path together, even though I'm someone with so many flaws. Cardinia quickly rebuts. That person is just using you. But Jack refuses to believe that. Then Supposia's Deus said the bloodline purity recorded in my file is wrong. What would you do? He looks up at Cardinia, challenging him. Even so, you'd still make me a Zodiac Knight, right? But Cardinia is just as unwavering. I won't lie to you. That would be impossible. The potential of a warrior with low bloodline purity is limited. No matter how hard you try, innate talent cannot be changed. Jack stands firm once more. Even if I can't reach D rank, even if it's G rank, it doesn't matter. Deus knew I was an E rank, and he still took me in. When I was at my lowest, he was the only one who reached out to help me. In those innocent eyes, there is only one person. Cardinia, my mission is to follow him. He can dismiss me if he no longer needs me. But the reverse will never happen. Realizing there's nothing more he can do, Cardinia releases him. He finally stops trying to force Jack into joining. Before leaving, Cardinia turns back to look at him. There's nothing else I can do. I have to admit I wasn't fortunate enough. I discovered you too late. For now, I'll step back, but that doesn't mean I've given up. But Cardinia doesn't stop there. He adds one last reminder, just improving a little compared to before isn't enough. Only mold grows in the dark. A flower without light will eventually wither and die. Jack can only stare blankly as Cardinia finally turns and walks away. Well then, goodbye. Jack watches him from behind. In the blink of an eye, dawn breaks as usual. He wipes down the shop like every other day except today. There's no life in his eyes. Deus notices right away and asks, Hey, what happened yesterday? Why do you look like you've lost your soul? Deus, sir, he hesitates, then speaks the truth. Actually, last night while training in the front yard, I ran into Cardinia. Who's Cardinia? That investigator from Chengwang Palisade, one who came looking for me last time. I think I have some recollection of that. When Jack answers, Deus feels a slight jolt of surprise. Cardinia invited me to join the Chengwang Palace's Zodiac Knights. Scatton, who knows how long he's been eavesdropping, chimes in. The Chengwang Palace Zodiac Knights? That's in the capital, right? He smiles at the two of them. That's incredible. Isn't that right, Jack? No, it's not. Scatton even goes so far as to advise him. What are you even worried about? If it's a Zodiac Knight, that's the highest position warriors who directly serve the Holy Emperor. You should just ditch this rundown shop and join right away. Who knows which place is really hell? Jack is slightly taken aback and just mumbles in agreement. Deus, who had been standing to the side, finally speaks up. If you want to go, then go. After all, warriors like you are a dime a dozen in this world. I just need to drag another one in, plop them in your seat, and puppet them around like a marionette. Jack suddenly lowers his head. I guess that's true. Afraid he might upset him, Deus adds, but still, having you around is more convenient. Really, sir? Good at cooking and obedient too. You really mean it, sir? Key's face lit up with radiance once more. Does that mean you like me, sir? Too noisy. You? Deus cracked open one eye and gave him a sideways glance. Looking at you like that, it seems you have no intention of leaving, do you? Key immediately declared, I've already received so much from you, sir. How could I ever leave? If that's really how you feel, then good, because I don't want to leave anyway. His earnest tone and sincerity caught Deus off guard. Key gripped the broom in his hand, still not daring to meet his eyes. When speaking with Lord Cardinia, I felt as though my parents, grandparents, and the entire Holly Bai bloodline were being denied. When he spoke of his clan, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. My grandfather and father both were only F rank, but they trained relentlessly, because they believed they'd one day fight in a great battle. They passed down the swordsmanship of the Holy Bai to me. Last night in my duel with Lord Cardinia, I couldn't land a single strike and was utterly defeated. Jack refused to submit, but he knew it too. After what Cardinia said about his clan, he couldn't argue back. Without warning, Deus issued an order. Close up the shop, we're leaving. Where are we going, sir? He turned his head to look at Key. I need to see what's wrong with your family's swordsmanship. A short while later, the three of them arrived at the mountain for training. Jack gazed at Deus. Can I really do this? While the two trained, Scatton followed along to cheer them on. Who's the one who should really be worried here? Hearing his reassurance, Jack finally found his resolve. So he gripped his sword tight and unleashed a fierce chain moonlight flash, flowing into the 8th form Demon King Slayer. The smile on Scatton's face froze. Jack gave it everything he had, but he still couldn't so much as graze Deus. Sixth form piercing thrust refusing to yield, he pressed the attack. First form Jack launched himself skyward and brought his blade crashing down Demon King's severance. But the space before him was already empty. In that instant, a chill ran straight down his spine. Yet it was nothing more than a light tap from Deus. By then he was frozen in pure terror. That's enough. You've already realized what the problem is. Haven't you? Scaton tried to interject, but Deus shut him down. Impossible, he declared coldly. Your family's swordsmanship is hopeless. Even a lifetime of practice won't save it. Ki could only manage a bitter smile in response. Indeed, this flawed swordsmanship had been passed down through generation after generation. What have I been doing all this time? Then Deus continued. Your ancestors must have been incredibly stubborn. His sharp gaze swept across Jack's face. That swordsmanship was designed for one purpose, and one purpose on Lido counter the Demon King. Only when Deus explained it did Jack understand this entire style was crafted to deliver a single decisive blow against the Demon King. Enemies like goblins or other trash mobs were disregarded from the very start. That's why no ordinary assessment could ever uncover its true purpose. Before Jack could respond, Deus called out to Scaton, Hey, Buttle, you know swordsmanship, don't you? But of course, from now on you're his swordsmanship instructor. Training every night, understood? Yes, sir, I'll follow your orders. Jack's voice suddenly trembled. Tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. Truly wasn't useless after all. Seeing him like that, Deus felt a weight lift from his chest. In the end, he simply gave a few parting words and left. All those other techniques are pointless. From now on, learn properly from the butler. Yes, sir, but only Deus understood better than anyone. During that sparring match with Ki, he had genuinely felt fear by pure instinct. Without a doubt, Deus had been wearing his Demon King's armor at the time. He wondered what would have happened without it. If I hadn't been wearing the Demon King's armor, that blade would have pierced through. Ki's resolve once again made Deus realize he could never afford to underestimate the boy. The armor's weak point had been pierced by that strike. After an exhausting day, Deus returned home, still lost in uneasy thought. Two guests were already waiting for him. Welcome home, my lord. We've been waiting for you. Yuko and Tina greeted him in honeyed, seductive tones. Come, rest your weary arms on ours. Surely you need some comfort for your soul. Deus simply furrowed his brow and asked, What are you two playing at? Yuko smiled bashfully. You truly don't need any comfort for your soul. Just as he was about to leave, she pulled out a slip of paper. Yeah, so stop yapping and get lost already. Well, that's perfect then. Now I can hand this over to you with a clear conscience. She waved the card in her hand, an invitation to Alex's funeral tomorrow. Hearing those words, Deus felt as though a blade had just pierced through his heart. That expression only made Yuko laugh harder, her excitement growing. So do you need comfort for your soul now? Elsewhere, Jin Long was buried under a mountain of paperwork. She grimaced through the grueling work, then suddenly froze. The image of Deus flickered, unbidden, into her mind. This world has been twisted beyond recognition. Back then he had thrown his arms wide and declared, Live this life to the fullest and sing as I do. In this world, neither the Demon King nor the nightmares of the past would ever surface again. Even when Deus grew harsh, rules and order meant nothing to him, throwing them out carelessly and forcing everyone to comply without question, truly the height of tyranny. Jin Long smiled without realizing it. You're not just a puppet, are you? Suddenly, someone burst in with an urgent report. Your Grace, Jin Long, an intruder has breached our domain and is searching for you. According to the messenger, this intruder was someone terrifying. It was him, someone whose very name was blasphemy to utter. But for Jin Long, this was the greatest news she could have received. She couldn't wait another second. She bolted. The door to Deus's quarters was already right before her. Outside, he stood alone, gazing up at the dragons soaring overhead. Only when he heard her call did Deus turn around and smile. Deus, you're here. Jin Long leaps onto him like an overjoyed child. You idiot, why are you coming to find me first today? I want you to come somewhere with me. Her eyes glitter with anticipation. What stupid thing did you get yourself into this time? Need me to clean up your mess? Or is this a date invitation? But her excitement is quickly crushed. Sure, if sneaking into the demon realm incognito and slaughtering a bunch of bandits counts as a date, then yeah, it is. What? The two of them set off, chatting as they go. The number one henchman is dead. Yeah, the other dukes all think Alex killed Dot. So that's why I told you to lay low for a while. Then what happened? Then a basic question suddenly popped into my head. Deus looks at her puzzled. What exactly are the 7 Grand Dukes? Hearing this, Jin Long shouts, You're the Demon King, and you're asking me about the 7 Grand Dukes. You've lived over 6 million years. How can you not know this? He answers quietly. A demon king sealed inside an egg for 100 years, who only studied dark magic before dying the moment war breaks out. That cycle just repeats over and over. If you think about it, for 665 centuries, the ones who truly ruled the demon realm were the 7 Grand Dukes. Isn't that right? Jin Long drops her irritation and explains. True, but only the one who inherits the name of Demi-Gozer can wield the Demon King's weapon. For that reason alone, the 7 Grand Dukes of the Demon Realm have no choice but to serve the Demon King as their master. The 7 Grand Dukes, as the name implies, are the representatives of the great clans in the Demon Realm. Deus furrows his brow in confusion. No matter how hard I think about it, I still can't figure out what a demon king really is. A king who dies once every 100 years. What kind of authority does that even hold? Jin Long suddenly remembers she never asked why she's following him. But what are you doing in the demon realm? There's someone I need to find. Who? So he's worried about his subordinates. Dot and Alex. I'd bet 1,000 gold coins they're not dead. Before long, the two of them have entered the demon realm. A colossal castle surrounded by blazing red lava, the deepest pit of the world. A city of 10,000 black towers. Edius demon capital. Jin Long covers her nose and asks. The sulfur stench is unbearable. I already missed the surface. But Deus, too impatient to wait, rushes ahead. Hurry up, how can you leave me alone in hostile territory like this? Let's go together. The two fly together through the blazing red sky, weaving between massive boulders. Where exactly are you trying to go? Almost there. What lies before them makes even Jin Long gasp in shock. In a place where nothing but red stretches endlessly, there is a patch of green. This is beyond the demon-realmed land of time. Jin Long warns with concern. We can't go past here. I know, we've arrived. Look at your feet. Beneath the ground are pits from which green mist seeps upward. Without turning around, Deus asks her, this is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why it's called that? His eyes carry a quiet sadness. This is the place where the first morning star fell. You can clearly see those pits were carved by devastation. Jin Long suddenly realizes, Lucifer, so you do know. Of course, he was the first Demi-Gozer after all. In the end, the two decide to descend and investigate. Let's head down. They carefully step to the edge of the pit. Before their eyes, some kind of liquid boils and bubbles furiously. This is the demon cauldron. Deus explains calmly. The first demon king drew monsters from this demon cauldron to create the demon realm. Then, over the course of 100 years, he gathered yokai, summoned monsters, and rallied beastmen to invade the human world. He recalls how fiercely the demon king fought back then. In the end, though, it was a failure that remained were piles of rubble and corpses. He ravaged half the human world, but the demon king ultimately fell at the hands of a hero. Jin Long nods softly. That's right. I myself witnessed the tragedy of the second war corpses piled upon corpses, and 100 years later, the second Demi-Gozer once again challenged the human world. But this time, humanity fully prepared defeated him. This time, it was the demon race that lost half its numbers. Then Jin Long goes on to tell the story of Lucifer. Lucifer was an exceptionally talented angel, beloved by the gods, and cherished, but then a thought crossed his mind. The angel, tormented beyond measure, fell into utter depravity. Why can't I become a god? Her voice still carries a trace of that ancient sorrow. That sin ultimately became a cardinal transgression and led to his banishment, an old storyon that took place 665 centuries ago. So you lived during that era too, huh? Deus stares intently at Jin Long. Is there something between you and Lucifer? She just smiles and changes the subject. Let's just say I know nothing more about that old tale. Anyway, why did you come to the Golden Land? He doesn't hesitate, says it straight. For the dwarves, it's their 24th zone. And like Yada Canyon is to the Dragon's Thiz, is the one place the demon race doesn't dare set foot. The moment he finishes speaking, Deus plunges straight into the deep pit. Jin Long stands at the top, screaming, Damn it, where the hell are you going? Is this a trap? But she still chooses to jump down after him. When they reach the bottom, they discover an entirely different space hidden within. At its center stands a rock formation of bizarre, otherworldly shape, the anomaly point of the fallen angel. Deus asks Jin Long in surprise, This is my first time here. What is this thing, and how has it persisted for over 665 centuries? She answers slowly, the karma vortex of the void demon. Then Jin Long begins to recount its history. Karma is the tapestry of relationships woven between existence and the world, like gravity forming wherever matter exists, or a magnetic field coalescing around a magnet. Beings of overwhelming power become the central nexus pulling everything toward themselves. A colossal energy blazes within, so immense that for 665 millennia, It has remained undisturbed. Hearing you explain all this only makes me more suspicious. Deus narrows his eyes. I don't understand a damn thing, but you sure seem to know a lot of strange, stuff-even things about us, demon race, folk that you really shouldn't have time for. No matter how she explains it, Deus refuses to believe. That's because I've been entrenched in this war for a very long time. It's not just that. You even know about the Silver Age. That was an era before the demon race even existed. And on top of that, you're familiar with Golden Age technology. Jinlong falls silent for a moment, but her next words leave Deus completely stunned. Dragons are creatures created during the Silver Age, and humans once lived here in this very demon realm. He furrows his brow and asks again, humans, lived here? Is that true? Jinlong suddenly snaps. Stop asking so many questions. All you need to know is this: the Hua continent was forged in an age of chaos. Deus reels from one shock after another. What? You mean the Hua continent didn't exist before that? Jinlong suddenly bursts out laughing. How on earth did a demon king like you come into being? Could this really be the will of the gods? The more Deus thinks about it, the less he understands why the demon race always loses to humanity. Isn't it obvious? The demon race is simply weaker than humans, that's all. A flash of insight strikes him like lightning. He shouts at her. You idiot, think about it, 665 whole millennia, and you only lose once or twice. You try a different approach, but every single time you lose the exact same way. Deus stubbornly insists the demon race trains a powerful army, invades the 3 surface nations, and at the final moment, a hero awakens and launches a successful counterattack. The demon king and the hero both perish, and the world returns to peace. This loop has repeated 665 times already. Jinlong merely smiles and asks, So, are you planning to run away? He flushes with embarrassment, flustered as he tries to explain. It's not running away. It's just that I'm not an idiot. The premise of this war was flawed from the very beginning. Why must we fight to claim the human world? Seeing him flounder, Jinlong only teases him further. As for conquering the surface, no need. I've lived underground for over 60,000 years. I've already adapted. With the plants and beasts of the demon realm, I can handle everything on my own. Oh, a pacifist demon king. Yet every single word Deus speaks comes straight from the heart. He tries to make her understand the human world is not an indispensable land for the demon race. There must be some other reason they're forced to invade only to be defeated, time and time again. What if we change the strategy this time around? Year 8 to launch a full-scale invasion out of nowhere. What then? Those blood soldiers think they can stop us. Those holy court lacasones surge of my demonic energy into their ranks, and there'll be nothing left but bone dust. You hear me? But Jinlong immediately objects. That won't work. If the demon king appears, the seraphim will bless the hero. Deus won't accept it. He fires back instantly. I'm not officially the demon king yet. Right now this is just a vessel, the soul of my predecessor. Hasn't been inherited. Oh, so it happens on the 100th year then. He scowls, his voice rising with frustration. So I'm still not really the demon king. Do whatever you want. If you truly want to annihilate the human world, you stir up chaos behind the scenes to attack from the front, and cause a ruckus on the right flank to strike from the left. Why would a demon king publicly announce the arrival of the next generation, and only attack head-on in the most orthodox fashion? In response, Jinlong merely smirks and says calmly, You truly aren't a being suited for the role of demon king. I wonder what expression the gods would make if they saw you now. Jinlong finally gets to the point. So what exactly did you come here to do? Deus flashes a sly grin. First off, I'm going to smash this thing to pieces. What? No matter how much you try to stop me, I won't listen. I already gave you a rough explanation back there. It's basically a colossal mass of energy. Yeah, and everything in the demon realm belongs to me anyway. If I smash my own property, who's got the right to complain? Seeing he's actually serious, Jinlong panics and screams. If you destroy the Kazuma Voidstone, who knows what will happen? It won't just be the demon realm, the entire Hua continent up above will be annihilated. Deus plays dumb. Well, that works too. Once the lid blows off, light will shine down here, right? By now, no matter what Jinlong says, it's too late. You said you were going to find Alex, and the other, so why are you trying to destroy this? Snap out of it. Demonic energy from all 4 directions rapidly converges on Deus. His voice drips with killing intent. If I were still thinking straight, would I have abandoned my post in the first place? Step back. Let's see if what you said is true, whether the Hua continent really shatters or not. In a flash, Jinlong lunges from behind and throws herself in front of the stone, glaring at him with fierce eyes. When a child acts out of line, isn't it the adult's duty to discipline them properly? The atmosphere between the two grows razor-sharp. What started as a warning has escalated to sphere of demonic energy is already fully formed, proving Deus has no intention of stopping. You know me, when I say I'll do something, I do it. Move or I'll blast straight through you. Ding, that again. Jin Long has no choice but to prepare a counterattack. Truly a date in true Demon King fashion. His gaze locks onto her, and his smile turns cunning. You mean a date in our fashion? That's more like it. Deus extends his slender fingers, wreathed in demonic energy, behind him. The moment he tenses them, attack begins. A dark shadow spirals forward. Jin Long says nothing, has no choice but to fight back. Dream Moon Butterfly or Silk ribbons unfurl and expand, as if to envelop everything. Mirror Moon Ringbutt Deus's magic sphere turns out to be laughably tiny. From start to finish, he was just playing Jin Long. Failed, I figured if I did this, Alex would rush out to stop me. But not a trace of him, huh? What? That was all just an act. Naturally, this sends her into a furious tirade. Yeah, I figured if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon realm, they'd freak out and show themselves. Hey, you lunatics, you could have at least given me a heads up. Just dive in and do something like that out of nowhere. If I'd told you in advance, the acting wouldn't have been convincing. You know how sharp Alex is. You're insane. I almost killed you for real. With that, Deus turns and walks away. Am I really that easy to kill? Anyway, my plan worked out. Now let's go get something to eat. I just got back not long ago, and thanks to you, I'm probably going to die young. Before leaving, he drops one last teasing remark. Just how long do you plan on living, you old hag? Afterward, the two head to a restaurant in the Demon Realm place, serving nothing but horrifying dishes. A plate of sinister mushrooms sautéed with corn is set before them. Deus devours the food ravenously, while Jin Long weeps bitterly beside him. Why aren't you eating? This is the finest restaurant in the entire Demon Realm, you know. It has to be something edible before I can eat it. He eats enthusiastically while introducing the menu with flair. Try this one stir-fried happy mushrooms and the 100-eyed angry burger. There's also devil worm noodles and demon chilled coffee. Enough, the more I hear, the more I lose my appetite. Just consider me fed. Pushing the table aside, Jin Long gazes silently out the window. Outside stretches the Demon Realm's cityscape, blanketed by countless rivers of molten lava. Deus suddenly asks, beautiful scenery, right? Not far away stands a colossal volcano boiling furiously. That's Mount Love, the tallest peak in the heart of the underworld, standing at 13,000 kilometers. The largest volcano in the Demon Realm. Then Jin Long suddenly realizes, there's an enormous creature swimming inside the volcano. An ancient dragon. You know about that species. She gazes into the distance and explains thoughtfully. They're the distant ancestors of dragons, just like how humans were once apes before they developed intelligence. This is what dragons looked like before they gained sentience. So ancient dragons still inhabit the demon realm. Still, you don't think that's particularly surprising. Jin Long returns to the table. On second thought, it does make sense. Seth's place was once the homeland of humanity. This time it's Deus's turn to look outside in surprise. He hesitates, then asks her, does that mean humans once lived in the demon realm? Jin Long merely raises an eyebrow. Perhaps, a very, very long time ago. Then Deus points upward. Then the demon continent up there, even though I'm the demon king. I'm only just learning this. It's basically a new continent that formed afterward. Isn't it? Jin Long confirms his hypothesis. You could think of it that way. She stares into his eyes and asks, anyway, let's talk about Dadot and Alex. You mean both of them are faking their deaths, right? Realizing there's no hiding it, Deus comes clean. The Sigi Association has been completely wiped out. The mycelium toxin incident was actually just the result of 3 races each chasing their own interests. And that's where the good news ends. But there's one more thing that's been eating at me. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand why Dadot chose such a reckless path to death. It was too sudden. Deus is convinced there's someone pulling the strings behind it all. The mycelium toxin case definitely had a gear that clicked into the wrong place. Something is quietly operating in the shadows. A parasite, his gaze cuts sharp as a blade. Only Alex witnessed Dadot's death firsthand. And then Alex died right after. That guy isn't someone who dies easily. Step back and think it's not the stench of something slimy like the mycelium toxin. It's the smell of a schemer plotting in the dark. Jin Long asks in surprise, what on earth are those two planning? Deus replies calmly, before asking what they're planning, we need to figure out who they're faking their deaths from first. Woyu, Jin Long feels a sudden wave of unease. 2 dukes deceiving even the Demon King to act in secretary, they planning to betray you. That can't be. If the Demon Duke intended to rebel, that would mean siding with humanity. But you're already in the human realm as it is. But no matter what she says, Deus doesn't seem to care. Those little brats, what the hell are they hiding from me? Fortunately, Jin Long comes up with another plan. There's only one way to set everything back to how it was. She smiles and suggests, you go home, sit on your Demon King throne, and accept your destiny. So basically, all this mess is because I ran away from home. Is that it? It's all my fault then. Exactly. After a moment, Jin Long asks, so what do you plan to do now? As it turns out, Deus holds firm to his resolve. Find them, then stuff them neatly into coffins. What else? So hurry up and help me find them. I've already played all my cards. Now it's your turn. I can't take this anymore. Jin Long slams the table and stands up. Only now does she begin to speak seriously. Hey, you idiot, first go back home. Staying here any longer won't solve anything. If Alex and Dadot have deliberately gone into hiding, then even the Demon King or myself would have a very hard time finding them right away. Right. Elsewhere, Jack continues his relentless training. Skatun, having rested, returns. All right, shall we continue? Jack. Yes, Sir Skatun. He quickly snatches up the blade resting beside him. Skatun launches a relentless assault on Jack, forcing the boy to rely entirely on his shield to block the strikes. This is the wind piercer of Holy Bone. However, Skatun's raw power is far too great, easily overwhelming Jack. This is the earth splitter of Holy Sack. And finally, a devastating overhead strike. This is the counter slash of Holy Bai. The relentless barrage of slashes leaves Jack's vision growing hazy. The sword styles keep shifting, over and over. Completely unpredictable. Skatun shouts sharply to snap him back. Stay sharp, open your eyes, and watch the subtle movements in each of my strikes. Again, he pivots and channels his strength once more. 2 consecutive slashes are launched, but Jack successfully blocks them. The twin blades of Holy Bird slice from behind the shield as Jack counterattacks. He comes within inches of landing a hit on Skatun. Unfortunately, Skatun trips him immediately after. You need to watch your lower body, too. Jack loses his balance and topples backward. Skatun drives his sword into the ground and praises him. Not bad, no more than that. He smiles at Jekka, stark contrast to his deadly demeanor moments ago. I have to say, your learning speed far exceeds my expectations. This training has an extremely high difficulty level. The fact that you endured this long is truly commendable. Jack replies, panting heavily. I owe it to the weapon Lord Deus gave me. Skatun continues to praise him. I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. From what I've heard, you've even managed to slay a dragon. Those aren't the kind of opponents just anyone can face, even with a sword and shield in hand. He realizes something even Jack himself doesn't know. Perhaps it's thanks to the swordsmanship of Holy Beta style that seems purpose-built to combat colossal foes. By practicing that sword technique every night, by the time combat arrives, your body unconsciously dodges and neutralizes the attacks of those massive creatures. If your body couldn't handle that much, you'd have already collapsed. Jack bows his head in gratitude. Thank y'all, but honestly, it's largely thanks to Lord Deus. I can't help but recall those moments. For some reason, just looking into his eyes, a surge of courage wells up inside me. No matter how strong the opponent is, I feel like I can win. Suddenly, Skatun bursts out laughing. That's not hard to understand at all. Then he flashes Jack a sly grin. Hey, kiddo, you want to know his real identity? Jack stares back, stunned. His identity? What do you mean? Skatun doesn't say it outright. Instead, he starts dropping hints. Think about a person who flies freely through the sky, drops a dragon with a single strike without a scratch, and stands unscathed in the middle of a dragon breath. Could a human like that really exist? Jack tries to reassure himself. Lord Deus is human, isn't he? Unconsciously, his fists clench around the grass beneath him. Despite his reluctance, Jack decides to simply believe. I don't want to hear it. If he wants to keep it hidden, I'll pretend I don't know. That conviction burns fierce. Whenever he thinks of Deus, a sense of calm washes over him. To me, nobody, and to my siblings, he bestowed a miracle upon the Holy Bait family. Like a savior. No matter what his past holds, no matter what he truly is, it doesn't change that fact. But to Skatun, that's nothing more than blind faith. Hearing the conviction in his voice, Jack suddenly shouts. Eyes blazing, I won't claim he's above the godspot unless God himself commands it. I will never do anything to disappoint Lord Deus. Hearing that, Skatun stops pushing him. Jack, you're a good kid. No, I'm just trying to fulfill my duty. Having said that, Skatun turns to leave. Well then, let's call it a night. Jack quickly calls out. Wait, could you teach me just a little more, please? No need to push yourself this hard on the first day. Turns out, Jack only wants to get stronger for Deus's sake. I just want to get stronger fasto, surprise Lord Deus. This only deepens Skatun's respect for him. He looks at Jack and asks, So do you know any magic? Skatun suggests a different path, instead of torturing himself through sheer willpower. If you're willing, become a magic swordsman. You'll pick it up fast. Let's start with a simple spell. And so, the two spend the night in a passionate magic training session. Picture a flame burning bright in your mind. Understood. Now channel that image into both your palms. Understood. Fireball. The next morning, people bustle about outside the city outside Dowitch. Soldiers stand at attention on the city walls. Then something streaks overhead at blinding speed. From below, all they see is an enormous sword taller even than the city walls. A moment later, it swings down and obliterates everything in its path. Boom. Citizens scatter in panic. Some unlucky ones are crushed by falling rubble. Run, get out of here. In the chaos, a child stands frozen rooted to the spot. Terror paralyses every limb. Not a single muscle will move. Before the child's eyes, a gang of ferocious giants loom, weapons raised. Seeing this, Cardinia has no choice but to face the Lord. Honest Lithis is beyond my capabilities. Mondo rests his chin on his hand, helpless. Can't blame you. You're an A-rank warrior, but that thing out there is a G-rank giant. A commander shouts aloud. What the hell is the Chengwang Palace doing? First it was dragons, now it's giants. When monsters like these appear, shouldn't they be deploying countermeasures? Despite the crisis, some ignoramus pipes up. Surely this kingdom has fallen into cursed fate. My lord, please offer tribute to the giants to appease their wrath. Fortunately, someone shuts that down. Those things are mindless destroyers and killers. What good would offerings do? Seeing tensions rise, Cardinia raises a hand. Enough. I've already sent a telegram to the Chengwang Palace. They'll dispatch military forces immediately. Until then, I'll lead the troops and hold them off by any means necessary. Everyone evacuate now. Mondo calls out anxiously. Rally the entire Garrisano. Cardinia, however, refuses to let his spirit falter. Before departing, he makes one final request. Back when I was active, A-rank was my limit. Yes, I'm older no, but I was still a warrior once. Mondaniel, I'm asking you not as your lord, but as a fellow former warrior. If anything happens to me, please take care of my daughter. Outside the city, the situation dissolves into pure chaos amid agonizing screams. The giants have attacked Dowitch. If the city falls, our village is next. Run. Yet Scatan simply stands by, watching calmly. Giants should be at the ends of the world. Why are they suddenly attacking Dowitch? Then he turns to look for Jek. Jek, don't you find this strange? Sure enough, Jek is already fully armed and ready for battle. You're heading to the front lines. The enemy is a G-rank monster. I know, but I'm a warrior too. While Lord Deus isn't here, at the very least, I have to hold the line. Save one person if I can. Block one strike if I can. When Alexia steps in, she's even more shocked. Jek, the giants are attacking. You need to run. What? You're heading to the battlefield. Jek ignores the danger and rushes outside. That's right off the two warrior houses of Dowitch. I am the representative of House Holy Bait. Lady Leia, please get to safety immediately. Alexia can only call out after Jek. Even Scatan quickly gives chase. If the warrior charges into battle, the support has to follow. Then I'm going too. Seeing their determination, Alexia grits her teeth in frustration. But in the end, she chooses to follow them. A C-rank scrub trying to act all cool. Come with me, I'm part of the Holy Court too. Meanwhile, Jek runs without stopping, his mind racing. Scatan was right. The giants should have been at the edge of the world, yet they've bypassed every fortress and village. And now they've reached all the way here right in the heart of the continent, at Dowitch. He doesn't care about the danger. He just charges straight ahead. Could that even be possible? Grandpa, now's not the time. Focus on the battle first, get into the city now. Only when Scatan is right beside him does he notice. Jek, let's go together. Giants always move in sevens. They're not like dragons. Right behind Scatan comes Alexia's voice. Let me come too. The three of them finally catch up. Stop acting like you're the only protagonist here. Just support me properly, in line with your rank. Lady Leia, but before they can celebrate, a massive hand slams down right at their feet. Luckily, they dodge just in time. I heard they were inside the city. One of them's already split off from the group. Alexia looks up in horror at the thing before her. Standing before them is a one-eyed giant with razor-sharp fangs, radiating raw menace. Fear overwhelms her, and tears stream down her face uncontrollably. What? Giants are this big. How are we supposed to bring that thing down? The giant seems to relish their terror, leaning its massive eye in closer. Damn it, we have to run. Right at that instant, a figure darts out from behind fast as lightning. He's like an arrow, driving his sword straight into the giant's eye. The giant screams in agony, thrashing wildly, while Jek yanks his blade free and backflips onto the city wall. Up above, Scatan quickly joins in. Grand fire cannon. Flames erupt and engulf the giant's entire body. but it still manages to catch Jack. Amid everyone's desperate screams, they watch the giant slowly squeeze its fist around Jack. Thin slashes burst outward from within. Jack clutches his sword tight and launches himself out from between the severed fingers. He gathers momentum and rockets straight toward the giant. Moonlight flash third form. Determination blazes in Jack's eyes. Demon King Pierce. His sword plunges deep into the giant's chest. A small shadow appears over the nearby river then. The massive body crashes down right on top of it. Jack flips back to where the other two stand. Alexia still hasn't recovered from the shock when Jack reaches out his hand. He's back to his gentle demeanor. Lady Leia, are you all right? Alexia's cheeks flush bright red with embarrassment. Scatun notices the whole scene and smiles to himself. No external catalyst at all, and he's already triggered G-rank activation. If I don't pick up the pace, I'm going to lose my spot on the team. Just as the two are about to speak, a voice calls out, "Jack, it's you, Jack, please help me." An old woman, Mrs. Ryodo, emerges from a corner, leaning on her cane. Mrs. Ryodo, what happened? She pleads through tears. My grandson went to help build the Dowitch Wall, and now the giants have attacked the fortress. Please save him, you're a warrior. Jack comforts Mrs. Ryodo. I'm heading to the fortress right now. I'll find him, so don't worry. Please find somewhere safe to hide for now. Scatun speaks up, then let's move on the fortress immediately. With just the soldiers stationed there, they won't hold for long. Understood. He then turns to the civilians. That giant isn't dead yet. Before it wakes up, everyone tie it down tight. He flashes them a reassuring smile. Help us deal with the giants inside the city. I'll be back with reinforcements as fast as I can. Hold the line until then. The crowd, fired up with new resolve, shouts in unison, "Yes, sir." Then Jack turns to Alexia. "Senior Alexia, let's go." Fine, but she's still reeling especially when she sees the giant's massive body lying in the river. She's even more stunned. What the hell just happened back there? I took one look and froze solid. I couldn't even run. Alexia is completely blown away by Jack this time. In her eyes, he was just some ordinary warrior. Is this really the same idiot I know? Jack, the bottom-ranked nobody. In the end, she grits her teeth and accepts it. Then Alexia dashes off ahead, leaving the other two bewildered. Scrub, stop whining, I already know. Jack chases after her, shouting, "Hey, wait up. Let's go together. Senior Alexia, do you copy? Everyone with strength, follow me down and tie that beast up. Roger, the rest of you, go home and grab every rope or piece of cloth you can find, bring it all here." Roger. Outside the city, the devastation continues as the giants lay waste to everything. They smash and crush everything in sight with mindless fury. People scramble to escape the giants' path of destruction. Cadenia's army has arrived. He bellows the order, "Fire." A volley of arrows rains down on the giants in unison, but the arrows are too small, like needles pricking their skin. If anything, it only makes them angrier. Fortunately, their catapults prove effective. The commander orders, "Ready another volley." But this time, a massive blade tears straight through the wall where they're standing. The giant rips the wall apart, chunk by chunk. A soldier crashes to the ground, screaming, "My leg, my leg." But a second later, he faces something even worse. Another giant. It raises its blade and hacks down with savage fury. Just then, the injured giant slowly rises again as if nothing happened. Facing their onslaught, the soldiers break and flee. Run, run for your lives. But humans can't outrun giants. A single stomp crushes dozens. The wounded giant growls as it shuffles forward. Then a fresh volley of arrows flies in. Thin ropes coil around it, small, but enough to restrain it. Soldiers strain with everything they have, pulling the ropes taut. From the other side, catapults fire nonstop. The giant loses its balance and topples backward. The army erupts in cheers. "We got one, not far away." Lightning bolts crash down without pause. Mages pour their power into taking down another one. The moment the giant is paralyzed, Cadenia appears. He takes a running start and lunges at the giant in a single burst. His razor-sharp blade swings with devastating force, cleaving through the creature and carving a massive gash across the giant's chest. But it's still not enough to kill it. The moment it snaps back to its senses, it sends Kanadin hurtling far away. He's launched backward and slams into the wall. The giant continues its frenzied assault, unaware that its nightmare is only just beginning. So Jin, Long, and Deus have made it back to the city. I just got back, and it's already this much of a mess. Why are there giants here? Suddenly, a volley of cannon fire erupts from behind them. The giant was just about to finish Kanadin off. Kaboom! A cannon blast tears straight into its face. The instant its guard drops, Jack charges in from the side. His sheer force sends the giant's entire body skidding backward. In Jack's eyes, there is nothing but unyielding resolve. Kanadin watches in stunned disbelief, unable to do anything but stare. The giant finally crumbles, brought down entirely by Jack. Just then, Alexia comes rushing over in a panic. "Father!" She catches Kanadin with worried hands. "Are you all right, Father? Why are you here? I told you to go take shelter." Alexia meets her father's gaze, unwavering. "Go where? I'm a warrior too. I have to stay and fight alongside everyone." A thunderous cheer erupts. "We got it." The troops break into celebration. Another one down. Jack stands atop the fallen giant's chest, gasping for air. Suddenly, someone points upward and shouts, "Look!" And wouldn't you know it, they mistake the fallen giant as Kanadin and Alexia's kill. It's Sir Kanadin and Lady Leia. The Hollibit household has slain the giant. Kanadin freezes for a moment then. Without quite knowing why, he takes credit for it. "Yes, I'm here. Don't worry, hold the line and deal with the remaining giants until the Chengwang Palace army arrives. We will protect our city." "Yes, sir." Jack doesn't care about any of that. He simply turns his back and sprints toward the next giant. Alexia spots him from atop the wall and rushes to catch up. "Jack, I said we go together." "Leia." Meanwhile, Deus watches from a distance. "Leia, where are you going?" Is Jin Long really the only one surprised? A G-rank pulling that off without any of my buffs. It seems the blood weapon really has awakened. She smiles wistfully and sighs. "Such a waste, Jack. If you'd been born in the Golden Age, you could have been the last true hero." Jack sprints through the city streets, ducking into a nearby building. His hurried footsteps pound through the corridors. In the silent space, only Jack's heavy footsteps and ragged breathing echo. Before long, the door is right in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack kicks it wide open. And right there, not far at all, stands the next giant. Without thinking, he launches himself into the air. The two giants look up inconfusionally to see Jack descend with moonlight flash. Third form, one of them barely raises its head, before Jack drives his blade straight into its face with Demon King Pierce. Its teeth shatter on impact. He doesn't stop, turns to the second one. Moonlight flash. First form, Jack grips the sword with both hands and unleashes every ounce of strength, a single, devastating slash that brings the enemy down. Demon King slash. The giant collapses backward, utterly powerless to resist. By then, Alexia has caught up. In a flash, old memories come flooding back to her. Back then, Alexia had single-handedly taken down another oversized bully. Everyone present couldn't stop singing her praises. Leia wins again. She beat the Centaur-class kid. Leia is Leia, all right. She suddenly rounds on him with a shout. "Hey," Alexia scowls in warning. "If you touch Jack one more time, you'll regret it." After handling that, she rushes down to the basement where Jack is locked up. She throws the door wide open. "Jack, come out." But Jack refuses out of sheer fear. "I can't. If I act on my own, Lord Paul will scold me." Alexia snaps. "You idiot, you always just take the beating. Fight back for once." But despite her words, fear has already turned Jack into a coward. "I can't. If I do that, they might not hire me to clean Lord Paul's house next time." "I'm fine, really. Please just go, sis." In the end, Alexia can only stomp away, fuming with frustration. "Fine, you idiot. Stay there for the rest of your life." From that day on, she never bothers with his bullying again. "Jack, why do you always seven? When they mock and ridicule, you just turn the other cheek. You toil endlessly for your two younger siblings, yet never let out a single word of complaint. All of it, Alexia sees everything. She doesn't understand what makes you so optimistic. All she knows is that ever-present smile. But the most unforgettable memory has to be graduation day. Congratulations to all the graduates. Flowers in one hand, diploma in the other, Alexia sprints toward the docks. She shouts at the ship, already drifting into the distance. "Jack," her face flushes red from exhaustion, but she keeps shouting at the top of her lungs. "Jack, why didn't you come to the graduation ceremony? I heard you're not going to middle school, right? Hereth's is your graduation gift." A sudden gust of wind sweeps the diploma right out of her hand. It tumbles straight down into the churning water below. "Noit's getting wet." "No." The diploma certifies that the above-named student has completed all courses at the Chengwang Palace Warrior Elementary School. But Jack simply smiles and replies, "It's fine." "Senior Alexia," he leans cheerfully against the ship's railing and waves. "I'm off to earn some money. We'll meet again in 3 months, okay?" Alexia unconsciously clutches the bouquet tighter in her hands. "Until then, please take care of yourself, senior." She angrily hurls it to the ground and scolds him. "You idiot, stop forcing a smile just because you can't cry anymore. Get angry, come back to reality." Alexia can't believe the boy before her has changed so much. When did that clumsy Jack from back then become so strong? She is even more shocked to realize that Jack's expression isn't one of fear, it's the satisfaction of victory. "Are you enjoying this?" The giant isn't down yet, so Jack swings his sword again. Enraged, the creature raises its hand to counterattack. Only then does Jack pull out his shield to block. Even so, the impact still sends him flying. He crashes hard into the ground. The moment Jack gets back up, the giant is already swinging its fist. Out of nowhere, chunks of rock slam into it. Soldiers have arrived to bring it down. Fire! They shout at each other to reload and fire again. Scatton has also arrived to help. O Eyes, the almighty guardian of all life. He closes his eyes and begins to chant. In your name, protector of balance, I beseech you for the power to tear apart the chaotic heart before me. O Lord, by the ancient covenant, hear my call and bestow your great power upon me. The moment he opens his eyes, a flash of light erupts. Seal the enemy before me. A colossal hand materializes from above, another appears from the opposite side, and together they lock around the giant like chains. Scatton points at the creature and chants, breath of divinity, light of the heavens, O horn of Aeonis, pierce through that wretch. Immediately, another hand appears, wielding a massive spear that rockets forward and impales the giant through the chest. Scatton shouts urgently, Jack now. Understanding instantly, Jack scrambles to pick up his sword from the ground. Once more, Jack launches himself into the air, but the giant still manages to catch him. Alexia screams. With a single slash of her blade, she severs the giant's hand. Alexia, Jack shouts joyfully. Alexia frowns. You idiot, don't stop, keep going. Seizing the opening, Jack brings his sword crashing down on the giant's skull. Got it. Alexia frowns and urges him on. You idiot, don't stop, push forward. Reading her intent, Jack grips his sword even tighter. The very next second, the giant takes the full force of his devastating slash. Attacked from all sides, the giant finally collapses for good. But then Scatton senses something leap right over his head. When he looks up, he realizes more giants have appeared out of nowhere. One of them swings violently toward Alexia and Jack. Fortunately, Alexia is only thrown a short distance. Jack has it worse, slammed hard into the wall. Scatton shouts his incantation, Elinizer annihilate THEM. But before he even finishes, a fist sends him hurtling through the air. High's body crashes through the building behind him. From the rubble, Jack slowly crawls to his feet. Towering silhouettes have already blotted out the light. One by one, every giant turns its head toward him. They all bear gaping maws full of fangs and bloodshot, monstrous eyes. Jack suddenly recalls what Scatton once told him. They hunt in packs of 7, nothing like dragons. Now he truly feels the terror. 1 or 2 he could handle, but this? How is he supposed to win? Suddenly a roar cuts through the chaos. You monsters! Kanadin charges forward, screaming, get off our land! Jack panics, crying out, Lord Kanadin, but it's too late. A giant snatches him up. The creature squeezes tight, and Kanadin screams in agony. But what comes next is even more horrifying. The giant opens its drooling maw wide, ready to bite down and chew him alive. Jack is helpless, forced to watch. No, out of nowhere, a fireball comes streaking in from the distance. It blasts straight into the giant's face, and Kanadin slips free. Jack stares in shock toward where the fireball came from. In the sky above the soldiers of Chengwang Palace, they arrive aboard massive airships, soaring through the heavens. And standing at the prow of the lead vessel is none other than Cadinia. Jack's face lights up with relief at the sight of him. Lord Cadinia, the others erupt in just as much joy. The Chengwang Palace army is here. Reinforcements, we're saved. Cadinia bellows the command, fire. The Chengwang army unleashes a barrage of devastating hellfire bolts in perfect unison. They slam into the giants below, staggering them. Other soldiers grip their mirror blades tight and propel themselves off the ships, diving straight down. In the blink of an eye, they land on the giants' bodies. Their mirror blades ignite with purifying light. The instant they plunge their blades down in unison, blinding beams of light rain down from above. Those remaining on the ships continue assaulting the other giants. The warriors use their mirror blades and raw strength to cut down the enemy. The mages provide cover from above with devastating hellfire spells. The giants can't even react, they just take the beating. The battlefield grows even more chaotic, but the army has seized the upper hand. Watching this, Jack can't help but admire Cadinia in silence. So this is the might of Chengwang Palace. Meanwhile, Jin Long and Deus are still watching the battle from afar. Looks like it's about over. Jin Long voices his concern. He's definitely no longer C rank. His growth is way too abnormal. I don't quite understand it, but Deus just laughs. How interesting. The excitement brewing inside him only grows. What is this feeling, I wonder? It's like my heart is on fire. Meanwhile, Jack has no idea any of this is happening. I want to test my strength against him, just once. After what feels like an eternity, the last giant finally topples, signaling the end of the battle. Soldiers across the battlefield erupt in cheers. It's finally over. By now, the city has suffered devastating damage. Cardinia steps down to the ground and gestures to the Chengwang troops. There may still be enemies beyond the mountain. Send the airship squad to sweep the area. The rest of you handle the giant corpses. Yes, sir. Kanadin runs over, overjoyed. Your lordship, thank you for coming. They shake hands. I am Kaner Dinvan Hanzok. Until the Chengwang Palace sent reinforcements, the Hanzok family held the line with everything we had. Against a massive onslaught of giants. Rare to see, truly Evreon's worked hard. Cardinia then shifts his attention to a different direction. He had already noticed Jek's presence. He turns to Cardinia with a smile. I hear that besides the Hanzok family in Dowich, another clan also joined the battle, correct? How did they fare? What were that warrior's contributions? Cardinia freezes, unsure how to answer. In his memory, he knows full well that Jek is strong and determined. Yet in the end, Cardinia chooses to deny all of the boy's merits. A C-rank fighter, how could he possibly match a G-rank? For his own gain, he lies, hoping Cardinia will focus on Alexia instead of Jek. That kid is nothing but dead weight. That is a clan that has been wiped out. Please pay them no mind, my lord. More importantly, would you like to meet my daughter? It was thanks to her that we managed to hold back the giants in this battle. A born genius warrior she is. I have no doubt she would be a tremendous asset to the Chengwang Palace. Cardinia, of course, sees right through it all. He merely lets out a faint smile. Is that so? Cardinia answers firmly, without hesitation. Yes, this isn't just a father's bias, it's the honest assessment of a fellow warrior. Meanwhile, Jek has just finished clearing the rubble to the side. The person lying beneath shows no sign of life. Jek cannot bring himself to say a word. Suddenly, a soldier approaches and respectfully addresses Cardinia. Lord Cardinia, a message from the Lord Governor. He wishes to personally extend his gratitude to Lord Cardinia at the victory banquet. To celebrate the defeat of the giants, your presence is requested. Lord Cardinia, please do not decline us. He smiles and agrees without hesitation. But of course, it would be my honor. Afterward, they all leave without sparing Jek a second glance. So much for that. Fine. Yeah, everyone there is the same. They've already forgotten everything he did. When the battle ends, everyone spills into the streets in celebration. That night, a grand festival erupts across Dowich. On every main street, brilliant festive lanterns are strung high. Laughter rings out from every direction. Every tavern and eatery in the city is packed to the brim. The soldiers finally return to their families, as if trying to melt away the fear that had frozen their hearts. Everyone laughs, drinks, and shares in the joy. But elsewhere, the atmosphere is far more somber. The Lord Governor comes in person to inspect the giant's corpse. Seeing it up close, it's even bigger than I imagined. He stares in astonishment. You face down something like this. You truly are remarkable. You flatter me, my lord. Suddenly, Mondo Nu notices something else. He points at the cross-shaped slash across the giant's skull. That cross-shaped wound. It doesn't look like it came from your sword. Could it be the work of your daughter? Leia, you mean? Hearing Cardinia's lies, Mondo Nu doesn't buy a single word. So Leia participated in the battle as well. Impressive. It seems she surpassed you already. Perhaps I should assign the guard duties to Leia instead of you. If I wish to earn your lordship's attention, I'll need to train her even harder. Cardinia suddenly cuts in. I wouldn't say that. Mondo Nu scoffs, thinking Cardinia is dismissing the idea as absurd. Lord Cardinia, even if you are a knight of the Zodiac Holy Court, the idea that an underage girl could fight a giant is hard to swallow. Wouldn't you agree? But Leia earned her A-rank hero title back when she was still in middle school. She's the first person in all of Dowich with the potential to reach G-rank. Yet Cardinia doesn't bother arguing further. Instead, he points out the flaw in Cardinia's story. With the heavy twin greatswords that young Lady Cardinia uses, it would be nearly impossible to leave cuts this clean and precise. He finishes and turns to Cardinia as if delivering a warning. Lord Cardinia is a swordsman himself. Surely you already know this. Cardinia knows exactly what Cardinia is implying, but there's nothing he can do. Sure enough, the moment Mondo Nu began to doubt, Cardinia had already deflected it. Then besides the Hanzok clan, who else could have faced a giant? To my knowledge, there is still one other clan. Mondo Nu still isn't convinced. Surely you're not referring to the Holy Bit family. Lord Cardinia, it seems you don't quite understand. Holy Bit is only E-rank at best. Never mind giants, they couldn't even handle a slime in the forest. Cardinia lets his lips curl into a faint smirk. He doesn't reply, he simply walks away. Sometimes the gods play cruel jokes. In the vast open space, only Cardinia's footsteps echo. He was always a man of sharp wit. For embarrassing his daughter, Cardinia has long since harbored a grudge against him. On the other side, things are even noisier at Deus's shop. That thing was so massive that one swing of its club sent rooftops flying. Don't exaggerate. Weren't you the one hiding in the storeroom, shaking like a leaf? Come on, oh fighting. Have a drink. Jin Long suddenly slams her beer mug down on the table. She's furious, fuming on his behalf at the sheer injustice. I told you to go collect those 3 silver coins. Every hero and soldier who fought gets a reward. Why didn't you claim yours? Jack doesn't need it. Jack explains, we earned what we earned today. That's enough. I'm just glad we managed to stop the giant. Deus, slurping away at his noodles, chimes in. You're an idiot. You're the type who counts every last copper, aren't you? You're the one who brought that thing down. You should be demanding 30 gold coins, not 3 silver. Jack, wrapped head to toe in bandages, still manages a bright smile. I'm really fine. Deus hadn't expected the kid to actually be thinking about him. If I stand out too much, it'll cause trouble for Lord Deus. He worries about the two of them, completely unaware that they had been watching from afar all along. More than that, I'm truly glad you two made it back. You two disappeared so suddenly. I was scared I'd lose another person just like Sir Alec. That deadpan expression of his is enough to put Deus at ease. Then he goes back to slurping his bowl of noodles. From now on, if we go anywhere, I'll let you know beforehand. Really? What's wrong with you? Shut up. Alexia's voice rings out through the spirit link. Who the hell are you really? Are you really the Jai Ki I know? She demands, shouting, no matter how low you rate him. Today he stands as a G-rank hero. Deus the senior turns to her in surprise and fires back a question. Why are you even here? Don't you always tail the Lord wherever he goes? Alexia stammers out an explanation. I just wanted to check if Jai Ki was okay. Am I not allowed to come here or something? Embarrassed into rage, she snaps at Deus again. That's not it. Sit down, will you? He just risked his life in battle and you're already making him work like this. You really are a demon. How'd you figure that out? Don't worry, he already cast healing magic on me. Only then does Alexia notice Jin Long is also here. Healing magic? You mean high-tier holy magic like that? He actually used it. Deus frowns at her. Can you stop being so shocked about every little thing? From the start, they were decked out in gear forged from dragon scalescent. It's obvious they're not some ordinary hero party. Isn't it obvious? But Alexia stays stubborn. But this is Jai Ki we're talking about. Deus's next words shut her up on the spot. So what if it's Jai Ki? Does he have to stay an E-rank hero forever? After that, Alexia drops herself into a seat with a huff. I just had a fight with my father. It's about that, so don't say a word. What? I didn't tell you to sit down. You did that for me. She frowns in irritation as she brings it up again. Yes, since you took down the giant which counts. As a G-rank feat-me father, said he wants to sponsor your formal training. But when I told him to stop spouting nonsense like that, he wouldn't even listen. Jai Ki smiles and replies, Lady Alexia, really would you go and say something like that? Without knowing when it started, whenever she looks at him, Alexia feels like she's staring at a whole different sun. You always have to be number one, do you react so strongly every single time? Embarrassed to the bone, she still tries to play it cool. Shut up, it's not because of you, it's because of Dyke. Don't get all cocky just because you took down one giant. I helped too, you know. Yes, I'm sorry. Finally, Alexia declares with conviction. Either way, I'll prove to my father that with just me and Jai Ki, we can clear a G-rank mission. Once we do, he'll have no choice but to acknowledge you. Whether I get acknowledged or not doesn't really matter. Jin Long, sitting beside them, just watches the two of them bicker. I told you to shut up. Whether I do it or not is my business. All you have to do is listen to Megadit. Yes, she grins slyly and says to Alexia, still can't be honest with your own heart, huh? Adorables, youth really is the best kind of entertainment. What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, just that you and Jai Ki are all over each other, it's kind of cute. But Alexia still tries to deny it. What? All over each other? Please stop pairing me up with that Jai Ki guy, will you? It's honestly disgusting. Sorry, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I'll treat you to a free bowl of noodles, all right? Don't be mad. Jai Ki, say something. It's way too noisy in here. Would you kindly get lost already? Right then, a familiar voice calls out. Jai Ki. Grandmother Rido approaches, one labored step at a time, leaning on her cane. My grandson Dace still hasn't come home. What happened? Jai Ki, I asked you to go find Dace. Jai Ki recalls in horror that day, the person he searched so desperately for, only to find a cold corpse waiting for him. Jai Ki bows his head, trembling. I'm sorry, Grandma, by the time I found Dace, he was already. Grandmother Rido falls silent. Why? Then she begins cursing Jai Ki through her tears. If you were already there, why did Dace still die? You're a hero, aren't you? Those cutting words only deepen his guilt. It's my fault, I wasn't strong enough. Grandmother Rido, trembling, raises a shaking finger and points it straight at Jai-Ki. She unleashes the cruelest words imaginable, cursing Jai-Ki without mercy. "You wretch! So you just left my grandson to die, and now you're here laughing and having a good time, all because you sold a few bowls of noodles." Whether it was the overwhelming grief or her true nature showing, she only screams louder. Every other soldier came back wounded. Yet you don't have a single scratch on you. That tells me everything I need to know. You must have been hiding somewhere, weren't you? Ever since you were little, I took pity on you and gave you odd jobs. And this is how you repay me. In the end, Grandmother Rido dumps every last ounce of blame onto Jai-Ki. "I was a fool for trusting a hero from some bottom-tier family. This is all your fault. Jai-Ki, because of you, my escort is dead." Alexia quickly stepped forward to explain. "That's not true, ma'am. Jai-Ki was the one who slew all those giant monsters, but she cut him off before he could finish." He lowered his head and accepted the blame, even though he was completely faultless. "Yes, ma'am, it was all my fault. I'm sorry, Grandma Ria." He could only sob bitterly. Finally, she turned her back and left. "I never want to see your face again. Don't you ever call yourself a hero." She left behind a crushing silence in the tavern. Thena's sudden laugh cut through the quiet. "How interesting." Cardinia strode toward them. Jai-Ki looked at him in surprise. "Lord Cardinia, shouldn't you be in the city? Why are you here? Sitting around with those bearded old fossils really isn't my style." Deus frowned the moment he saw Cardinia approach. "What kind of day is this? Nothing but insufferable people everywhere. That long-haired green noble who's always glued to your side, where'd he go? Dead, don't worry about it. As for you, can make me a bowl of noodles. Quick. I'm not sure if it'll suit your taste, but please allow me to offer you a bowl, sir." Cardinia suddenly asked. "Jai-Ki, are you satisfied with this?" "Yes, sir." His cold, sharp eyes swept across Jai-Ki's face. "One who does nothing, yet stands beside the Lord and basks in his favor. While you, the one most deserving of it, I'll just sit here. Are you truly content with that?" For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Cardinia pressed on. "I saw every last corpse of those giants with my own eyes, those clean, lethal, razor-sharp strikes. You single-handedly brought down a G-rank monster. Without you, at least half the people here would be dead." Then he turned to look at Alexia. "Same goes for those A-rank families acting all high and mighty owe you just as much." True to his nature, Jai-Ki quickly deflected. "No, really. Everyone pitched in to help." But that answer only made Cardinia's fury boil over. "So you think that's okay?" He laid out the truth of what had just happened, plain and direct. "I told the Lord that it was your achievement, but he absolutely refused to accept it. He's the lord of an entire city, backed by those A-rank families. How could they ever accept that they owe their lives to an E-rank family?" The humiliation and contempt Jai-Ki had always tried to escape Cardinia laid it all bare. Every last detail. "That's exactly why they deliberately didn't invite you. If you were G-rank, no. Even just D-rank aloneth, Lord would already be scrambling to court your favor, even though your actual strength wouldn't change one bit." Once more, he asked Ki with utmost seriousness. "This is how the world works. Strength matters, but sometimes bloodline matters more. Can you truly accept all of this?" Cardinia was convinced Ki would come to his senses. This wasn't right. Not even close, but the boy just bowed his head and took it all. "Thank you for your advice, sir, but my answer hasn't changed." Cardinia couldn't fathom what Ki was thinking. Then he shifted his gaze to Deus. "You should think this through carefully, too. There are plenty of other heroes in this world. What Jai-Ki needs isn't just money, and I can give him all of it. Only when you hit D-rank," Deus replied coldly. Cardinia's piercing gaze drilled into him, but unable to sway either of them. He had no choice but to leave. Strength is something you can't hide forever. There will come a time when you can no longer endure. Meanwhile, at the tavern, people bustled about, chatting amongst themselves. In the shadows, a figure slipped away quietly after finishing a conversation with Deus's group. Jai-Ki gazed at them warmly, a gentle smile on his lips. Deus spoke up suddenly between bites of noodles. "Hey, Jai-Ki, why do you want to be a hero?" He jolted. "Yes, sir." He stammered in response. "What do you mean by that question, sir?" "I'm a Halibai, after all." Deus told him flatly. "I've heard you could just throw that name away, you know. An E-rank family that earns nothing but contempt. The pay is garbage. No honor, no glory. And the moment you pull off something impressive, people just hate you for it. Isn't that the truth? Then why do you still do it? Just because your ancestors did? Is it your clan's dream? Or just because you were born into it?" The woman beside him glanced at Jai-Ki, a smile of pure happiness spreading across her face. He answered, "I've never really thought too deeply about it, so please allow me to speak from the heart. I believe everything we have in this world exists because of the sacrifices of heroes. He lifted his gaze toward the sky. He continued, everyone can laugh and talk safely under a peaceful night sky like this, isn't it? All thanks to the sacrifices of countless heroes before us. Even today because everyone fought with everything they had, and one we can sit here and enjoy this moment. Alexia watched him intently from the side. He went on, even if just a little, if my sacrifice can make the world a better place, wouldn't that make it all worthwhile? So as long as there's something behind me worth protecting, I want to become a hero who never falls. No matter who the enemy is. Deus spoke up calm and flat. Never falls, huh? One hit from the Demon King and you drop like a sack of bricks. He forced a wry smile. Is that so? Well, it's the kind of fantasy every hero has at least once. But if I were the last hero standing before the Demon King, I absolutely would not fall. Even in death, I'd rise and keep fighting. A barely G-rank nobody like me would never see that day, though. Deus suddenly asked, but say the Demon King appeared right in front of you, could you charge in without a single moment of hesitation, even knowing you can't win? Even knowing you'll die alone for this mediocre world that despises you? Jaiki answered, yes, I would fight without hesitation. Deus's eyes widened. He spoke in a low, grave voice. I can't understand it. What has this world ever done for you? And what about your siblings? Didn't you say they mean everything to you? He answered, my siblings are heroes too. They would understand. In fact, they'd be proud of me, more than having a big brother who just does trivial chores around the village because that would be the most glorious death a hero could ever have. His answer left Alexia staring at him, stunned. Deus pressed on, genuinely puzzled. I really can't understand it, not even a little. Every blood warrior descendant I've ever met, every last one of those pretenders packed in out, there is nothing like you. If those worthless worms showed up as the so-called last hero, if I were the Demon King, I wouldn't think twice before slaughtering every last one of them. Fine, I admit it. Of all the heroes I ever imagined, the last one I pictured was someone like you. Hearing that, Jaiki's face freezes. His jaw drops as if he can't believe it. Deus keeps mulling it over. Surely the last hero would be some idiot with a delusional, borderline insane sense of conviction. That's why, in the end, the Demon King could never win. Those who already have always crave more, and those who have nothing like Yao crave only to give more. Go on, then, if you want. Follow him all the way to the Holy Palace for all I care. I won't stop you. Honestly, you're such a waste. Consider that contract never existed. After a long pause, he delivers the final blow. I'll set you free. If you want to leave, then leave. Jaiki's hand, which had been resting calmly, suddenly clenches into a tight fist. He speaks with absolute solemnity. No, my lord, please keep me. You must keep me. I beg you, please never abandon me. Ever since you appeared in my life, Deus, I finally felt like the protagonist of my own story. So please don't send me away. Jaiki's words hit Deus hard. He slams his chopsticks down on the table and shouts his verdict. Done? That's it. I'm not giving you another chance. You asked for this yourself. From now on, no complaints. Don't come crying to me later. Jaiki mutters, wow, way to go. You just booted your one and only chance to escape. If that's not an idiot, what is? Truly an idiot? He replies softly, yes, I really am an idiot. Jin Long, sitting off to the side, stares blankly and says, both of you are idiots. Deus agrees. That said, someday, when you become truly powerful, fight me. Jaiki waves his hand in refusal. No way, how could I possibly dare fight you, Deus? Deus rests his chin on his hand, grinning. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Why would I ever go hard on you? Jin Long quietly observes Deus from the side. The Demon King always falls to the hero. That's an unbreakable law of this world. It has never been broken for 665 centuries. The battle that repelled the giant's assault seemed to close the chapter on everything, but it was only the opening act for the cataclysm yet to come. The following morning, a voice rings out. You're Jaiki von Hollyby, correct? Jaiki bows respectfully and answers. Yes, that's me. Mondo introduces himself. Standing beside him is Cadinia. A pleasure to meet you. You must be surprised being summoned this early in the morning. Jaiki responds, not at all, sir. It's nothing serious. I simply heard that you rendered outstanding service during yesterday's battle against the giants. Even the investigator from the Holy Palace spoke highly of your contribution. He replies with practiced humility, you flatter me. I was merely fulfilling my duty as a hero of the Doich lineage. Mondo laughs, pressing the point. As a hero of the Doich lineage, you say. Indeed, for a hero, that is only natural. I've called you here because I have a mission to assign my authority as your lord. I need you to take this on. At the far northwestern edge of the world, beyond the Ho Sai mountain range, In the village of Forbes, a lick has appeared. They say the entire village has been slaughtered. I want you to eliminate that monster. Jaiki responds nervously. Forgive me, my lord, but the Ho Sai range adjacent that the territory of the giants, and a lick is an L-rank monster. My lord, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm only a C-rank hero. Mondo gives him no room to refuse. Mondo cuts in yesterday. The investigator from the Holy Palace reported that you single-handedly brought down the giant monster. If that's true, your caliber surpasses even the pride of our Doich lineage. My dear Kadeniath's mission is one only you can accomplish. His voice goes cold, laced with a subtle edge of threat. Are you saying the investigator from the Holy Palace lied to me? Jaiki quickly replies, that's not what I meant. Just reaching the Ho Sai range takes at least 7 days on the road. I've already prepared extra compensation for you. Kadenia, standing beside, piles on. The Lord himself has personally entrusted you with this important mission. Show some gratitude, won't you? Jaiki thinks to himself in astonishment. The Lord trusts me. He beams and replies, yes. I will absolutely eliminate the lick and live up to your trust. The moment he steps out of the hall, Jaiki's pace quickens with every stride. He runs, his mind racing. Father, the Lord has finally acknowledged the Holly Bai family. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Mondo's hand clenches into a fist. He slams it down on the armrest of his chair. He snarls if word spreads that our Doich territory was saved by some brat like that. What will the other territories think of us? Kadini, are you absolutely certain he's the one who brought down the giant monster? Could it have been the people from the Holy Palace? Or you? Did you do all the work? Did that brat just stumble into someone else's kill credit? Kadinia frowns and responds bluntly. I was caught up in the chaos too, so I can't say for certain. But the truth doesn't matter. If Jody's knight vouched for it, everyone will believe it. If it comes out that our Doich territory relied on an E-rank family, the entire realm will laugh us off the map. Sir, the other noble families might even start eyeing this city. Matters like this need to be handled with absolute finality. Mondo sighs, then adds, almost forgot to mention what appeared at 4xB wasn't an ordinary lick. It was an evil lick. If he's truly G-rank, he'll manage to survive somehow. If he actually kills it, granting him a temporary title and keeping him on as a city knight wouldn't be the worst outcome. Either way, I'll make sure his rank stays buried low. Don't worry, good friends look out for each other, don't they? Everyone already thinks you and Leia brought down the giant monster together. If people skip past an A-rank family and credit an E-rank family for killing the giants, your family is as good as dead. And if they just vanish altogether, even better. After all, nobody pays attention to an irrelevant little family. Isn't that what a peaceful, unchanging world looks like? For an E-rank family, 5 gold coins is more than enough for funeral expenses. Right then, upon receiving the quest, Jaiki sets off on the road with the rest of the party. Sitting on the horse carriage, Deus complains. A lord of his staturine, he only coughs up 5 gold coins. Stingy as hell, Jin Long, sitting beside him, responds. Money isn't the issue here. The lord directly assigning a quest means you've already been recognized at least to some degree. Recognition should be shown through money. That kind of lip service recognition, keep it for yourself. Then how much do you actually value Jaiki if you're paying him such a pittance? He lets out a huh and says, you're really cold-hearted. How can you measure a person's worth by money alone? Jaiki's face lights up with joy, thinking to himself, I can do this. I will definitely do it. And just like that, Deus, Jin Long, and Skatten ride the carriage at full speed toward the quest destination. Deus, lying on the carriage, suddenly shouts, oh right, I just remembered it and I hear that Jaiki's siblings went to the Holy Palace. Jaiki happily replies, yes, they went on a study trip. They're really excited to meet the Holy Emperor in person and see all sorts of amazing things. He asks, what are their names? Jaiki answers, my little sister is XNY and the youngest is Jedin. Jin Long remarks, that was a quick answer. Deus responds, what do I have to do with their lives? Jaiki, driving the carriage, says excitedly, both of them see you as their savior. They said they'd study hard to become outstanding heroes and help you, sir. Deus grumbles, the exploitation stops with you. What you do with the money you earn is your own business. Don't drag me into this. Jin Long chuckles, at least you've still got some conscience left. He shouts, of course, someone sacrificed their entire life to raise them, so they'd better become even greater heroes, right? Hearing that, a faint smile appears on Jaiki's face. Deus glances at him silently for a moment, then suddenly asks, hey, what do you think a hero is? Jaiki immediately answers, a hero is one blessed by the gods, who defeated the Demon King in the great battle 665 centuries ago. Deus retorts, don't give me that textbook answer. I'm asking about that hero title won your ancestors, your siblings. Everyone's risking their lives to chase. You must have your own definition of what a hero is, right? What you really think, deep down. Jai Ki turns his head to stare at Deus, then faces forward again and gazes up at the blue sky. He gives his answer to the question. I think it's bottomless courage, because the Demon King is terrifying after all. Setting the Demon King aside, this world is crawling with countless monsters and creatures of destruction. No living creature is weaker than humans. Compared to them, humans are far, far weaker. But the moment a hero appears, the hero is here. Hope ignites once more. As long as the hero doesn't fall and keeps standing at the front, everyone thinks the same thing, right? The hero hasn't fallen yet, so let's push just a little harder. When 10 people, 100, 1,000 join forces, I believe humanity can overcome anything. Even if the enemy is the Demon King himself. Deus grumbles. Why do you always ramble on so long? So basically, as long as you don't give in to fear, there's no such thing as defeat. That's what you're saying, right? Jai Ki smiles awkwardly in response. Yeah, I guess so. He presses further with curiosity. Then what's the point of F rank, D rank, all those rankings? And beyond that, what's the deal with pure bloodlines? In the end, if it's all about willpower, then anyone could be a hero, right? So why are some people getting rich off those ranks, while others are looked down on so badly they can barely survive? Jai Ki lowers his gaze and says thoughtfully, but the Demon King is still overwhelmingly powerful. Willpower alone isn't enough. Since we have to face and defeat the Demon King, shouldn't we be selecting heroes with superior combat ability? Deus continues. Combat ability, mana, grades from elementary school, middle school, high school, university, even all that isn't enough. Academy prestige, money, sponsors, pure bloodline, it just keeps piling on. Honestly, I used to think heroes were people who received divine proclamations from the heavens, wrapped in light, a presence you'd recognize as the chosen one at a single glance. A destiny you'd know the moment you laid eyes on them. I was actually a little scared of that, but yeah, it's pretty laughable, isn't it? Jin Long glances over at him, but Jai Ki speaks up. If we're going by everyone else's standards, I have nothing. Education, money, sponsors, bloodline, I don't meet a single criterion. Looks like I really am a pathetic failure. Deus thinks to himself, that's exactly why I chose you, kid. And as for Mesomion, who's been getting beheaded for tens of thousands of years, now playing leader to a bunch of fools like you, I must be the greatest loser of them all. Suddenly, Jin Long speaks up. Deus, what do you make of that new servant of yours? Deus glances toward Skatten, who is sitting beside Jai Ki. He answers, well, I put up a recruitment notice and he showed up on his own. Applied for the job, something like that, I think. She mutters. As expected, she whispers into his ear. A warning, be careful around him. He asks back, puzzled, you know him. She says, uncertain, I have a suspicion, but I can't quite put it into words. But Deus bursts out laughing, catching her attention. He flashes a sly grin. Did you forget who I am? Everything in this world is just a game to me. There's nothing I need to be careful about. She tells him, suit yourself. I've given my warning. Deus just laughs louder. Don't worry, I'm being as carefree as humanly possible. In that moment, while the two are talking, Skatten's cold gaze drifts over to them. And so, the carriage continues rattling forward. By midnight, deep in the mountain range, a pot of stew is set to boil. The four of them eat together, laughing and chatting happily. After eating, Jin Long and Deus sit back to rest, while Skatten and Jai Ki train together. Watching Jai Ki fight, Deus allows himself a small smile. Satisfied, and soon after, Jai Ki, Deus, and Jin Long drift off to sleep. Behind them, Skatten stands atop a boulder. He stares into the darkness ahead, then silently leaps down. By the next morning, he hauls back a massive wild boar and cooks it right in front of the others. And so the carriage journey continues. The carriage races along the endless road at full speed. By afternoon, the four share another meal together. Then comes Skatten and Jai Ki's training session, and all four sleep soundly afterward. The next morning, the carriage rolls on. Sharp turns rock the carriage, but Jai Ki handles them without breaking a sweat. Bowls are scraped clean once again. By midnight, the moon hangs directly above the forest canopy. In the middle of the vast, sprawling green forest, a carriage rests in peaceful stillness. All four take a dip in a hot spring together, then settle down on the carriage for the night. The next morning, the carriage shoots forward once more. It cuts through the forest from morning to afternoon, and into the night. After several long days of travel, Jai Ki suddenly looks ahead, his face flashing with surprise. He shouts, that's the HP mountain range. Beyond it lies the land of the giants. Humans can't survive there. Deus glances to the side. Skatten points in a direction, and Jai Ki follows his gaze. Look, there it is, the wall of sin. Jai Ki gasps in awe. I read about this in our textbooks, the wall of Sinbult in haste, as the last line of defense to stop the giants. During the great war between humans and giants, 500 years Agathi say the bodies of fallen heroes piled higher than the wall itself. I never imagined I'd get to see the monument to their sacrifice with my own eyes. Skatton tells him, now we just need to circle around this mountain range about 2 more days, and we'll reach Forbes Sea Village. Let's get moving. Jaiki answers, yes, sir. And with that, the carriage begins to roll. A moment later, after all 4 of them have ventured deeper inside, Jaiki scans his surroundings. By now, the forest has turned a dull, lifeless gray. He nervously tells everyone, I think it's around here. Deus from Forbes Village suddenly calls out, Jaiki, move out, time to hunt that lick. He stammers in fear, all by myself. I'm terrified. Go deeper inside. Corpses lie slumped against windowsills, and more bodies are strewn across the road. Jaiki steps in, walking while thinking the stench is unbearable. They've all been dead for a long time. He surveys the area and wonders, where's the tomb district? I just want to capture the lick and get out of here as fast as possible. After pressing on a bit further, something catches his attention, looks up at a massive building, standing alone in an isolated area. Jaiki slaps his own face and thinks in a panic. I've fought giants and dragons before, get a grip. Jaiki. Then he approaches the building. He pushes the door open and slowly steps inside. He forces an awkward smile and murmurs, forgive the intrusion. His blood runs cold when he sees countless corpses hanging from the ceiling. He thinks in horror, so many bodies dangling like that, what the hell are these things? Suddenly, a voice echoes out. In my hand I hold 5 silver coins, Paserbi. Please lend me your aid. Donate 7 silver coins, and heaven draws nearer. I need just 7 coins. If you wish to pass through this path, then make your offering. 7 silver coins. That mysterious old man. He extends his hand and continues. If you refuse, then let me personally push the boat and send you to the other side myself. Jaiki stares at the old man and replies sheepishly, I'm sorry, but I don't have that kind of money, honestly. I should be the one pushing you, not the other way around. How could I let you push me? Besides, you shouldn't be here alone. Sir, there's a lick lurking here. Having been through so much with Deus, Jaiki doesn't even bat an eye at strange encounters anymore. The old man flinches at the word, lick. A lick. He speaks up. Tell me, young Manhua came here looking for a lick. Why, what for? Jaiki answers, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. To destroy it, obviously. I'm a hero. The old man's eyes suddenly gleam with an unnatural light. He asks cautiously, hero, could it be that you are a blood warrior? Jaiki replies gently, yes, well, not a pure-blooded one, mind you. The old man bursts into laughter and exclaims, finally you've walked right into my trap. Jaiki blinks in confusion. What? The old man holds an orb in his hand, it rolls, and releases a wave of dark energy. He grins wickedly and says, I don't need silver anymore. Necros Zamto, open the gate to the netherworld. I need your blood. The dark maelstrom surges straight toward Jaiki. He hastily draws his shield to block, but the orb's power is too great, it instantly sends him flying. He crashes to the floor and shouts furiously, so you're the fireball-lobbing lick. He launches an attack at the lich, but it vanishes. He thinks, startled, it's gone. Right at the moment his guard slips, the monster materializes behind him. It smirks and says, oh, you even know a few petty tricks. The instant it strikes, Jaiki barely dodges the dark thrust. He slides to the side, then charges back in. He swings his sword at the lick's body, but it dissolves into nothingness only to flicker back into existence behind him. It drives its attack straight into his back, forcing a pained cry from his lips. He spins around to slash, but the blade cuts only air. He curses under his breath, damn it. Blows are exchanged in rapid succession. The monster cackles and taunts. Struggle all you want, you foolish hero, did you really think you could keep up with my phantom shift? Then it hisses the word die. A swarm of illusory clones surrounds Jaiki as the lick channels its power directly at him. Explosion after explosion erupts across his body. Jaiki's face contorts in agony amid the relentless barrage. The creature moves ceaselessly, leaving him grasping at straws. It's too fast, I can't keep up. Then he recalls Skatton's words from their training sessions together. Calm down, open your eyes, and observe the smallest shifts in his movement. In that moment, enlightenment strikes. He thinks excitedly, I see it. He grips his sword and lunges toward where he believes the lick Stansonly to once again provoke a mocking laugh from it. I told Yao you can never keep up with me. Jaiki thinks the dagger was just bait. Then he cleaves the lick's head clean off and shouts with confidence, don't worry, that was just a feint. The lick's head goes flying. Jaiki immediately grips his sword tight and swiftly unleashes. Moonlight Extermination 6th form. Demon King Pierce. the Lick's body suddenly absorbs his mana. A blast of black ink-like substance erupts and sends him hurtling through the air. He exclaims in bewilderment, "What the hell is this sword?" The stench is absolutely vile. Then a realization hits him. His eyes widen instantly. I got him. I captured the Lick. The moment he believes he has destroyed it. The corpses hanging from the ceiling begin to thrash violently, letting out ghastly shrieks that freeze him in place. Then the Lick's body slowly rises. Its severed head speaks. It is complete. Organs are ripe, the flesh, the brain, the bones. And indeed, this blood warrior carries the blood of the chosen. Jaiki's expression turns blank as the Lick creature howls in ecstasy. Offer the blood of Holly Bai to resurrect the great Lord Hamos. At that very moment, a single drop of blood rolls down from Jaiki's forehead. It trickles down onto the floor below. The instant Jaiki's blood touches the floor, a magic circle ignites and encircles him. Threads of blood begin to weave their path. They creep steadily toward a coffin. They slither across its surface. Little by little, they find their way into a narrow fissure. From beyond the crack, yet another voice reverberates. Then every thread of blood converges to a single point, the coffin. The eyes of the corpses hanging from the ceiling begin to glow a blazing, blood-red light. Jaiki stumbles backward. The Lick commands its minions, seize him. The order is received. The zombies rush in like starving leeches. Instantly, the glowing-eyed undead surge forward like ravenous parasites. Their arm muscles suddenly bulge to monstrous size. Veins swell so thick they rip clean through their sleeves. In waves, hordes of undead leap from above, crashing into the ground near Jaiki with bone-shattering force. Hands burst through the floorboards as countless corpses claw their way out from below. Before Jaiki's eyes, the zombies know hulking. Monstrous close in like wild beasts. He stares at them, frozen in bewilderment. The moment they sense an opening, they charge. Slash! Jaiki swings his sword with everything he has, cutting them down one by one. But their numbers are overwhelming the attack from every direction, forcing him to raise his shield just to survive. Yet there are too many. They seize his blade and they wrench it away, and Jaiki lets out a panicked shout. He immediately cleaves a nearby zombie clean in two with his shield arm. But the zombie doesn't. It snatches his weapon right back. He watches in horror as the undead clutches his blade tight and bolts away with it. They seize the opening guy's hands, now empty, and immediately lunge for his arms. One of them dips its head and sinks its teeth into his arm. A drop of blood seeps out, then falls to the ground. The coffin erupts with blinding light. A deafening roar tears through the air. The undead surge with newfound power. Their skin turns blazing red. Horns sprout from their skulls. Spines erupt from their backs. Their hands sharpen into claws in an instant. The undead transform into something far more massive and ferocious than before. Jaiki gasps for air, a single thought racing through his mind: every time I bleed, they level up. No more bleeding. The undead bare their razor-sharp fangs. They charge at him with reckless fury. His armor senses the danger and sprouts additional limbs, firing beams of light at the undead. But they seem completely, unaffectedly more frenzied. They swarm over him, dozens more seizing the chance to pile on. Claws and fangs tear into every part of his body. He screams in agony. Blood flows freely from Jaiki's body. It drips onto the floor in thick, heavy drops. Blood threads coil around the coffin, growing denser and more visible by the second. In an instant, the coffin lid bursts open. Jaiki hears the sound and snaps one eye open. He glances sideways and freezes in shock. Every single undead has dropped to its knees, heads bowed in perfect rows. Even the Lick he beheaded earlier pays its respects, propping its severed head up with its own body. It trembles and speaks, "Our king, lord of all liches, I offer my devotion. Please, resurrect." Jaiki stares ahead, and a day something has seized his attention. A monster crawls out from the coffin. It stands tall, then opens its mouth. "I am Sodomus. From this moment forth humans, elves, dwarves, and even demons, all living creatures shall kneel before me. O world tremble, true evil has arrived." Jaiki listens in confusion. Sodomus pauses, studying him closely, then asks, "Your expression? It's strange, you don't fear me." He answers calmly, "Can I be honest? I'm not afraid. You claim to be true evil, but honestly your kind of Sodomus erupts, screaming, 'I am the king of liches.' Anyone with a beating heart should collapse into primal terror just by standing before me. Why don't you?" A quiet doubt stirs in his mind. Why is that? Then he remembers Deus's smile. He chuckles softly. Why am I thinking of him right now? Sodomus looks like he's about to blow a fuse. He roars, "You're laughing. You dare laugh in my presence. Have you got a death wish? Suddenly, Deus, Jinlong, and Skatten kick the door clean off its hinges and storm in. Deus bellows, do I really have to handle every single lick myself? What took you guys so long? Let's wrap this up quick. I'm starving to death over here. Jaiki sees him like a beam of light cutting through the darkness. He shouts Lord Deus. Deus raises his gaze to Sodomus. What was that, he said. Who's this dried-out, dusty-looking fossil who seems like he's been rotting for 10,000 years? Those words push Sodomus over the edge. He clenches his teeth and lets out a guttural hiss. His voice trembles with rage. How dare you speak to me with such insolence? O dead ones, kill them, now. Grant them the most gruesome end. The undead receive their orders and immediately charge at Deus. Deus yawns lazily, then makes a single sweeping motion. Every charging zombie is cleaved in two. Sodomus stammers, a single hand. Defeated all my mana-infused minions. Who are you, he asks. And who are you? Sodomus screams back. I am Sodomus, mightiest being to surpass the mortal realm. The demon realm, hell, and purgatory. If those wretched fools hadn't sealed my heart, this world would have long since bowed under my rule. And soon it shall. Deus raises an eyebrow. Rule the world. The demon king himself couldn't pull that off, and you think you can. Sodomus thunders. The mana coursing through my body surpasses even the demon king's. If I wielded my true power, no one could stop me. Deus lets out a low whistle. Now that's interesting. How about I unseal that thing, whatever it is, and let you give it your best shot? But if you can't deliver, you do one thing I say. Deal? Sodomus laughs. He sneers. This seal is something even I, Sodomus, cannot break. Before he even finishes his sentence, Deus breaks the seal right before his eyes. Jinlong shouts from the side. That idiot's gone and done it again. Deus dangles the broken seal chains mockingly. Come on, try it. Sodomus laughs uproariously. Power erupts from his body in a violent explosion, sending Deus flying. Sodomus detonates with overwhelming force. Shockwave hurls Deus across the room. Jinlong, Skatten, and Jaiki stand behind, eyes wide, staring in stunned silence at what unfolds before them. Sodomus bursts into joyful laughter. He declares that a new demon king has descended upon this world. All living creatures kneel before me. I don't know how you pulled that off, but thank you. The sovereign of death. I, Sodomus, command Yauti. But after his words ring out, absolutely nothing happens. Both he and Deus just stare at each other in silence. Seeing him frantically making hand signs nonstop, Deus frowns and asks, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Sodomus replies in utter confusion, Why isn't this working? O darkness, show me your might. All shall return to dust. Soul annihilation. But before the spell is even unleashed, Deus slams a fist straight into Sodomus's face. The blow sends him rocketing backward. Sodomus clutches the spot where he was hit, muttering, Ah, the great Sadi. But before he can finish, his eyes go wide in sheer disbelief. Deus leaps toward him. He winds up and raises his fist. Sodomus has existed for 1,000 years, but only now does he learn something new. That even a corpse feels pain when it gets punched. Deus asks Sodomus, You good? He clutches his swollen cheeks and obediently answers, Yes, sir. He asks him, Who exactly are you? He answers, Doesn't matter. Just call me Lord Deus. It's fine. He extends his hand toward Sodomus. Come on. A contract materializes in the air. Contract Party A, Party B, Sodomus. 1. Party B shall become a member of Party A's party. Party B must absolutely obey all commands issued by Party A2. This partnership shall last indefinitely until Party A chooses to terminate it. Party A holds the sole right to void this contract. 3. All glory and wealth gained through adventures shall be distributed to Party B at the time, and in the amount Party A deems appropriate. 4. Party B is forbidden from raising any objections to the above terms. He stares at it in shock and asks, What the hell is this? Deus explains, I already told you if you can't conquer the world after being unsealed, you have to meet one condition I set. Either way, I could use a part-timer for the shop. Sodomus just stares blankly at him, then points at the contract and complains. This contract seems ridiculously unfair, doesn't it? He responds, I know. That leaves Sodomus completely speechless. And so, after a while, the group sets off aboard the carriage, heading back. Sodomus glances at Deus, who is sprawled out in the back. He turns his head, looks down, then lifts his gaze again. He sees the majestic landscape stretching ahead. An indescribable emotion wells up inside him. He speaks without thinking. I am Sodomus, a great mage. 1,000 years ago, in the 655th Great War, I fought alongside the last hero against the Demon King. I was once a mage like that. Jaiki asks curiously, You were a comrade of the last hero in that battle. He nods in response. That's right. Jaiki furrows his brow. He asks, but then how? He recalls the past and explains. In the final battle, I was cursed. The demonic killing intent of the archdemon melted my flesh away. After the Great War ended, the last hero perished as well. Among the entire party, I was the only one lucky enough to survive. Back then, I thought it was a blessing. Every day there were feasts, celebrating me as the hero who survived the apocalypse. But when night fell, the agony of the curse would seize my body. The Duke Demon's curse was something no one could break. In my suffering, I gradually became a monster and, ultimately, I touched forbidden magic. Jaiki asks in shock. Black magic. Sodomus nods. Yes, I forged a pact with darkness and obtained eternal life. But then the Holy Palace discovered the truth. One night, Jadna launched a raid and sealed me inside an ancient tomb in a remote village deep in these mountains, as if I were some defiled thing not permitted to exist. Returning to the present, Sodomus offers a wry smile. Then again, what else could they do? A comrade of the last hero turned to darkness and became a necromancer. How could they ever tell the world about that? Jaiki comforts him. That's a truly sad story. He asks back, a sad story. Jaiki replies, yes, your story, Sodomus, doesn't appear in any hero textbook at all. You fought to save the world, but in the end you were cursed, forgotten, and sealed alone in a dark tomb. Sodomus answers, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Isn't that just the fate of a hero? If only I had died in that apocalypse, it would have been better. At least I'd have been recorded in the history of the Great War. The survivors never get a happy ending. Oh, and by the way, you are from the 5th generation, so you've probably never thought about what life was like for us 4th generation folks. Hearing that, Jaiki falls into deep thought. Sodomus gazes ahead and begins to speak. Thou. Sand years ago, when I was sealed in the coffin and brought to fort, I traveled this very path. Ha, how strange. 1,000 years have passed, and nothing has changed. Deus, sprawled out in the back, exclaims, 1,000 years, and everything's still the same. Sodomus replies, that's right. I remember it clearly. It was the last thing I saw before closing my eyes. Back then, as he lay inside the coffin being transported, tears fell through a crack in the coffin as he gazed at the scenery outside. The scenery back then looked exactly as it does now. Not a single thing has changed. Deus asks curiously, don't tell me it looked exactly like this since the 6th century too. Jin Long asks him, is that a problem? If there's no reason to change, then it stays as is. He gradually sinks into thought. Everything just operates in its proper sequence. In a perfect system, a world where nothing ever changes. No matter how much you struggle, it's meaningless. Everything is just as fate dictates. Deus gazes at the world stretching ahead. He yawns wearily and sighs. Well, this isekai really is messed up. Jin Long, sitting beside him reading a book, responds without looking up. Nothing to say, so you blame the world for being messed up. Looks perfectly fine to me. Deus calls out to Sodomus in a bored tone. Hey, you employee, you're a mage, right? So besides black magic, you know other types too, don't you? From now on, you're Jaiki's magic instructor. Jaiki, study properly. Sooner or later, you'll have to fight me one-on-one. Now get back to the grind. Starting to miss my bed already. Night falls, the moon climbs to its zenith. Under its pale light, a campfire flickers amid scattered bowls lying about. A zombie lets out a guttural growl. In massive numbers, they swarm around Jaiki. One of them instantly lunges at him. He stays calm and cleaves it clean in two. But the body fuses right back together, and it lets out a shriek, charging again. Right at that moment, a glowing orb streaks through the air and slams into the zombie, setting it ablaze. It screams in agony. Sodomus stands behind and reminds him, when fighting the undead, physical attacks are useless. You must purify them with holy fire. Awaken the sacred flame within you. Jaiki, believe in the presence of the divine. Feel its boundless existence. That endless source of energy. I'll try once more. Meanwhile, the three of them, Deus, Jin Long, and Skatten, stand outside, watching. Deus speaks up and asks Skatten, how's Jaiki doing? As a human being, is he doing all right? Or is he so painfully average that it's hard to even evaluate him? Skatten answers with a note of praise in his voice. He's outstanding. Deus asks, really? Skatten nods in confirmation. Yes, at 23 years old, if things go smoothly, he could fully blossom in about 20 years. Deus asks, and after he blossoms, then what? Skatten replies, D-Rank Plus. D-Rank Plus won't be a distant dream for him anymore. Deus falls into deep contemplation. He murmurs, D-Rank Plus, huh? Not bad at all. Skatten speaks up. Well then, I suppose I'd better go teach Jaiki some swordsmanship myself. Jin Long, sitting beside Deus, chimes in. But aren't you going back to headquarters? Your family is in trouble, you know. Deus casually waves it off. Forget it. It's probably just another one of their schemes anyway. I'm planning to just let those 7 rot and wither away on their own. She falls silent for a moment, then speaks. Hypothetically speaking, without the Demon King, how would the demon race act? He stares at her intently. She continues. War will break out in 20 years. The demon realm needs to attack humanity. But without the Demon King, who will stand against the hero? He answers, no one. With a Demon King in place, they probably won't attack the human realm. The energy source known as demonic spirit energy takes 80 years to accumulate. It's that very power that lets them ravage the surface world. And now that their core weapon has vanished, what do they even fight with? Jin Long exclaims, so there's a chance the Great War in 20 years won't happen. Deus responds, visibly surprised. It's very possible. She nods, as if the pieces are falling into place. I see. That's your plan to bring Alex and the others back, isn't it? If you go back and declare you'll continue being the Demon King, they'll return on their own because their reason to exist would vanish otherwise. Right. He chuckles softly. So I just need to pretend to go back, is that it? Because my very existence here has already shattered the natural order, including the Great War. She laughs and retorts, don't just pretend go back for real, you lowly worm. That's what you are for now. Deus calmly replies, fine, I'll go back. Jin Long exclaims in shock, really? He adds, if I die, and it makes her click her tongue even just once. A moment later, at the building where Sodomus was once sealed, a figure silently slips inside. The figure stops before the coffin and stares at it in silence. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoes through the darkness, drawing the figure's attention. The Lick sneers. Another offering has wandered into an empty coffin of their own accord. O spirits of the dead awaken, seize this new vessel, devour this fresh soul. Countless hands burst from the ground. The instant the command is given, the undead begin rising from the earth. They chant in unison and surge toward the mysterious figure. But a blinding flash of light erupts from outside the doorway, forcing the Lick to snap its gaze toward the entrance. A single sword strike cleaves the Lick clean in two. The blade spins and hurtles through the swish. The undead stare up at the spinning blade in blank bewilderment. In an instant, the sword cuts them down one by one. Each corpse collapses to the ground in succession. The blade arcs gracefully through the air and flies straight back to its master. The mysterious figure extends a powerfully muscled arm and catches the sword with calm precision. He looks down at the undead sprawled across the floor when a voice rings out from beyond the doorway. Seeing the holy sword Antaser fly in. I knew you'd gotten here first. Cardinia steps inside with a confident stride. It's been a while, Sir Ojedon. The other figure hears this and immediately removes the hood draped over his head. Ojedon, a Zodiac Knight of the Holy Bloodline. He beams with delight. What's with the Sir Ojedon? Between friends, don't be so formal, just call me Ojedon. Cardinia, seeing him about to drape an arm over his shoulder, quickly shoves him back and warns him. We're teammates, not friends. He pauses. By the way, that was fast, wasn't it? I thought you'd only just arrived. Ojedon replies, wasn't me. Someone got here before us. He recalls, according to the records, what was sealed here is Sodomus, the Grand Mage who once fought alongside the last hero party 1,000 years ago. Yet he voluntarily signed a contract with darkness and became the Lick King. Not just any ordinary lich unless you're at our Zodiac tier level. No one could defeat him. Someone took care of him before us. Strange, lately, nothing but abnormal things keep happening. Dragons that signed peace treaties have been appearing non-stop. A few days ago, giants attacked an entire city. Ojedon shouts in disbelief. Giants attacked a city. Cardinia explains. Investigations show they fled from their mountain range in a tremendous hurry. Ojedon asks, fled from what? He responds, unknown. That's exactly why I came to this mountain range to investigate. Recently, things that defy all reason keep happening one after another. Among them is that group. Ojedon shouts excitedly. You mean the group with that Jaiki kid? I heard you've been absolutely obsessed with some kid lately. The entire Holy Palace is buzzing about it. Just how impressive is this kid that they caught the eye of a god-obsessed lunatic like you? Cardinia shares his honest assessment. I believe his ability has already surpassed G rank. Judging generously, he's at early F rank and he's only 17. Ojedon cries out in shock. What? Then we need to drag him to the Holy Palace right now. And you've been hiding him like that, planning to hog him all to yourself. Cardinia replies, he refused on his own. But in the end, he'll come around. God never uses his instruments carelessly. Enough small talk, let's move out. Investigating the giant's bizarre behavior won't be easy. The moment Cardinia turns to leave, Ajiden immediately drapes his arm over his shoulder. He laughs and shakes Cardinia back and forth. With me, Ajiden of Scorpio, and you Cardinia of Libra Hat, do we too have to fear? This is the first time, since our rookie days, that we've been on the same team. I'm getting goosebumps. Cardinia stares blankly and responds. That time ended in a crushing defeat, you know. From then until now, they've never been on the same team. Why did that lunatic send you here even after I objected? Ajiden said without a care in the world. I'll take that as you being happy about it. It made him stare at Jaiki in shock. He even shouted, "Hey, the Holy Palace gave you your own airship too. How come I never got one?" He answered, "Of course, since you've already wrecked 3 of them." Jaiki replied, utterly dumbfounded, "I did that." Meanwhile, while Deus and Jin Long lay resting, the other 3 gathered in a corner. Sodomus spoke up loudly, "This is the origin of magical power." Jaiki's hands were forming a sphere. He immediately exclaimed. Mana, Sodomus explained, is divided into black magic and white magic, depending on whether its nature is offensive or defensive. In addition, there are countless other types of magic based on the natural elements that compose this world, but in essence, they are all the same. It is the sacred energy bestowed by the gods. Skatten said tensely that even apprentice mages need at least a year of training before they can form a mana crystal. Yet you materialized it instantly. Jaiki is developing at an abnormally alarming rate, as if something is approaching very fast, and he is being artificially manipulated to prepare for it. Jaiki didn't respond. He simply gazed down silently at the 2 spheres hovering before him. It was already midnight. The moon hung at its zenith in the sky, and the forest gradually fell silent. Deep in the bowels of the world, in the city of 1,000 black towers, Mao Ido's Iprit kicked the door open and barged in. His eyes went wide with panic when he saw the 2 figures ahead. He shouted, "You people are still alive." At that moment, Alex and his subordinates glared at him. Iprit cried out in horror, "What the hell happened? We already held a funeral thinking you were all dead." Alex spoke up, "Now it's your turn, Iprit. You are the final piece. We must make the 10 volcanoes erupt toward the continent," Iprit screamed. "If you do that, everything will be destroyed. Both the human realm and the demon realm will be annihilated." After those words, Alex curled his lips into a grin and said with delight, "That is exactly what I desire." Meanwhile, Deus's group was deep in peaceful slumber. Flowers bloomed all around. Suddenly, massive cracks split open across the ground. Violent tremors jolted Deus, Jin Long, and Jai Ki from their sleep. A colossal vortex appeared before Deus's eyes. The ground began to heave. Mountains started cracking apart. The mountains split in 2. Something rose from within a massive black horn emerged. Molten blood erupted. Flames burst forth from the vortex without end. They slammed into the surrounding castles, setting them ablaze. They sank into an endless sea of fire. The sandcastles of the tiny creatures were swept away without a shred of resistance. The volcano erupted with ever-increasing fury. Even Ajiden and Cardinia, far off in the distance, could see it. The volcano burned so fiercely that every hot air balloon in the vicinity was consumed by the flames. Cardinia's eyes went wide as she looked around. The hot air balloon began to plummet. Strange things began to rise from the volcano. A column of pitch-black smoke rose, growing larger by the second. The smoke, thick and black, blotted out the light of the world, raining down ash like a dark downpour. This is the day, the end of the world. Before Deus and his party, the sight was terrifying beyond words. Jaiki cried out in panic, "How can this be happening?" Deus forced a bitter smile and cursed it under his breath. "Alex, you madman!" Jin Long stood behind them, shaking his head in despair. And so, that day had begun 20 years too soon. And now, a word from the author. Hello, I am the author, Kim DZU. Hard to believe it's been over a year and 2 months since I started publishing, huh? Perhaps some of you students have moved up a grade. Those serving in the military are about to be discharged. And those of you working must have been grinding hard. And those who fap 5 times a day are still fapping away. Time really flies. As for me personally, if you count the prep time, I've been working non-stop for about 2.5 years. I'll take a short break to recharge, and we'll be back soon with Season 2. Please wait for me just a little while, and don't forget to like this video for the guy who made it. That's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right now. And do me a favor, tap that like button. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Loves Gamble.